Chapter 1 Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The golden tablet descended from a hole in the clouds the way all divine pronouncements descended, without apology, without asking, without acknowledging that the recipient was a person rather than a position. Wei Liang caught it with both hands. He stood on the celestial altar's marble platform, the cold stone radiating through the thin soles of his shoes, surrounded by 7 elders of the celestial accord arrayed in a loose semicircle behind him, like an audience waiting for a performance they'd seen before. The tablet was 3 feet tall and warm despite descending from the upper atmosphere. Its characters were inscribed in divine script that rearranged itself as his eyes tracked across it, completing sentences before he'd finished forming questions, filling in context before he'd asked for it. The way all design systems assume you want what they're offering. Wei Liang read it the way he read everything, slowly, completely, holding each clause in his mind until he understood not just what it said, but what it required and who it served. Wei Liang, 4th-rank mortal of no lineage, you are hereby designated the 18th Chosen One under the divine mandate of the Celestial Accord. Your destiny is written. Purify the demon realm, restore divine order to the 3 continents, and deliver the final victory of heaven over chaos. Your life and cultivation are hereby pledged to this purpose. Your death, when it comes, shall be in service to this mandate and shall fuel the heaven's sacred flame. He turned it over. Nothing on the back. He read the front again, lingering on specific phrases. Your life and cultivation are hereby pledged. Not you are asked to pledge. Hereby pledged, past tense, done, a fact announced rather than a request made. And the ending, your death, when it comes, shall fuel the heaven's sacred flame. Not if you fall in battle. When it comes, death as a scheduled event. Death as a resource delivery mechanism. Well, said Elder Hua Tingming, eldest of the 7, whose robes bore embroidery so elaborate it had probably required its own apprentice. Aren't you going to accept? Wei Liang kept his eyes on the tablet. What does acceptance look like mechanically? The elder blinked. Mechanically, the word clearly didn't fit into his framework for this ceremony. You press the tablet to your chest. The investiture seal is placed on your meridians. The designation is confirmed. Permanently. It is a divine binding. And after the binding, my cultivation is directed toward the mandate's completion. Channeled, Elder Hua said, with the slight emphasis of someone making a distinction that mattered to them. Not redirected. You retain your faculties and your will. But my cultivation serves the mandate. Your cultivation serves the heaven's sacred mission, which is the Accord's institutional goal. Those are the same things stated differently. He looked to his left, where Elder Xiaofen stood, his instruction master for 3 years, the man who had taught him classical script and combat forms and had, he now understood, been evaluating him for fitness for exactly this moment since the first lesson. Xiaofen was watching with the expression of someone who expected questions and had prepared to manage them. What happened to the 17 previous chosen ones? They fulfilled their destinies, Xiaofen said, the phrase arriving without the space that real answers require. Where are they now? They serve the mandate with. I read the records in the 3rd-level archive stacks. The ones written in classical script that you don't restrict because you don't expect outer disciples to be able to access them. Wei Liang had spent 2 years working through those stacks. First as something to do during the long, empty hours of waiting for the designation that everyone had been hinting at since his testing day, and then as something he needed to do once the pattern in the records became visible. Each of the 17 has documentation. Active, detailed, consistent, and then stopping. The 17th Chosen One, 22 years of records, and then nothing. The 14th, 16 years, nothing. Each one clean-ended. No death record, no transfer record, no retirement. Nothing. He looked at Xiaofen. Your death, when it comes, shall fuel the heaven's sacred flame. That's not a metaphor. The silence that followed was the silence of people who know the answer and have decided that the answer doesn't require acknowledgement. Wei Liang had been 18 for 11 days. He had lived those days in the Accord's outer compound, eating food of equivalent quality to the compound's rats, sleeping in a room that had previously served as storage. He had been told this was spiritual preparation for the investiture. He had concluded it was simply organizational indifference about his comfort. Both could be true simultaneously. He walked to the altar's brazier at the platform's eastern edge, a massive iron vessel burning celestial flame, white fire with a temperature that existed at the edge of what organic material could approach without converting to something else. The brazier was used for purification rites, for burning offerings that needed to be rendered appropriate for divine receipt. He pressed his chi into the tablet's edges, not aggressively, just the steady pressure of a person who has made their decision and is executing it, and dropped it into the flame. It resisted for 4 seconds. The celestial flame, which was designed to accept only properly offered objects, encountered the tablet's edges softened by Wei Liang's chi, and then encountered the question of what properly offered meant when the offering was an act of refusal rather than acceptance. The flame, apparently, had some interpretive flexibility. The tablet burned. 11 seconds, amber to black to ash. Every elder stood still in the way that people stand when they've witnessed something they designed to be impossible and haven't yet found a framework for the observation. From beneath Wei Liang's sternum, a location that had never been anything except the standard topology of his chi circulation, something ignited. Not with heat, with the sensation of a foundation being recognized, the calculation of load-bearing possibilities, the identification of structural principles that could hold weight under conditions that had previously had no weight to hold. Text appeared across his inner vision in characters that felt like his own thoughts given edges. Fallen hero system, initialized host. Wei Liang trigger, rejected divine destiny. Tablet of the 18th Chosen One fate energy harvested. 4,200 units current rank. QI stirring status. The path of the fallen begins. He read it the way he read everything. All the way through, holding each element long enough to understand its implications. Then he looked up at Elder Hua Tingming. I'm declining, he said, formally, with full awareness of the consequences. You cannot decline, the elder said, moving into the register of authority that adults use when they want to make a younger person feel the weight of their own mistake. The heavens have designated you. The heavens can redesignate. This is blasphemy. This is a refusal. Different category. He took a single step back from the brazier. I've reviewed your archive's historical records, and I've reviewed the Accord's foundational agreements with the divine hierarchy, and I understand what the investiture seal does and what happens after the mandate is completed or failed. I am choosing not to participate in a system where the logical conclusion is my death being used as a fuel source for the institution that designed me to die. He kept his voice flat and specific. That's not blasphemy. It's a reasoned decision based on available evidence. Elder Xiaofan's hand moved. Wei Liang felt the suppression seal deploy before he could finish tracking the hand's movement. A clamping pressure through his meridians, the technique designed to locate and close down the chi pathways of a non-compliant subject. It was sophisticated and fast. The part of him that had spent 3 years learning cultivation forms under Zhao Fan's instruction recognized the technique's architecture. It needed 3 seconds to complete its search and lock pattern, and during those 3 seconds it was connected to Zhao Fan through the channel the elder had maintained while casting. The system in his chest was reading the technique, not his mind. The system, processing the mechanism with the same clinical precision he applied to documents that needed to be understood at the structural level rather than just the surface. Fate fracture strike, unlocked. Purpose, shatters fate binding and compulsion techniques by inverting their mechanism against themselves. The denial of a forced outcome, used as a force vector. Activation, channel chi through the site of impact. Compressed to the technique's structural tolerance limit. Release as inversion wave through the point of connection. He had never used this technique. He had never had it 30 seconds ago. But the system's guidance was not instruction. It was the body knowledge of a form his cultivation could access through the system's architecture, as clear and present as a memory of something he'd done 1,000 times. He drove his fist into his own sternum, over the meridian cluster where the suppression seal was searching, and pushed the fate fracture strike through his own pathways. The seal cracked. The energy Zhao Fan had channeled through their open connection had nowhere to go. It inverted, traveled back through the connection at the speed of force suddenly reversed, and hit Zhao Fan with the accumulated energy of his own technique delivered at full concentration through a path he'd maintained himself. Zhao Fan flew backward 14 feet and struck the altar's stone rail. The sound was specific and final. It occupied a particular location in memory, not vivid in the way beautiful things are vivid, but in the way things are vivid when they're permanently present. Zhao Fan did not get up. Wei Liang looked at the 6 remaining elders. They were motionless. He looked at the altar's eastern edge. 40 feet down, the training yard. Beyond, the eastern gate. Beyond, the Ashen Wilds, demon territory, described in every Accord lesson as a region of chaos and corruption and managed absence of divine order. His village was 2 days west. His mind went back to the purification inspection 3 months ago. The Accord patrol that had arrived to verify spiritual cleanliness had burned 2 houses whose inhabitants had failed some criterion they were never shown, and had conscripted 3 young men into the outer disciple ranks. His neighbor Fin's son had been one of the 3. Fen had filed a formal objection through the appropriate administrative channel. The objection had been received, catalogued, and ignored. He looked east. He jumped off the altar's edge, used the wind step technique to manage the drop, crossed the training yard in 30 seconds, and hit the tree line at the wild's western border while the first pursuit signals were still rising behind him. Golden flames in the Accord's emergency beacon format, climbing into the late afternoon sky. The wilds closed around him. The air changed, less managed, less attended, the difference between a kept garden and a place where things grow according to their own logic. He ran until the pursuit signals faded. He ran until the ambient resonance of the Accord's boundary wards was gone from even the outer edge of his chi perception. He stopped at a stream. Demon territory had running water, which the Accord's lessons had somehow not mentioned, and drank and sat on a rock above the water's edge and held his own hands until they stopped shaking. He had killed his teacher. He sat with this for the time it deserved. He didn't explain it away or reframe it as necessary. He had made a decision that required a technique he didn't control the magnitude of, and a man who had trained him for 3 years was dead because the magnitude had been larger than he'd known. He held the full weight of this, the exact shape of the transaction he'd just walked out of, and thought about what Zhao Fen had known while teaching him, what all the senior elders had known, about where those 3 years of training were leading. He sat with that too. Then he stood up, because sitting by a stream with grief and guilt in his hands was not a response to any of the problems that still existed, and he continued east. The demon ward boundary appeared 3 hours later. Dark stone pillars carved with script he couldn't read, connected by iron bead chains that hummed at a register below conscious hearing but present to cultivated senses. He crossed between 2 pillars and felt the boundary pass over him like the sensation of moving from one kind of attention into another, the specific change of being in a space that watches differently. On the demon's side, 6 figures in black iron armor. Weapons drawn. Standard intercept formation, the kind designed to present a contained target to an attacker while allowing for rapid reconfiguration. At the center, a woman approximately 10 years his senior, tall with a scar along her left jaw running in a clean line to the corner of her eye, the kind of scar that is clean because whatever made it was deliberate. She wore a general's insignia on her pauldron. Her hand rested on her sword's hilt without gripping it, the posture of a man who has made his decision and is waiting for the room to arrive at the same conclusion. Human in demon territory, she said. From the Accord's direction. Wearing Accord cultivation bands. State your purpose or we treat this as hostile approach. 4 hours ago, I burned my designation tablet as the 18th Chosen One in the Celestial Brazier, in front of the 7 senior elders of the Accord, Wei Liang said. I'd like to speak with whoever has authority to negotiate in this territory. The silence lasted long enough for every member of the patrol to have a visible thought about what they'd just heard. You burned the Chosen One tablet, the general said. In the Celestial Brazier, in front of the 7 elders. Then I declined the forced investiture and came east. And you're here because the Accord burned my village 3 months ago in a purification inspection and conscripted my neighbor's son. And when I looked at where the Ashen Wilds led versus where staying in Accord territory led, the Wilds seemed more likely to contain something worth building toward. He kept his voice level. I have a proposal for your leadership. I'll cooperate completely in the meantime. Her gaze held for a long, considering moment. Bind his hands, she said, and bring him. If his story holds, we take him to the Overlord. If it doesn't, that's resolved within the hour. She addressed him directly. Those are the available options. He held out his wrists. She bound them herself. Quickly, with the efficiency of someone for whom this was a practiced motion. She left enough clearance that his circulation was unaffected. He noticed the clearance and filed it in the category of observations that would matter later. This was the kind of military leader who thought about the practical condition of her prisoners while remaining fully capable of killing them if circumstances required. He was going to need people who held both of those things simultaneously. They moved east. He watched her walk ahead. Attention divided between the path and the sky and the patrol's formation, nothing wasted, and began building his first real assessment of the person who would become the most important relationship in everything that came after. General Yu Zhan, he said to one of the soldiers beside him, having caught the name from her gate report. Iron Veil Legion. How long has she commanded? The soldier looked at him with the expression of someone deciding whether answering was protocol compliant. Then, 12 years. Wei Liang filed this. 12 years. Long enough to understand the institution, long enough to have developed frustrations with it that the institution couldn't resolve from within. Long enough to be watching for the thing that might actually change something. The system in his chest was quiet, listening alongside him, patient, steady, waiting. The heavens would press again. He would be ready when they did. Chapter 2. The Demon Fortress had been added to incrementally across several generations without ever being planned. An old stone keep at its core, rings of increasingly recent fortification, and at the outer edge a living encampment that breathed differently than anything with permanent walls. Fires, voices, the smell of working iron and cooking food. The ambient sounds of a place that was alive in the specific way that military installations become alive when the people in them are genuinely committed to something rather than simply assigned to it. Wei Liang absorbed all of it on the march through the main gate. He was good at absorbing environments, had trained himself to notice what a place's ambient signals revealed about its organizational culture, the same way he trained himself to read administrative records for the logic beneath the surface entries. The Demon Fortress's signals said, functional, maintained, crowded by recent growth, and carrying a specific tension between the older institutional structures and the newer additions that were beginning to strain against them. The holding room was clean and adequately lit, with a chair and a water jug and a guard at the door who did not enter. He sat in the chair and drank the water and waited. 30 minutes later, Yuzhen returned. "The Overlord will receive you," she said. Several noble house representatives petitioned to attend the audience. He declined them and limited attendance to his advisory staff. She studied him with the professional assessment she brought to everything, reading threat level, capability, and likely behavior in the specific order that a commander would prioritize them. I'm mentioning this so you understand the context. He doesn't restrict audiences without a reason. His reason here is curiosity, which is rare. How often is he curious? Rarely enough that curious is the word I'm using. What should I know before I enter? She thought about this in the way she thought about things she hadn't been asked before, with actual effort rather than the retrieval of a prepared answer. He responds to problems that arrive with their own solutions. He has no patience for people who bring him complications and then wait for him to resolve them. A pause. He'll ask what you want. Have a specific answer. What's the honest answer he'd most respect? She considered this for long enough that he could see it was a genuine question for her. He respects demonstration over claim, she said finally. Whatever you propose it in terms of what you can prove rather than what you believe. He followed her to the audience chamber. Shengan was a demon who appeared to be the human equivalent of 60 years, broad-shouldered and white-maned, with amber eyes that moved across Wei Liang with the particular attention of a general who had spent decades evaluating things and developed a high threshold for being impressed. He sat at a working table covered in maps and administrative documents. Two advisors flanked him. Yuzhen took a position to the chamber's left side. "Sit," Shengan said. Wei Liang sat across from the table, close enough to make eye contact without the distance becoming a statement. "You burned the Chosen One tablet. In the celestial brazier, in front of the 7 senior elders." "Yes. One of those elders is dead. His suppression technique backlashed through his own casting channel when I disrupted it. I didn't know the magnitude of the result in advance. I knew there would be a result." The amber eyes moved across him steadily. "You had basic outer disciple cultivation and you disrupted a senior elder's suppression technique. I had access to a technique that activated when I rejected the designation. The system I'm working with responds to that kind of decision." He watched the Overlord's face, not for approval, for information. "You know about the Chosen One designation process. We have records going back 12 generations. Then you know what the Soul Seal does after the mandate is complete. We have theories." Shengan leaned back slightly. "Tell me your proposal. Not the preamble, the terms." Wei Liang had prepared this in the holding room, but he revised the framing now, reading the man in front of him. Shengan wanted terms, not vision. He wanted the practical structure, not the philosophy. "Alliance with specific exchange," he said. "I can contribute value the Accord fears, specifically. The system I carry feeds on rejected divine destiny and strengthens each time I defy a heavenly directive. As long as the Accord applies pressure, I become more capable. I also have detailed knowledge of Accord administrative structure, its historical treaty violations, and the specific legal vulnerabilities in its foundational documents. That's the offer. In exchange, resources, freedom of movement, protection from immediate pursuit, and authority to propose and implement changes to specific practices within the empire that are currently giving the Accord political justification for its military operations." "What practices specifically?" "The enslavement of captured humans. The caste-based structure that assigns military positions by bloodline rather than capability, which produces defensive formations with your least capable soldiers in your most expendable positions. The supply chain arrangements that give noble houses leverage over military effectiveness." He kept each item specific. "These are not moral arguments. They're strategic vulnerabilities. Every civilian the Empire mistreats is a story the Accord uses to justify the next assault. Every incompetent noble holding a protected position over a skilled soldier who isn't noble is a gap Bai Qiong will find eventually. Shingon looked at him for a long moment. His finger traced an absent pattern on the tabletop. You've been in demon territory for 4 hours. I've been reading Accord intelligence assessments of the Demon Empire for 2 years. Their analysis is thorough. And you propose to fix problems they've documented using knowledge they produced. Their documentation of what's wrong with your structure is accurate. Their conclusion, that the solution is conquest, is the conclusion they were funded to reach. The documentation itself is just observation. He held the Overlord's eyes. I can demonstrate value in 60 days. If the results don't justify continued arrangement, you've lost 60 days and I find another path. If they do justify it, we discuss permanent terms. Shingon looked at Yuzhan. Workable, she said. The word carried the flatness of a mind that had assessed something and arrived at a conclusion it hadn't fully decided how they felt about. Truth-binding, Shingon said. The court mage stepped forward. The binding technique created a physical discomfort, a tightening in the throat and chest, when a bound person stated something they knew to be false. Wei Liang accepted it without hesitation and answered 17 questions. His answers were honest because they were calibrated to be. He offered no claims he couldn't support and made no promises he wasn't planning to keep. All 17 passed. 60 days, Shingon said. Yuzhan supervises. If you produce results, it extends. If you cause more disruption than value, she ends the arrangement. He fixed Wei Liang with the steady amber gaze of someone making a statement they intend to be remembered. I'm not offering this because I trust you. I have no investment in your survival, only in your productivity. Those are different calculations. Understood, Wei Liang said. Then we're finished here. His quarters were considerably better than the Accord's storage closet, a room with a real bed and a writing desk and a window overlooking the encampment. He sat on the edge of the bed and let the day compress itself into something he could carry, the tablet burning, Zhao Fun's sound against the rail, the drop off the altar's edge, the wild tree line, Yuzhan's deliberate choice about his circulation, the amber-eyed man who had just agreed to 60 days on terms that required producing results faster than the political pressure against them could build. He thought about 17 names in an archive, about the systematic stopping of records, about what fulfilled their destinies meant in the language of harvest rather than honor. The system's notification held steady at the edge of his awareness. QI stirring rank achieved. Total fate energy, 4,200 units. Next threshold, 8,000. He lay back and looked at the stone ceiling. For hours ago, he had been standing on the celestial altar with a divine destiny in his hands. Now he was lying in a demon fortress, watched by a general who didn't trust him yet, in a provisional arrangement that required him to prove everything he'd claimed he could do. He would be awake before dawn, and when dawn came, he would either have earned his place, or he would not be standing to argue about it at all. Chapter 3 The Iron Veil Legion's training ground was 3 acres of compacted earth behind the inner wall, and Wei Liang spent the first hour of his second morning standing at its perimeter counting things that weren't in the drill sergeant's reports. The drill was competent. It was also rigid in the specific way of compliance that had learned to look like excellence from a certain distance. Formations moving in technically correct patterns at a consistent pace that revealed itself, to careful observation, as the pace of the slowest sanctioned member of each formation rather than the pace that the formation's actual capability might support. The drill sergeant corrected form deviations and timing gaps. She did not correct the placement logic that put the most capable soldiers in the formation's expendable outer ring, because that was where their caste assigned them, and placement logic wasn't something the drill addressed. Low-caste soldiers in the outer ring, identifiable by thinner armor, by a specific subtle adjustment of how they held their weapons, slightly further from their bodies, as though the weapons were borrowed items rather than tools they'd been trained to use, and by the eye contact pattern, which was down and inward rather than out to the formation's edges where threat processing mattered. Mid-caste soldiers in the middle positions, moving with the particular contempt of people who had been told they were better than the people beside them for long enough that they'd stopped needing to prove it. Senior soldiers at the protected center, barely moving. And in the outer ring's eastern quadrant, a soldier Wei Liang noticed by the way she transitioned between forms. The transition was clean and economical in a way that looked almost understated, the kind of efficiency that comes from having drilled something until it required no energy to execute. She was better than anyone in the center positions, by a margin that the current placement system couldn't account for and didn't try to. Yuzhan arrived at the perimeter 40 minutes into the drill and stood beside him without comment. The soldier in the eastern quadrant of the outer ring, Wei Liang said. The one whose form is considerably better than the drill standard. Mira, low caste, Eastern Territory origin. She's been in the outer ring assignment for 4 years. What's the process for moving her out of it? Yu Zhen held the question for a moment. Officially, upper caste review of combat record, followed by recommendation for reassignment, followed by noble house administrative approval. She watched the drill. In practice, the review requires upper caste sponsorship to initiate, and the noble houses that administer approval have no incentive to approve movement that would displace upper caste soldiers. So the process exists to appear functional while ensuring nothing changes. That is a direct description of what it does, yes. A merit trial would bypass that structure. Standard combat assessment, independent evaluators from outside the local caste hierarchy, results carrying institutional weight through direct overlord authorization. He watched Mira execute another transition. What do you lose if the trial doesn't produce the expected political backlash? Very little, Yu Zhen said. What I lose if it does is political capital with the noble houses. What do you lose if Mira is in the outer ring when the next Accord assault comes and the outer ring survival rate is 15 to 40%? The question sat between them. I'll consider the trial proposal, she said. I also need access to your administrative records, supply routes, resource flows, civilian census data by district, enforcement incident reports. He looked at the drill. I'd like to spend this afternoon with them. What are you looking for? I won't know until I see it. But I have a working hypothesis about where your operational efficiency gaps come from. And if I'm right, the records will confirm it. Yu Zhen studied him sideways. You've been here one day. I've been reading Accord assessments of this territory for 2 years. He turned from the training ground. If I'm wrong about the records, I'll tell you immediately. I don't have time to be wrong and not say so. 60 days is a short timeline. She gave him access to the records room that afternoon. He worked through them for 4 hours, building a map on blank parchment in a notation system he derived from the record's existing structure. He tracked flow, where resources moved, where the movement stopped, what the gaps between scheduled collection and actual output revealed when you mapped them against district by district and cross-referenced with enforcement incident frequency. The pattern was clear and damning and specific. In every district where enforcement actions were most frequent, civilian productivity was lowest, not because the population was resistant or limited, but because the repeated disruption of enforcement operations was destroying the organizational infrastructure that made consistent output possible. People don't sustain productive investment when the results are regularly confiscated or when the fear of disruption is constant enough to affect planning horizons. And in the Southeastern Territory, one district's numbers were worse than chance should have made them. A collection rate 40% above its neighbors, an incident rate 60% above its neighbors, and 2 unexplained fires at production facilities in 18 months. He brought the map to Yu Zhen at dinner, moving 3 of her deployment plans to make room. She studied it for a long time. She asked for questions. She followed his reasoning through each of the identified districts, checking his cross-references against her own knowledge of the territories. Senior Enforcer Gao, she said, when he reached the southeastern analysis. He's been in that position for 6 years. And either he is committing systematic extraction fraud or someone with access to that district's infrastructure has a specific interest in undermining it. And the most parsimonious explanation involves the person with the most to gain from the elevated collection rate. He pointed to the production facility fires. The damage pattern on these 2 fires suggests deliberate ignition at the working areas rather than storage or heating areas. Accidents starred in different places. Yu Zhen looked at the southeastern district's notation in extended silence. Then she met his gaze. 2 improvements in 30 days, and I take the merit trial proposal to the overlord. Understood. And you were right about the records telling you something. I was right about this district. I might be wrong about others. He picked up his chopsticks. I'll know more tomorrow. She said, you did this in 4 hours. I read fast. And the administrative records use a consistent notation system once you identify the conventions. He ate. You're going to the southeastern district tomorrow? We're going. You found it, you come. She ate. The approach matters as much as the evidence. He nodded. He ate dinner across from her map table, in the company of her documents and the sounds of the fortress settling into its nighttime rhythms. The fire in the room's small hearth threw moving light across her deployment plans, and he watched the shadows shift across the annotated maps and thought about the specific mathematics of what he was attempting. A 60-day window to produce results that would justify extension, inside a political structure that wanted him gone, with a system he'd had for less than 2 weeks and allies he was still earning. The record room had given him the shape of the supply problem, but the supply problem was just one layer. Under it were the caste hierarchy issues, and under those was the structural relationship between the noble houses and the Accord. The way the Demon Empire's internal dysfunction created openings that the Accord exploited, and had exploited for long enough that the exploitation was now assumed to be natural law rather than manufactured vulnerability. He could address the surface layers. The deeper ones required more time and more leverage than he currently had. He needed to earn the leverage in the time he had before the Accord moved against him again. The Trade Guild, he said. She looked up from her chopsticks. The supply depot problem. 3 of your 4 primary depots controlled by noble houses. I can't address that through politics while the noble houses still have enough institutional standing to resist. But if there's a parallel distribution system that operates outside their control, the depot control becomes a secondary leverage point rather than a primary one. P8. What's the current status of independent merchant activity in this territory? Suppressed. The noble houses have collective agreements that exclude non-affiliated merchants from the primary distribution networks. A merchant who tries to operate independently gets their trade licenses reviewed by house-controlled administrators. Xianxia. It's not illegal. It's just structured so that operating without house affiliation is economically non-viable. Is there a legal basis for creating a new guild category that doesn't require house affiliation? Her eyes were steady. Theoretically, the Demon Empire's commercial law has a provision for emergency trade organizations in territories where standard distribution has failed. It was written for crisis situations, but the language specifies failed distribution networks without defining failure threshold. Xianxia's enforcement situation creates documented distribution failure in at least one district. He pointed at the map's southeastern notation. If I present the Xianxia findings to the Overlord as distribution failure evidence, we have grounds for the emergency provision. And the emergency guild doesn't require house affiliation, which means the freed populations can join it once the slave prohibition takes effect. She set down her chopsticks and picked up the map. She studied it for 30 seconds. You designed this backward, she said. The slave prohibition creates a free population that needs economic access. The trade guild provides that access. But the guild requires the emergency provision. The emergency provision requires documented failure. Xianxia provides the documentation. And Xianxia only became documented failure because you agreed to take me to verify the map analysis, he said. Yes. Her expression was one he would later come to recognize as the one she wore when she'd found something she hadn't expected to find. You'd been planning this since the second day. Since I finished the supply map analysis, he said. The pieces fit. I just had to find the right order to assemble them. P8. If I'm wrong about the emergency provision scope, the whole chain breaks. But Mao Guang is reviewing the commercial law section tonight. You already talked to Mao Guang. He was in the archive when I passed through. I described the provision and asked him to verify the language before I brought it to you. A moment passed. Then she said, the approach for Xianxia. Don't lead with the ledger. I know. Lead with the evidence of the fires, then the parallel ledger as proof of intent. The fires establish harm. The ledger establishes deliberateness. That's what I was going to say. I know, he said again. P8. What do you do after you remove Gao? Appoint an acting administrator from the Fallen Host's command structure, pending proper selection through the merit assessment. She returned to eating. Someone from the Legion who's been doing this work at a lower level without the authority to implement what they knew needed implementing. You already have someone in mind. I've had someone in mind for 3 years, she said, with the tone of a general who had been watching the right answer sit outside the right position for too long and had run out of patience for the gap. She just needed someone to remove the obstacle. He thought about that, about the specific patience required to watch something be wrong for 3 years while waiting for the institutional moment to correct it. Tomorrow, he said, and the merit trial proposal to the Overlord within the week. She picked up the map and filed it in its correct folder, which in Yuzhan's records room was a very specific location. Yes, she said. Tomorrow. The fire settled into its late-night rhythm. Outside, the fortress's nighttime sounds, the reduced version of the encampment's activity, the occasional voice from a night patrol, the faint sound of something being worked in the forge's outer building, continued their steady presence. He considered the shape of what he was building and where the next structural problem would emerge, because there would always be a next structural problem, and the whole question was whether he could build solutions faster than the problems found him. He thought, so far, yes. But the Accord's next move was already in motion, and so far, always ran out at exactly the worst moment. Chapter 4 Xianxia was 40 minutes' ride from the fortress, and the ride itself provided the control comparison he needed for the map's analysis. The road quality, the bridge maintenance state, the visible condition of waymarker posts. All of these were maintained in the first 15 minutes and deteriorating progressively through the last 25. and the deterioration boundary aligned exactly with the edge of Senior Enforcer Gao's administrative district. 3 bridges over the local waterway had repair work that had been started and abandoned. The construction materials were still in place beside each bridge, not cleared away, just left, and the materials weathering suggested the abandonment had been 6 months to a year ago, each time shortly after beginning. Someone was repeatedly preventing the repairs from reaching completion. Shenhalo itself was quiet in the way that a population is quiet when quiet has become a survival behavior. Children disappeared into doorways as they rode in. Adults found tasks at the backs of their buildings. The production halls, the facilities where spirit herbs and worked or were processed for collection, had shutters closed across every window on a clear working morning when processing was scheduled. Senior Enforcer Gao met them at the village center with the particular bearing of a man who had operated without consequences for long enough that the possibility of consequences had become theoretical to him. He was a large demon, broad-shouldered, carrying authority as a physical property rather than something he was actively maintaining. General Yu. His bow cleared the minimum technical threshold for the form. An inspection. I wasn't notified. Notification isn't required for administrative reviews, Yuzhen said. Last 6 collection records. Of course. He moved toward the administrative building with the paced calm of someone deciding what to show while appearing to show everything. While Gao assembled documents, Wei Liang walked the production halls. He moved with apparent randomness and genuine purpose. His chi sensing extended at the range his current cultivation permitted, which was, after 6 weeks of fallen hero system training, considerably past standard outer disciple levels. He was looking for 2 things: evidence of the fires and evidence that didn't belong in the official facility layout. The main processing hall, behind the largest processing rack, paint that was slightly thicker and slightly newer than the surrounding wall surface. He pressed his palm against it and felt through the paint layer. The wall surface beneath was irregular, porous in a pattern consistent with fire damage. Not accidental fire. The damage pattern was concentrated at the base of the working surfaces, where someone standing at the rack's base had applied heat. The secondary hall, 3 locked door panels in the facility's northwestern wall. He checked the facility floor plan that Yuzhen had pulled from the administrative records before the visit. 3 locked panels. No corresponding openings in the plan. Annexed spaces that didn't officially exist. The storage area. He walked the floor slowly, feeling for the specific resonance of folded space. Hidden compartments were a common administrative fraud technique, and they had a characteristic chi signature when a surface concealed depth. In the 3rd row of storage shelves, the floor sounded different. He crouched and felt along the floor's edge. A seam. He opened it. Beneath, a second set of collection records in a format that mirrored the official records, but with different quantities, different dates, and a list of village names on a separate page that corresponded to the district's full population rather than the smaller official census figure. He brought the ledger to Yuzhen without commentary, without staging the moment, and let the timing, Gao's hands still occupied with organizing the official records he'd selected to show, make the statement for him. Gao's composure moved from the measured calm of impunity to the specific hardness of a soldier who has realized the situation has changed character entirely. That document is fabricated, he said. It's in the same hand as your official collection signatures, Wei Liang said. He had seen one of Gao's signatures on a district boundary report that morning, and the claim was an informed estimate, but his tone carried the satisfaction of a craftsman who has examined something from every angle. The character formation on your numerical notation is distinctive. Gao looked at Yuzhen with the specific look of someone appealing to a known authority over the head of a new interference. You're relieved pending formal review, she said. Return to the fortress under escort. Your administrative access is suspended immediately. They rode back with Gao under guard 20 yards behind them. The village, behind them as they left, was audibly more alive by the time they cleared the first bend in the road. Doors opening, voices rising, the sound of something resuming that had been held in suspension. Yuzhen said, when the village sounds had receded. You were estimating about the handwriting. From one sample. The ledger itself was genuine, I was certain of that. And the approach, leading with the ledger rather than the fire evidence. The fire evidence proves something bad happened. The ledger proves he knew about it and tracked it. The second one makes the first one deliberate rather than negligent. Leading with the ledger changes what the fire evidence means. She watched the path in silence. 2 things in less than 5 days, she said. The merit trial proposal. When can you have it drafted? I'll start the framework tonight. She glanced at him sideways. You mentioned wanting access to the trade records as well. What are you building there? The supply depot problem. The noble houses controlling 3 of your 4 primary depots is a structural leverage point they're using actively and will continue using. I can't route around political control through political arguments. I need an economic alternative that makes the control point irrelevant before I need it to be irrelevant. He looked at the road ahead. A guild structure, independent of noble house membership requirements, accessible to the freed populations once the slave prohibition takes effect. Give it 2 months, and it will be producing at a rate that makes the depot control a secondary issue rather than a primary one. You're thinking 4 steps ahead. I'm trying to think 6, he said. Sometimes I only manage 4. She rode in silence for a while. Which he was learning was not the absence of thought, but the presence of it. Yuzhen processed things internally before speaking them, which was different from most of the Accord's senior elders, who spoke to process and expected the speaking to do the work. He could navigate both styles, but he found her method more efficient. When she said something, it had already been examined. The trade guild, she said eventually. If it works, if the freed populations integrate into it, and the output numbers justify the emergency provision claim, then the 3 supply depots the noble houses control become leverage points without leverage. They can withhold supply from the Iron Veil Legion's standard distribution, but they can't withhold supply from a system that doesn't depend on their cooperation. That's the intent, yes. And the Overlord will see the depot controller's leverage evaporate in the same quarterly reports where he sees the guild's output rising. And the depot controllers know he'll see it, which means they'll move against the guild before it becomes established. He looked at the road ahead. I need the guild operating and producing documented results within 6 weeks of the slave prohibition taking effect. If the noble houses move against it before then, they're moving against something that doesn't yet have political cover. If they move after, they're moving against something the Overlord has already noted as productive. 6 weeks is aggressive. The timeline is what it is. He paused. What's the likelihood of a formal challenge from the noble houses before the merit trials results stabilize politically? She considered this. 3 to 4 weeks. There's a figure named F.A. Rome, Lord F.A. Guanli's second cousin, who manages the Eastern Supply Depot. He's been building a case internally. He'll use the right of refutation when he's confident of the outcome. Wei Liang absorbed this. The right of refutation. Any citizen could demand a leader's removal through formal combat. Standard demon custom. He'd read the provision in Mao Guang's legal archive section 2 days ago, specifically because it was the most obvious institutional weapon that could be turned against someone in his position. 3 to 4 weeks, he said. Enough time to complete the merit trial and produce the first productivity figures from the trade guild if I move immediately. If, she said. If, he agreed. They cleared the final bend and the fortress came into view. Its walls, the encampment's activity, the banner of the Iron Veil Legion against the late afternoon sky. He watched it for a moment. It was not as yet, in any formal sense. But it was where the work was, and the work had to be done somewhere. Tomorrow, he said. Shenhalo. Tomorrow, she confirmed, and they rode the remaining distance in the working silence of 2 people who had already planned the next day and were letting it rest. But the Accord's 3-assassin response to a 2-week arrangement meant one thing clearly. Bai Qiong was already moving, and she was not the kind of enemy who waited for you to finish building before she arrived to dismantle it. Chapter 5. On the 12th night, 3 assassins came through the water gate. Wei Liang caught them with his chi sensing from the records room. 3 cultivation signatures with suppressed outputs, skilled enough to reduce their ambient presence to near baseline levels, not skilled enough to suppress below what a cultivator running a system calibrated for external threat detection could register. They'd entered through the water gate using a window in the guard rotation that, when he calculated backward from their approach vector, corresponded to a 12-minute gap at the second hour change. He had 8 minutes. He moved the 3 most sensitive supply and legal documents into the locked desk drawer. He considered his options for the room. 1 obvious exit window to the south, 1 less obvious passage through the connected anteroom to the north. He needed them to funnel. 3 trained assassins splitting across multiple angles against 1 cultivator with a single reliable technique was a losing combination regardless of preparation. Channeled into a predictable approach, 2-on-1 was survivable, and the third he could account for with positioning. He took a position behind the door. He left the south window visually accessible, shutters slightly open, the deliberate looseness of casual that is carefully different from locked, and blocked the anteroom passage with a document's chest, which wouldn't hold a trained operative but would cost a second and create sound. The first assassin came through the door at speed, target-oriented on the desk. The second followed through the same entry 3 steps behind. Wei Liang hit the first with the Fate Fracture strike, not a killing blow, a targeted disruption of the active combat seal that was feeding the assassin's attack combination, shattering the meridian focus and folding her offensive capability back on itself. She went down. The second assassin's blade caught his forearm on the follow-through from the first technique. A cut, shallow but burning, along the forearm's outer edge. He registered it and filed it, a tinta later. The third assassin came through the south window, not the one he'd left accessible, but the adjacent one, which meant either superior reconnaissance or in-field verification that his visible accessibility was staged. This was information. They were better than he'd estimated, and the information arrived with approximately 1 second before the third assassin closed the remaining distance. He went defensive, sidestepped left, let the strike travel past his shoulder, drove the bone force technique from his iron while training into the assassin's extended forearm. The bone broke. The sound was specific and complete. The first assassin was recovering. He was closing toward her when Yu Zhen came through the door at speed with her sword out, absorbed the room's state in the time of one breath, and crossed to the first assassin in 3 steps. 4 seconds later, 3 assassins were on the floor, alive and subdued, which was Yu Zhen's standard outcome preference. The pragmatic position of someone who understood that living intelligence was worth more than confirmed elimination. She crossed the room to him. She found the supply cloth cabinet without looking for it. Every workspace she ran had exactly what was needed where it was needed, and pressed cloth to the wound on his forearm without asking whether he wanted her to. 3 Accord-grade professionals, she said, tying the bandage with the efficiency of a field medic who had done this under conditions where efficiency was the difference. They used the guard rotation gap at the water gate. He let her work. The rotation data is restricted. The intelligence came from someone inside who either disclosed it deliberately or through a conversation they didn't understand the implications of. I'll audit the access records tonight. Information travels through conversation as often as deliberate disclosure. Audit both vectors. His arm was properly bandaged. She released it and stepped back with the precision of a craftsman who has restored a thing to functional status and is already thinking about the next item. They need to be questioned. I know the Accord's training structure well enough to help identify useful information. I'll include you. She looked at the 3 subdued assassins. The entry through the window, was that planned for? I planned for the obvious exit and set a tell at the secondary one. They ran independent verification in the field before committing. That's higher-tier training than standard Accord outer disciple grade. These are inner sanctum operatives, she said, not the standard enforcement detail. Her expression was the controlled flatness of someone processing a significant calibration. The Accord sent inner sanctum operatives to a demon fortress to eliminate a provisional foreign guest, which means they've assessed me as a more significant threat than my current rank suggests, which means the thing you're building here is already visible to them. She holstered her sword. How did you handle 3 inner sanctum operatives at bone tempering with 1 technique? I had the room geometry and 4 minutes of preparation and the specific property that my primary technique is most effective against compulsion-based and coordination-dependent attack styles, which describes the inner sanctum training program. He looked at his bandaged arm. And I got hit. That was not the plan. But you're standing. 40% is survivable. He looked at the 3 assassins. Get what you can from them. And fix the rotation gap, the specific 12-minute window at second hour change. Already done in my head, she said. I'll have it implemented before sunrise. She looked at him one more time. The assessment gaze, continuous and recalibrating. You handled that with bone tempering rank and a technique you've had for less than 2 weeks. I had 2 weeks of preparation and the advantage of knowing my own room better than they did. You had 2 weeks of preparation and you used all of it. He said nothing. She went to attend to the aftermath. He sat in the now quiet records room with 3 subdued assassins, a bandaged arm, and the steady cycling of bone tempering cultivation through meridians that had been put through an unplanned field test. He looked at the documents on the floor. 2 of them had his blood on them, as he'd noted earlier. He would recopy those. More pressing, the inner sanctum grade of the operatives. Standard Accord enforcement would have sent outer disciple grade assassins for a bone tempering refugee with 2 weeks of demon territory refuge. The choice to send inner sanctum professionals said that someone at the Accord's upper administrative level had already assessed his situation and concluded that standard response was insufficient. That was either good news or very bad news, depending on what you were measuring. If they'd sent inner sanctum operatives because they were worried about what he might become, that meant his projection of his own trajectory was more accurate than he'd been certain of. His plan, which depended on becoming genuinely dangerous before the Accord could neutralize him cheaply, had a chance. If they'd sent inner sanctum operatives because they'd found the treaty research in Mao Guang's archive somehow, that meant the security problem was worse than a single leak in the guard rotation. He would ask Mao Guang in the morning. For now, he picked up the documents that didn't have his blood on them and organized them in the correct order, because disorganized records led to preventable errors, and preventable errors compounded in ways that were expensive at exactly the wrong moments. He was still organizing documents when Yu Zhan returned to supervise the assassin's removal to the interrogation wing. "Medic," she said, without preamble, after the documents. "Now," she said, with the tone of someone accustomed to giving medical directives to people who were wrong about their priorities. "The documents will be here when you're treated." "I know." "Then go." He went. The medic was an elderly demon named Kor who had been treating Iron Veil Legion soldiers for 30 years and had the patience of an elder who had long since stopped being surprised by the variety of ways people sustained injuries. She treated his forearm with competence and with the specific lack of commentary that distinguished a military medic from a civilian one. Civilians asked what happened. Military medics asked whether it would affect function. "Grip strength," she asked. "Normal," he said. "Fine motor control." He demonstrated with the document he'd carried with him. "Acceptable," she said. "Avoid full extension with the arm for 2 days. Everything else, functional." He returned to the records room. The documents were where he'd left them. He finished organizing them, and then he sat at the desk in the empty room and wrote down everything he'd observed about the 3 assassins' approach, entry, and technique, because it was information, and information, properly recorded, was the resource he was least able to afford losing. He was writing when he reached bone-tempering rank, the system updating silently, his meridians expanding by degrees that he felt as a warming rather than an explosion. Bone-tempering rank, achieved. Fate energy, 8,400 units. Fallen resonance passive activated. Divine and holy energy inputs convert to cultivation fuel at 40% efficiency. He stopped writing and read the passive's description twice. Holy energy attacks feeding his cultivation. The Accord's primary offensive toolkit, turning into resources every time it hit him. He looked at the window, where the night outside was the quiet of a fortress 3 hours past the incident that had just recalibrated how the Accord thought about his threat level. And he thought, they're going to increase the pressure. And the passive is going to make every increase in pressure a gift, which means I need to be ready to receive very large gifts at speeds that my current infrastructure might not be able to survive. He needed to be stronger before Bai Qiong arrived. The Inner Sanctum assassins had made that argument compellingly, and Bai Qiong's actual deadline was almost certainly closer than any estimate he'd formed before they attacked. Chapter 6. The merit trial ran over 3 days on the 20th through 22nd day of the provisional arrangement, and Wei Liang watched all of it from the gallery. He didn't watch for the results. He'd already mapped the expected results from the training ground observations he'd been compiling since day 2. He watched for the pattern in how the evaluation environment itself changed behavior. How soldiers who had spent months or years in positions that didn't match their capability responded when the evaluation criteria were neutral and the evaluators had no investment in any particular outcome. Some expanded immediately, filling the space that had been kept from them. Some took half a day before their body language shifted from the practiced diminishment of structural underestimation to something closer to what they actually were. One soldier in the second day's combat assessment, a low-caste demon named Ren who had been in the outer ring for 6 years, moved in the assessment arena with the particular focus of a challenger who had been practicing in private for exactly this moment and had been ready for a long time. Yu Zhan ran it with the efficiency she brought to every logistical problem. 6 assessment categories, independent evaluators from 2 outside legions, weighted scoring that accounted for specialized skills, results sealed until formal announcement. She had incorporated 3 of his 4 framework suggestions and modified the 4th, the evaluator visibility problem, which he hadn't seen and she had. He'd acknowledged this directly when she explained it. The results, announced on the 4th day, 11 soldiers promoted from low-caste outer ring assignments to positions corresponding to their demonstrated performance. 9 upper-caste soldiers reassigned from protected positions to roles that matched what they'd shown. The merit ladder, not the bloodline hierarchy, determining placement. The protests began before the announcement finished. Lord F.A. Guanli arrived with 3 noble house colleagues within the hour, or rather, he arrived at the training grounds perimeter with 3 noble house colleagues, and the bearing of someone whose presence he believed constituted an argument. He was a demon whose face had, through decades of arranging itself around the specific expression of aggrieved entitlement, settled into that expression as a permanent resting state. He addressed Yu Zhan. His eyes stayed on Wei Liang while doing it. This trial has disrupted the established command structure of the Iron Veil Legion in ways that violate traditional placement practice, not law, Yu Zhan said. A tradition with institutional, still not law. Her expression carried the flatness of someone who has heard this argument before in different forms and has prepared for it, by making the legal foundation of her action unusually solid. The trial was authorized under the Overlord's provisional directive and conducted according to documented, independently reviewed criteria. The results stand. If you wish to contest the framework, file a formal objection through the Overlord's administrative office. Lord Fa's gaze moved to Wei Liang with the focused intensity of a duelist who has found a cleaner target than an argument. The foreign influence you've allowed into this Legion's administration is covered under the same Overlord authorization that covers the trial, Yuzhen said. File the objection. The office will receive it. Lord Fa left. He'll go directly to the Overlord, Wei Liang said. He'll go directly to the Overlord, and the Overlord will note that the Legion's border response times have improved by 23% since the supply rerouting took effect. And he'll note that the merit trial was conducted under his own provisional authorization, and he'll receive Lord Fa's complaint and direct it to the appropriate review process. She watched the Noble House delegation retreat toward the main gate. He tracks everything, including what people think he'll overlook. You've worked with him for 12 years. Long enough to understand that he makes his decisions before anyone expects them, and then waits to see how the situation develops before announcing them. Her attention settled on Wei Liang. He made the decision about your extension before you knew he was evaluating. Wei Liang thought about this. The Overlord who tracked neglected complaints as a gauge of what people believed he'd ignore, who moved through decisions with the patience of a scholar who had learned that the sequence of announcements mattered as much as the decisions themselves. When do I hear about the extension? He said. You heard about it just now, Yuzhen said. The formal notice arrives tomorrow morning. I received the preliminary notification this afternoon. He turned toward her. You've known since this afternoon. I wanted to see how you handled the Noble House challenge before I told you. Whether you'd maintain the same approach when the political stakes were clarified. She picked up her deployment notes. You did. He said. The slave prohibition. I need to draft the formal policy language this week if the extension is confirmed. The extension is confirmed. He sat down at her table and began drafting, working through the slave prohibition's language with the attention he gave to any legal document. The scope provisions first, then the enforcement mechanism, then the transition schedule, then the exceptions and edge case handling that determined whether a law was a genuine structure or a performance. She sat across from him, working on the merit trial's formal submission documents, and they worked in parallel for 2 hours. He noticed that she occasionally paused in her own writing to reread sections of his draft without asking permission. And he noticed that she had noticed where the exceptions clause's second provision created an ambiguity, and she marked the page without commenting aloud. He revised the provision on his next pass, and she acknowledged the revision by continuing past that page without marking it again. Around the 11th hour, she said, the second provision. You need to define the scope of administrative custody more specifically, or the noble houses will use the ambiguity to keep people classified as administrative assets past the transition deadline. I know. I haven't found the right formulation yet. Administrative custody is a term of art in Demon Imperial law. It has a specific usage in the contract law section of Mao Guang's archive. She pushed a document across the table. This is the relevant precedent. The court's definition from approximately 200 years ago. He picked it up. She had pulled it from her own files. She kept legal precedents in her deployment plans files, apparently, which was the kind of thing you only found out when someone produced a document you hadn't asked for from a place you wouldn't have thought to look. You anticipated this problem. I've been thinking about the slave prohibition's implementation challenges since you first mentioned it. I have a file. She reached across and retrieved the document, found the relevant section, and pushed it back. That paragraph. Use the court's formulation as the definitional anchor and reference the precedent explicitly. He read the paragraph. She was right. He incorporated the formulation. They worked until the second hour. When she finally collected her own documents and said good night with the efficiency of someone for whom good night was a logistical matter, he remained at the table for another hour with the drafts spread before him, thinking about the merit trial's results, the slave prohibition structure, the trade guild's legal basis, and the arbitration court filing that needed to be ready within 2 weeks. Each piece was a component. Each component was connected to the others. Remove any one and the structure compensated. Strengthen any one and the others were easier to defend. He was building something that had to sustain weight before the people holding it realized how much it weighed. And the noble houses were already beginning to understand, which meant the next challenge wasn't a question of whether, but when, and the formal challenge mechanism Yuzhen had mentioned was Fa Rong's cleanest option, which meant he had 3 weeks at most before that particular test arrived. And the only way through was having enough documented results to make the political cost of overturning them higher than the political cost of living with them. He filed the drafts. He went asleep. In the morning, The formal extension notice arrived, and with it, the first version of what would become the Demon Empire Codex. 3 modest policy documents on a table. They had no idea yet what they were going to become. Neither, quite, did he. Chapter 7. On the 25th day, Mao Guang came to Wei Liang's quarters. He was small, round-faced, with the pale eyes of a man who had spent decades in low-light archive spaces, arranging himself amid an architecture of research materials with the unconscious territorial efficiency of a scholar who had made peace with the fact that wherever he worked would become organized according to principles others might not immediately recognize as organization. Shingon had arranged the introduction following a week of Mao Guang making increasingly pointed requests to the Overlord's administrative office for access to the human refugee who had rejected the Chosen One designation. The office had described these requests as persistent and escalating in vocabulary. The system activated on refusal, Mao Guang said, without preamble, while still arranging his materials. Not acceptance, not coerced acceptance, not conditional acceptance, clean refusal, and the system initialized. That's what happened. The 7th Chosen One initially refused and was forcibly invested. He produced a scroll from his materials, old parchment, the color of amber at the edges. His system behavior diverged from the others from that point. I believe the initial resistance created an incompatibility that expressed itself as a regular function throughout his tenure. He looked up, and then you. A clean refusal, and the system feeds on the rejection rather than the acceptance, which creates a different kind of system, one that gets stronger the more the heavens push against it. He looked deeply satisfied in the careful way of scholars who have learned not to let satisfaction outrun evidence. I have been researching this cycle for 40 years, and I have evidence you need to understand before you make any further decisions. He laid out the evidence in historical sequence. He was methodical and honest, acknowledging where inference filled gaps in documentation, noting twice where cross-references revealed inconsistencies in his own previous conclusions and correcting them on the spot. He did not hurry. He presented the argument as the argument it was. The conclusion, the Chosen One cycle was a design mechanism, not a divine response to genuine cosmic threat. 3,000 years of running a repeating program. A human cultivator was designated. The soul seal was placed. The cultivation was directed toward the Accord's institutional goals. Upon mandate completion, or upon the Chosen One's incapacitation, the seal executed its harvest function, extracting the accumulated spiritual energy and transferring it to the divine hierarchy. The Accord's continued supernatural supremacy was fueled, in part, by the systematic consumption of human cultivators designated as its instruments. 17 people, 17 harvests, a system operating continuously for 3 millennia. He turned this over in his mind for a time that Mao Guang recognized as requiring silence and provided. Elder Zhao Fun, Wei Liang said, my training master. 3 years. All senior administrators know the mechanism. The knowledge is held at inner rank access level. He was preparing me for exactly this. From the first lesson, he kept his voice level and specific because the anger was too clean and too important to waste in the wrong direction. What do you know about the architect? Mao Guang set down his cross-reference tool. You've encountered that name. The system mentioned it. An entity distinct from the current Accord administration, involved in the cycle's original design. I have fragments. The scholar's tone shifted slightly, the shift of someone approaching the outer boundary of their documentation. The entity predates the current divine administrative structure. It may predate the heaven's present hierarchy entirely. What I have is inferential. The Accord's records don't discuss it directly, which is itself notable because the Accord documents everything it controls. Mao Guang met his gaze directly across the document. I have suspected for 15 years that what I understand as the Chosen One cycle is not the Accord's invention. They operate it, but they didn't design it. Who designed it? That, Mao Guang said, is the question that has been on my active research list for 15 years without a satisfactory answer. He folded his hands. And I would appreciate a collaborator who approaches the problem with sufficient seriousness. Add it to my list as well, Wei Liang said. And I need access to your full archive, not just the Chosen One research. Everything. The Overlord authorized that 3 days ago, Mao Guang said, producing a document from his materials. I requested the authorization before this meeting. You anticipated this meeting. I have been waiting 40 years for someone who would understand why the research matters and have the standing to do something about it. He placed the authorization document on Wei Liang's desk. I did not begrudge the wait. I am glad it has ended. A pause. Don't thank me. Use what I know. What's your current highest priority research item? The original Demon Sovereign's contract with the heavens, Mao Guang said. I have reason to believe it exists in the archive's lower catalogs. If it says what I think it says, it changes the legal foundation of everything the Accord is doing militarily. How long will it take to find it? At my current access level, with your additional archive authority supporting the clearance? 3 weeks. Possibly 2, if the lower catalogs are organized the way I think they are. Start tomorrow, Wei Liang said. Tonight, tell me everything you know about the architect. Mao Guang began talking. They talked until the lamps burned low, and then Wei Liang replaced the lamps, and they talked some more. What Mao Guang knew about the architect was fragmentary and inferential, which was itself informative. 40 years of systematic archive research by the most thorough scholar Wei Liang had encountered, and the architect appeared only in margins, in references to other references, in the structural negative space of documents that described events without explaining the mechanism behind them. Something had designed the Chosen One cycle. Something older than the current divine hierarchy, embedded in the architecture of how heavenly authority was structured and maintained, operating with the consistency of a system rather than the variability of a person. The sixth Chosen One, Mao Guang said, finding the scroll he wanted. His records include a notation from his primary Accord handler, a senior elder who has since died, that reads, "The architect confirms the timeline." That's the only direct reference I've found to the architect in Accord administrative records. The handler who wrote it died 3 years later. The notation was filed in a section of the archive that was officially restricted for divine legal reasons, which in my experience means we don't want anyone reading this. But you read it. I have been reading things that were restricted for divine legal reasons for 40 years, Mao Guang said with the equanimity of someone for whom this was simply professional practice. If the Accord restricted it, the restriction itself tells you something about what it contains. He read the notation again. The architect confirms the timeline. Not, the heavens confirm. Not, the divine hierarchy confirms. The architect, a separate entity with authority to confirm timelines independently of the Accord's own chain of command. The cycle runs without requiring active Accord management, he said slowly. They maintain it, but the underlying mechanism operates on its own logic. That's my working hypothesis, yes. The Accord is the cycle's administrative layer, not its originating intelligence. Mao Guang folded his hands. Which means that if you dismantle the Accord's administrative role, the underlying mechanism doesn't disappear. You've removed the interface, not the system. He held this information without moving. It changed the scope of what he was doing, and scope changes were important to sit with fully before acting on. He had been building toward dismantling the Accord's authority over the mortal realm. If the Accord was an administrative layer over something older, then dismantling the Accord addressed one level of the problem while the deeper level persisted. How long before you have something more than fragmentary inference, he said. The original Sovereign's Treaty may include references I haven't found yet. If the treaty predates the architect's last known intervention, it might include terms that acknowledge the architect's existence explicitly, in the way that parties to a contract sometimes reference background conditions that everyone knows about, but that aren't part of the document's main argument. He organized his materials. 3 weeks, possibly. More if the lower catalogs are disorganized. And if we find what you're looking for, then we know what we're actually dealing with, Mao Guang said, with the straightforward specificity of a scholar who had learned that knowing the truth, however uncomfortable, was always preferable to comfortable uncertainty. And we can plan accordingly. He studied the lamp flame, steady in the still room. He thought about 17 names in an archive, and about the architect confirming timelines, and about a 15-year-old boy who had no idea any of this was the context for his life. I'll begin the court submission tomorrow, he said. If the treaty exists and says what you believe it says, I need the filing infrastructure ready to incorporate it immediately. Build the skeleton now, slot in the evidence as it arrives. A sound approach, Mao Guang said. And Wei Liang, the sole leash mechanism. For the previous Chosen Ones, could it have been resisted if they'd had foreknowledge of its function? He held the question. Possibly, if they'd understood it was a compulsion rather than a covenant. Then the difference between you and them is not just the system's activation. It's the information you arrived with. The archive, he said. 2 years in the restricted stacks. Yes. Mao Guang nodded slowly. I have been putting information in those stacks for 40 years. In ways that made it findable by someone who was looking. He stood and gathered his materials. It is possible that I was preparing for something without knowing exactly what I was preparing for. I find that more satisfying than I expected. He left. Wei Liang remained at the desk as the lamp burned down to its last inch, and by then he was already writing the court filing's structural skeleton, and the question of the architect sat in the corner of his mind like something he would need to solve eventually. But the Accord was the immediate threat. The architect could wait until the immediate answer was written and filed. And then it would stop waiting, and so would he. Chapter 8. On the 28th day, the Accord sent a formal diplomatic delegation under a white flag of truce. 9 members in traveling robes rather than combat gear, led by Elder Xianxia, inner rank Accord administrator, someone Wei Liang recognized from the restricted archives access records as involved in the Chosen One cycle's administrative oversight. She was precise and composed in the manner of an envoy who had spent a career delivering messages designed to sound like offers while functioning as ultimatums. Shingon received them in the formal audience chamber. He had summoned Wei Liang to be present, which was itself a statement. Elder Xianxia acknowledged Wei Liang's presence with the careful acknowledgement that contains a threat wrapped in the form of a social transaction. The look that says I see you and what I see is something that can be removed. The message scroll, Wei Liang's extradition for divine judgment, citing Zhao Fun's death and the destruction of the designation tablet. The offered exchange, trade concessions to the Demon Empire at listed values. Shingon read it. The Accord's trade concessions have historically been worth approximately 40% of their stated value after enforcement losses, he said, with the tone of reading from a note. We also have no extradition treaty with the Accord, which makes this a request regardless of how it's formatted. The Accord's formal position is that this is noted. The Overlord's eyes moved to Wei Liang. Response. The Accord's account of Elder Zhao Fun's death contains multiple factual errors, Wei Liang said, addressing Xianxia directly. Elder Zhao Fun cast a suppression seal on a minor who was legally declining a designation under circumstances that did not meet the Accord's own threshold for involuntary compliance. The backlash of his own technique, caused by my disruption of it, resulted in his death. I have documentation sufficient to support a countercomplaint. He paused. Specifically, I have documentation sufficient to support a filing with the Outer Realm Arbitration Court, whose dormancy over the past 8 centuries I've been researching. The dormancy was never formally ratified under the court's founding procedures. Xianxia's expression remained controlled. The court's status is a matter of procedural record, Wei Liang said. I've read the founding documents. The case for active filing is solid. He kept his voice neutral and informational. I'm mentioning this now as a courtesy, to make it clear that the extradition request, if pursued, will create a public legal proceeding rather than a private administrative resolution. A pause. The Accord's terms stand, Xianxia said to Shingon. I trust the Overlord will weigh the value of continued productive relations with the Accord against. Thank you for the visit, Shingon said. We'll consider the matter carefully. After the delegation departed under standard escort, Wei Liang remained near the receiving chamber's attached antechamber while the delegation's luggage was staged for departure. One junior member left a document case unattended for 90 seconds while helping move a heavier trunk. He didn't open the case. He extended his chi sensing through the leather exterior, a reading technique rather than an intrusion, the way you feel the temperature of a wall without touching it, and registered the resonance impression of the content structure. Later, working with Mao Guang in the archive, he reconstructed the content from the resonance signature. A scouting report. The delegation had used its diplomatic access to map the capital's defensive positions, entry point configurations, patrol timing patterns, wall integrity assessments at key junctions. The diplomatic purpose was genuine, and the secondary purpose was intelligence collection, and the Accord had apparently not considered that someone in the fortress would be running active resonance detection during a courtesy visit. He brought the reconstruction to Yu Zhen that evening. Her expression was the controlled flatness that contained a great deal of intensity. Under truce flag, the violation is documented and dated. He placed the reconstruction on her table. The defensive positions they mapped are the ones we've already assessed as most vulnerable. I want to reinforce exactly those specific positions, not everything, just those, so the intelligence they've collected becomes a liability instead of an asset when they act on it. Turn their reconnaissance into a trap, and hold the reconstruction as evidence of spying under truce flag. That's a violation of the Demon Accord protocols that predate the current administration by 3 centuries. He paused. More material for the court submission. She studied the reconstruction. How long until the filing is ready to submit? 2 weeks. Mao Guang has found a reference to the original sovereign treaty that will significantly strengthen the legal basis. He's tracking it through the archive now. And if the Accord moves militarily before the filing is complete, then the filing goes impartial and we complete it while the conflict is active. He met her eyes. The filing doesn't need to be complete to create legal standing. It needs to be submitted. A submitted filing creates procedural obligations for the court even if the underlying evidence is still being assembled. Yu Zhen looked at him steadily. You've been preparing the filing and the military preparation simultaneously. I've been preparing everything simultaneously since the second day. He tapped the reconstruction document. The supply rerouting, the merit trial, the slave prohibition, the trade guild, the arbitration filing. They're not separate projects. They're connected components of the same structural argument. Remove any one of them, and the others are weaker. Keep them together, and each one makes the others more defensible. A beat of silence. The noble houses are organizing against you, she said. Not just protesting. Specifically organizing. I know. I've been monitoring the access patterns in the Overlord's administrative office through Mao Guang's contact there. F.A. Rong, Lord F.A.'s second cousin, who manages the Eastern Supply Depot, is the organizing figure. He has a formal challenge option available to him through the right of refutation. 3 weeks, maybe 4, before he uses it. I have 2 weeks to make the Eastern Depot routing politically more expensive to defend than to abandon. He paused. Old Kong told me the evidence against Lord F.A.'s house is in a storage annex 3 rooms east of the main forge. I retrieved it this week. If I present it to the Overlord and it holds, and it will hold, Lord F.A.'s administrative authority over the fortress supply logistics is suspended, which weakens F.A. Rong's operational base before the challenge arrives. A long pause, her attention settling on him. You've already retrieved the evidence. 3 days ago, I was waiting for the right sequence to present it. And the right sequence is after the formal extension was confirmed, but before the Noble House challenge was filed. So the presentation happens in a context of demonstrated results rather than political defense. He held her gaze. I'll present it tomorrow morning. She turned from the window. The late evening had settled into the fortress's nighttime mode. Reduced activity, the particular stillness of a military installation resting but not sleeping. And in the quiet he could hear the outer ring's construction work, which ran on a schedule that used the cooler evening hours for the heaviest labor. The interrogation record, she said. When I run it tomorrow, is there anything I should push specifically? The communications infrastructure. The retainer wasn't just conducting the patrols. He was receiving direction through the relay channel I described, which means there's an accord handler on the other end who has been receiving his reports. If we can identify the handler, we can identify the specific intelligence product that's been feeding into Bai Qiong's strategic planning. That changes the scope of the interrogation. It does. Standard interrogation protocol assumes isolated actors. This is coordinated. The retainer is one node in a larger collection network. He paused. The handler's communications through the relay will have a characteristic chi signature. Every cultivator's transmission technique is individually identifiable at a fine enough resolution. If the retainer knows the handler's signature, that gives us a tracking target. Yuzhan absorbed this with the efficiency of someone who processes tactical information by immediately converting it to operational implications. And if he knows the handler's signature, the handler knows his. Which means the handler is aware the channel has gone quiet. Which means we have a limited window before the handler assumes the channel is compromised and activates a backup. How long? 2 to 3 days, based on standard accord protocol for unreported agents. They don't assume compromise immediately. Agents go silent for operational reasons regularly. Day 2 is when concern registers. Day 3 is when backup protocols activate. He picked up his notes. I need the interrogation to produce the signature by tomorrow evening at the latest. It will. She said this with the flatness of someone making a statement of professional capability rather than a promise. Anything else you need from it? Location and timing of any coordination meetings with other Noble House actors. The second Noble House connected to F.A. Rong. There may be more than 2 houses involved, and if so, the pattern of coordination gives us the organizational structure. He paused. And one more thing. The retainer's direct sponsor within the Noble House. The person who authorized the operation. Not the house generally, the specific individual. For the court's treaty documentation. For the filing. Named individuals are harder to distance from than institutional policies. He met her eyes. The accord protects itself institutionally. Noble houses protect themselves through the institution. What I'm building disrupts both layers by going to the named individuals inside them. She nodded. Tomorrow evening, you'll have what you need. I know, he said. And she went to prepare the interrogation, and Wei Liang stood in the records room with the distributed documentation and the supply map and the evening sounds of the construction crew outside. And he thought, they sent inner sanctum assassins and a Bai Qiong kill team, and an embedded retainer running an intelligence relay, and all 3 have now become evidence in the case against them. But that meant the Accord's next move would be something entirely different, something he hadn't seen yet. If he didn't identify it in time, everything he'd built would be answered by exactly the kind of attack his evidence wasn't designed to stop. Chapter 9. Old Kong was in a sub-basement room that didn't appear in the fortress's official layout, working a piece of iron with hand tools while a cold forge sat behind him. Wei Liang found him through Mao Guang's direction. The scholar had mentioned, in terms that combined scholarly precision with personal advocacy, that the fortress's most accomplished metalworker had been assigned third-year apprentice tasks for 2 months following a fabricated theft accusation orchestrated by Lord Fa Guanli's house, and that the evidence of the fabrication was in a storage annex that Wei Liang had already retrieved and acted upon. Old Kong registered his entrance with the economy of attention of a master who has learned precision about what merits focus, and looked back at his iron. Mao Guang told you about me, he said. He said you were the best metalworker in the Demon Empire's recorded history and that you'd been waiting in this basement for 2 months for someone with appropriate authority to address the fabricated accusation. And I said everything else I needed to say that way? He set down his tool with the care of someone who knows how to be angry without letting the anger reach anything that matters. What do you want? Wei Liang described the warden's compass, a detection instrument, chi-resonant, calibrated to identify the signature of unjust forced bindings, divine seals, soul contracts, compulsory pledges placed on living beings without their consent. An instrument that would serve as a diagnostic tool in combat and in negotiation, the difference between guessing whether a binding was present and knowing. Old Kong looked up with actual attention for the first time. You're describing a warden-class instrument. Mao Guang's archive has a technical reference from approximately 700 years ago. Of course it does. He looked at his cold forge. Those weren't made for 5 centuries because the noble houses decided the materials and techniques were too dangerous for production outside state control, which is different from being actually too dangerous. He picked up his tool again. If you get Overlord authorization, I'll consider whether you've given me a reason to want to make it. Not a guarantee, a consideration. He went back to working the iron. The storage annex evidence, if it holds, Lord Fa loses 3 supply logistics chains, which solves the Eastern Depot problem without requiring a direct fight with Fa Rome. That was my assessment as well. It was obvious to anyone paying attention. He worked a moment in silence. I've been watching the administrative structure of this fortress from this basement for 900 years, in various configurations of it, and the specific variant of structural fraud Lord Fa has been running for the past decade is one I've seen 17 times. The solution is always the same. Document it cleanly and present it to someone who has both access and motive to act. You have 900 years of documentation on Fa's variant of this fraud. Of similar variants. The specific documentation on Lord Fa is in the annex where I told Mao Guang it was. I compiled it over the past 8 months because I had time, and because the work was interesting, and because justice, even in small institutional forms, is worth preparing for whether or not it materializes. He stood watching the old demon work metal in a basement by lamplight, 900 years old, too good at his craft for the work he'd been given, preparing documentation for justice on the chance that someone would eventually need it. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me. I made the documentation for my own reasons. Old Kong continued working. But if you're going to use it well. Sloppy justice is worse than delayed justice because it closes the case without doing the work. Wei Liang presented the evidence to Xianxia the following morning. The Overlord reviewed it, asked 3 questions, and issued a formal finding before the afternoon. Lord Fa's administrative authority over 3 supply logistics chains was suspended pending a full administrative review. Old Kong was formally reassigned to Master Forge work, effective immediately. That evening, Old Kong arrived at Wei Liang's quarters carrying 2 objects. He placed them on the desk without ceremony. A pair of iron bracers, bone-tempered, covered in demon script that ran in patterns that were both decorative and functional. The script carried a resonance that integrated with Wei Liang's chi sensing in a way he could feel immediately upon contact, a second attentiveness running alongside his own natural perception. 20 years to get the script right, Old Kong said. Don't break them. And the compass. I'll start the materials when you bring me the Overlord's authorization. I'll have it by the end of the week. You'll have it by tomorrow, Old Kong said, already leaving. You work fast when the timeline is yours and someone else is waiting on you. He paused at the door. The bracers were made because they were worth making. The appreciation runs in that direction, toward the craft, not toward any arrangement between us. He left. Wei Liang picked up the bracers and held them, feeling the script's resonance extend his perceptual range in the direction of forced bindings, an awareness he hadn't had before and wouldn't be able to set aside once it was part of him. The world was already different, wearing them, than it had been without. The bracer's resonance read the room around him, the desk's drawer, where 2 Accord suppression technique documents were filed as evidence, they had a faint binding trace from their original inscribed purpose. The window frame, which had an old ward seal in its lower right corner that had decayed to near nothing, and something at the edge of his sensing range, to the east, persistent and specific, a binding that was neither decayed nor faint. He would identify the source in the morning. He stood at the desk for a while longer, thinking about Old Kong, 900 years old, the best metalworker in Demon Imperial history, spending 2 months in a basement doing apprentice work because a noble house had fabricated a theft accusation and no one with authority had been willing to spend the institutional capital to address it. And in that basement, maintaining documentation on the fraud, preparing the case for whoever eventually arrived with both the access and the motivation to use it. 900 years of watching power structures function badly, and still maintaining faith that recording the truth accurately was worth doing, even without certainty that anyone would ever use the record. He thought about Mao Guang, 40 years in the archive, placing information in ways that made it findable by the right person. He thought about Yu Zhen, 12 years of making the same structural arguments in smaller forms, waiting for the institutional moment. His mind settled on the medic core, who had been with the Iron Veil Legion for 30 years and brought her expertise because Yu Zhen had recognized it decades ago. He was standing in the middle of something that had been building before he arrived. He had declined the Chosen One designation and run east, and he had walked into a situation where multiple people had, independently and for different reasons, been preparing for someone like him to appear. Not for him specifically, for someone who would take the pieces they'd assembled and give them direction. He recalled the system notification from 2 nights ago, bone tempering rank achieved, and about the fallen resonance passive, converting divine energy to cultivation fuel. And he turned his attention to the east-facing persistence of the bracer's detection resonance, and what the warden's compass would tell him when it was finished, and why Old Kong had mentioned the Eastern Menagerie compound specifically instead of leaving it for Wei Liang to find on his own. He had more allies than he'd known, and some of them had been waiting longer than he'd existed. He needed to make sure their waiting had been worth it, and the bracers vibrated faintly at the edge of their range, pointing east towards something that had been bound long enough to leave a permanent mark in the ambient chi of the territory, and whatever it was, it needed to be found before Bai Qiong's assault arrived. Some bindings, left too long in the earth, don't stay buried when the earth shakes, and this one had been waiting long enough that it might not wait much longer. Chapter 10. On the 35th day, Celestial Marshal Bai Qiong arrived at the Accord's forward fortress with 5 Fate Sovereign rank cultivators and the organizational structure of a targeted elimination team. Wei Liang learned this through Crimson Sparrow, not yet formally partnered. She was still conducting her own reconnaissance of the demon territory and the Accord's borderland positions, moving with the autonomy of a free and intelligent creature who had been watching the current situation with considerable interest. The intelligence arrived through an intermediary, a demon border scout who had observed the Accord's distinctive elite unit formations entering position and brought the report to Yu Zhen, who brought it to Wei Liang with the information that Bai Qiong did not deploy for anything routine. She's the Accord's primary enforcement instrument, Yu Zhen said. 30 years of major interventions. Every significant rebellion suppressed in that period, she was the mechanism. She had a map on the table, and she was moving markers with the efficiency of someone who processes threat as a spatial problem. What do you know about her? From the Accord's own records, beyond Heaven Defiant rank, possibly approaching Void Unbound. They don't publish exact rankings for senior marshals. Her tactical signature is direct application of maximum institutional force. She doesn't maneuver around problems, she eliminates the problem source. He looked at the map. She'll send scouts before any direct action. They'll come at night using the Accord's standard infiltration protocol, suppress signatures, entry through the least monitored access point, a comprehensive mapping pass. The Watergate. Same entry the 3 assassins used. The rotation gap I had you fix. He paused. They'll find the fixed rotation and adapt. Probably the Eastern Service Passage. There's a staff change there at the 3rd hour that creates a 40-second window. I'll adjust it. Don't. Let them come through it. Let them complete part of their mapping pass. What they send back to Bai Qiong will inform what she deploys. If we know what they've mapped, we can prepare specifically for what she'll send. Yu Zhen looked at him. You want to control what their scouts see. I want to control which parts of what they see are accurate. He pointed to 3 positions on the map, the ones the Accord's previous diplomatic scouting had already identified. These 3 positions, strengthen them visibly. The scouts will see reinforced defenses where they expect vulnerabilities. They'll report reinforcement. He pointed to 2 other positions, ones the Accord hadn't previously mapped. These 2 positions, leave them in their current state, but add a specific signature that reads as additional reinforcement preparation in progress. If the scouts report both sets, Bai Qiong deploys against a fortress that is more defended than her intelligence suggests and has been further reinforced since the previous scout pass. And the actual deployment she chooses will be based on information that is accurate about the wrong things. He rolled the map. I'll need Old Kong to produce the signature items by tomorrow. Can you run the position preparation tonight? It's already running in my head, she said. I'll have people in place before midnight. The advanced scouts came on the 38th day, exactly when he'd estimated. He tracked them through the patrol network Crimson Sparrow had begun helping him maintain. The Phoenix grows aerial visibility and his own ground-level chi sensing, creating a coverage that the scout suppression techniques couldn't fully avoid. He intercepted the lead scout at the eastern service passage on the scout's exit, rather than entry, letting the mapping pass complete and disrupting the amulet the scout was using to transmit data on the return route. The disruption was a fate fracture strike against the amulet's transmission seal. It broke the connection mid-transmission. He estimated what had been sent before the break based on the timing. He brought his estimate to Yuzhen and spent 2 hours with her adjusting the prepared positions to match what the scouts had likely transmitted, making the information Bai Qiong received as useful for the trap as possible. On the 41st day, Bai Qiong came herself, under a military courtesy flag, alone, standing at the outer gate in the late afternoon. White-haired, still in the way of things that have learned patience through power rather than necessity. The pale blue eyes that assessed everything they looked at with the impersonal thoroughness of a measuring instrument. Her assessment landed on Wei Liang. He was aware of being evaluated with the same precision she applied to positions on a battlefield map. The Accord wants you for judgment, she said. My position on that hasn't changed. He held her gaze. You came to determine whether I'm what the Accord fears or something different. I came to make my own assessment. A pause that had the quality of consideration rather than hesitation. You believe you're building something worth building. I'm building something that needs building. Whether it survives long enough to be worth anything depends on factors I'm working on. You believe the cycle can be broken. I believe the cycle has already been cracked, he said. The question is whether the crack becomes a fracture or heals over. He held her gaze steadily. You're here because a kill team and 3 inner sanctum assassins haven't resolved the question, and you want to understand why before you deploy something larger. She let the weight of it settle. The assault will come within the week, she said. I'm telling you this because knowing it serves my assessment better than not knowing. I want to see how you respond to preparation time and full awareness. She looked at him one more time. That's not a warning. It's a choice about what information produces the most useful response. And the question you're here to answer? Whether you're someone who can be worked around or someone who requires direct solution. She turned and walked to the gate. Your response will answer it. He watched her go. She's the most frightening person I've met, said the soldier nearest to him. She's also correct about most of what she said, Wei Liang replied. Which is the part that matters? He turned. Get me Yuzhen. We have 7 days, and she's told us exactly that. Use all of it. He spent the walk back to the fortress working through Bai Qiong's tactical options with the partial information she'd given him. A warning that told him an assault was coming within the week, but not its form, timing, or target. That wasn't a warning. It was a test of whether he'd spend the 7 days preparing for what he expected or adapting to the information he had. He needed to adapt. Preparing for what he expected was exactly the trap. Yuzhen met him at the fortress's inner gate with the posture of a woman who had watched him leave and spent the interval thinking. She came herself, Yuzhen said. She did. That's not standard Accord protocol for a target assessment. No. He waited. What does it tell you? She thought for a moment. It tells me the kill team was already decided before she arrived. She came to assess whether the kill team was the right tool, not to decide whether to send a kill team. A pause. Which means the kill team might not be the assault she warned about. That's my read too. He walked with her toward the war room. The inner sanctum assassins were the kill team. They failed. The scouts were the next phase. Whatever Bai Qiong sends in 7 days is something different. A response to the information her scouts collected and the assessment she just performed herself. Which is why she warned you. She wants to see how I respond to preparation time and known timeline. If I fortify everything, she knows my defensive priorities. If I respond asymmetrically, she learns something more valuable. He looked at the fortress walls, the outer ring's construction, the positioning of the fallen resonance emitters Old Kong had built. I'm not going to fortify everything. What are you going to do? Fortify 2 things visibly, leave 1 thing obviously vulnerable, and have the obviously vulnerable thing be exactly as defended as everything else except that the defenders are positioned inside the structure rather than on it. He paused. And I'm going to be at the obvious vulnerability when the assault hits. because Bai Qiang's assessment will have concluded that I'll put myself at the most important defensive position, and I want to be somewhere she thinks she knows about. Yuzhen looked at him. You're using her assessment of you against her assessment. I'm using the fact that she's intelligent against the fact that she's operating on incomplete information. He pushed open the war room door. The information she has is accurate about my current priorities. It's not accurate about my current capabilities. Bone tempering with a passive that converts her output to cultivation fuel is a different threat profile than what she saw when she looked at me at the gate. She doesn't know about the passive. She knows the system activates on refusal and grows stronger as the heavens apply pressure. She doesn't know the specific mechanism. He spread the map across the table. 7 days. Show me where our gaps actually are versus where they appear to be. I need to decide which gaps stay visible and which ones get quietly filled. They worked through the night, and by morning they had a defensive architecture that looked like what Bai Qiang's intelligence would predict and was, in the specific places where prediction led to commitment, something she hadn't predicted at all, and Wei Liang thought, she needs to come, and she needs to see the trap's teeth before they close. He had built the entire arrangement on the bet that Bai Qiang would not arrive in the form he'd anticipated. If he was wrong about that, if she had anticipated his anticipation, the trap would close on him instead. Chapter 11. The assault came differently than Bai Qiang's statement had implied. He had prepared for one thing, and she had deployed another, which was itself the test, whether the warning would make him rigid in his preparation or adaptable in his response. He had prepared for a direct approach using the intelligence her scouts had gathered. She sent a two-pronged operation, her unit at the capital's outer ring and a simultaneous strike force at the fallen host's eastern territory, designed to split the defensive response and create a window for inner perimeter penetration. He was at the eastern perimeter when Crimson Sparrow's alarm signal reached him. The Phoenix Crow's signal was distinct, a specific resonance through the communication system they developed over 6 weeks of working together, transmitted through the Warden's Compass's interface. Not language, a pattern that conveyed direction, urgency, and scope with a precision that surprised him every time he received it. The capital, the outer ring. Bai Qiang's assault begun. He had 2 seconds to decide. The Eastern Strike Force had tactical coherence, and Yu Zhen had the Iron Veil Legion's full operational strength to answer it, plus 12 years of intimate knowledge of the Eastern Territory's defensible terrain. She was the better tool for that problem. He was the only person who could do what needed doing at the capital, because what needed doing there was not defense in the conventional sense. It was the specific intervention that required his particular system properties. He ran back to the inner compound. Crimson Sparrow intercepted him at the inner wall. She had been watching both flanks and calculated his trajectory, dropping from altitude in a banking descent that slowed enough at the crucial moment for him to grip her flight feathers with both hands. 7 minutes at full speed. The formation Bai Qiang had deployed against the capital was not the heavenly flame construct from the previous assault. It was a sustained divine pressure formation, different mechanism, different approach. Rather than concentrated high-intensity impact, this formation applied sustained divine pressure to the capital's defensive wards, eroding them over time. More resource-intensive to run, more resistant to the disruption he'd used before, designed to work against a defender who had adapted to the previous attack. Shingon was in the sky above the capital, his own combat form fully extended. He was holding, not comfortably. Wei Liang landed at the capital's observation position, assessed the formation's architecture in 4 seconds. The same structural logic as all synchronized formations, a central processing node that regulated the pressure distribution across the lattice, identified the secondary junction that was feeding the primary pressure wave, and drove the combined fallen resonance and fate fracture strike into it. The absorbed divine ambient energy from the formation's field went directly into the strike's force vector. The junction failed. 3 formation sectors collapsed from internal pressure loss. Bai Qiang redirected. He used fallen resonance. Her output arrived at his meridians at void unbound force, and the passive converted 40% of it to cultivation fuel, while the remaining 60% drove him 30 feet across the observation platform into the far rail. He hit the rail hard enough to crack 2 ribs and leave imprints in the stone. He stood up. The cultivation fuel the conversion had produced was cycling through his meridians in a sustained rush, the largest single intake the system had ever processed. He could feel his rank threshold straining, not breaking, but straining, the way a wall strains against pressure that is approaching but not yet sufficient. He drove the remaining formation sectors with the redirected energy. The assault unraveled. At sunset, with the Accord's forces withdrawing and Yu Zhen's success signal arriving from the Eastern Territory, Shingon landed beside Wei Liang at the observation position. The Overlord looked at the evidence of the rail strike, the stone imprints, The unmistakable tableau of Wei Liang standing under circumstances that suggested he shouldn't be, with amber eyes that had been revising their estimate since the previous assault and were now doing so again. She hit you directly, Shingon said. At close to full output, yes. And you're standing. I'm standing, and I have 2 cracked ribs, and the cultivation input from the conversion is still processing. He turned to the withdrawal document. The Eastern Territory? Secure. Yuzhen sent the signal an hour ago. The Overlord looked at him steadily. What you did at the secondary junction. You identified the formation's critical node in approximately 4 seconds. 3.5. The architecture was similar enough to the previous formation that I could extrapolate. You extrapolated a Baiqiong modified formation from one prior exposure. The system helps. It reads structural patterns in divine energy constructs and makes them legible in a way that pure chi sensing can't do. Shingon absorbed this in silence. What do you need? Wei Liang told him. Authority to reinforce the outer ring with paid labor from the freed populations, full archive access for Mao Guang without noble house interference, and the Overlord's endorsement on the declaration he was preparing for the neutral kingdoms. Come to my office tomorrow morning, Shingon said. All 3 requests will be approved. The system's notification arrived as Wei Liang was climbing down from the observation position. Dual front divine assault survived at 3 rank disadvantage. Fate energy plus 1,400 units. Spirit core rank achieved. Total 16,200 units. He walked to the medic with 2 cracked ribs and a cultivation rush still cycling through his meridians and thought about what he was going to say in the Neutral Kingdom Declaration and what the first version of the Demon Empire Codex needed to contain. The cracked ribs were a problem in the mechanical sense. Breathing would be uncomfortable for 2 weeks, and 2 weeks was time he couldn't afford to spend operating at reduced capacity. Medic Corps treated them with the direct efficiency she brought to all injuries. Binding, pain management herbs, and a strict instruction that full-force cultivation practice was suspended for 48 hours. He followed the instruction for exactly 48 hours. During those 48 hours, he worked on documents instead. The Neutral Kingdom Declaration needed 3 drafts before the argument was as tight as it needed to be. The Codex's first skeleton, not a full draft, just the structural framework that would hold the legal argument when the evidence was ready to slot in, took 1 long session with Mao Guang and 2 subsequent sessions revising the framework against the treaty research Mao Guang had assembled. He also received, on the 2nd day of his enforced rest, a visitor. Shingon came to him rather than summoning him, which was itself a statement. The Overlord arrived at the records room where Wei Liang was working, without escort, and sat in the room's 2nd chair with the directness of a man who had made a decision and come specifically to say it. The assault, Shingon said. Yes. You dissolved a formation and absorbed a Baiqiong direct strike. Then you stood up and dissolved 3 more sectors. Yes. You have spirit core rank. As of last night, yes. The amber eyes moved across him with the patient assessment Wei Liang had come to associate with Shingon's decision-making process, not evaluating whether to decide, but ensuring the decision was appropriately calibrated. I've ruled this empire for 31 years, he said. I've sent 3 armies against the Accord, and each time the result was strategic withdrawal at significant cost. You have been here for less than 3 months, and you dissolved the Baiqiong formation. A pause. Explain what you're doing. Wei Liang explained. Not the system. Shingon already knew the broad strokes of that, but the architecture, the legal filing and what it required, the Neutral Kingdom Coalition and what it was building toward, the Codex and what it would mean if properly recorded with the court, the relationship between each component and how they supported the others. Shingon listened without interrupting. When Wei Liang finished, the Overlord let the silence sit for a moment before responding. You're not trying to defeat the Accord militarily, he said. I'm trying to make the Accord's military operations illegitimate in every institutional context where legitimacy matters. Defeating them in the field makes them an enemy who needs to regroup. Making their operations illegal under their own founding documents makes them an institution that has lost its claim to authority. He paused. The military component is necessary. We have to survive long enough for the legal argument to develop institutional weight. But the military component is not the main strategy. And the Codex, if it's recorded with the court under the treaty addendum's authority, the Demon Empire has legal standing to govern its own territory that predates the Accord's current administrative structure. The Accord cannot override it by divine sanction without violating the treaty. And treaty violation gives the court mandatory jurisdiction over the Accord's conduct. Shingon looked at him steadily. You designed this in the first 2 weeks. The skeleton, the specific evidence took longer to assemble. And the Neutral Kingdom Coalition. is the political pressure that makes the court's jurisdiction meaningful rather than theoretical. He met the overlord's gaze. What would the Accord do if the court issued a ruling against them? In the current situation? Ignore it. What would they do if 9 neutral kingdoms had already recognized the treaty's authority and were watching to see whether the court's ruling was honored? The amber eyes held a different quality than they had in the first audience. Not the evaluating patience of an assessor. The recognition of a hunter who has located the specific quarry he came for. They would have to calculate whether ignoring the ruling is worth the cost, Shingon said. And we make the cost as visible as possible, Wei Liang said. By Qiong's assault, watched by the witness circle and documented for the court. Every violation made visible. Every military overreach made public. He paused. This is also why I need to reach my brother before the soul seal is complete. An uncoerced former chosen one who rejected his designation, who is standing to testify before the court about what the designation process actually involves, is the clearest possible argument against the cycle's continuation. Shingon stood. You will have everything you asked for, he said. And whatever else you need that I have the authority to provide. Shingon's voice dropped to something quieter than command. Don't die. The Empire has had emperors before. It has never had an architect. He left. He turned the word over. Architect. Thinking through Mao Guang's research on the architect, and the specific difference between a designer who built systems that consumed people and a person who built systems that freed them, and how the same word could contain such different things. Then he went back to the Codex's framework, because the declaration and the Codex and the filing all needed to be ready before by Qiong's next move. The Fallen Hero system registered a new notification in his mind's eye. Celestial Martial Approach detected. Distance, 600 Li estimated arrival, 36 hours. He had 36 hours. The declaration went to distribution tonight. Chapter 12 The Warden's Compass was finished on the 48th day. Old Kong brought it to Wei Liang without ceremony. A short blade, roughly the length of a forearm, with a magnetized iron core and a detection array inscribed on the blade's flat in a notation system that combined demon script technical conventions with principles from an older tradition Old Kong refused to identify by name. The array's resonance was immediately present when Wei Liang held it. A second attentiveness layered over the bracer's existing enhancement, specifically attuned to the Chi's signature of forced bindings. In the fortress it was quiet. In the training ground, slightly less quiet. The discipline structures and the formations carried faint traces of compulsion that he hadn't been able to detect without the instrument. In Mao Guang's archive, quiet except for 3 sealed artifacts in the restricted collection that the scholar had already flagged as containing divine binding elements. It's working, Wei Liang said. Of course it's working. Old Kong had the expression of someone mildly offended by the observation. The question is whether you know how to use it or whether you'll wave it at things and hope for impressions. I'm learning it by contact. That's the only way to learn an instrument worth learning. He turned to leave. There's a Phoenix Crow hybrid in the Accord's abandoned eastern menagerie. The compound is 3 hours east of here. The compass will find it before you find the compound, if you're paying attention. He held the compass up and read its resonance. It was quiet in the direction of the fortress's interior, but he was aware, now that Old Kong had specified a direction, of something distant, a faint, specific vibration at the far edge of the instrument's range, coming from the east. You knew about her, he said. I know about most things that have been bound in this territory over the past 900 years, Old Kong said. She was bound roughly 30 years ago by an Accord research team. She's been in that compound since then. The shackle they used was heavenly class, same fundamental mechanism as the soul seal used on chosen ones. He paused at the door. If you're going to build what you say you're building, breaking that shackle matters beyond the immediate benefit. It demonstrates what the compass is for. Wei Liang rode east. The abandoned menagerie showed itself first through the compass, its resonance sharpening and intensifying as he approached. The unmistakable resonance of a strong forced binding, active and sustained, becoming sharper with every step closer. He crossed the compound threshold, and the compass vibrated continuously. He found her at the compound's center, a Phoenix Crow hybrid, larger than a natural crow and smaller than a phoenix, feathers running from deep red at the crest through orange to near black at the wingtips. Anchored to a post by a heavenly shackle, thick iron inscribed with the Accord's divine binding seal, the kind of binding that worked by suppressing the bound entity's will as well as its cultivation. She was alive, barely, in the sense of everything except her refusal to stop being alive, which had survived 30 years and was still present. He looked at the shackle. He looked at the compass. He had not yet used the compass in active mode, only in detection mode. The detection array and the fate fracture strike used different principles, but both operated on the same fundamental mechanism, the identification and disruption of force structural constraints. The compass was detecting. The strike dismantled. He tried, as a theory, pressing the compass's resonance into the fate fracture strikes mechanism, using the detection frequency as an amplifier for the disruption technique. The first attempt cracked the shackle's surface seal. The second attempt drove deeper. The combined frequency found the shackle's structural tolerance and exceeded it. The shackle broke. The release of 30 years of compressed cultivation was catastrophic in the specific way of restrained things when the restraint fails. Not an explosion, but a cascade. Each compressed layer releasing into the one below, the energy moving outward in waves. The final wave crossed the compound in a fraction of a second and stopped when it reached Wei Liang. He hit the far wall at a speed that removed consciousness for 2 seconds. When he woke up, Crimson Sparrow was above him, 4 feet of suddenly free and actively furious demon bird, talons extended, making the sound that 30 years of enforced silence had been saving up. He lay against the wall with his hands raised. "I freed you," he said. The shackle was the Accords. She looked at his bracers. Old Kang's demon script iron, not the Accords training bands. She looked at the compass in his other hand, still resonating in the aftermath of the shackle's breaking. She landed on the wall beside him, not on him, and reached out with one talon to touch the compass. The resonance shifted, acknowledging her. "I want a partnership," he said, "not a bond. You are free and can go anywhere. I have a cause that involves taking apart the mechanism that imprisoned you. Those might be compatible." A long silence passed between them. Then she rearranged her wings and looked away, which meant yes in the language of intelligent creatures who will not say what something costs them, but will indicate what they've decided. He stood carefully, 2 cracked ribs, still in process of healing, and leaned against the compound wall beside her. She was larger than he'd realized from a distance. Wingspan that would make her difficult to fight in any open space. Talons that he'd felt briefly and did not want to feel again. Feathers that had the quality of something that had once burned at high intensity and now carried the residual heat in a more controlled form. She looked at the open sky above the compound's broken roof. 30 years, he said. She didn't turn her head, but one wing adjusted. A minor movement that he recognized, from the last 20 minutes of proximity, as acknowledgement rather than agreement. They were running a research program, he said, studying bound demon beasts' cultivation patterns. You probably know that already. He paused. When the program ended and they withdrew, they didn't free you. Just left. The wing adjusted again. He read it as, "This is known and does not require elaboration. I didn't come here to apologize for them," he said. "I came because Old Kong told me you were here and the compass confirmed it, and leaving something bound when I have the tools to unbind it is something I'm incapable of doing while calling myself someone who opposes the binding mechanism." She finally looked at him. The intelligence in her eyes was a specific kind. The intelligence of something that had spent 30 years with unlimited time to think and nothing to act on. She had probably worked through every aspect of her situation, every variation of its continuation, every theoretical approach to its ending. She had been in the compound's center, and she had thought everything she could think, and then she had kept being alive because being alive was what she did. He understood that kind of intelligence. He'd spent 2 years in the Accord's restricted stacks with limited action available and unlimited reading material, building frameworks for a problem he hadn't yet fully identified, waiting for the moment when framework and action could be brought together. The Accord is the structure that built the shackle, he said. I'm working to dismantle the structure. That's a long-term project. What I can offer you in the immediate term is freedom already achieved, access to the team I'm building, and a cause that intersects with your personal experience of what the Accord does to things it considers resources. He paused. What I need from you is reconnaissance capacity, communication capacity, and, if you're willing, whatever 30 years of observing the border territories has given you that I haven't thought to look for yet. She regarded him. Then she spread her wings, not threatening, just stretching, the specific motion of something that has been stationary for too long and is testing whether the capability is still present, and the wingspan was every bit as significant as it had appeared. She folded them again. She looked at the compass. Yes, she seemed to be indicating. Show me what this is for, and we will see what I decide to do with the information. He held up the compass. The resonance between them, which the compass had detected and named something like recognition, sharpened. Then let's go, he said. Bai Qiong is somewhere on the border with 5 Fate Sovereign cultivators, and I need eyes in the air that she won't see, and I need them before her scouts realize I disabled their reconnaissance amulet 3 days ago. Crimson Sparrow looked at the sky one more time. Then she launched upward from the compound's broken roof with a crack of displaced air, and Wei Liang mounted his horse and rode back toward the fortress. He was smiling, the specific smile of a person who has just acquired an advantage that the other side doesn't know exists yet. Advantages had shelf lives. This one needed to be used before Bai Qiong arrived, and everything on the board shifted against him. Chapter 13. On the 52nd day, he went to the Eastern Patrol route with Crimson Sparrow because soldiers had been disappearing there in a pattern that didn't match any Accord tactical signature he could identify. 3 soldiers over 6 weeks, each at the same approximate location on the route. No survivors, no physical evidence clarifying mechanism, no witnesses. The Eastern Patrol was considered hazardous without a specific explanation, which was worse than knowing the explanation because it precluded preparation. Crimson Sparrow flew survey patterns at the altitude and with the cultivation suppression that made her invisible to most chi sensing. She covered the full patrol route twice in 4 hours, and on the second pass identified a specific cave system at the route's eastern bend. Recent human-scale disturbance, concealed entry, the specific chi signature of a cultivator who had been in the same location long enough to leave a detectable residue. Mao Guang, reviewing the chi signature through his archives cross-reference system, confirmed the identification within the day. A noble house retainer, bone-tempering rank, with a cultivation marking consistent with the administrative house attached to the Eastern Supply Depot. Political violence framed as environmental hazard. Frontier losses attributed to demon territory dangers. The eastern border's strategic vulnerability being manufactured and sustained to justify resistance against Wei Liang's security reform agenda and to undermine Yu Zhan's operational credibility in the Overlord's assessment. He went in the following morning with Crimson Sparrow's aerial coordination. The cave system had acoustics that punished every sound he made. The retainer was better than him in raw combat technique, a full cultivator's advantage of precise, conditioned skill against his 2 months of varied training, and relied on a suppression and control approach that locked down space and forced opponents into positions where sustained technical disadvantage mattered more than any individual insight, which meant the fight lasted 40 minutes and used the Fate Fracture strike 17 times against 17 different suppression variants, each one disrupted before it could complete, and each disruption creating a brief window that he used to adjust position. He came out of the cave system on his hands and knees in daylight with the retainer unconscious behind him and the compass still vibrating from the encounter's sustained divine technique exposure. He waited to stop shaking. Then he stood and brought the retainer back. Yu Zhan conducted the interrogation with Wei Liang present. The noble house connection surfaced in the first 20 minutes. Not Lord Fa's house, which had been defanged, but a second house connected to Fa Rong and the Eastern Supply Depot. The sabotage had been ongoing for 6 weeks, deliberately calibrated to stay below the threshold that would trigger a formal military investigation. Wei Liang filed the interrogation record in 4 locations: Mao Guang's primary archive, the Overlord's administrative office, the arbitration court filings evidence annex, and a sealed external location whose address only Mao Guang knew. "You're building a case that survives its own dismantling," Yu Zhan said, reviewing the distribution list. "Every component is held in enough separate locations that eliminating any one doesn't end the record." He looked at the interrogation documentation. The second noble house, Fa Rong. He's organizing the formal challenge. The petition for combat adjudication within 3 weeks based on the current pace. I know. If I present this documentation to the Overlord before the challenge is filed, the context changes. The challenge can't be framed as legitimate institutional resistance to a foreign influence. It's framed as the organizing figure of a sabotage operation using a legal mechanism to eliminate the person who documented the sabotage. He paused. "Do I present it tomorrow, or do I wait until the challenge is imminent?" Yu Zhan looked at the documentation. "Tomorrow," she said. "The Overlord responds to sequence as well as content. You presenting this before the challenge arrives tells him you identified the connection independently. You're not just defending yourself. Present before defense looks like preemption rather than response." "Exactly." She stood. "I'll arrange the audience for tomorrow morning." He set the interrogation record down. The free populations in Shun Hollow District. Since Gao was removed, the productivity numbers have been improving. Do you have the updated figures? 18% in 6 weeks. She produced a document from somewhere on her person. I've been tracking it separately. He took the document. It was exactly the format he'd hoped for, district by district, week by week, with clean comparison lines to the pre-change baseline. "This is also for the Overlord's audience tomorrow." "I thought so," she said. "I prepared 2 copies. He took the second copy and filed it with the primary distribution list. He stood in the debrief room with the 18% improvement figure and the interrogation record and the documentation of 6 weeks of political violence framed as environmental hazard, and he held the totality of it. Every piece was connected. The eastern border sabotage had been designed to undermine Yu Zhan's credibility as a commander and create documented instability in the fallen host's operational territory, making the case that the merit-based reforms were producing less security, not more. The productivity figures from Shun Hollow and the adjacent free population districts showed the opposite, stability improving precisely where the reforms had taken hold. The two sets of evidence, presented together, were the argument. One more thing, he said. Yu Zhan turned back. The cave system where the retainer was operating. I noticed something in the eastern wall, past the main chamber. A channel, too regular to be natural. He paused. The channel ran toward the surface in a direction that would put its exit point inside a 3-kilometer radius of the Accord's current forward position. That retainer wasn't just operating from the cave. He was using it as a communications relay. She absorbed this. They have an active link into the borderlands. I disrupted the retainer's cultivation signature when I subdued him, which would have interrupted any active transmission. But the channel itself is still there. He waited for her to see it. That channel could be used in both directions. The implications settled. A relay we control, she said slowly. Through a channel the Accord doesn't know we've found. The retainer will take 4 to 6 weeks to be processed through our judicial system. During that time, the Accord doesn't know whether the channel is compromised or whether the retainer was simply captured without the channel's role being identified. So we have a window. A window. He folded the interrogation record. I'll need Mao Guang and someone with relevant signals technique experience. Do you have anyone in the fallen host? 3 people, she said. 1 from the original Iron Veil Legion and 2 from the freed population intake, who indicated signals training in their merit assessments. By tomorrow morning, they'll be at Mao Guang's archive at first light, she said. You're planning to feed information into the channel. I'm planning to feed carefully curated information into the channel that is true enough to be plausible and specifically calibrated to draw Bai Qiong's next response in the direction we've already prepared for. He met her eyes. This is the kind of thing that requires very precise calibration, and I'd like Mao Guang's review before we send anything. Mao Guang will tell you if the calibration is wrong. He always does. He folded the productivity figures and pocketed them. Tomorrow. First light. She said, get some sleep before first light. He said, I will. He did not. Instead, he sat at the desk and read through Mao Guang's research on the right of refutation's procedural history. All 43 formally adjudicated cases in the Demon Empire's record, which Mao Guang had organized by outcome type, challenger background, and the specific political context of each challenge. What he found, of the 43 cases, 6 had been filed against commanders who had recently implemented significant policy changes. Of those 6, 5 had been resolved in favor of the challenger. The one exception was a case from approximately 150 years ago in which the targeted commander had preemptively filed a counter-documentation establishing the policy change's legal basis before the challenge was filed, changing the procedural frame from personal removal to institutional contest. That was the precedent. If Fa Rong filed the challenge against Wei Liang as a personal matter, a citizen demanding a leader's removal, it was one kind of proceeding. If it was filed after Wei Liang had already established the Fallen Host Merit Code as formal standing law with documented results, it became a contest against an established institutional policy, which required a different burden of proof and a different adjudication standard. He needed to file the Codex's formal submission before Fa Rong filed the challenge. Not by much. Just enough that the procedural sequence established which kind of proceeding it was. He calculated. Fa Rong was 3 to 4 weeks out. He had the Codex's 3 policy documents ready for submission. Submission required administrative review, which took 5 working days under standard Demon Imperial procedure. 5 days plus a 1-day buffer. He needed to file in 6 days. 6 days was tight. It was also achievable. He wrote the submission cover documents that night. Not the policies themselves, those were done, but the administrative cover letters that established the submission's scope and legal basis. He worked through the cover documents twice, the second time testing each paragraph against the likely objections from the Noble House review process that was the standard administrative review mechanism. Then he went to sleep, because tomorrow he was presenting the interrogation record to the Overlord, and then immediately preparing the formal Codex submission, and both required him to be functional. And Yu Zhan was right that he had a tendency to confuse finished with finished enough to rest. The challenge was coming. The Codex submission needed to arrive first, and if the Accord sent Bai Qiong again in the interim, he needed to still be standing after, because collapsing under pressure would be the argument Fa Rong used to justify the challenge's legitimacy, and Wei Liang had not survived everything to give his opponents that particular gift. The filing needed to land before Bai Qiong returned. Hours, not days, and the hours were already moving. Chapter 14. On the 62nd day, Shingon formally established the Fallen Host Division with divisional authority and resource allocation, and Wei Liang spent the first day of the designation writing. 3 policies. The first, the slave prohibition for the Iron Veil Legion's territorial command, with transition period and implementation mechanisms. The second, the Fallen Host Merit Code, performance-based advancement as standing law, not provisional practice. The third, civilian protection assessment requirements for all military operations in division territory. He worked through the night on the first draft, then rebuilt 2 of the 3 arguments from different angles when he read them back and found the logical chains insufficiently tight. Yuzhen found him at the desk near midnight and brought tea without being asked. The second policy's transition mechanism, she said, setting the cup next to his hand and reading the draft over his shoulder. The review period for contested placements is too long. 60 days creates a window for bad faith contesting to function as a delay mechanism. What's the right length? 20 days. Long enough to be fair, short enough that it can't be weaponized. She sat across from him. The third policy, civilian protection assessment. You need to define the threshold for what constitutes adequate assessment. Undefined thresholds get interpreted to minimum compliance. He revised both items while she watched. She caught 2 more structural issues before the draft was in its final form. He didn't thank her for the corrections because she didn't want thanks. She wanted the document to be solid, which was its own kind of gratitude expressed in craft rather than words. At 2 in the morning, she took the finished document stack and said, "Sleep. The submission goes in when you're functional, not when you're finished." "I'm finished." "You're finished drafting. The submission requires you to be present and credible when you hand it to the administrative office, and credibility requires sleep." She put the documents in order. "I'll keep these. You go to bed." He went to bed. The next morning the policies were submitted. The slave prohibition implementation began within the week. And 2 weeks later, the right of refutation challenge arrived from Fa Rong. Wei Liang accepted it the same hour. The noble house crowd that watched the formal combat expected a spirit core cultivator with 6 weeks of demon territory training, fighting a prepared champion. They were right about the preparation. They were wrong about everything else. Fa Rong's champion was bone-tempering and had a combat history of 7 formal refutation matches. All wins, all against cultivators who fought in the standard demon middle-range combat style. Wei Liang had read all 7 match records through Mao Guang's archive. He knew the champion's preferred closing distance, his timing on the 3rd combination step, and his specific vulnerability to opponents who absorbed the 2nd combination step's force rather than deflecting it. He fought without using the fallen hero system once. He won in 6 minutes with a clean weapon point ending. The champion controlled and submission complete, the challenge resolved, the crowd silent for a moment before it was not silent. "You read his match history," Yuzhen said afterward, not as a question. Mao Guang's archive has records of every formally adjudicated combat in the Demon Empire going back 400 years. He cleaned the weapon point contact from his form. "I wasn't going to guess at a technique when there was a documented pattern. And you didn't kill him. Killing him would have made Fa Rong a martyr and given the noble houses an emotional argument to supplement their political one. Defeating him cleanly and stopping closes the challenge without creating that." He paused. "The noble house custom prohibits a 2nd refutation against the same person within 18 months. You planned for 18 months. I planned for the window the custom creates." He looked at the dispersing crowd, the low-caste demon soldiers from the fallen host who had attended without invitation, watching with the specific attention of people for whom the outcome had personal implications. "The merit code clears its procedural review now. No active challenge to cite as justification for delay." A pause. "You're better at this than I expected." "Than you expected before you knew what I was doing." "Than I expected when I knew what you were doing and still underestimated the pace." She picked up her deployment notes. "The Overlord wants to see you this afternoon. About the declaration for the neutral kingdoms. The filing's ready to submit alongside it." Mao Guang submitted it this morning. Yuzhen's expression was the one that had become familiar. The ongoing revision, still going upward, simultaneously with the challenge resolution. The timing was his choice. "Of course it was," Wei Liang said. "He does this." She made the expression that was almost a smile. He had come to appreciate the precision of it. She smiled at things that were accurate rather than things that were amusing, which meant that when her expression shifted toward that edge, it was always worth noting what had produced it. "The Overlord, 4th hour," she said. He wants to discuss the declaration's distribution strategy before he finalizes the endorsement. What are his concerns? The sequencing. He wants the declaration to reach the neutral kingdoms before the accord can issue a preemptive characterization. We have a 3-day window from the moment we send it until the accord's diplomatic network can respond. If we use that window correctly, the kingdoms receive our framing first, and the accord's response is a counter-argument rather than the initial position. She picked up her notes. He's been thinking about this. He has a better distribution network than I assumed. He's been developing it for 30 years. The Confederation has been a Demon Realm trading partner since before his tenure. Their merchant routes create a parallel communication infrastructure that isn't subject to accord monitoring. Yuzhen met his gaze directly. The question is whether the declaration is ready for distribution in its current form, or whether the Overlord's input will require revision. It's ready. If his input is substantive, I revise. If it's stylistic, I note his preference and maintain the argument. That's the right approach. She picked up the deployment notes. He'll accept that from you. He's learned your editorial principles. Wei Liang thought about the overlord who tracked what people thought he'd ignore, who made decisions before people expected them, who had been developing a trading route communication network across 30 years of anticipation. A man who had been managing an empire against an institution that had the heavens' authority behind it, and had found ways to survive that were neither pure military resistance nor pure capitulation. He had been underestimating Shingon. Not because he'd missed the evidence had been visible from the first audience, but because the overlord presented as a patient assessor rather than an active builder, and Wei Liang had taken the presentation at face value longer than the evidence supported. Shingon had been building infrastructure. The communication network, the relationship with the Iron Shore trading partners, the administrative record-keeping that tracked both results and neglected complaints, the timing of Wei Liang's extension announcement. These were not reactive moves. They were a coherent strategy that Wei Liang's arrival had given a new instrument to work with. They were building the same thing, from different angles, and they had been waiting for the angle the other provided. I'll be ready at 4th hour, he said. I know, she said and left. He spent the 3 hours between now and the Overlord's audience finalizing 2 things. The declaration's distribution list, incorporating the Iron Shore Confederation's merchant route network as an additional channel, and a summary document for the meeting that presented the distribution strategy in the terms Shingon would find most useful, measurable, sequenced, calibrated to the 3-day window. When the 4th hour arrived, he walked into the Overlord's chamber with the summary under his arm and the knowledge that the formal establishment ceremony and the refutation challenge victory and the court's treaty submission had all built toward this moment. The first public declaration that the Demon Empire was not defending itself against the Accord's aggression, but actively contesting the legitimacy of the aggression itself. The declaration would change the nature of the conflict. And somewhere to the west, his brother would eventually read it. And the declaration's 3rd clause, which named the soul leash mechanism and the harvest cycle, would be the first thing Wei Hao read that was specifically designed to give him the question he hadn't yet known to ask. Whether that question broke something open in his brother, or whether the conditioning had gone deep enough to close it off entirely, was the one variable Wei Liang could not predict, could not manage, and could not stop thinking about. Chapter 15. The formal establishment ceremony was held in the Overlord's administrative chamber on the 65th day, and it was as brief as Shingon's ceremonies tended to be. The documentation signed, the division's authority formally recorded, the title confirmed. No speeches, no celebration, just the institutional fact, created and now existing. Wei Liang was the Empire's fallen emissary, and the fallen host was a recognized division of the Demon Empire's military with the standing to propose and implement policy changes within its mandate scope. He spent the following week working on the Neutral Kingdom Declaration. Mao Guang had found the original sovereign treaty in the archive's lower catalogs, exactly where he predicted it would be, in a section that hadn't been formally reviewed in approximately 2,000 years. The treaty was genuine, dated, sealed, cross-referenced in 3 subsequent historical records that independently confirmed its existence and broad contents. And it said what Mao Guang had hoped it would say. The heavens had agreed to limit direct divine intervention in the mortal realm to 3 specific categories: response to cosmic-level threats, response to formal requests from mortal governments with recognized standing, and response to violations of the treaty itself. Every military operation the Accord had conducted in the Demon Empire for the past millennium violated at least one of those categories. Most violated all 3. Wei Liang worked through the declaration in 4 drafts, each one tighter than the last. Mao Guang reviewed each draft. Yu Zhan reviewed the military impact sections. Shingon reviewed the final version and added his formal seal. The declaration went out under both signatures on the 73rd day. The Accord's response came in 12 days, a public divine announcement declaring Wei Liang an apostate and the outreach illegal. Standard suppression procedure, escalating language, naming Wei Hao again as the replacement chosen one whose investiture was progressing. 12 days after that, the Iron Shore Confederation's scholarly council authenticated the treaty. The authentication was public and documented. The Confederation's 3 senior scholars, in a formal joint statement, confirmed that the original sovereign treaty was genuine, that the Accord's documented operations in the Demon Empire constituted treaty violations, and that the Outer Realm Arbitration Court's preliminary filing was legally valid. Wei Liang received the authentication notification from Mao Guang with the calm of a strategist who had planned for this outcome and was watching it arrive precisely on schedule. 3 neutral kingdoms have requested diplomatic contact since the authentication, Mao Guang said. The Confederation has offered provisional trade recognition. 1 additional kingdom has sent an unofficial envoy to speak with me about the historical documentation. How many kingdoms are in a position to formally recognize the Demon Empire's sovereignty? Currently, 7. If the Confederation's recognition holds, and 2 of the 3 requesting contact follow. Possibly 9 within the month. What's the Accord's military capacity for pressuring those kingdoms simultaneously? Significantly exceeded by 9 simultaneous targets. Mao Guang looked at his research notes. The Accord could pursue 1 or 2 forcibly, not 9. And if they pursue 1 forcibly while others are watching, they produce exactly the kind of visible action that the arbitration court's witness circle provision would allow us to put on the public record. Which is why the number matters. 9 is not just more than 7. It's past the threshold where the Accord's suppression capacity creates a credibility problem for the suppression strategy. Yes. Mao Guang closed his notes. Wei Liang, your brother. He met the scholar's eyes. Old Kang's second instrument is in final assembly. It will be ready within 10 days. Mao Guang held his gaze. Crimson Sparrow's last position report puts Wei Hao at the 5th stage of the investiture process. The outer court records I've accessed suggest the 6th and 7th stages typically require 4 to 6 weeks each. Which gives me a window. A window, yes. Not a comfortable one. He looked at the authentication document. Your sequence has been right at every point so far. I mentioned that not for reassurance, as a data point. He read the treaty authentication. Read the arbitration court filing confirmation. Looked at the window in his mind where his brother's name was written next to a timeline he was running toward from one direction, and the soul leash was closing from another. I know, he said. Keep working. He left Mao Guang's archive and walked back through the fortress's corridors in the early afternoon, and he thought about what he was building as a problem of sequence rather than content. The content was right. He was increasingly confident of that. The sequence was the variable. If the instrument was ready before the soul seal reached stage 7, the sequence worked. If the stage 7 integration completed first, the sequence required adaptation, and the adaptation was harder and slower and left more to chance. He couldn't make the anchor ready faster. Old Kong was already working at the pace that produced the best result rather than the fastest one, and pushing for speed on the final assembly of a device that would be used in direct contact with his brother's soul seal was not a trade he was willing to make. What he could do was prepare everything else more completely, so that when he reached Wei Hao, the meeting was as efficient as possible and the window of opportunity was used without waste. He spent the afternoon writing 2 things. The first, a personal letter to Wei Hao. In the sibling register they developed as children, the private vocabulary of a shared household, the references that only the 2 of them would recognize. Not the full evidence, not the legal argument. Just, I'm alive, I know you've been told things about me, I want to show you what I've actually built, and I have something you need to see. The letter was designed to be read in 60 seconds and to produce one thought. I should at least look before I decide. The second thing he wrote was a contingency document. If the stage 7 investiture completed before he could reach Wei Hao, the instrument's procedure required modification. Old Kong had described the modification in general terms, and Mao Guang's archive had 3 relevant precedents in the Outer Realm Court's historical records. He worked through each precedent carefully and drafted the adaptation procedure, then sent it to Old Kong for technical review. Old Kang's response came back within the hour. 2 corrections and the notation. This will work if the host is cooperative and the window is clean. Not an endorsement of optimism, a technical assessment of viability. He filed the contingency procedure alongside the standard one. Then he went to find Yuzhen to run through the declaration's distribution timeline one final time before it went out, because the declaration was going out tomorrow regardless of the investiture timeline, and the declaration mattered. For the legal case, for the neutral kingdoms, And because somewhere to the west his brother might eventually read it and find in it the question no one had yet given him permission to ask. And the soul leash deepened by one more increment, somewhere in the distance, patient and inevitable, running on its own schedule toward the stage that would make everything harder, unless Wei Liang moved first. He found Mao Guang in the archive before the old scholar had gone to sleep. The seventh chosen one's resistance case, Wei Liang said. The one that produced the behavioral divergence you identified. Was there anyone who tried to reach him after the investiture, before the resistance created the incompatibility? Mao Guang produced the relevant scroll without searching for it. One person, his sister. She was refused access by the Accord and filed 3 formal objection requests. All 3 were denied. He placed the scroll on the table. She is not in the subsequent records. No record of her fate. Wei Liang held this. Someone who had seen what the designation meant and had tried to intervene and had been erased from the records for it. What would have happened, he said, if the 7th chosen one had been reached before the incompatibility resolved? My hypothesis, the behavioral divergence would have been different. The incompatibility was produced by the resistance meeting the completed seal without the resistance having any outlet or channel. It turned inward. If the resistance had been supported from outside, it might have found a different expression. Mao Guang set down the scroll. This is conjecture. It's relevant conjecture. He looked at the records. Wei Hao's resistance. Has Crimson Sparrow's surveillance indicated any? The 3rd letter you received from him, Mao Guang said. The shift in register at the letter's end. Yes, that's resistance finding a crack. Wei Liang stood. Then I need to be at that crack before the seal closes it. Which means tomorrow, not in 4 days. He looked at the scholar. Revise Crimson Sparrow's delivery to tonight. She's already gone, Mao Guang said. Then I leave before sunrise. She'll meet me on the route. He slung the anchor's carry case over his shoulder. Tell Yuzhen. She already knows, Mao Guang said. She left a briefing packet for you on her desk. Wei Liang looked at him. She anticipated this conversation, the scholar said. She said to tell you. The walls will still be here when you get back, and you'd better come back, and she said it in that order, which was deliberate. He picked up the briefing packet on his way out. Inside, in Yuzhen's handwriting, the last line. The Accord has repositioned a celestial enforcement unit to the western approaches. Go now tonight. Chapter 16. 2 weeks after the treaty authentication, Old Kong brought the 2nd instrument to Wei Liang's quarters in the middle of the day, without announcement. The anchor of refusal. It was heavier than the warden's compass, built from a different class of materials, with a structural density that reflected its function. The compass found bindings. The anchor broke them. Specifically, it was designed to sever divine contracts embedded in living tissue at the site of embedding, given willingness from the subject. Willingness was the operative requirement. The mechanism required the host's cooperation because the forcible removal of a divine binding from living meridians without consent produced effects that Old Kong described, with unusual directness, as incompatible with survival. You designed it yourself, Wei Liang said, examining the construction. I adapted from the warden class specifications in Mao Guang's archive and modified for the specific mechanism of the Accord's soul seal. Old Kong sat in the room's 2nd chair without being invited, which was his way of indicating that the conversation was going to be longer than a delivery. The soul seal's architecture is a divine contract with 3 binding points: meridian integration, spiritual core anchor, and consciousness tether. The anchor addresses all 3 in sequence. The sequence matters. Incorrect order causes cascading failure in the host's meridian structure. Walk me through the sequence. Old Kong walked him through it. Wei Liang took notes. They went through the procedure 3 times, the 3rd time with Old Kong asking questions to verify that Wei Liang had retained not just the steps, but the reason behind each step, the structural logic that made the sequence necessary. Your brother, Old Kong said, when they'd finished. Yes. He'll be afraid. He said this not as a warning, but as information. The kind of information that comes from 900 years of watching people face choices they didn't want to have. Not of you. Of the removal. A binding that's been integrated for months becomes part of the structural feeling of the self. Removing it feels like losing something even when the something was a leash. I know. And he has to want it completely. Partial willingness produces partial compliance, and partial compliance produces the same cascading failure as no consent. He stood. When you reach him, don't explain the procedure first. Ask what he wants. If he wants freedom, explain how. If he doesn't know what he wants yet, give him time. A pause. Time is the resource you'll have least of. I know that too. Then use the time you have to make sure when you arrive with everything he needs to make the decision in one conversation. Old Kong looked at the anchor on the desk. It's the best instrument I've ever made. Don't waste the work. He left. Wei Liang sat with the anchor for a while. It was smooth and cold and heavier than its size suggested. The weight of a thing designed to do exactly one thing and built to do it with complete seriousness. Crimson Sparrow landed on the windowsill. Her expression, in the language of intelligent birds that had developed considerable expressive range over 30 years of enforced observation, communicated news. Wei Hao's position, he asked. She conveyed movement, west to east. The Accord was moving Wei Hao toward a forward location, closer to the Demon Empire's territory. Stage 6 of the investiture. He looked at the anchor. 2 weeks, he said. She indicated, possibly 3. Then I have time to do this right. He picked up the anchor. Tell Mao Guang I need a meeting tonight. And tell Yu Zhen I need her assessment of the eastern approach routes, not for military movement, for a single rider. Crimson Sparrow rearranged her wings and departed without ceremony, and Wei Liang remained at the window with the binding breaker in his hands, thinking about his brother. Not the logistics of reaching him, not the procedure for using the anchor, not the timeline or the window or the stage 7 threshold. Just his brother. Wei Hao at 15, who had written 3 letters to his older brother after the designation news reached their region, letters that had been rerouted through Mao Guang's secondary contact and had arrived in Wei Liang's hands weeks after being sent. He had read them 3 times. The first letter was cautious, checking that his brother was alive, asking where he was, saying nothing that would be actionable if intercepted. Wei Hao had always been careful with words in ways that Wei Liang was not, choosing precision over expressiveness. The second letter was less cautious. The Accord had begun his conditioning by then. Wei Liang could see the framing starting to appear in the letter's language, the specific vocabulary of someone being slowly given a narrative to inhabit. But beneath it, still, the question, are you all right? Not the Accord's question. His brother's. The third letter had arrived 2 weeks ago, and it was different. It used the apostate framing consistently, but at the very end, the last 3 sentences, the phrasing shifted back, briefly, to something that was private in the way that siblings develop private language without intending to. Wei Hao had written, I don't understand what you built. That doesn't mean I'm not asking. That was his brother speaking, not the Accord's conditioning. I don't understand what you built. Wei Liang set the anchor down and picked up a piece of paper and wrote back. Not to the official address, through Mao Guang's secondary contact, to a destination that the Accord surveillance didn't know about. He wrote, come and see. Bring nothing but yourself. The address where I'll be waiting is where the old shrine road meets the collapsed arch. You'll recognize it from the boundary map in my letter. I'll be there in 4 days. Tell no one. He folded the letter. He wrote nothing on the outside except the symbol that he and Wei Hao had used as children for messages that were for each other specifically. A small mark that meant, this is from me. This is real. He gave the letter to Mao Guang's contact before the sun went down. Then he sat with the instrument in his lap and thought about what he would say when he saw his brother. How to show him what he'd built without performing. How to present the evidence without overwhelming him. How to make space for Wei Hao to arrive at his own conclusion rather than being steered toward the one Wei Liang wanted. He had 4 days to get there. And the soul leash was still deepening, and stage 7 was approaching. And if he arrived at the shrine road and his brother didn't come, or arrived too late, or arrived already fully invested, then the contingency procedure was what he had, and Old Kong had said it would work, and he trusted Old Kang's technical assessments. But he wanted his brother to choose. Not be rescued. Choose. That distinction mattered more to him than he could fully account for. He'd been thinking about it since the first time he read Wei Hao's third letter. The shift in phrasing at the end, the private language resurfacing through the Accord's conditioning vocabulary. You couldn't rescue someone into freedom. The instrument in his hands could break the seal, but only if Wei Hao brought his own willingness to the breaking. If that willingness wasn't there, if his brother had been so thoroughly invested in the Chosen One's narrative that the seal had become something he identified with rather than something imposed on him, then the device would be an object he had carried on a long journey that ended without use. He needed Wei Hao to want the choice. He couldn't give him the wanting. 4 days to the shrine road. 2, maybe 3 weeks of window before stage 7 completed. Everything legal that could be done had been set in motion. What remained was the part that couldn't be managed from a desk. Crimson Sparrow's silhouette moved past the window again, reconnaissance pass, confirming the letter had left through the right channel. He lifted it and turned it in his hands one more time, the weight of it steady and real. For days, he would see which brother Wei Hao had chosen to be, or discover that his brother was still deciding, and give him the one thing that the Accord would never give him, enough information to choose freely. Because if Wei Hao arrived at the shrine road and still chose the mandate, having seen the truth of what it cost, then Wei Liang would have to honor that. He wouldn't, but he knew he should, and the distance between those two things was where the real difficulty lived. He set the anchor down. He had 4 days to figure out what he was going to say when the theory met his brother's face. Yu Zhan's briefing packet had just changed that to 3. He needed to leave before dawn, which meant Old Kang's instrument was coming with him tonight, and whatever he planned to say would have to be good enough. Chapter 17. On the 82nd day, the second Accord assault came. Two-pronged, sophisticated, designed to divide the Demon Empire's defensive resources across simultaneous engagements. By Xiong's direct unit at the capital's inner defensive ring, and a second strike force at the fallen host's eastern territory, arriving from 2 separate approach vectors with a 15-minute timing gap designed to force the Demon Command to choose between responses. Wei Liang was at the eastern territory's forward observation post when Crimson Sparrow's capital alarm arrived. He had prepared for this possibility, not this specific scenario, but the category of scenario, since the first assault's aftermath. The Eastern Territory had Yu Zhan with the full Iron Veil Legion, the fallen resonance emitters he and Old Kang had built and positioned in advance, and the terrain advantages she had spent 12 years learning. The capital had him, the system, and whatever fallen resonance could do against a Baiqiong assault with no prepared positions and no warning. He chose the capital. Crimson Sparrow was already descending when he reached the inner compound's open courtyard. She had anticipated his decision before he made it, which was a quality of partnership that still surprised him when it manifested. He took the grip on her flight feathers and was airborne. 7 minutes. The formation at the capital was a concentrated divine erosion construct. He had studied the Accord's known formation catalog with Mao Guang over the past 6 weeks, and this matched the record's description of the Accord's second-tier assault architecture, typically deployed when standard formations had been disrupted and a more resource-intensive sustained approach was deemed worth the investment. The capital's defensive wards were holding. Shingon was in the sky above them, and the Overlord held things with the quiet weariness of a man who has been holding things through sheer capability for 30 years. But he was not holding comfortably. Wei Liang identified the formation's secondary junction, the node that regulated pressure distribution across the lattice, in 3.5 seconds, and drove the combined Fallen Resonance and Fate Fracture strike into it. The junction failed. 3 formation sectors collapsed. Baiqiong redirected at him. He didn't attempt to avoid it. Avoidance at the speed she operated would have required a cultivation rank he didn't have. He used Fallen Resonance, took the full output at his meridians, and absorbed 40%, while the remaining 60% launched him into the far wall hard enough to crack the stone. He stood up. The absorbed cultivation fuel was cycling through his system in a surge that strained the spirit core rank ceiling. He drove it into the remaining formation sectors. The assault unraveled. At sunset, Yu Zhan's success signal from the east. The Accord's withdrawal from the capital. Shingon stood beside him in the aftermath and said, with the measured tone of someone arriving at a conclusion they'd been approaching for several months, "You're the most unusual thing I've encountered in 31 years of overseeing this empire." "Thank you," Wei Liang said. It wasn't entirely a compliment, but the amber eyes held a quality that the Overlord didn't offer casually. The Fallen Emissary title needs a formal public ceremony and a declaration. I've been delaying it. I won't delay further. He looked at the withdrawal. The declaration for the neutral kingdoms. The authentication has held. 3 kingdoms sent formal recognition requests this week. I know. Mao Guang is managing the correspondence. Of course he is. Shingon turned. Come to the administrative chamber tomorrow. We have several things to formalize. He paused. And Wei Liang, your brother. Wei Liang met his eyes. The instrument your Forge Master completed. It addresses the soul seal mechanism directly? With the subject's willing participation, yes. Then use the time you have. Shingon looked at him. A soul seal at stage 6 is close to stage 7. Stage 7 is full integration. Beyond that point, the removal procedure your Forge Master designed becomes significantly more complex. He walked toward the capital's inner gate. The time you have is the time you act within. Wei Liang stood in the aftermath of the assault. The Accord's forces retreating, the capital's defensive wards stabilizing, the smoke from the formation's collapse still drifting through the early evening air, and thought about time. He had arrived at the Demon Fortress 92 days ago. In that time he had built the Fallen Host, established the Merit Code and the Slave Prohibition, disrupted 2 Noble House sabotage operations, repelled 2 major Accord assaults, filed the arbitration court case, and completed the Demon Empire Codex. He had done this at a pace that consistently surprised people who were watching it, which meant he was moving faster than the environment expected. He needed to move faster still. Shingon's statement about Stage 7 was the most important constraint he had. The Soul Seal integration process was linear and continuous. It didn't pause. It didn't wait for political convenience, and it was currently at stage 6. Crimson Sparrow's most recent position report had Wei Hao at 6 days from the stage 7 threshold. 6 days, minus the time it took to reach the Shrine Road meeting point. 4.5 days of travel. He had 96 hours. He went to find Old Kong. The Forge Master was in his official forge now, the main facility, reassigned to him after Lord Fa's removal, which he had furnished with the particular organization of a scholar who had been planning the arrangement for 2 months while occupying a basement. The binding-breaking instrument was on the primary workbench with the final inscription work completed in the last 12 hours. "It's ready," Old Kong said, before Wei Liang could ask. "I need to leave in the morning." "I know." He handed Wei Liang the anchor. "The technique is in the instrument's grip. Press it against the seal's primary binding point, the sternum, where the soul seal concentrates at stage 6, and the instrument will read the specific frequency. Don't activate it until you feel the instrument lock onto the frequency. Premature activation disrupts the read, and the willingness requirement has to be complete before you activate. Ask him clearly. Get a clear answer. Then act." Old Kong met his eyes. "I've been making tools for 900 years. The anchor is the best thing I've ever made. Use it properly." Wei Liang secured the anchor alongside the warden's compass, both on his person. He spent the remaining hours before departure writing and distributing final instructions for Yuzhan's management of the Codex filings aftermath, a formal brief to Mao Guang covering the arbitration court's next procedural steps, a contingency command structure for the fallen host that identified who held authority at each level if he was delayed beyond the expected 4-day return. He wrote Yuzhan a separate letter that was shorter and different in register from the administrative documents. It said, "For days, I'll be back before the archive escort returns. Keep the walls going up." She would read it and know he meant more than the walls. He left before dawn, riding east under a sky that had not yet decided to be light, with Old Kang's work warm against his side and his brother's soul leash deepening somewhere ahead of him. And stage 7 was 6 days away, and he had 4, which was enough if Wei Hao came to the Shrine Road and was ready, and not enough if he wasn't. But this was the timeline he had, so this was the timeline he would work within. He had been riding for half an hour when the Fallen Hero system surfaced a notification he hadn't expected. Soul leash proximity detected. Subject: Wei Hao. Distance: 340 Li leash stage, 6 of 7. Resonance with hosts rejected fate energy increasing as proximity decreases. Note: at stage 7, the soul leash becomes self-sustaining. Host proximity can decelerate stage 7 completion by up to 40% through fate energy interference. Recommend: close the distance before stage transition. He read it once. Then he urged the horse faster, trading the comfort of a steady pace for the mathematics of the window the system had just calculated for him. Not 4 days to the Shrine Road, but 3, because stage 7 wouldn't wait for his schedule, and the only thing that could slow it was him being closer when it started. The road east was empty before dawn. He covered it at a gallop, and wondered if his brother's soul leash could feel him coming the way the system could feel it deepening. 2 brothers moving toward each other across the heavens lines, one carrying the instrument that could end what the other was enduring. If Wei Hao was still his brother when they arrived at the same place. If the Accord hadn't finished making him into someone else entirely. Chapter 18. On the 88th day, Mao Guang came to Wei Liang's quarters at the 4th hour of the night. This was unusual. Mao Guang communicated by message during night hours and arrived in person during work hours. An exception meant something that didn't wait for morning. "The original Demon Sovereign's Treaty," he said, closing the door behind him. "I found a secondary covenant in the lower catalog, not the main treaty itself, which we already have, but an addendum filed 12 years after the main treaty and signed by the same parties." He placed the document on Wei Liang's desk. This is the part one suspected existed but hadn't found until tonight. Wei Liang read it. The addendum established a mutual recognition clause. Both parties acknowledged the other's governing authority over their respective domains without interference, with specific provisions for what constituted interference. The demon realm's governance of its own internal affairs was explicitly protected from divine intervention except under the 3 categories already specified in the main treaty. And then a clause that Mao Guang had highlighted. Any governing document issued by the demon realm's legitimate administration and accepted by its subject population with verifiable consent carried the same standing as divine law within the demon realm's boundaries, provided the document was properly recorded with the Outer Realm Arbitration Court. The Demon Empire Codex, Wei Liang said. If it is issued as the demon realm's legitimate governing document and recorded with the court, it carries the same standing as a divine decree within the empire's territory. Mao Guang sat down. The accord cannot override it by divine sanction without violating the treaty. And treaty violation gives the court mandatory jurisdiction. He read through the addendum twice and held it in mind. The codex needs to be completed and ready to submit with the treaty addendum simultaneously, he said. The two documents together are the argument. The treaty addendum establishes the legal basis. The codex is the exercise of the right the addendum guarantees. How long will the codex take to complete? I have the draft. 2 weeks of revision and legal review. I have the addendum's authentication ready to go as soon as the codex is prepared. Mao Guang looked at him. This is the foundation, Wei Liang. Not the wall, not the roof, the foundation. Once the codex is recorded with the court under the addendum's authority, the empire's legal basis is self-sustaining. And the accord will know we're filing it. They'll know the morning after it's filed, when the court acknowledges receipt. The acknowledgement is public. Then they'll move against us immediately after. Yes. Mao Guang folded his hands. Which is why the filing and the acknowledgement need to coincide with a political situation in which the accord's immediate military response would be visible to enough neutral parties that it becomes an argument for the treaty's necessity rather than against it. Wei Liang thought about the 9 neutral kingdoms, the Confederation's provisional recognition, the 3 kingdoms requesting diplomatic contact. He reviewed the arbitration court's preliminary review status in his mind, the witness circle provision, the specific way that visible actions became evidence when the right institutional infrastructure was watching. The codex filing, the addendum filing, and the witness circle activation, all on the same day, he said. That is what I was going to suggest, yes. Mao Guang stood. 2 weeks. Can you have the codex ready? In 1 week, Wei Liang said. I'll start tonight. He started that night and worked through the following 6 days with the sustained focus of someone who understood that this particular document was the foundation, not the walls, not the roof, but the substrate that determined whether everything built on top of it would stand or collapse when pressure arrived. The Demon Empire Codex was not a constitution in the form he knew from the Accord's internal documents. Those were structured around authority, who had it, who didn't, how it was granted and revoked. The Codex was structured around rights, what every resident of the Demon Empire was entitled to by virtue of existing within its territory, and what no authority, including the overlords, could remove unilaterally. He argued about the rights section with Yuzhan for 1 full day. She thought 3 of his proposed rights were too broad to be enforceable. He thought they needed to be broad precisely because the enforcement mechanism was the court's jurisdiction rather than the Demon Empire's internal administration. If the right is specific, he said, the accord can create a situation that is adjacent to the specific rights violation without crossing the technical threshold. If the right is broad, the court decides whether the accord's action crosses it, and the court is looking at intent as well as mechanics. And if the court rules against you, then we appeal, and the appeal creates more procedural time and more documentation. He met her gaze. The accord wins by moving fast and avoiding scrutiny. We win by forcing scrutiny to move at the pace that scrutiny actually moves. Every day the court is examining the accord's conduct is a day the accord isn't operating freely. She reconsidered the list. 3 of the 4 rights I objected to, she said. The 4th, this one. She pointed to the 4th right on the list, the right to decline any compulsory role placed on a citizen by an external authority without that citizen's prior informed consent. That one is specific. That one is about the soul seal. Yes. And you're putting it in the foundational document of an empire that is currently in active conflict with the institution that runs the soul seal mechanism. I'm putting it in the foundational document of an empire because it is a foundational principle. He held her eyes. The soul seal is the argument's origin. If I'm not willing to put the origin in the document, I'm not willing to argue for it. And then everything I've built is performance rather than structure. She studied the 4th right with full attention, turning its implications over. It stays, she said. It stays. They worked through the night, and by morning the codex was done, 7 rights, 3 enforcement mechanisms, a court registration clause, and the treaty addendum's authority referenced explicitly. It was 18 pages. It said everything it needed to say in those 18 pages and nothing else. Mao Guang read it in 3 hours and made 4 suggestions, of which Wei Liang incorporated 3 and explained why the 4th would undermine the argument the document was making. Mao Guang accepted the explanation with the grace of a scholar who had been argued with correctly. Shingan read it in the late afternoon and spent several minutes with it before speaking. This binds me as well, the overlord said. The 4th right. Yes. I can't conscript citizens into roles without their informed consent. You never could legally. This makes it explicit and enforceable. Shingan looked at the document. He looked at Wei Liang with the expression of a ruler making a decision that will outlast him. Then he signed it. When does it file? He said. The day after tomorrow, Wei Liang said. Together with the addendum and the witness circle activation. All at once. So that if the accord responds militarily, the response is witnessed. So that everything they do from this point forward is witnessed. He met the Overlord's amber eyes. The era of the accord operating without scrutiny ends with this filing. Shingon was quiet for a long moment. He looked at the document with the expression of someone recalibrating the size of the thing they'd agreed to do, not with regret, but with the weight of understanding. And if the accord's response, when it comes, is not military, the Overlord said. If they move through the court's own process instead, file a counterclaim, argue the addendum's validity is disputed, then we have the same 3 to 5 months of procedural time that any court adjudication takes. And we use that time to make the empire more structurally real than any counterclaim can argue away. He held the Overlord's gaze. But I don't think they'll go to the court first. The Accord's institutional instinct is force, not precedent. They'll respond with force, which is exactly what the witness circle was designed to capture. You want them to respond with force. I want them to respond in the way they're going to respond regardless of what we do, and I want that response on the record. He stood. They've been operating in the spaces between records for 800 years. The filing ends that. He left the Overlord's chamber with the codex signed and the witness circle authorization in his hand, and a message waiting from Mao Guang that changed the timing on everything. The Accord had already moved, 12 hours before the filing, quietly repositioning a celestial enforcement unit to the western approaches. They'd known the filing was coming, which meant someone inside the coalition had told them, and the window before Stage 7 had just collapsed from 6 days to 3. Chapter 19. On the 92nd day, the Accord broadcast its declaration above the demon capital. Wei Liang read it from the observation tower. The legal characterization of his outreach as illegal, the identification of him as an apostate whose presence constituted an act of war, the restatement of the extradition demand, and the third clause. Wei Hao's investiture was progressing to its final stage. He stood at the tower window and felt the two things together. The declaration's attempt to frame everything he'd built as illegitimate, and the weight of a 15-year-old brother being walked into the mechanism that would consume him. Yu Zhen was beside him. They've accelerated the investiture timeline, he said. Crimson Sparrow's last report put Wei Hao at Stage 6. The declaration implies Stage 7. How long? If the final stage takes the minimum time the records suggest, 3 weeks. He looked at the sky where the declaration had been. The codex is ready. Mao Guang has the addendum ready. The witness circle activation request is drafted. All 3 can go in simultaneously. Then send them tomorrow, she said. Don't wait for a better moment. The moment is now. He looked at her. She was looking at the sky with the focused attention she brought to situations that required a decision and had enough information to make it. The anchor of refusal, he said. Yes. If I reach Wei Hao while Stage 7 is still in progress, the anchor works on a Stage 7 investiture. Old Kong told me when he finished it. She turned from the window. Send the filing tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow, send Crimson Sparrow to Wei Hao with a meeting request. She met his eyes directly. Not a negotiation request, a meeting request. Brother to brother. Not under any flag. He held her gaze. You've thought about this. I've been thinking about it since the declaration named him the first time. She said it simply, without the quality of someone sharing something they've been protecting. Just information, placed where it was useful. You told me everything you're building so I can continue it if something happens to you. I've been thinking about the part where you go to reach your brother with the Accord's investiture accelerating and a single-person instrument that requires his cooperation. And you need to go. And you should go soon. And you'll come back. She picked up her deployment notes from the tower's small table. Those are 3 separate things, and all 3 are true. He looked at her for a moment. The specific look that contained the things he hadn't named yet, and wasn't going to name tonight because there wasn't time. I'll send the filing tomorrow, he said. Good. She turned to leave. Yu Zhen. She stopped. Thank you for thinking about the parts one couldn't think about. She didn't turn around. But she said, keep doing that after you come back. The parts one can't think about. I need you thinking about those. She left. He stood at the tower window for a while longer. Below, the fallen host's evening training was running. The sounds of a division that was genuinely functional, soldiers who had been assigned to positions corresponding to their actual capability, freed populations working alongside demon soldiers on the outer rings continued construction. The declaration had tried to call all of this illegitimate. The walls going up answered it more effectively than any legal document, because the walls were the argument made physical. This is what it looks like when people build something for themselves rather than being built into someone else's purpose. He left the tower and went to complete the filing's final preparation. Not revisions, those were done, but the distribution list for the simultaneous acknowledgement transmissions that would go out when the court confirmed receipt. The distribution list mattered. It had to reach the 9 neutral kingdoms simultaneously before the Accord's diplomatic network could issue a preemptive characterization, and it had to reach the 3 scholarly institutions that had already authenticated the treaty, so that the Codex's rights provisions were placed in the hands of people who had already established their authority to evaluate the treaty's legal basis. He worked through the list until the 3rd hour, then filed it, and went to bed. He lay awake for 1 hour thinking about his brother, and then fell asleep, because there was nothing more to do for Wei Hao until Crimson Sparrow returned with the position report, and lying awake did not accelerate Crimson Sparrow. In the morning, he found Yuzhen already at her desk reviewing the defense disposition she'd prepared for the Codex filing's aftermath. The specific positions she intended to hold if the Accord responded militarily within the first 24 hours. The Accord's most likely immediate response, she said, without looking up, is a targeted strike against the Outer Realm Court's secondary archives in the mortal realm. Not against us directly, against the institutional infrastructure that makes the filing binding. Wei Liang sat across from her. Can they hit those archives without triggering the court's mandatory jurisdiction provision? They'd argue the archives aren't protected under the treaty's military response limitation because they're a celestial institution, not a mortal one. She looked up. The argument is bad. It would take the court 3 to 5 months to adjudicate it. But during those 3 to 5 months, the archives are at risk. And the Codex filing is time-sensitive. The acknowledgement locks in the filing's date. What the Accord would be attacking is the evidential basis, the historical record that supports the filing's claims. She folded her hands. I need 3 things from you this morning. A complete list of the evidence documents currently held only at the court's archives with no copies elsewhere. An assessment of the fastest route we can move copies to secure storage outside Accord reach, and authorization to deploy a fallen host unit to the Confederation's secure archive facility as a protective escort for the transit. You've been planning this. I've been planning this since you told me the filing went in simultaneously with the Codex and the witness circle. She pushed the list across the table. Is the list complete? He read through it. Add the 7th Chosen One's behavioral documentation. It's the key evidence for the Soul Seal incompatibility argument, and the only copy is at the court. She added it. Authorization for the unit? Granted. Take 12 from the Fallen Host's second company. They've done the Iron Shore escort run before and know the route. He set down his notes. This is good thinking. You were managing your brother's situation. Someone needed to manage this. She picked up her deployment notes. The anchor of refusal. You're meeting him in 4 days? If he comes, he'll come. She said it with the specific certainty of a general who has assessed the situation thoroughly and will not argue about her conclusion about. He wrote you a letter that said he's asking. People who say they're asking show up to the answer. He held this. Go to the Codex filing, she said. I'll have the archive protections sorted by this afternoon. He went. The Codex, the addendum, and the witness circle activation filed simultaneously at the 2nd hour of the 94th day, and the Outer Realm Arbitration Court's acknowledgement arrived at the 6th hour, and from that moment, every action the Accord took in the mortal realm would be watched. Yuzhen's archive protection unit departed for the Confederation's secure archive at the 8th hour. Crimson Sparrow returned at the 10th hour with Wei Hao's position and a single additional signal. He was moving toward the Shrine Road, alone, without his escort. He was coming. Wei Liang read the position report twice and set it down and did not allow himself to feel anything about it until he had finished calculating whether the timeline worked. The Shrine Road meeting point was 1 day's ride from Wei Hao's current position. Stage 7 of the investiture was 3 days away, which meant if his brother moved at a steady pace and arrived at the arch by tomorrow evening, there would be time, barely, to complete the braking procedure before the stage locked. But barely was a margin that assumed everything went right. He took the anchor of refusal from the corner of his desk, where it had been waiting for 22 days. He thought, if Wei Hao arrived and the stage had already begun, the anchor's effectiveness dropped with each passing hour of Stage 7 integration, and Old Kang's assessment put full integration at 72 hours, and after that point the anchor required surgical precision rather than cooperative willingness, and the difference between those two things was the difference between a brother choosing and a brother being. He stopped that line of thinking. His brother was coming. The rest was the ride. Chapter 20. The Codex, the addendum, and the witness circle activation all went in simultaneously on the 94th day. The Outer Realm Arbitration Court acknowledged receipt at the 6th hour following submission, faster than any Accord-related filing in 800 years, which Mao Guang attributed to the fact that the treaty addendum's authority made the filing mandatory rather than voluntary, which triggered a different procedural track. The acknowledgement was public. The Accord's response came 18 hours later, a withdrawal of its diplomatic mission from the three neutral kingdoms that had been in contact with Wei Liang's coalition, a formal military escalation notice served to the Demon Empire's border positions, and a personal message to Wei Liang through the court's secure filing channel. The first time Bai Qiong had used that channel directly. The message, the heavens' patience with this process has a limit. When it reaches that limit, what follows will not be a military campaign. It will be something else entirely. He read it. He held it for a while, thinking about what something else entirely looked like when delivered by the entity responsible for the soul leash mechanism and the harvest cycle. Then he wrote back, through the same secure channel, I understand the limit exists. I'm moving to resolve the core issue before it is reached. The issue is not the Demon Empire. It never was. He sent the message. He sent it without certainty about whether it would matter. But it was accurate, and accuracy was worth the effort even when the outcome was unclear. He called Crimson Sparrow. She arrived at the tower window within minutes. She had been in the vicinity, which was her way of indicating she'd been anticipating the call. I need you to find Wei Hao, he said. Not the Accord's forward position, my brother specifically. I need his location and whether he's accessible without his full escort. He paused. And when you find him, I need him to know I want to meet. Not formally, not under any flag. Just brothers. With something I need him to see. Crimson Sparrow conveyed, understood. 3 days, he said. Can you have a position report in 3 days? She conveyed. 2 days, and left without ceremony. He stood at the window and looked at the capital below. The Codex's filing was now public record, the addendum's authority established, the witness circle active. The Accord could see all of it. And somewhere to the west, his brother was on the 6th or 7th stage of an investiture that would consume him if it completed. Yu Jin knocked and entered without waiting. Her standard protocol, when she had something that wasn't negotiable. The Overlord wants to see you this afternoon, she said. About the Codex filing and the escalation notice. I'll be there. And there's a communication from the Confederation's diplomatic office in the Iron Shore. They want to formally discuss the Codex's implications for demon-human relations within the Confederation's territory. She placed the message on his desk. Shen Lihua has been here for 3 days, the defecting saintess. Mao Guang's contact at the Accord's inner administrative level. She arrived at the Border Patrol's checkpoint yesterday morning and asked for asylum. He looked up. She has documentation, Yuzhen said. Accord documents about the soul leash mechanism and the harvest cycle, from the inner records, not the public ones. Materials that would corroborate Mao Guang's research independently. A pause. She also asked specifically for you. By title. Where is she? In the secure guest quarters. She's been treated as a protected arrival pending your decision about how to handle her situation. He thought about what it took to walk out of the institution you'd served all your life, with documents that would make you a target the moment they were discovered missing, toward the person the institution was actively trying to eliminate. I'll see her this afternoon, he said. Before the Overlord. Yuzhen said, she and I may not get along. Probably not initially. I want you to know I'm aware of that. I appreciate you naming it. Her expression contained the ongoing revision she'd been running since the 3rd week. Don't thank me. Just navigate it without pretending the tension isn't there. He said, I've been doing that with most things since I got here. She almost smiled. The shape it almost took was familiar to him now. He'd been cataloging it. The Overlord at 4th hour, she said. Shen Lihua at 2nd hour. Me at 6th hour to debrief the Overlord meeting. She turned to leave. Yu Jun. She stopped. Crimson Sparrow will have Wei Hao's position in 2 days. When she does, I'll go. A pause. I know. While I'm gone, I'll continue building what we started. She said it without weight, the way she said things that were already decided. That was always the plan. She left. He stood at the window for a moment longer, looking at the capital below, the walls going up, the trade guild's activity visible in the commercial district, the fallen host's banners at the outer ring. Somewhere to the west, in a stage 6 investiture, his brother was learning to call him an apostate. In 2 days, Wei Liang would go to change that. He went to see Shen Lihua first. The defecting saintess was younger than he'd expected, late 20s, with the posture of someone trained since childhood to occupy a specific form of authority and the expression of someone who'd recently discovered that authority had been built on a foundation she could no longer stand on. She rose when he entered, which he noted but didn't comment on. The documents you brought, he said. Mao Guang has reviewed them? He has, she said. He said he'd been working from theoretical reconstruction. The inner records are the confirmation. A pause. The harvest cycle's operating parameters. the section on acceptable subject loss rate per cohort of chosen ones. That page, specifically, he had read Mao Guang's summary of that page. An acceptable subject loss rate, documented in the Accord's own records, with optimization notes about which chosen one profiles produced higher quality fate energy at termination versus those whose deaths generated less useful spiritual residue. Efficiency language. Institutional language. The language of a system that had been running long enough to develop best practices for consuming the people it designated. Why did you leave, he said. Not as an accusation, as a real question. The kind with a real answer that he needed to understand if she was going to be part of what he was building. Her answer was direct and without apology. Because I saw Wei Hao's designation documents. I was assigned to his conditioning cohort. She kept her eyes level. He's 16. The 17th Chosen One's final documentation, the one that ends clean with nothing after it. I pulled the internal file. He was 16 when he was designated. He was 22 when the record stops. A beat. I have a brother who is 18. He held this. You'll work with Mao Guang on the historical documentation, he said. The inner records you brought. Those are the confirmation layer for arguments we've been building from public records. The two together make a case that doesn't require interpretation to understand. He acknowledged what that meant. You'll be a target. I know. Not just from the Accord. From people in this empire who don't trust Asanis's conversion. I know that too. She met his eyes without wavering. I'm not asking to be trusted. I'm asking to be useful. He thought about what it took to walk out of everything you were trained to be and arrive somewhere that had no reason to believe you, with documents that made you a target and a request to be allowed to work. All right, he said. You're in. He left the secure guest quarters and went to finalize the preparation for the Shrine Road departure. The Fallen Hero system, quiet as the space between breaths, sustained empire building against designated role, fate energy plus 700 units. Total, 17,500 units. The path of the fallen holds. He read the notification. He thought about the 17 chosen ones whose records ended clean. He thought about Wei Hao, on the road toward the Shrine Arch, carrying the conditioning of an institution that called his own brother an apostate and thought itself just for doing so. 2 days. The anchor of refusal. His brother's willingness, or the absence of it. The Tao continues, and the window narrows as the codex takes root. For in 2 days a brother will seek a brother across the lines that the heavens drew, with an instrument in his hands that requires only one thing, the willingness to be free. Whether Wei Hao still has that willingness, after everything the Accord has done to replace it, that question has no answer yet. But tomorrow it will. Chapter 21. The Golden Tablet descended at dawn. Not to him. That was the first thing Wei Liang registered when Crimson Sparrow woke him with an urgent cry at the tower window. The tablet had descended to the south, over the mortal lowlands where the Accord maintained its border shrines, and its characters were not addressed to him. He could read the broadcast from 300 li away because his power had been tracking Accord transmissions since the first rejection, and this one triggered every detection mechanism simultaneously. He read his brother's name in the sky above the demon capital's tower, inscribed in the same divine script that had once inscribed his own. Wei Hao, 16th, chosen one of the Celestial Accord. He had known this was coming. The institutional logic had made it visible since Stage 7 accelerated. When a designated chosen one refuses or fails, the Accord replaces them with the nearest viable candidate, whose fate energy profile matches the heavens investment window. Wei Hao had always been in the profile range. Wei Liang had seen the selection markers in the archive records 2 months before refusal, had recognized them as indicators, had not known what to do with that knowledge at the time. He knew now. The heavens had not chosen Wei Hao because he was the best candidate. They had chosen him because choosing him would hurt Wei Liang most specifically. That was how the Accord operated. Threats that were simultaneously logistical and personal, because personal threats were harder to think clearly about. He allowed himself exactly 4 minutes of not thinking clearly. His brother was 15. Wei Hao at 15 had been serious in the way that children who watch their older sibling navigate impossible situations developed seriousness early. Not a performance of maturity, but a genuine engagement with the world as it actually worked. He read everything their family possessed, which was not much, and asked about everything they didn't possess, which was nearly everything. He had written Wei Liang 3 letters after the designation refusal. The last one had said, I don't understand what you built. That doesn't mean I'm not asking. That brother was now being walked into a divine binding. Wei Liang stood at the tower window and gave himself 4 minutes to feel that as what it was, rather than as a logistical problem. If he didn't give it those 4 minutes, it would surface during strategy sessions and cost him worse. Then he went to find Mao Guang. The timeline for the Chosen One investiture, he said, without preamble. I've been reading the records since the notification. The scholar had papers spread across his desk. The man had not been sleeping. The process takes 8 stages. Each stage integrates the divine seal more deeply into the host's meridian structure and spiritual core. Stage 1 through 3, voluntary reinforcement. The host believes he's accepting power. He is, technically. He's also accepting the architecture that will make his death useful. A beat. Stage 4 through 6, the integration becomes self-sustaining. The host can feel the seal but has developed emotional identification with it. It feels like part of himself. Stage 7, the final anchor is placed. This is the point of no return without external intervention. What does intervention require? Mao Guang raised his head from the documents. It requires the host's cooperation and an instrument capable of unpicking the anchor without destroying the surrounding meridian structure. He held Wei Liang's gaze evenly. I know what you're thinking. What am I thinking? You're thinking you can reach Wei Hao before stage 7 and give him a choice. The scholar organized his papers into careful stacks. The timeline from first investiture to stage 7 varies based on the host's receptivity to divine mandate energy. A host who is cooperative and believes in the mission moves through the stages in 3 to 4 months. A host who has doubts, who asks questions, who maintains his own framework of understanding rather than accepting the accords, moves more slowly. He held Wei Liang's gaze. Wei Hao wrote you 3 letters. Does he doubt? He asks questions, Wei Liang said. That is his form of doubt. Then you have more time than the standard window, but not unlimited time. Mao Guang set down his pen. The soul leash mechanism deepens regardless of willingness once the stage process is initiated. He can ask questions and still be consumed. The questioning only slows it. It doesn't stop it. Then I need to reach him before the questioning stops mattering. Wei Liang turned to the southern sky, where the golden inscription had faded. How long? If Wei Hao's receptivity is what I'm inferring from those letters, 3 to 4 months before stage 7 begins. Perhaps 5. Beyond that depends on whether the accord applies external reinforcement to accelerate the integration. They will accelerate it, Wei Liang said. Because they know I'm coming. Yes. Mao Guang acknowledged this with the gravity of someone who understood its full weight. They will accelerate it as soon as they identify that it is a vector through which you might act. The moment they connect Wei Hao's identity to your behavioral patterns, the timeline compresses. How long before they make that connection? If they haven't already? 2 weeks. He had 2 weeks of window, possibly 5 months of timeline, and the certain knowledge that the heavens had chosen his brother specifically as a weapon, the kind designed to make Wei Liang act emotionally, move too fast, prioritize family over strategy, and put himself in a position where the accord could take both of them. He was not going to do that. Prepare everything we have on the anchor of refusal's technical requirements, he said, and start researching the 19 previous Chosen One investments. I want the behavioral pattern data on how each one progressed through the stages, what correlated with faster integration, what correlated with resistance. I want to understand the leash's psychology before I approach Wei Hao. Mao Guang was already writing. What's the approach timeline? 3 months, Wei Liang said. Enough time to build something here that can stand without me for 2 weeks. Then I go. He left Mao Guang to the research and went to tell Yuzhan. She was in the training yard with her legion, running dawn formations. The Iron Veil Legion's dawn formations were notoriously demanding, and watching them was watching 3,000 soldiers operate as something close to a single organism when the general's command required it. She saw him from across the yard and read his expression from that distance before he reached her. Wei Hao, she said. Yes. Her eyes moved to the southern sky briefly, then back. When do you go? 3 months. And between now and then, we build everything the Empire needs to survive the 2 weeks I'm gone. He met her gaze directly. And I need you to help me think about what that means. Not just militarily. Her assessment of him shifted, adding new data to a model she had not completed. The accord will increase pressure when they realize you're distracted by this. They will treat Wei Hao as a lever. I know. And you're asking me to help you resist the lever. I'm asking you to help me build something that makes the lever irrelevant. His attention moved to the formation. If what I'm building here is real enough, if the Empire is stable enough, the Codex is filed, the neutral kingdoms are engaged, the witness circle is active, then the accord can't use Wei Hao as leverage because I can pursue my brother without the Empire collapsing behind me. Yuzhan processed this. You've thought about this. Since the tablet descended, which was 20 minutes ago, he let this land as what it was. Evidence that he processed fast when necessity demanded. I'm still thinking about it. I need your military assessment of what we need to build in 3 months to make the Empire stable enough that my absence for 2 weeks doesn't create a crisis. She ran the calculations behind her eyes. 3 months, and we need the eastern fortification complete, the fallen host at full strength, and the food stores sufficient for a 4-month siege. She turned to face him directly. The political work, the codex, the neutral kingdoms, the witness circle, that buys us legitimacy. The fortification buys us time. We need both. What can't we finish in 3 months? The Outer Ring's second tier, and the integration of the Borderland clan warriors into the fallen host command structure. They're still operating as auxiliaries. Prioritize the integration. The Outer Ring's second tier can wait. He studied the formation below. If Bai Qiong comes while I'm gone, the command structure needs to fight as a unified force without me running strategy from the front. That's what I've been building since you told me to build it. I know. Build it faster. He held her gaze. Can it be done in 3 months? She met his eyes without wavering. It can be done. It won't be comfortable. It doesn't need to be comfortable, Wei Liang said. It needs to work. She nodded once. The nod of a general who had been given a real objective and was already calculating how to achieve it. The 3 months that followed were the most productive period since the refusal, not because the work was easier, but because the objective was clear and the resources were, for the first time, adequate to the task. The empire was building, the legal framework was taking shape, and somewhere to the south, his brother was being walked through the first stages of a divine binding while asking questions that would slow the process down just long enough. Somewhere to the south, Wei Hao was buying time by being exactly who he was. Wei Liang intended to use every hour of it, because the window his brother's doubt created was the only thing standing between a choice and a trap, and he would not waste a single day of what his brother's questioning had bought them both. Chapter 22, he read Crimson Sparrow's first surveillance report from the Border Shrine region 11 days after the tablet descended. She had found them, Wei Hao and his assigned spiritual guide, a celestial accord saintess named Xianxia, moving southeast through the Accord's pilgrim routes toward the first hero's trial location. The report was characteristically efficient: positions, travel pace, escort size, behavioral observations. Crimson Sparrow had been tracking cultivators for 30 years. She read movement patterns the way Mao Guang read archive documents. The behavioral observations were what mattered. Wei Hao was moving through the pilgrim routes with the full attention of a young man who was looking at everything, not performing engagement for his handlers, but genuinely absorbed. He had stopped twice to speak with civilians they passed on the road. Once to ask about the harvest conditions in a particular valley. Once to offer cultivation guidance to a young child whose qi circulation was improperly aligned. Neither action was part of the Accord's standard Chosen One protocol. The saintess, Xianxia, had watched both interactions with an expression Crimson Sparrow described as unresolved. An unresolved saintess was interesting. Wei Liang filed this away and returned to the report's strategic content. The escort consisted of 12 Accord soldiers and 2 senior cultivators whose qi signatures Crimson Sparrow had recorded for later analysis. The formation was defensive rather than processional. They were not escorting a symbol. They were guarding a person they expected to be targeted. They expected him. He refused to give them what they expected. Not yet. Not while the empire was still 3 months from being stable enough for his absence. Not while Wei Hao was still in stage 1 of the investiture, still asking questions, still stopping to look at harvest conditions in valleys he was being marched past. He wrote Crimson Sparrow a set of instructions. Continue surveillance. Maintain concealment. Do not contact Wei Hao under any circumstances. Report weekly. He added a secondary instruction. If you observe the investiture accelerating past stage 2, alert me immediately. Then he returned to the work that made everything else possible. The new division was taking shape, what he had started calling the Fallen Host informally, a name that had spread through the demon capital before he decided to use it officially. 40,000 soldiers, drawn from demon legions whose loyalty had been tested, freed human populations who had demonstrated willingness to fight for the empire rather than against it, and the Borderland clan warriors whose allegiance was to the person rather than the institution. That last category was both the most important and the most dangerous. Borderland clan warriors fought for generals who had earned their respect, which meant they could be lost if Wei Liang failed to maintain what he'd built with them. It also meant their loyalty was genuine in a way that institutional loyalty never quite was. They were watching him. He worked to be worth watching. Yu Zhan ran the Legion's physical training with the methodical rigor of a commander who had spent decades earning every refinement in her approach and had strong views about each one. Wei Liang ran the strategic and organizational training with the precision of a strategist who had been analyzing systems since he could read and had reached firm conclusions about what made them work. Why are we learning resource accounting? Asked a Borderland captain named Ren Dao, 14 days into the training cycle, with the directness of a captain who was testing whether the question was permitted. Because armies that run out of food stop fighting, Wei Liang said. And armies whose officers don't understand resource accounting run out of food at the worst possible time. If you know where the supply comes from and what it costs to move it, you can make better decisions in the field about when to press an advantage and when to pull back. Ren Dao absorbed this. The Accord's armies don't teach this. The Accord's armies rely on divine supply chains and don't need to track cost. He met the captain's eyes. We don't have divine supply chains. What we have is a trade guild, a logistics corps, and a group of soldiers who are going to have to make decisions in the field that the Accord's soldiers never have to make. I want those decisions made well. Ren Dao nodded slowly. And the political content? The sections on the codex and the treaty? Same reason. He held the captain's gaze. I'm not building an army that follows orders. I'm building a force that understands what it's defending and why. Soldiers who understand what they're fighting for fight harder and longer than soldiers who are following commands. They also make better decisions when the commands stop coming. The captain considered this. This is different from how demon armies work. Yes. Demon armies function on hierarchy and fear. Ren Dao said this without apology, observation, not criticism. Upper caste officers issue orders. Lower caste soldiers execute them. The hierarchy is enforced by social consequence, and sometimes by violence. I know. That's not what you're building. No. Wei Liang's attention moved across the training ground, where the fallen host's mixed divisions were running formations together. Demon soldiers and freed humans and borderland warriors moving in coordinated patterns that were not natural to any of the three groups, and were becoming natural to all of them together. What I'm building requires people who can be trusted with information and judgment. That's harder to build than hierarchy. It's also much harder to break. Ren Dao followed his gaze across the ground. And if you're wrong about the people, then I learn from it and adjust. He held the captain's eyes. That's also part of what I'm building. A structure that can survive the people in it being wrong sometimes and correcting course. Structures that require perfect people fail when the people aren't perfect. We're going to have imperfect people. The structure needs to account for that. The captain was still for a long moment. You've thought about this more than most military leaders think about their armies. I've thought about it more than I've thought about almost anything else, Wei Liang said. Because if I get the structure wrong, everything else fails. And I cannot afford for everything else to fail. He left the training ground with Crimson Sparrow's latest report in hand and the Fallen Hosts organization taking shape behind him. He thought about what Ren Dao had said, the honest articulation of how demon military culture actually functioned, and what it meant that a borderland captain would ask the question openly rather than express skepticism in silence. That was a kind of trust, he recognized. The question itself was the trust. You didn't ask openly unless you believed the answer would be worth hearing. He thought about what Ren Dao had said, the honest articulation of how demon military culture actually functioned, and what it meant that a borderland captain would ask the question openly rather than express skepticism in silence. That was a kind of trust, he recognized. The question itself was the trust. You didn't ask openly unless you believed the answer would be worth hearing, and you didn't believe the answer would be worth hearing unless you'd already decided that the person being asked was the kind of person who gave real answers rather than managed ones. He filed this as something to watch. The Fallen Hosts officers were beginning to believe, not just to follow. That was what he needed, because belief sustained when following stopped. The empire was being built. His brother was being walked through a divine binding. And somewhere between those two facts was the timeline he had to navigate. 3 months of building, 2 weeks of traveling, and the single conversation that would determine whether Wei Hao still had his own will or had been replaced by someone the Accord had constructed in his place. He would build faster, because when he finally went to give his brother a choice, the empire needed to still be standing when he came back, and right now, it was far from certain that it would be. The clock had been running since the tablet descended, and it would not wait for him to be ready. Chapter 23. 23 days into the 3-month building period, the Overlord's spy introduced himself. He was a lower caste demon clerk assigned to the Fallen Hosts Logistics Division, a deliberate placement. Wei Liang had noted on the man's first day, because anyone gathering intelligence on the division's operations would position themselves in logistics. He had identified the spy within the first week by the specific pattern of his record-keeping. Accurate but incomplete, with the incompleteness structured to look like clerical error while actually leaving out the categories of information that would be most useful to an outside observer. Someone had taught this person to gather intelligence without appearing to. The training was visible if you knew what to look for. Wei Liang knew what to look for. He waited 2 weeks before acting. "Fan Tao," he said, when he called the clerk to his office. He used the man's actual name, not the administrative designation he'd been operating under. He watched the slight stillness that replaced the clerk's practiced neutrality. "Sit down." Fan Tao sat. He was careful not to change his expression, which was itself informative. You've been filing incomplete records, Wei Liang said, specifically omitting the training schedule for the 3rd Borderland Battalion, the supply route modifications after the Eastern Garrison's request, and the Codex implementation documentation for the freed human residential units. He laid 3 documents on the desk, his own recreations of the complete versions, with the omitted sections marked. You're good at this. The omissions don't create gaps that trigger internal audit. They create a slightly incomplete picture that's still comprehensible, but doesn't allow for the specific analyses someone outside the division might want to run. Fen Tao said nothing. The Overlord, Wei Liang said, is reasonable in being cautious about a human who has built a 40,000-soldier division within his territory and who has legal authority he didn't have a year ago. I would be cautious in his position. I am not offended by the surveillance. He met the clerk's eyes. But I can't have incomplete records. The division functions on accurate information, and accurate information requires accurate documentation. What are you going to do with me? Fen Tao asked. His voice was controlled, which was impressive given the situation. That depends on what you decide to do with you. Wei Liang leaned back. Option 1. You continue in your current role, but you stop omitting information. You also tell the Overlord what I just told you, that I found you, that I'm not going to use it against him, and that I'd prefer direct communication with his administrative office about what information he wants rather than this particular arrangement. And option 2. Option 2 is that you're too committed to the original arrangement to change it, in which case I reassign you to a role where the information you have access to is accurate, but is also exactly what I would want the Overlord to receive. He maintained steady eye contact. I would prefer option 1. It requires more trust on both sides, but it builds a working relationship between the Overlord and my division based on actual information rather than managed information. Managed information creates bad decisions. Bad decisions at the Overlord's level affect the whole empire. Fen Tao fell quiet. Not the careful quiet of someone buying time, but the thoughtful pause of a man actually working through a decision that had more dimensions than he'd expected when he sat down. I'll take option 1, he said. Good. Wei Liang stood. Tell the Overlord I said the direct communication offer is genuine. I have things I would like him to know that I would prefer to tell him directly rather than have arrive through incomplete documentation. If he wants a regular briefing, I'll provide one. Fen Tao left. 2 days later, Shungan's administrative office sent a request for a weekly briefing. Wei Liang sent the first one that afternoon, detailed, specific, and containing 3 pieces of information that would be genuinely useful to the Overlord and 1 piece that he suspected the Overlord needed to know, but might not have been told yet. Yuzhan read the briefing document before it went out. You turned a spy into a communication channel. The spy was already a communication channel, Wei Liang said. I just made it bilateral. Her expression carried the focused attention she brought to developments she hadn't predicted. Most people would have expelled him and sent a message through the expulsion. Expulsion signals that I don't want the Overlord to know what's happening here. I do want him to know what's happening here. He turned back to the briefing. Everything I'm building is better if he understands it. His support is more valuable than his caution. And you think this gets you his support? I think it gives him the information he needs to decide whether to support it. Wei Liang handed the document over. His decision. I can't make it for him. I can make sure he has what he needs to make it well. Yuzhan read through the briefing. You included the projection for the outer ring's completion. He needs to know whether the fortification will be done before the Accord presses the blockade. It won't be. She set down the paper. The second tier won't be complete for another 4 months at this construction pace. I know. He needs to know that too. She turned to study him directly. You're very comfortable giving people information they might use against you. Information that is accurate and given directly is less dangerous than information that is incomplete and arrives through inference. He put the briefing document in the courier folder. If Shingan knows the second tier won't be complete, he plans around that. If he discovers it after the fact, he loses confidence in my planning and I lose his trust. The second outcome is more dangerous to me than the first. She folded her hands. I've been working with demon officers for 20 years. None of them think like this. They work within hierarchy and force, Wei Liang said. Hierarchy and force produce a certain kind of thinking, one where information is power, and power is held close. I work within a different framework. He kept his eyes on hers. Information shared accurately is a foundation. Information held close is a weapon. Foundations last longer than weapons. She absorbed this. Then, what do you need from me today? The 3rd Borderland Battalion's integration timeline, he said, and Crimson Sparrow's latest report on Wei Hao's progress. She retrieved both without comment. The reports confirmed what he'd expected. The Borderland integration was on schedule, and Wei Hao had reached the second stage of the investiture, still voluntary reinforcement, still the phase where the host believed he was accepting power. Stage 2 was where most chosen ones stopped questioning. The Accord's conditioning architecture was most effective in the transition from Stage 1 to Stage 2, because it offered the most compelling version of the divine narrative at exactly the moment when the host's doubt was highest. Wei Liang read the Stage 2 description carefully. The mechanism was elegant in the way that institutional machinery is elegant. The Accord had been running this for 800 years and had refined every component. Stage 2 felt like confirmation. The host had been questioning, and Stage 2's integration delivered what felt like answers, a sense of rightness, of purpose, of being the specific person for the specific role. The architecture was designed to feel like recognition rather than installation. He filed this analysis for later. When he finally spoke to Wei Hao, he would need to be able to explain not just what the seal was doing but how it did it, because the most effective manipulation was the kind that felt like self-discovery, and his brother would need to understand that in order to separate the feeling from the mechanism that produced it. He called Crimson Sparrow in that evening and gave her new instructions, closer surveillance, enough to observe Wei Hao's conversations rather than just his movements. He added a notation. If Wei Hao asks questions about his brother, about me, record them verbatim. She left at dawn, and Wei Liang went back to building the empire that would need to stand without him. The spy turned channel, the briefings, the trust extended carefully. Every piece of this architecture mattered, and every piece that didn't hold would cost him something he couldn't afford when Bai Qiong finally made her move, which she would, and which would come sooner than he'd planned for, because Bai Qiong was patient but not passive, and what he'd built here was already drawing her full attention. Chapter 24. The Neutral Kingdom diplomats arrived 6 weeks into the building period, and they arrived not because Wei Liang had invited them, but because the ancient treaty's existence, now established as a matter of public record through the arbitration court's preliminary review status, had made their presence strategically necessary in a way their governments could not ignore. 3 kingdoms, 7 diplomats between them. They arrived separately and at different hours, each claiming to be visiting for independent reasons, a trade survey, a cultural exchange, a scholarly mission, and none of them acknowledging openly what they all knew. The legal ground had shifted, and they needed to understand what they were standing on. Wei Liang received each delegation separately. This gave him the ability to observe what each said when they believed they were the only diplomatic presence in the capital. What each group prioritized when they believed they had his full attention told him more about their actual concerns than any formal opening statement would have. The Harrow Kingdom delegation led with trade, specifically, with the observation that the Demon Empire's newly established trade guild had already disrupted 3 of their established merchant routes by offering better terms to the cargo carriers who used those routes. They wanted a trade agreement that protected existing Harrow routes while allowing the new demon routes to develop. He listened to their opening position, asked 3 questions about their existing route infrastructure, and offered them something they hadn't asked for: a formal partnership structure that would integrate the Demon Empire's new routes with their existing network rather than competing with it. The partnership would benefit both parties more than either could achieve independently. The Harrow delegates were surprised. They asked for time to consider. Take 3 days, Wei Liang said. The offer is on the table for 3 days. After that, I'll need to continue with the other negotiations, and the terms may shift. He was not threatening. He was informing. The distinction was precise, and the delegates understood it precisely. The Feishan Republic came next, a smaller territory, more cautious, sending a single diplomat with the wariness of an emissary who had received a narrow mandate and explicit instructions not to commit to anything. Wei Liang spent 2 hours with the single diplomat and learned 3 things about Feishan's internal politics that the diplomat had not intended to reveal. They were negotiating with the Celestial Accord simultaneously and would default to whatever the Accord offered. They were primarily concerned with the blockade implications, and they had a faction within their government that wanted to engage the Demon Empire and was sending this diplomat as a test of whether engagement was viable. He gave the faction ammunition without acknowledging its existence. He described what the Demon Empire had built, what the Codex guaranteed, what the witness circle meant for international oversight. He did not make promises. He provided information. The diplomat left carrying more than they'd arrived with, and what they chose to do with it was their government's decision. But the information itself was now in their hands, which was the only part he could control. The 3rd delegation was from the Stone Gate Confederation, a trading bloc rather than a single kingdom, with multiple member states and a governance structure that required consensus before any formal commitment. Their representatives came in a group of 4, and 3 of them were talking to each other in 2 languages before they'd settled into their seats, which told Wei Liang something useful about their internal dynamics. The Confederation made decisions through friction and debate, not by authority. That meant the cautious members had genuine veto power, and any engagement needed to satisfy the skeptics, not just the advocates. He shifted his presentation to address the consensus-building problem first. You're here because some of your member states think this is worth engaging with and others think it's a risk, he said, without preamble. You don't need to tell me which members fall into which category. What I need to give you is enough concrete information that the cautious members have real data rather than speculation to work with. Speculation about risk is always larger than actual risk. Let me give you the actual risk. He walked them through it. The Accord's likely responses, the witness circle's protection mechanism, the legal standing of the Codex under the treaty addendum, the specific scenarios where the Stone Gate Confederation's member states could be affected by the Accord's military escalation and how the current legal framework would constrain that escalation. He was careful to distinguish between what the framework guaranteed and what it made more likely, because overpromising would cost him their trust when reality diverged from his claims, and their trust was more valuable than their immediate agreement. 2 of the 4 delegates were taking notes by the end. One asked a question that revealed they'd consulted Accord legal scholars before this meeting. He answered the question directly and added context those scholars hadn't provided. The meeting lasted 4 hours and ended with a provisional agreement to exchange regular communications, not a formal alliance, not a recognition, but an open channel that neither side would close unilaterally. That was enough. After the last delegation left, Mao Guang came to Wei Liang's office with documents and an expression that contained the satisfaction of a scholar whose theoretical work was being confirmed by empirical evidence. The ancient contract's distribution through the neutral kingdoms has reached the secondary academic level, he said. Not just the diplomatic offices, the scholarly institutions. 3 universities in the Harrow Kingdom, 2 in the Stone Gate Confederation. They're doing independent authentication work. He set the documents down. When the Accord issues its divine clarification claiming the contract was misinterpreted, they'll be issuing it into an environment where there are already independent scholarly assessments of the original document. The clarification will be scrutinized. How long until the clarification? The Accord is deliberate in these things. They'll wait until they have a counter-argument strong enough to be plausible. 3 weeks, perhaps 4. He organized the documents. They'll argue that the treaty's provisions apply only to the original demon sovereign's domain as it existed at the time of signing, not to the current empire's expanded territory. And the counter-argument. The addendum, Mao Guang said, with quiet precision. The addendum was signed 12 years after the main treaty and explicitly references the demon realm's governing authority and its successors. The succession clause applies to territorial expansion. He met Wei Liang's gaze. I've been corresponding with 3 of the Harrow Kingdom's legal scholars through an intermediary. Quietly, 2 of them have reached the same conclusion independently without knowing about each other or about my interpretation. A third disagrees, but on procedural grounds that the addendum's language explicitly addresses. Wei Liang studied the documents. The Accord's counterargument would fail not because he contested it directly, but because the existing scholarly infrastructure had already established the independent assessment before the counterargument arrived. The fallen hero system, quiet beneath his thoughts, systematic dismantling of divine authority through institutional means, fate energy plus 850 units. Current rank, bone tempering. Pathway to meridian forging visible. He noted the rank notification. Meridian forging could wait. Not now, not in the middle of diplomatic work, but soon. Continue the correspondence, he said. I want 4 independent scholarly assessments established before the Accord's clarification arrives. When it does, I want it to arrive into a conversation that has already happened without me. He set down the document and draft a summary of today's sessions for the weekly briefing. Shingon needs to know that 3 neutral kingdoms sent representatives. The fact that they came matters as much as what was said. Mao Guang was already writing, and from the hall came the sound of Yu Zhan's training commands. The fallen host drilling in the courtyard below, the empire's military and political architectures being built in parallel, race against a clock only Wei Liang could fully read. He had 6 weeks before the next diplomatic pressure point, and far less time before Bai Qiong found her angle and pushed again, and when she did, every piece of this infrastructure needed to be in place, or the whole edifice would shake. Chapter 25 Crimson Sparrow's report on the Soul Anchor installation arrived at the end of the 7th week. The report was longer than usual, 7 pages, where her standard reports were 2 or 3. The detail level was unusual. Crimson Sparrow was precise but concise. When she wrote 7 pages, she was documenting something that required 7 pages. He read it twice. The Ghost River Labyrinth was the location of Wei Hao's first official hero's trial, a standard accord proving ground, designed to test the Chosen One's spiritual resilience under conditions of emotional pressure and moral ambiguity. The labyrinth used the local geography's natural chi flows to create illusions and reality distortions that forced the trial subject to make decisions under conditions where the right choice was not obvious. Crimson Sparrow had documented the labyrinth's infrastructure, the mechanisms that generated the illusions, the chi circulation patterns that maintained them, and this was the 7-page detail level, the evidence of what fueled the whole apparatus. Souls, not just chi souls. The labyrinth drew on a buried network of soul-anchoring formations that had been installed at some point in the past several centuries, connected to the spirits of deceased civilians whose post-death spiritual residue had been captured rather than dispersed. The formations were stable but degrading. They required periodic renewal, and the renewal process involved extending the formations into new territory and capturing new spiritual residue. Wei Liang read this section 3 times, making sure he understood the mechanism. The hero's proving ground was powered by captured souls of people who had died in the region and been harvested before dispersal. The Accords trial was being run on the suffering of people who could not consent because they were dead, and their remaining spiritual essence was being used as fuel for an institution that called itself divine. He set the report down. He looked at the window for a long stretch without seeing what was outside it, long enough to let the full weight of what he'd read settle into his understanding, and then long enough to let the weight harden into something he could work with rather than something that would work on him. Then he stood, found Mao Guang, and said, "Tell me everything you know about soul-anchoring formation dissolution without triggering cascade failure in the surrounding chi networks." Mao Guang took the report. He read the relevant section. He was very still. "The liberation technique," he said, "is technically documented in the 4th century defensive magic literature. The formations use a specific binding architecture that can be reversed if the reversal is applied from outside the formation's parameter range using compatible chi input." He raised his head. "Where are you planning to do this?" "The installation under the trial site, while my brother is inside it." Wei Liang held his gaze. "I need a liberation approach that frees the anchored souls without destabilizing the labyrinth's physical structure. I don't want the thing collapsing on Wei Hao, and I need it to be unattributable to me specifically, or to demon origin techniques." Unattributable. The Accord cannot know I was there. Not because I'm afraid of them knowing. They already know I'm working against them. But because if they know I was inside the trial site while Wei Hao was running the trial, they'll use that as evidence that I attempted to interfere with the trial. That gives them grounds to escalate the investiture timeline and move Wei Hao through the remaining stages faster. Mao Guang considered this. There are neutral signature liberation techniques that predated the Accord's documentation system. If applied correctly, the technique's signature would be consistent with natural formation decay rather than deliberate intervention. He began going through his archive shelving. "I'll need 3 days to prepare the documentation. The application would require a practitioner at Meridian Forging rank or higher. The formation's resistance is calibrated against bone tempering intrusion. How close am I to Meridian Forging? Based on the system's recent fate energy notification, 2 to 3 major fate refusals, or a sustained period of high-stakes empire building under Accord pressure." He retrieved a text from the 3rd shelf. "The diplomatic sessions this week provided 850 units. Meridian Forging threshold is approximately 3,000 units from your current position. The labyrinth work would count as a major fate refusal, dismantling a soul anchor formation inside a divine trial site, while preventing the Accord from knowing you were there, while freeing civilian souls who have been used as fuel for a heavenly institution." Mao Guang considered this with the calm of a scholar who appreciated a well-constructed strategic problem. "I would estimate that generates significant fate energy. The system feeds on the exact kind of refusal you're describing." 3 days, Wei Liang said. "Prepare the documentation." He paused at the archive door. "What happens to the labyrinth's trial functionality when the soul anchor network degrades?" Mao Guang considered. "The environmental distortions, the illusions, the reality effects, those are generated by the local chi flows. They'll persist. The soul anchor network provides depth and resonance to the experience, makes the illusions more convincing and emotionally compelling. Without it, the labyrinth still functions as a trial site, but the experience is," he searched for the word, "thinner, less able to reach the host's emotional core, less effective at conditioning, significantly less effective." Mao Guang's expression carried the careful neutrality he used when presenting information that had obvious implications he wasn't going to state explicitly. "The Stage 2 transition, where the host stops doubting, is precisely where the soul fuel's emotional amplification is most useful. A trial that fails to create the stage 2 emotional resonance means a host who continues to doubt. Wei Liang thought about his brother in the labyrinth right now, 7 hours into the night, working through the illusions, the emotional pressure designed to push him toward acceptance. Without the soul anchor's amplification, the push would be weaker. Not absent. Weaker. Good, he said. Then the 3 days matter. Yes, Mao Guang agreed. They do. He left the archive and went to the training ground, where the fallen host was running its evening formations. He watched them for a while. 42,000 soldiers now, the addition of 2 borderland clans in the past 10 days, and thought about the formation records Crimson Sparrow had documented. The anchor installation's engineer had been thorough. The formations were woven into bedrock, calibrated to capture spiritual residue at the moment of dispersal, stable enough to run continuously for hundreds of years. Someone had put enormous care into making this work. The Accord's institutional best practices applied to consumption. He thought about the Accord's institutional vocabulary: purification, divine will, sacred mandate. The language of an entity that had been running long enough to develop best practices for consuming people it designated, and had also developed, apparently, best practices for consuming people it had not designated, if they happened to die in the right place. He thought, the Accord is not going to be reformed. It is going to be replaced. He thought, what replaces it needs to be built before it falls, or the fall creates a vacuum that fills with something worse. He stayed at the training ground for another 20 minutes, watching the fallen host formations. The demon soldiers and the freed humans and the borderland warriors moved together with a coordination that had not been natural to any of them 3 months ago, and was becoming natural to all of them together. He had built this. He and Yu Zhen had built it, and Old Kong had built the tools for it, and Mao Guang had built the legal architecture around it, and 42,000 people had chosen to be part of it. None of them had been compelled. Some of them had been skeptical. All of them were here. He went back to work, but the cold certainty of that decision moved with him now, a weight that was also a compass, and it demanded that what he built be real enough to fill the void the Accord would leave when it fell. That was the standard. That was what he held himself to, and everything that had come before was only the beginning of what that standard required. Chapter 26, he went into the Soul Anchor installation on the 81st night of the building period, alone. Crimson Sparrow had confirmed that Wei Hao was 7 hours into his trial run. The Standard Accord protocol positioned the Chosen One inside the trial chamber for a full night cycle, with the session concluding at dawn. 7 hours in meant Wei Hao was in the central section, engaged with the trial's most demanding illusion sequence, not near the perimeter where Wei Liang needed to work. He crossed the installation's parameter range using the penetration technique Mao Guang had documented, a 300-year-old approach developed by a demon scholar who had been trying to reverse Accord formation work during an earlier period of conflict, in which the Accord had presumably forgotten about because the scholar in question had been comprehensively disappeared from the historical record. The Accord was thorough about certain things. The formation network's infrastructure became visible to his warden's compass when he was 60 meters inside the parameter range, the resonance signature of something old and sustained and deeply embedded in the local geology. The Soul Anchor formations were not surface structures. They were woven into the bedrock at a depth that suggested they had been installed when the ground above them looked different, when the Ghost River had run a different course and the labyrinth's current geography hadn't yet settled into its configuration. Whoever had built this had built it to last. He moved through the formation's perimeter structures carefully, reading each anchor point with the compass before approaching it. The anchors were not painful. They did not vibrate with distress the way living souls in distress would. They were quiet, which was worse. Quiet in the way that something becomes quiet when it has been constrained long enough that the constraint is the only thing it knows. He recognized that quality of quiet. He had felt something adjacent to it in the first weeks after the refusal, when the weight of what he had chosen to give up was still fresh and had not yet become the foundation of what he was building. Each anchor point registered differently on the compass. Some were old enough that the spiritual residue had thinned, still constrained, but barely coherent. The remains of remains, held in place by formation architecture that had outlasted everything it was supposed to contain. Others were newer, denser, the residue still distinct enough that the compass's detection layer could infer something about the person it had been. A woman, a child, 2 elderly men whose chi signatures indicated cultivation experience, which meant the Accord's formation work had captured practitioners as well as civilians. He read each signature before he worked. He did not allow himself to stop for any of them. There were 14 anchors, and the dawn timeline was fixed, but he read each one, because the names that would never be recovered were at least going to be witnessed, even by one person in the dark. He did not linger on the recognition. He worked. The liberation technique required applying the reversal from outside the formation's binding architecture, essentially introducing a counter-resonance that unmade the binding without damaging the spiritual residue being held. Mao Guang had been clear. The counter-resonance had to be calibrated precisely for each anchor point, because each anchor contained different spiritual residue with slightly different characteristics, and an imprecise calibration would damage the residue rather than release it. This was not the kind of work where approximation was acceptable. Each calibration was its own calculation. He worked through 14 anchor points in 4 hours. At each one, the same sequence. Read the anchor with the compass, calibrate the counter-resonance, apply it slowly enough that the reversal was gradual rather than abrupt, wait for the signature to clear. The waiting was the hardest part. He was working in the trial site's perimeter while his brother was in the central chamber, and the timeline required him to be clear of the perimeter before Wei Hao finished. Hurrying was not an option he would allow himself. Hurrying at the wrong moment would damage a soul he was trying to free, and he had come specifically to not do that. Each released soul dispersed into the local qi environment. Not a dramatic dissolution, not a visible event, just the quiet of a constrained thing becoming unconstrained. He could feel the formation network's power signature decreasing with each release, the ambient energy shifting as the fuel supply diminished. On the 14th anchor point, the Fallen Hero system offered a notification. Soul anchor formation dissolution in progress. Fate energy absorption. Ongoing. Projected yield, 1,200 units. This action constitutes a significant refusal of divine institutional practice. The path of the fallen deepens. He noted it and continued working. He finished the 14th anchor at the 3-hour mark before dawn, gathered the warden's compass, and moved back through the formation's perimeter using the same technique he'd used to enter. He made no noise. He left no technique signature attributable to him or to demon origin magic. He was in and out before Wei Hao's trial concluded. From a distance, he watched the dawn process. The trial chamber releasing the Chosen One into the early light. Wei Hao emerging with the expression of a person who had endured something demanding and was still processing it. The escort gathered around him. Shen Lihua was among them, and her expression as Wei Hao emerged was one that Crimson Sparrow captured in her next report. Unresolved, intensifying. He did not see his brother's face clearly. The distance was too great. But he watched the small figure in the Accord's Chosen One robe stand in the early light and stare back at the trial site with an expression that the distance made unreadable, and thought. He felt something. Maybe he doesn't know what it was, but he felt it. He returned to the demon capital with a new rank pushing at the edges of his cultivation base. He told Mao Guang the 14th point was clean. He told Yu Zhen about what the formation had been powered by. She heard him through without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a beat. Then, I've known demons who would be judged by their actions against humans. I've never considered that the Accord ran the same accounting by the same math, just on a different side of the line. The line, Wei Liang said, is the thing they drew. It's their most effective tool. Her gaze came up to his. Do you draw lines? I try to draw them in places that correspond to something real. He held her eyes. Whether I succeed is something other people will need to judge, but I can't stop drawing them, because something has to be real when the Accord falls, or we just replace their version with ours. And then this was all for nothing. He looked at the training ground below, the soldiers moving in formation, the empire he had been building. That's the risk I carry. Not by Qiong, not the blockade. The risk that what I'm building is wrong in ways I can't see yet, and that I won't find out until it's too late to correct. She absorbed this. What does finding out too late look like? It looks like winning, he said, and discovering afterward that the victory was the Accord with a different name. He looked at her. That's why the Fourth Right exists. That's why the Witness Circle has jurisdiction over the Empire as well as the Accord. I'm trying to build in the correction mechanisms before I need them, because you can't trust an architect to correct their own work after the building is standing and the people are inside it. Yu Zhen was quiet for a long time. You think about failure more than most people who are succeeding. I think about failure in order to keep succeeding, he said. The thinking isn't pessimism. It's maintenance. He turned back toward the compound. Let's go. We have work to do. And the compass needs to be back from Old Kong before Bai Qiong moves, or the next engagement goes to her rather than to us. He said it simply, without drama, but both of them knew that losing the next engagement was not an abstract possibility. It was a specific failure with a specific cost that neither of them had the capacity to absorb. Chapter 27 Old Kong arrived on the 90th day with the Warden's compass's replacement inscription work finished and an argument. The compass is a detection instrument, the blacksmith said, placing it on Wei Liang's desk with the controlled care of someone setting down something that had required 6 weeks of their full attention. It was designed for detection. What you've been using it for, the labyrinth work, the formation analysis, that's beyond its structural tolerance range. The inscription architecture is showing stress fractures in the third binding layer. Wei Liang picked up the compass and examined it. The stress fractures were visible to a trained eye, fine hairline marks in the inscription work, the kind that developed when a tool was used for purposes adjacent to but exceeding its original design parameters. What does it need? He asked. It needs a secondary inscription layer that extends the structural tolerance range without altering the core detection function. Old Kong sat down without being invited, which was his way. I've been thinking about the approach for 3 weeks. The solution is a reinforcement architecture borrowed from a class of ancient instruments called Warden-grade tools, designed for exactly this kind of extended application work. He produced a folded piece of paper from his pocket. Design sketches, dense and precise. The reinforcement changes the compass's weight slightly. It becomes heavier by about 40%, but the structural tolerance extends to accommodate the kind of work you've been doing. Wei Liang examined the sketches. The reinforcement architecture was intricate, the kind of work that required not just technical skill, but an understanding of how cultivation energy behaved under field conditions over extended periods. A craftsman who could think in centuries had designed this solution across 3 weeks of focused thought. How long? 2 weeks for the primary inscription work. 1 additional week for the tolerance testing. Old Kong studied his sketches. It's the best piece I've worked on in 60 years, and I'm not finished yet. Don't break it in the field before I'm done. I'll be careful. You're not careful, the old demon said, without heat, just observation. You're precise, which is different. Precision prevents certain kinds of mistakes. It doesn't prevent the mistake of asking too much of an instrument. He lifted the compass and turned it in his hands with the focused attention he gave to everything he'd made. What are you planning next that requires this level of structural tolerance? Wei Liang considered how much to say. Old Kong had been building his tools since the 2nd week. He understood the work. The Accord's forward installations use binding formations similar to the Soul Anchor network I worked on last week. When Bai Qiong comes, and she's coming within the next 6 weeks based on the movement reports, she'll have those formations as part of her assault architecture. I need the compass to be able to read and identify them in combat conditions. Old Kong fell quiet. Then, you're going to use a detection instrument in combat. I'm going to use a detection instrument to prevent a combat mistake, Wei Liang corrected. If I can identify which formation components are structurally critical and which are support infrastructure, I can target the critical components and collapse the assault architecture without needing to defeat the entire assault force directly. That's still combat use. It's intelligence-driven combat use. He maintained steady eye contact. The distinction matters for how I use the compass. I'm not using it as a weapon. I'm using it to make better decisions about where to apply force and where to avoid it. Old Kong studied the compass in his hands for a long stretch. 900 years, he said. And I've met very few people who could explain the reasoning behind their requests in a way that made me want to meet the request rather than reject it. He set the compass down on the desk. 2 weeks for the primary work. 1 week for testing. Don't use it for anything demanding until I've finished. Agreed. One more thing. The old demon did not rise immediately. He turned the compass over once, looking at the stress fractures with the professional attention of someone assessing damage he will personally repair. The third binding layer's fractures. They tell me something about how you used it at the Soul Anchor site. You were calibrating and recalibrating under pressure, tight intervals between adjustment cycles, sustained application rather than single-pass detection. That's not how the compass was intended to be used. I know. And you did it anyway because the alternative was less precise. Yes. Old Kong set the compass down. That's not a criticism, he said. It's information. I'm building the reinforcement to handle that pattern of use. Sustained calibration under pressure. But I needed to understand that that's what you were doing before I could design for it correctly. He looked at Wei Liang. What else are you going to need it to do that you haven't told me about? Wei Liang thought about this honestly. Whatever Bai Qiong brings next, he said. I don't know what that is. It will be different from the Heavenly Phantom, and it will probably involve formation architecture I haven't encountered before. I need the compass to be able to characterize unknown formations quickly enough to be useful in real-time decision-making. Old Kong absorbed this. He did not look pleased, exactly. He looked like a craftsman who has just had the scope of his commission expanded and is deciding whether the expansion is possible. I can build for that. It adds another week to the tolerance testing. He stood. I'll have it ready in a month. I need it in 3 weeks. The old demon looked at him. Then I'll have it ready in 3 weeks, he said, without heat. But you're going to owe me a very good bottle of something. The old demon left, taking the compass with him, and Wei Liang sat with its absence, the faint sensitivity he'd developed for its resonance no longer there, and thought about structural tolerance limits. Everything he was building had them. The Empire's legal framework would fail if the court refused jurisdiction. The Codex's rights provisions would be unenforceable if no enforcement mechanism held. The neutral kingdom's provisional engagement would dissolve if the accord applied enough pressure. The fallen host's command structure would fracture if enough of the officers he'd built relationships with were killed or turned. He was building with the best materials he had. Understanding the limits was how you built within them. And knowing where the limits were meant knowing which breaks were catastrophic and which were reparable, which was the difference between a structure that failed and one that bent. That evening, Crimson Sparrow arrived with a report containing a detail he had been waiting for. Xianxia had filed a formal inquiry with her Accord superiors about the trial site's technical infrastructure. The inquiry was phrased carefully, not an accusation, a request for clarification, but the fact that it had been filed meant she had sensed something during or after the trial that she needed explained, and had decided that the official explanation was worth formally requesting rather than simply waiting to receive. A saintess who demanded formal responses to technical questions was a saintess who had already decided that informal answers weren't trustworthy. He sent Crimson Sparrow back with new instructions. Maintain surveillance on Xianxia, as well as Wei Hao. Report when she receives the Accord's response, and what her reaction to their response is. Because a saintess who asks about the soul fuel and accepts the first answer she gets is of no use to him. But a saintess who asks twice, or who asks and goes looking for what the official response omits, that is someone worth watching. He added one more instruction. If Xianxia attempts to access any restricted archive materials using her saintess authority, record what she attempts to access. He was not interested in the access itself. Whatever she found or didn't find was her business. He was interested in the category of her curiosity. What she looked for told him something about what she'd already concluded, and what she'd already concluded told him whether she was the person he needed her to be. The evaluation was ongoing. He would know the answer when she either accepted the Accord's explanation or didn't, and he suspected, based on everything Crimson Sparrow had documented, that the answer was going to be, didn't. And when that happened, the question of what she did next was the question that mattered, because someone who rejected an institutional answer had to go somewhere with that rejection, and where they chose to go determined what kind of person they were. He hoped, with the precise, acknowledged kind of hope he permitted himself when strategic and personal aligned, that she chose to come here. If she didn't, the evidence gap would remain, and the court's formal finding would remain incomplete, and Bai Qiong would remain unaccountable for exactly the crimes that mattered most. Chapter 28. The Diplomatic Summit, which was not officially called a summit, because a summit implied formal status that the neutral kingdom's representatives were not authorized to claim, took place on the 97th day, in a location that was technically outside the demon capital's administrative boundary, but inside the fallen host's defensive perimeter. The compromise on location had taken 11 days to negotiate. The neutral kingdoms wanted neutral ground. The demon empire needed the meeting within its protective infrastructure. The eventual solution, a pavilion on a hill that sat precisely on the administrative boundary, with the fallen host's perimeter visible from the pavilion's western side, but not its eastern, satisfied neither party entirely and both parties adequately, which was how most useful compromises worked. Wei Liang arrived precisely at the scheduled time, which he knew would be noted and interpreted differently by each party present. On time meant respect for the scheduled process. On time meant no advantage seeking in the pre-meeting arrangements. On time meant predictable, which was either reassuring or concerning depending on your framework. 7 diplomats from the 3 neutral kingdoms. 2 scholars who had arrived from the Accord's territories without official sanction. He had wondered whether they would come. They had come, which told him something about the academic culture within the Accord's peripheral institutions. And Shun Gan, the overlord himself, who had chosen to attend in person rather than send a representative. He had not expected the overlord to attend personally. He adjusted. I'll let each of you speak first, he said, once everyone was seated. I've been speaking loudly for several months. I'd like to hear what questions remain. This produced a brief silence, the kind that follows when someone deviates from expected protocol in a way that is disorienting but not unwelcome. The Harrow Kingdom's lead diplomat spoke first. He had the manner of an envoy who had spent 30 years in negotiations and had developed a precise vocabulary for expressing skepticism without closing doors. The treaty addendum's applicability to the current situation is not yet resolved in Harrow scholarly circles, he said. We have scholars on both sides of the question. What we don't have is a definitive assessment. What would make an assessment definitive, in Harrow's view? Wei Liang asked. Independent authentication by a recognized third party with no stake in either outcome. The Outer Realm Arbitration Court's preliminary review constitutes exactly that. He placed a copy of the court's review on the table. Their preliminary assessment establishes jurisdiction before the full review is complete. That assessment is available to your scholars. The diplomat studied the document. The court's preliminary assessment was fast. Faster than any accord-related filing in 800 years, Wei Liang confirmed. The treaty addendum's authority made the filing mandatory rather than discretionary. The court has a different procedural track for mandatory filings. One of the two rogue accord scholars leaned forward. The accord's position on mandatory filing jurisdiction is disputed. The accord's position on most things that constrain them is disputed, Wei Liang said, without heat. That's why we're here rather than accepting their characterization of their own constraints. He met the scholar's eyes. What does your analysis of the treaty addendum's succession clause tell you? The scholar was a young woman, mid-30s, with the careful posture of a professional who had recently done something dangerous and was assessing the consequences. My analysis tells me the succession clause is clear. The accord's counterargument requires rejecting the established interpretation of succession language in treaties of this period, which creates precedent problems for a dozen other agreements they want to maintain. Have you shared that analysis with your institution? My institution told me the analysis was premature. She said the word with the specific flatness of someone who knows when a word is being used as a management tool. Would you be willing to share it here? She glanced at the overlord, who had been watching the exchange without expression. Then she met Wei Liang's eyes. Yes. The session that followed lasted 3 hours and covered the treaty's legal standing, the Codex's implications for demon-human relations within neutral kingdom territory, the witness circle's jurisdiction parameters, and the specific scenarios in which the accord's military action would trigger mandatory court jurisdiction. The overlord spoke twice, briefly, both times, confirming what Wei Liang had described about the Codex's practical implementation, adding detail that only someone with direct administrative knowledge could provide. He had not asked the overlord to attend. He had not asked the overlord to speak. He had simply informed him that the summit was happening and provided accurate documentation about its purpose. The overlord had drawn his own conclusions, and those conclusions had brought him to this room, which was the most important thing that had happened in the 3-month building period. After the session ended, Xianxia remained in the pavilion. He waited until everyone else was gone. You built this in 8 months, he said. The foundation was here, Wei Liang said. I built on it. The foundation was 800 years of institutional failure that you chose to use as raw material. The overlord's attention moved across the documents spread across the table. I've been ruling this empire for 40 years. I've tried 14 different approaches to the accord's pressure. None of them worked. I found a human with no resources and a refusal on his record, and now I'm sitting in a room where neutral kingdoms are arguing treaty law on behalf of a demon empire that shouldn't exist according to the accord's framework. He held Wei Liang's gaze. I want to know what you see that I don't. Wei Liang considered how to answer this truthfully. You see the accord as an enemy, he said. I see it as a system. Systems have architecture. Architecture has vulnerabilities. You fight enemies. I dismantle systems. Xianxia absorbed this. And when the system is dismantled, something else gets built. Something that doesn't have the same vulnerabilities, because we'll have learned what those vulnerabilities are. He turned back to the documents. That's the part one haven't finished yet. The overlord studied him for a long moment. The Codex. Forthright. The prohibition against compulsory roles without informed consent. Yes. That right protects my citizens from me as well. Yes. You put it in because it needed to be there. I put it in because it was true, Wei Liang said. And because everything I'm building is based on the argument that the accord is wrong. If I build something that is wrong in the same ways, the argument fails. He held the overlord's gaze. The forthright protects your citizens from me too. If something happens to me and someone else takes what I'm building and uses it against the people it was supposed to serve, the forthright is evidence about what it was supposed to be. Xianxia fell quiet. Don't die, he said finally. The empire has had rulers before. It hasn't had an architect. He stood. I'll continue attending sessions that I'm not officially invited to, when the information is worth attending for. He left. Wei Liang remained in the pavilion with the documents, the codex and the treaty and the preliminary review, and felt the specific weight of a moment where what had been built was real enough to be seen, and visible enough that the people who saw it were choosing sides. He went through the documents once more, not reviewing them, just touching them, making sure they were real. The codex, the treaty addendum, the court's preliminary review, the rogue scholar's analysis, Shen Lihua's documented authentication work. The overlord's signature on the codex's implementation record. Each document represented a decision someone had made, a choice to participate in something that the Accord was working against. He thought about what it cost each of the people who'd signed or contributed to these documents. The rogue scholars, whose academic careers were now under institutional scrutiny. The Harrow Kingdom diplomats, who were going to face pressure from the Accord's trade representatives within the week. The Overlord himself, who had spent 40 years navigating Accord pressure and had chosen, in a pavilion on a hill, to add his voice to something he couldn't fully control. People were choosing. That was what he'd built, not a structure that compelled choice, but one that made the right choice more visible and more possible than it had been before. Somewhere to the west, Bai Qiong's fleet was choosing its angle of approach, and when it arrived, every alliance in this room would be tested against what it was actually worth, and Wei Liang had no way to know yet which would hold and which would fracture under the first real pressure. That uncertainty was the most dangerous variable on the board. Chapter 29, he found Yu Zhan at the compound's outer wall as the sun went down. She wasn't reviewing defensive positions. She was standing still, watching crimson sparrow hunt in the evening sky above the valley that spread north of the compound. The phoenix-crow hybrid had developed a hunting pattern over the months that was distinctly her own. High spiral approach, long stoop, precise strike. Patient in the way that things with good sensory equipment and long lifespans develop patience. Not the learned patience of a person forcing themselves to wait, but the native patience of a creature for whom the next moment is not an emergency. Wei Liang stood beside her and watched. They didn't speak for several minutes. It was the kind of silence that had become possible because they had stopped needing to fill it. The working silence had shifted somewhere in the past 3 months from the silence of colleagues into the silence of people who trusted each other enough not to perform conversation. He noticed when the shift had happened, approximately 6 weeks into the building period, and had filed it as significant without knowing exactly what it was significant of. How was the summit? Yu Zhan asked, eventually. Productive. He let this sit. The Overlord came. I know. I sent him the briefing package after you asked me to prepare it. Her gaze stayed on the sky. What did he say? He wants to know what I see that he doesn't. He turned briefly toward her. I told him I see the Accord as a system rather than an enemy. Is that true? He thought about it honestly. Partially. I also see it as an enemy. The system framing is more useful for strategy. A pause. Seeing it as an enemy is more accurate about how I feel about it. She was quiet. You're angry, she said. I'm precise about my anger. His attention moved back to Crimson Sparrow completing her stoop and missing. The prey had seen her coming and moved. She circled again without visible frustration. The Accord built a system that consumes people designated as instruments of divine purpose. They built it deliberately, maintained it for 800 years, refined the efficiency parameters, and call it sacred. I'm angry about that. I'm trying not to let the anger make the strategy worse. Is it? Sometimes. He thought about the Soul Anchor installation, the 14 points, the calculation about attribution, the decision not to approach Wei Hao while he was inside. I made a decision at the trial site to stay unseen rather than try to contact my brother. The strategic reason was valid. Approaching him would have accelerated the investiture timeline. But part of the reason I was able to make that decision was that I was angry enough to stay controlled. Anger that's acknowledged is sometimes steadier than emotion that isn't. She turned to face him directly. I've never trusted a human before, she said. I've commanded humans in the Accord's service, which is different. Commanded them, evaluated them, worked alongside them. That's not trust. Trust is something else. He met her gaze. You trusted me before I'd earned it, he said. I trusted you before you'd proven it, she corrected. There's a difference. I extended the trust, then watched you prove it. But I extended it before the proof was complete. Her attention moved back to the sky. 43 years in command. I've been careful. You are the first person I have extended trust to before completion. Why? She took a moment to find the right words. Because you told me why you refused, she said. In the first hour. You told me what you'd read, and what you'd concluded, and what you were doing about it. Not to persuade me, to inform me. You assumed I could evaluate the information and make my own decision. She watched Crimson Sparrow make her second approach, higher this time, adjusting her angle. No one had done that before. Not with me. Every request came with an argument about why I should comply. You gave me a report. He stood beside her and let this settle before responding. I've been thinking about that, he said. About the difference. The Accord has had 800 years to perfect the argument structure. They know exactly which arguments work on which kinds of people, at which stages of the conditioning process, under which emotional conditions. The argument is a tool, and they've optimized it. He paused. The report is different. The report says, here is what I know, here is the gap between what I know and what I need, Here is what I'm doing about it. It doesn't ask you to conclude anything. It gives you what you need to conclude something yourself. And you wanted me to conclude something myself. I wanted you to decide, he said, not to be persuaded. There's a difference between those two things, and the difference matters for whether what you build afterward is built on your actual judgment or on someone else's argument. He met her gaze directly. I can't afford to have the people who are building this with me operating on arguments that might not hold. I need them operating on conclusions they've reached themselves, because conclusions survive pressure better than arguments do. She absorbed this. You've thought about this more than trust usually gets thought about. Trust is load-bearing in everything I'm building, he said. It gets thought about accordingly. He stood beside her and let this settle. I'm not going to tell you what I'm feeling about you, he said. Not yet. There are things I haven't named, and some of them are things I'm not certain about. He kept his gaze on the sky. But I want you to know I noticed what you said. She was quiet. Crimson Sparrow made her second strike and connected, clean, precise, and rose with her prey into the darkening sky. Wei Liang watched her go, feeling the particular quality of standing beside someone whose silence contained more than most people's words. He had been building things for 8 months. This was something he had not built. It had grown without a plan, and he was not certain what to do about that, except to not pretend it wasn't there. By Qiong's approach vector, he said eventually. 3 weeks, she said. The eastern fortification's secondary gate. Is it complete? 70%. We'll have it at 90 by the time she arrives, assuming the 3-week estimate holds. She paused. It won't hold. She's been watching the fortification's pace. She'll push when she thinks the 90% is close, but not achieved. The window where the structure is strong enough to look like a deterrent, but still has a gap she can exploit. She's been watching the pace. Bai Qiong watches everything. Yuzhen's gaze was even. We should assume she knows our construction timeline better than we do. She'll have agents in the border markets feeding back what the supply runs look like. What do we do about that? We finish the secondary gate in 2 weeks instead of 3. She turned to look at him directly. I'll need the 3rd Borderland Battalion reassigned from Border Patrol to Fortification for the next 14 days. I can cover the patrol routes with the Iron Veil's secondary units. Do it. She nodded once. The nod of a general who has received a directive and is already executing it. Let's use them well, he said. But even as they turned back toward the compound and the work that waited, the evening felt briefly different from any evening before it. Warmer and sharper and harder to lose. He noted it. He let himself notice it. And then he went to work, because 2 weeks was not very long at all, and Bai Qiong was already moving, and whatever she was building in the west was aimed specifically at the gap between what the empire was and what it still needed to become. Chapter 30. Bai Qiong did not arrive in 3 weeks. She arrived in 2. The Celestial Marshal's approach signature was detectable 4 hours before her arrival through the Warden's compass. Old Kong had returned it early, the primary inscription work complete even if the tolerance testing was not, because the approach signature was exactly the kind of field condition the new reinforcement layer was designed to handle. Wei Liang had run a dozen diagnostic passes in those 4 hours, mapping the formation architecture Bai Qiong had brought with her. She came with a Heavenly Phantom formation, one of the Accord's mid-tier suppression tools, designed for precision targeting in politically sensitive environments. The Heavenly Phantom was not a battlefield weapon. It was an assassination tool, a formation that could locate and eliminate a specific target without creating the kind of visible widespread damage that attracted international attention. You could use a Heavenly Phantom inside a city and the buildings on either side of the target would be untouched. It was designed specifically to eliminate Wei Liang without making it look like the kind of attack that would trigger the witness circle's jurisdiction. He appreciated the specificity. It told him exactly what Bai Qiong had concluded about his current vulnerabilities. She thought he was strong enough that a standard assault would cost her politically, but not strong enough that she couldn't take him with a targeted tool. She was not entirely wrong about the first assessment. She was wrong about the second. He had been building his counter-strategy since Mao Guan identified the Heavenly Phantom formation type in the approach signature analysis 2 days earlier. The strategy required 3 elements: a way to intercept the formation before it could target him, a way to redirect the holy energy rather than simply dispersing it, and a way to make the redirection internationally visible. The first element was the Fallen Resonance, his system's passive Qi conversion ability, which had been absorbing Accord holy energy since the first investiture rejection and had been expanded significantly by the Soul Anchor work and 3 months of fate energy accumulation. The second element was the Fate Fracture Technique's advanced application, not the simple inversion he'd used against Elder Zhao Fan's suppression seal, but a sustained vector redirect that took absorbed energy and released it in a controlled directional discharge. The third element was timing. He positioned himself at the demon capital's highest tower at the point when Bai Qiong's formation was inside the witness circle's observation range, but before it had completed its targeting lock. He made himself visible, not hiding, not defensive positioning, just standing in the open at the highest point in the capital, waiting for what was coming. Bai Qiong's formation activated at the 4th hour before dawn. He felt it arrive, the specific holy energy pressure of a heavenly instrument deployed with institutional authority, the cold and structured certainty of something built to end a specific person's existence. It moved through the capital's qi environment looking for its target with the systematic patience of a formation that had been used before and knew how to search. He let it find him. The moment the targeting lock established, he activated the fallen resonance at full capacity. Not the controlled slow absorption he'd used in practice, but the full intake that 3 months of capacity building had made possible. The formation's holy energy poured into the resonance's conversion matrix, and he held it against the formation's sustained pressure, holding the energy in conversion rather than releasing it. 5 seconds. The pressure increased, the formation's sustained mechanism trying to complete the targeting lock through the resonance's interference. 7 seconds. The resonance matrix was at capacity. He felt the edges straining against the volume. 9 seconds. He released. The Fate Fracture's advanced vector redirect took the converted energy and sent it upward, not dispersed, not dissipated, but directed, a sustained visible discharge that went through the capital's morning sky in a column of light visible for 300 li in every direction, leaving behind it a spectral echo in the qi environment that documented exactly what had just been attempted. The discharge was visible from the Neutral Kingdom diplomatic missions currently hosted in the demon capital. Visible from Crimson Sparrow's position 50 li to the north. Visible from the Outer Realm Arbitration Court's observation post on the boundary marker 17 li west of the capital, the post the court had established after the witness circle's activation, exactly as Wei Liang had anticipated. The Heavenly Phantom formation collapsed when its targeting lock was disrupted. The collapse was audible, a resonance implosion that rattled the compound's windows and sent a visible shockwave through the local qi environment. Wei Liang stood at the top of the tower and watched the spectral echo fade. The fallen hero system, celestial assassination attempt deflected and redirected. This is not hiding. This is refusing. Fate energy, plus 1,100 units. Rank threshold for Meridian Forging cleared. Meridian Forging achieved. He read the notification with the calm of someone who had built toward this outcome. The cultivation rank advancement expanded through his meridian structure like water, finding the full extent of a newly deepened channel, broader, steadier, carrying more than it had before. Below, in the compound's yards, the fallen host soldiers who had been watching the sky were silent. The accord had come for him in the night. He had caught what they sent and shown it to everyone who was watching. And Bai Qiong, wherever she stood in the darkness to the west, now knew that the calculation had changed, and that the next move would cost her more than the last one had. She would recalibrate. She would find a different angle. He had made himself harder to eliminate through direct means, which meant the next attempt would be indirect. And indirect meant his brother, and the leverage she'd been saving, and everything he'd been building against the moment she finally decided to use it. He descended the tower. Below, the fallen host soldiers who had been watching parted to let him through, and he saw in their faces the particular expression he had been working toward for 3 months. Not awe, not fear, but the specific recognition of people who have just watched someone do something they had believed was impossible and who are now revising their framework for what is possible. That revision was what he needed them to carry into the next engagement. You fought differently when you had evidence, and he had just given them evidence. Yuzhan was waiting at the operations center door. She looked at him with the steady assessment of a general incorporating new data. The eastern perimeter's secondary gate held, she said. The formation shockwave from the collapse rattled the supports but didn't breach. Good. He entered the operations center. What do we do with 3 days before she recalibrates? She handed him the defensive position report. Everything we should have finished last week, she said. The command structure's emergency protocols need 1 more full drill. The supply route protection needs 2 more deployment rehearsals. And I want to run the civilian shelter transition at full speed once, with the actual civilians, not the simulation. Do all of it, he said. 3 days. Use them, because whatever Bai Qiong brings next will be designed for a target she thinks she understands, and I intend to be different from what she's expecting. She'll also reassess your rank, Yuzhan said, pulling a second report from the stack. The Meridian Forging advancement was visible. Any Qi-sensitive Accord observer within range of the discharge will have noted the signature shift. She'll recalibrate her capability assessment upward. Good. He took the report. She should know what she's dealing with. That's more useful to me than the element of surprise. A Baiqiang who underestimates is a Baiqiang who makes aggressive miscalculations. A Baiqiang who knows my actual capability level plans carefully, which gives me more time. There's a version of that logic that ends badly, she said. Yes, he agreed. I know what the version is. I'm watching for it. He set the report on the operations table. What's the earliest she can mount a full assault after tonight? 10 days minimum. The fleet needs to reposition, resupply, and recalibrate its formation architecture after the Heavenly Phantom's collapse. She paused. More likely 14 to 16 days. She'll want her next move to be something I haven't prepared for, and building something new takes time even for the Accord. Then we have 10 days at minimum, he said. Let's not waste a single one of them. 10 days, and after that, nothing would be certain at all. Chapter 31. 3 days after the Heavenly Phantom's redirection, the first message arrived from the Outer Realm Arbitration Court. It was formal. Court documents always were, but beneath the formal language, it contained something Wei Liang had been working toward since the first filing. The court was opening a formal investigation into the assassination attempt's compliance with the treaty's military action provisions. The witness circle had captured the formation signature, the targeting lock, and the discharge, sufficient evidence for the investigation to proceed. This did not mean the Accord would be held accountable immediately. Court investigations proceeded at court pace, which was deliberate and slow, and the Accord had substantial experience navigating court processes. But it meant the investigation was on record. It meant the documentation existed. It meant that when Wei Liang's legal team, Mao Guang serving as primary scholar, with the Rogue Accord scholars as supporting analysis, began building the formal treaty violation case, the investigation's record would be part of the evidentiary foundation. He shared the notification with Shangan's administrative office through the weekly briefing channel. He shared it with the Neutral Kingdom diplomatic missions. He shared it with the Rogue Accord scholars, who had been corresponding with him about treaty law for 6 weeks, and were presumably sharing information with colleagues inside the Accord's institutional boundaries through channels he didn't need to know about. Then he waited. 22 hours later, Shun Lihua's escape report reached him through Mao Guang's contact network, not from Crimson Sparrow, but from a demon border scout who had found an unconscious woman in Accord robes at the ward boundary, clutching documents. He read the scout's summary before he did anything else. Shun Lihua had filed her inquiry about the trial site's infrastructure. She had received a response that was technically true and substantively misleading. His prediction, confirmed. She had not been satisfied. She had continued her private research. She had accessed the Accord's restricted historical records through her Saintis authority level and had found something that the restricted records contained and the public records did not. The something was documentation about what had happened to the previous chosen ones. Not the public narrative, the administrative documentation. The records that existed in the restricted archive because someone had to maintain them, and maintenance required documentation, and documentation existed even when the events it described were not supposed to be known. She had taken copies. She had run. She had crossed the demon ward boundary wounded, alone, and carrying evidence that would be considered extremely stolen by every institutional framework she'd spent her adult life operating within. Bring her to the secure quarters, he said. Clean wounds, food, rest. Don't question her until she's conscious and has had several hours. He considered. And don't tell Yu Zhen until I've spoken to Shun Lihua first. When Shun Lihua came around, 4 hours later, bandaged and fed, and taking inventory of her surroundings with the sharp-eyed assessment of someone who has woken up in an enemy's stronghold and is evaluating her position methodically, Wei Liang was sitting across from her with the documents she'd been carrying on the desk between them. He had read them. He had read them twice. I read your materials, he said. I promoted you from prisoner to guest before you regained consciousness. He held her gaze. The administrative documentation on the previous chosen ones. It's consistent with what we've been building our legal case from. You've confirmed it from the inside. Her attention moved between the documents and his face, evaluating. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? Something angrier. She surveyed the secure quarters, spare but clean, a window with actual natural light, a book on the bedside table that someone had placed there. Something more like what the Accord described. The Accord describes me in terms that are useful to the Accord, he said. What did you actually observe before you came here? She told him. It took 40 minutes. She was precise. She had spent a career operating in contexts where imprecision had consequences, and she told him what she had seen, what she had concluded, what she had researched, what she had found, and what she had done about it. She did not perform emotion and did not suppress it. Both were visible in the account, layered together the way they are when someone recounts something that has cost them everything they thought they understood about the world they were living in. He listened without interrupting. He did not respond to the emotional content directly. That was not what she needed in this moment. He asked 2 questions about the documentation's authentication procedures, because the legal case would need the authentication chain to be clean. He asked 1 question about Bai Qiong's knowledge of her research, because the security assessment required it. When she finished, he said, "You'll work with Mao Guang. The documentation you brought confirms the 3rd category of the treaty violation argument. We needed inside source documentation to establish intent rather than just mechanism. You've given us that." He stood. "Rest. I'll have Mao Guang come to you tomorrow when you're ready." He paused at the door. "I'm not asking to be trusted. I'm asking you to be useful. Whether trust comes after that is your decision. But the work is real, the documents are real, and the case we're building will matter. That I can promise you." She was already reaching for the documentation folder as he left. He went to find Yu Zhen and told her what had happened. The efficient version, just the facts, and watched her receive it the way she received difficult information. Without drama, already calculating. "She'll need a working space," Yu Zhen said when he finished. "I'll have one prepared adjacent to Mao Guang's archive." She held his gaze for a moment. "The personal dimension is not something I'm going to discuss right now." "I'm not asking you to discuss it," she said. "I'm telling you I'm aware of it, and that I'll manage my side of it professionally." Her voice was even. "I expect the same from you." "You'll get it," he said. "I know." She looked back at the deployment assessment on her desk. "That's not actually why I brought it up. I brought it up because Shun Lihua will be carrying her own side of it in addition to everything else she's managing right now. That's a significant cognitive load on someone who just ran for 2 days. I want you to be aware of what you're asking her to hold." He was quiet for a beat. "I am aware," he said. "Good." She did not look up. "We'll all manage it. That's what capable people do." He left her to it. The hallway outside her office was busy. A courier waiting with dispatch documents. 2 fallen host captains reviewing deployment schedules against the corridor wall. A trade guild representative who had been waiting for 30 minutes and had the expression of someone who knew better than to interrupt but was running out of time not to. Wei Liang acknowledged the courier, signaled to the captains that their schedule review was approved pending final signatures, and told the trade guild representative he'd have an answer on the Emerald Shelf access proposal by the next morning. He was managing 4 things simultaneously, and the personal dimension was the 5th. He would need to manage the tension between all 3 of them carefully. They were all precise, all principled, and they were going to need to operate in close proximity around a situation that carried weight none of them had asked for. He had no precedent here. No framework in the Empire's administrative structure covered this particular configuration. He would have to watch and adjust, reading what each of them needed and what each of them could bear, making calibrations in real time without the luxury of getting it wrong. The Empire could not afford for this variable to fracture, and Bai Qiong, somewhere to the west, was certainly modeling it as a potential breaking point. She would be wrong. He intended to ensure she was wrong, but that would require all 3 of them to be exactly who they had shown themselves to be, and no less. If any one of them wasn't, the whole structure came apart at precisely the moment Bai Qiong needed it to. Chapter 32 Wei Hao completed his second trial 12 days after Shen Lihua arrived in the demon capital. Crimson Sparrow's report was detailed and specific and contained information that Wei Liang read twice, and then set down and did not return to immediately, because it required time to process as what it was rather than as data. The White Spire trial had staged a demon attack on a civilian settlement. The staging was standard Accord procedure. The Accord used actual displaced demon civilians from captured territory as the attackers, assigning them roles in the trial narrative and providing them with low-level cultivation resources to make them credible threats. The Chosen One was then sent to defend the settlement. The displaced demons were not informed that they were participants in a trial. They were told they were participating in a supervised resettlement exercise. They were given the resources and positioned as instructed. When Wei Hao appeared in his Chosen One robes with his golden soul seal active and his divine mandate visible, they responded to the threat. Some fought, because they had cultivation resources and weren't going to simply stand there while a heavily invested cultivator approached them, and some fled, and 3 of the ones who fought died in the confrontation. The settlement's civilian population, the Accord's legitimate civilian participants, as opposed to the demon participants who weren't told the truth about what they were, cheered. Wei Hao stood in the settlement square afterward with the expression that Crimson Sparrow described as celebratory presentation, underlying assessment not visible from distance. Wei Liang read this description carefully. His brother had the Accord's victory expression visible in his body language. The underlying assessment was not visible. That meant the underlying assessment was present. If the assessment had aligned with the presentation, there would be no separation between them, no visible layer and hidden layer. The separation meant Wei Hao was performing the celebration while thinking something different. He thought about his brother stopping at the harvest conditions valley, asking a farmer about crop yields. He thought about the letters. I don't understand what you built. That doesn't mean I'm not asking. His brother was still there, still asking, still maintaining the inner distance that the Accord's conditioning architecture had not yet been able to close. He thought about the 3 demons who had died in the trial. People who were told they were being resettled, who were given cultivation resources and positioned in a settlement and told nothing about the Chosen One who was coming for them. The Accord's trial architecture required actual deaths to be credible. Real blood made the Chosen One's victory feel real. The institution had decided that efficiency required this, and that the people who died in service of the trial's realism were an acceptable cost of producing a proper hero. Crimson Sparrow's report had included the names she could identify from the chi signatures she'd captured. Rinbai, a lower demon cultivator who had been resettled twice already and had a family in the eastern borderlands. Kai Mole, older, a former garrison soldier who had been displaced when the Accord's last suppression campaign cleared the territory his unit had been protecting. The third she couldn't identify, lower cultivation, the chi signature 2 standard to distinguish from the background. 3 names, 1 incomplete. He wrote them down in the internal record he maintained about what the Empire was actually doing and what it was actually choosing to spend its limited resources on. He wrote, Rinbai, Kai Mole unknown, killed in Accord trial staging, White Spire. Families to be located and supported. He dated the entry. He would have the contact network begin locating the families tomorrow. He helped the 3 dead demons' families reach safe territory through a contact network that had no official affiliation with the Demon Empire. He did this quietly, without announcement. The families arrived at a settlement in the borderland neutral zone and were integrated into the existing support structure that had been building for 6 months. He documented this action in the internal records he maintained, not for the legal case, though it might eventually be relevant there, but because he needed to keep track of what the Empire was actually doing, what it was actually choosing to spend its limited resources on, so that he could see clearly whether what he was building was what he intended to build or something that had drifted from the intention under the pressure of survival. He did not tell Wei Hao. He would tell him later, in person, when there was time to explain what he was building and why, and give his brother the space to conclude what he concluded about it without the information arriving as persuasion. That distinction mattered to him. The difference between informing and persuading, between giving someone what they needed to make a good decision and giving them what they needed to make the decision you wanted them to make. The Accord had built 800 years of institutional infrastructure on the blurring of that distinction. He would not blur it with his brother. The plan had to hold for approximately 8 more weeks. And in those 8 weeks, the Accord would be watching Wei Hao's doubt the way a physician watches a patient's fever, waiting to see whether it breaks toward acceptance or toward refusal, and whatever they saw would determine how hard they pressed in the remaining stages. He wrote the report on the trial staging methodology and sent it to the Court Investigations Documentation Channel, not with his name attached, through Mao Guang's contact network, as an anonymous submission from a researcher working on the treaty violation case. The trial staging methodology was a pattern, not an incident. If this was standard Accord procedure, there were documentation records somewhere, planning documents, resource allocation records, the logistics of moving displaced demons into position before a Chosen One's trial date. Those records existed. He needed someone to request them through the court's discovery process. He drafted the discovery request himself and gave it to Mao Guang to route through the rogue scholar's academic channels. When it arrived at the court, it would arrive as a scholarly inquiry about trial methodology, which was exactly what it was. He also had Mao Guang begin compiling the demographic data on the Accord's displaced demon populations, the communities that had been resettled after previous suppression campaigns and were therefore in the pool from which the trial staging drew its participants. The data was partial and required significant reconstruction from secondary sources, but the pattern was there. The displaced populations clustered near the Accord's established trial sites. The geography of displacement matched the geography of the hero trials. That was not coincidence. That was logistics. He added the analysis to the treaty violation cases Category 4 documentation, the systematic use of displaced civilian populations as trial participants without their knowledge or consent. It was a smaller offense than the Soul Anchor formations or the Chosen One mechanism, but it was documentable in a way that those larger offenses were not. It left traces in the resettlement records and the trial site logistics files, traces that any investigator with access to both databases could cross-reference. He was building a case that could survive scrutiny from multiple angles. The hero trial staging was an angle. The plan had to hold for 8 more weeks, and every week it held, the case got stronger. On the 14th day of the court's active investigation period, Mao Guang brought him a new development. A scholarly counter-analysis had been filed through the court's formal channels by the Accord's own appointed scholars, arguing that the treaty's framework clause was procedurally inapplicable because the Demon Empire was not a recognized legal entity at the time of the treaty's original drafting. It was a clever argument. Wei Liang read through it twice. Response options, he said. 3. The scholar had already outlined them on paper, laid out with the precision of someone who had been anticipating this countermove. First, procedural challenge. The court's own precedent from the Thornwater arbitration establishes that successor governance entities inherit treaty standing from their predecessor administrative structures. Second, evidentiary expansion. We present the resettlement data now rather than holding it, making the argument that the displacement patterns constitute active ongoing treaty violations, which resets the applicability clock. Third, do nothing. Let the court's own scholars respond. Third, Wei Liang said immediately, the Accord wants me to respond. They want to draw me into a procedural debate where my participation legitimizes the underlying question. He set the counter-analysis down. The court's scholars will dismiss this without my help. If they don't, I'll know the court is already compromised, which is also useful information. 8 weeks. The case was getting stronger, and Bai Qiong was probing every crack she could find, which meant she could feel the walls holding, even if she was not yet willing to admit that what she was feeling was genuine resistance rather than temporary delay. But the counter-analysis in Wei Liang's hands was her first move through the court rather than around it, which meant she was running out of options that didn't leave evidence behind. Chapter 33 The Noble House Rebellion arrived on schedule. Yu Zhen had predicted it 3 months ago. The upper-caste demon houses whose supply lines had been disrupted by the trade guild's expansion, whose officers had been passed over for promotion in the fallen host's merit-based advancement system, whose social standing within the empire's institutional hierarchy had been quietly eroded by a framework that evaluated contribution rather than lineage. They would organize, she had said, and they would do it through the empire's existing legal mechanisms rather than through direct action, because direct action against a division that had just publicly neutralized the Celestial Marshal's assassination attempt was not viable. She had been right about the mechanism. The petition arrived from 11 noble houses simultaneously, the coordination visible in the petition's language, which had been clearly written by a single author and signed by 11 different hands. It accused the fallen host command structure of violating the Demon Empire's established governance protocol, specifically the upper house privilege provisions that governed military command appointments. The provisions were real. Wei Liang had read them when building the fallen host's organizational structure, had noted that his merit-based advancement system created tension with them, had decided the tension was worth the outcome. He had also prepared for this exact moment, which was why his response was ready within 2 hours of the petition arriving. He spent those 2 hours not just preparing the legal documentation, but thinking carefully about the houses themselves. They were not wrong to resist. They had held their position in the empire's governance structure for centuries because they had resources, training grounds, cultivation manuals, established networks, access to materials that lower caste demons did not have. The merit system did not pretend those advantages didn't exist. What it refused to do was treat those advantages as sufficient justification for command authority independent of demonstrated competence. Some of the house's resistance was resentment of loss. Some of it was genuine belief that their traditional role was a right rather than a privilege. Some of it, the part he respected, even as he refused to accommodate it, was a legitimate concern that rapid changes to established governance structures created instability, and instability during a period of accord pressure was dangerous. He was not going to give them the accommodations they were asking for, but he was going to give them the respect of taking their concerns seriously in how he addressed them, because the goal was not to defeat the noble houses, but to bring them into a framework that made the whole empire stronger. You knew this was coming, Shengan said, when he arrived at the administrative session that the petition had triggered. The overlord's tone was not accusatory. It was the tone of a ruler who had expected the other person to have an answer and was verifying that he did. Yes. And your answer is? Wei Liang placed a document on the table. The merit advancement system's implementation predates the petition by 4 months. The documentation establishing its legal basis within the empire's existing governance framework is here. He indicated the relevant clause. The upper house privilege provisions apply to permanent appointments within the traditional legion command structure. The fallen host is a separate division established under the fallen emissary authority you granted me, which operates under the Codex's framework rather than the traditional governance framework. Shengan read the relevant clause. The fallen emissary authority, he said, was granted as an emergency provision. The emergency provision doesn't have a sunset clause. Wei Liang met the overlord's eyes. It was written without a sunset clause because the emergency was assessed as ongoing. The accord's pressure is ongoing. The provision therefore remains operative. The overlord read the clause again. You noted the absence of a sunset clause when I granted the authority. I noted it, yes. And you left it absent. I asked Mao Guang to review the standard emergency authority provisions and note any that were atypical. The absence of a sunset clause was atypical. You signed the authority with full documentation. He held the overlord's gaze. If you want to add a sunset clause retrospectively, I'll work within whatever framework you establish. I'm not trying to operate outside your authority. I'm trying to make what I've built durable enough to survive the period when your authority is under maximum stress. Shingon considered this for a long stretch before responding. The noble houses, he said, eventually, have had privilege provisions since before my rule. Those provisions exist because they provided stability. They provided the appearance of stability, Wei Liang said. The upper caste houses controlled the military command because they had the resources to control it. Resources are not ability. Some of the best officers in the fallen host are lower caste. Some of the worst officers in the traditional legions are upper caste. He held the overlord's attention. The merit system doesn't eliminate the upper caste advantage in terms of resources and training opportunities. It doesn't pretend those advantages don't exist. It evaluates what people do with what they have. Some upper caste officers perform excellently under that evaluation. Several have been promoted, but fewer than the houses expected. The houses expected appointment by lineage. I appoint by performance. Wei Liang held his ground. I can't build what I'm building on any other basis. Armies commanded by people who are there by lineage fight worse than armies commanded by people who are there by competence. The empire cannot afford to fight worse. Not now. Not with Bai Qiong holding a fleet at the blockade line and recalibrating after the failed assassination. The overlord decided. The petition is denied. The merit system stands. He signed the denial. The noble houses will be informed that the fallen emissary authority is not subject to upper house privilege provisions. He raised his eyes. Manage the relationship. I don't want open conflict with the noble houses while the accord is positioning for the blockade. I'll have individual conversations with the house heads, Wei Liang said. Explain what the merit system actually requires and what opportunities exist within it. Several of the houses have sons and daughters who would benefit from the system if they're willing to operate within it. He paused. I'll also give them something concrete. An invitation for their higher-performing members to participate in the next round of the Fallen Hosts leadership training. Not a guarantee of placement. An opportunity to demonstrate competence under the same conditions as everyone else. Do that. The overlord stood. What else do I need to know today? Wei Liang gave him the weekly briefing from memory. Bai Qiong's second approach vector has not been detected in the past 12 days. The court investigation is proceeding. Shen Lihua has authenticated 4 of the historical documents through formal scholarly methodology. The Neutral Kingdom's provisional engagement continues. Wei Hao completed his second trial. The staging information suggests the investigation's documentation on the soul fuel mechanism should include trial infrastructure records. The overlord absorbed this. And your brother? Still asking questions, Wei Liang said. That's what I need him to be doing. But the accord knows it too, and they will not allow it to continue much longer. Whatever they decide to do next, it will be aimed at his doubt, and I need the empire stable enough that when they move, I can move faster. Shingon studied him. You're describing a race. I'm describing what it's always been. We've just been running it in segments. Wei Liang looked to the window where the demon capital's towers were visible against the gray morning sky, functional, standing, inhabited by people going about the complicated business of living in an empire that had not existed 2 years ago. The old demon empire fell because it stopped moving. Stagnation was Bai Qiong's real leverage. The institutions calcified and the population had no reason to defend them. I don't intend to repeat that failure. You intend to keep moving. I intend to build things that can keep moving after me. He turned back. That's what the merit system is for. That's what the codex is for. If I'm the only thing holding this together, Bai Qiong wins the moment I'm no longer here. The structures have to stand independently. He paused. The noble house resistance is actually clarifying. It's showing me which parts of the structure are genuinely independent and which parts are dependent on continuous pressure from the center. The parts that need pressure are the parts that still need work. A convenient way to view obstruction, the overlord said, with a dryness that acknowledged he wasn't actually disagreeing. It's the only useful way. Wei Liang moved toward the door. The house meeting invitations will go out today. Whatever Bai Qiong is building in the west, I want the Empire's internal coherence 2 steps ahead of her by the time she uses it. He didn't say what he knew Shingon already understood. That 2 steps ahead might not be enough, but it was the only margin he could reasonably build in the time he had. Chapter 34 Shenlihua found him in the archive on the 102nd day. Not the main archive, Mao Guang's primary working space, but the secondary reference collection in the East Wing, which Mao Guang kept organized with the particular order of a mind that had been working with the same materials for 40 years and no longer needed to look for anything. Wei Liang had been using the secondary collection's demographic records for the supply distribution analysis, which required understanding which populations in which territories were receiving what resources from which sources, and whether the distribution patterns matched the Codex's equity provisions. She knocked on the open door. The historical documentation, she said. Mao Guang has finished the authentication on the 4th set. He says the 5th set can be authenticated next week. She placed a folder on the desk beside him. He also says you should look at the document on page 37. He found page 37. It was an internal Accord administrative record from 200 years ago, documenting the Soul Seal Mechanism's optimization review. The document described the optimization process. Each new Chosen One's performance data, how much fate energy they generated through their cultivation progress, how much they generated at the point of mandate completion, was analyzed against the Accord's consumption targets, and the investiture process was adjusted to optimize the energy yield. The language was the language of industrial efficiency applied to human spiritual energy. He read this twice. They've been running optimization reviews every 50 years, he said. Every 43 years, Shen Lihua corrected. She had read the document more carefully than he had. The review cycle tracks the average Chosen One lifespan from designation to mandate completion. 43 years has been the average across the past 6 cycles. Her finger indicated the relevant row. They've been adjusting the mechanism to make the process last longer. More energy generated per subject over a longer period rather than faster consumption. The soul leashes stage sequence. Yes. She settled into the chair across from him. The wariness of the first 3 days replaced by the focused directness of someone who had decided that provisional trust was more useful than sustained caution. The original soul seal mechanism completed in 18 months. The current mechanism, the one that Wei Hao has, takes approximately 7 years from designation to mandate completion. 7 years. Not the months he'd been calculating. He absorbed this recalculation and its implications. If the timeline was 7 years rather than months, the urgency of the 3-month building period was still real, the acceleration threat remained, and the Accord could apply external reinforcement to shorten the timeline. But the baseline window was longer than Mao Guang had estimated from the stage sequence documentation. Mao Guang's stage sequence analysis, he said. Based on incomplete documentation, she confirmed. The stage sequence Mao Guang had access to was the original mechanism's documentation. The optimization reviews weren't in the public archive. She set down her pen. The current mechanism is slower by design. The Accord wants the Chosen One to be functional for longer, generating fate energy through cultivation progress, not just through mandate completion. A Chosen One who spends 7 years advancing through cultivation ranks generates significantly more fate energy than one who completes the mandate cycle in 18 months. This was better news than it appeared at first glance. Wei Hao has more time, he said. Wei Hao has more time. A pause. Unless the Accord applies acceleration. They'll apply acceleration the moment they identify Wei Hao as a leverage vector for me. He turned toward her directly. Have they? I don't know what they know, she said honestly. I've been here for 12 days. My information is 12 days old. She considered carefully. Bai Qiong's failed assassination attempt changes the political calculation. If the Accord uses Wei Hao as leverage now, it's a public admission that they have leverage. Given the witness circle's active jurisdiction, they may prefer to keep Wei Hao's existence as a strategic threat rather than an explicit one. They're being careful. Bai Qiong is careful, Shun Lihua said. She doesn't move without a clear advantage. The failed assassination, her direct response failed in front of international witnesses. She'll recalibrate before she moves again. A pause. And she'll want to move in a way that doesn't generate more documentation for the court investigation. He held her gaze. You know Bai Qiong. I've worked within her institutional authority for 7 years. She met his eyes steadily. I know how she thinks. She's precise and patient, and she plays the long game. She won't expose Wei Hao as leverage if the exposure creates evidence that the court can use. She'll keep him in reserve until she has a situation where using him costs her less than not using him. What situation would that be? Shen Lihua turned the question over carefully. If you establish something that the Accord cannot undo legally, politically, or militarily, If you build something so visible and so well documented that dismantling it generates more evidence against them than leaving it alone, Bai Qiong will calculate that the leverage risk from Wei Hao is lower than the cost of allowing what you've built to stand. She folded her hands. At that point, she'll use him, not as an assassin, as a reason for you to stop. A reason to stop. His brother, used as the argument, stand down, or this happens to Wei Hao. And the counter, he said. Remove the leverage, she said. If Wei Hao has already made his choice, if he's free, on his own side, then using him as leverage against you fails because the leverage doesn't exist anymore. Her voice was even. You know this. I'm not telling you anything you haven't already worked out. I'm telling you so you know I've worked it out, he said. And so you can tell me if the working is wrong. She absorbed this. Then, the working is sound. The timing is the variable. How long until what you're building is too visible to dismantle? 3 to 4 months, he said. After the blockade is established and the court investigation produces its first formal findings and the neutral kingdom's engagement becomes something they can't politically withdraw from without cost. He picked up the document on page 37. Wei Hao has 7 years if the accord doesn't accelerate. I need 3 to 4 months to make the leverage threat ineffective. Then I go to him. And if the accord accelerates before 3 months, then I go sooner and the building continues without me. He held her eye steadily. That's why I've been building the structure to function independently. The contingency has always been real, and now that you're here, it's more real than it was. Mao Guang has a second mind to cross-reference against. The legal case has an inside source. Whatever Bai Qiong throws next, we have more pieces than we did before you crossed the ward boundary, and I intend to make sure every one of those pieces is in position before she makes her next move. Shen Lihua turned the document on page 37 over in her hands. When you go, she said, what do you need from the people you leave behind? He had thought about this. Hold what exists. Don't expand into territory that requires my judgment to adjudicate. Don't make promises I haven't authorized. And if the accord applies diplomatic pressure to the neutral kingdoms while I'm gone, route the response through Mao Guang and the scholarly network rather than through the empire's administrative channels. The scholarly channel has more institutional credibility for that kind of pressure, and it doesn't require my signature. He paused. And tell Yu Zhen that the defensive posture while I'm gone is hold, not advance. She knows this. Tell her I know she knows it. That's a different kind of instruction. Shen Lihua considered this. You trust her judgment. I trust her judgment for what the empire needs militarily, he said. She trusts mine for what it needs strategically. The arrangement is explicit. While I'm gone, she runs military decisions with Mao Guang available for consultation on the legal and diplomatic dimensions. He set down the document. The arrangement works because both of us know our domains and respect the boundaries. And me? She said. What's my role while you're gone? The treaty violation case, he said, without hesitation. Mao Guang has the methodology. You have the inside knowledge of what the accord will argue in response. The court's investigation is moving, and when the first formal findings come back, we need to be ready to answer whatever the accord's counter-response is. You know their counter-response playbook better than anyone in this empire. He met her eyes. That's what I need from you while I'm gone, and it's not a small thing. It might be the most important thing. She absorbed this. Then let's make sure the case is strong enough that your absence doesn't matter when the counter-response arrives, because Bai Qiong will time it for when you're on the road with your brother. Chapter 35. The word reached him through 3 channels simultaneously, which was how he knew it was true. Wei Hao had been brought to the Celestial Accord's inner sanctum for his investiture ceremony. Stage 3 had completed faster than Shen Lihua's optimistic timeline. Apparently, the Accord had applied external reinforcement to his integration after the assassination attempt, exactly as expected. The inner sanctum ceremony was the formal placement of the Soul Seal's final anchor, the structure that made the whole mechanism self-sustaining and irreversible without tools specifically built to reverse it. Crimson Sparrow's signal. Mao Guang's contact network. A communication through the witness circle's public observation record containing a notation about unusual energy signatures at the Accord's inner sanctum location. He read all 3 in 15 minutes and went to find Yu Zhen. The investiture ceremony, he said. Wei Hao is in the inner sanctum. She put down the deployment notes she'd been reviewing. Timeline. The ceremony takes 2 to 3 hours. After completion, the Soul Seal is fully anchored. The anchor of refusal can still break it. Old Kong designed it for exactly this mechanism, but it becomes more complex after the final anchor is placed. He met her eyes. I need to know who Shen Lihua assigned as the ceremony's official witness. Why? Because the official witness has the authority to halt the ceremony for procedural cause. If there's a procedural issue, Wei Liang. Yu Zhen's voice carried a specific weight. You're hoping someone inside the ceremony stops it. I'm assessing the probability that someone inside the ceremony stops it, he said, which requires knowing who's in the room. She considered him for a moment. Then she contacted Mao Guang's network. The answer came back within 20 minutes. Shen Lihua was the assigned witness. She had been assigned before her private research, before her inquiry about the trial site, before she had read the document on page 37. She had not been reassigned because the Accord didn't know she'd read page 37. She was inside the inner sanctum. She had the authority. She had the knowledge. And she had, 6 weeks ago, made a decision to file a formal inquiry rather than accept the informal management of her questions, which meant she was the kind of person who, when presented with a mechanism and a clause that invoked it, would use the clause. He waited. This was the hardest part of the 3 months. Waiting for the things he had set in motion to move at their own pace rather than the pace he'd prefer. He had placed Shen Lihua's research tools in front of her. He had sent the clause documentation through Mao Guang's network. He had done everything he could from outside the inner sanctum's walls. What happened inside those walls was not his to control. He was not good at not being in control of things. He had learned to be good at it. Learned, specifically, that the attempt to control things you couldn't control was the most expensive mistake a strategist could make, because it cost you the energy and focus you needed for the things you actually could affect. But he had learned it the way you learn something you have to actively practice rather than something that comes naturally. He sat with the waiting. He read through the fallen host's latest position assessment. He reviewed the trade guild's supply distribution numbers for the 3rd quarter and found one anomaly he made a note to discuss with the guild's logistics coordinator. He drafted 3 paragraphs of the diplomatic communication he'd been planning to send to the Harrow Kingdom's trade representative. He did not check the clock. 45 minutes into the ceremony window, the network contact brought the 2nd report. The ceremony had been halted. A procedural challenge had been raised, citing a specific clause in the investiture documentation about the host's fully informed consent to each stage of the seal's placement. The clause existed. Wei Liang had found it in the archive records 6 weeks ago. He had sent its documentation to Mao Guang's network contact with a notation. This may be relevant to Shen Lihua's research. He had done this knowing that Mao Guang's network contact would pass it along through the channels Shen Lihua used to conduct her private research, and knowing that Shen Lihua was precisely the kind of person who would recognize the clause's relevance and know how to invoke it correctly. Mao Guang's network contact had presumably passed it along, and Shen Lihua had done the rest. He did not know whether she had acted on the clause because of the notation or independently. The outcome was the same. The ceremony had halted. Bai Qiong's response was immediate and predictable. Shen Lihua was confined pending a review of the procedural challenge. Wei Hao was told she had been reassigned. The ceremony was postponed. Wei Hao's soul seal was at stage 3, uncompleted. The final anchor had not been placed. The 7-year timeline was reset to the stage 3 baseline. Approximately 5 years of window remaining before the mechanism became self-sustaining on its own degradation timeline. He had 5 years. He needed 4 more months, and the clock had just been reset, which meant he had more time than he'd had an hour ago, and less than he would need if Bai Qiong moved faster than expected. He went back to work. He worked through the night. The supply distribution analysis, the diplomatic communication drafts, the fallen host command structure review. At the 3rd hour before dawn, Mao Guang found him still at his desk and placed a cup of tea beside him without speaking. You knew it would work, Mao Guang said, eventually. I knew there was a reasonable probability it would work. He kept his eyes on the document. I also prepared for the probability that she hadn't read the clause documentation or had read it but concluded the personal cost was too high or had been reassigned before the ceremony began. And in those scenarios, I had a secondary approach that was slower and more complicated. He finally looked up. This was the better outcome. It was. Mao Guang settled into the chair across from him. The particular settle of someone who has been working for as long as his employer has and has decided that propriety can wait. The court investigation's documentation on the assassination attempt. I've been reviewing the evidence capture from the witness circle. The formation signature is clean. The targeting lock timestamp is unambiguous. The discharge vector and its spectral echo are fully documented. He folded his hands. When we add the labyrinth's soul anchor evidence and the treaty addendum succession clause analysis, we'll have the 3 categories of violation that the court requires for a formal finding. We still need the intent documentation, Wei Liang said. Yes. Mao Guang paused. I believe Shen Lihua has it. Wei Liang thought about what Shen Lihua had said about Bai Qiong's operational patterns, the precision, the patience, the planning. If she does, he said, and if she gets it out, everything changes. Yes, Mao Guang agreed. The timeline accelerates, and I think she's going to get it out. He had 5 years. He needed 4 more months. And Shun Lihua was sitting in an accord holding room right now with the knowledge of what she'd just done settling over her. But Wei Liang was going to make sure that when the cost arrived, what she'd bought with it was already standing and real, and could not be taken back from her by the institution that was currently deciding what to do about the fact that she'd used their own rules against them. His power registered 340 units of fate energy as he sat there working through the implications, the heavens pressing down on the moment, testing whether the weight of what was about to shift was more than he could carry. He had carried worse. The energy fed the system, and the system grew, and somewhere in the Accord's holding facilities, Shin Lihua was already calculating her next move. He was counting on her to calculate well. If she did, and everything about her suggested she would, the 4 months he needed were already in motion. He sent Mao Guang home to sleep and worked through the night alone, because the intent documentation was one defection away from being real, and Bai Qiong would not give them a second chance to obtain it. Chapter 36, Shin Lihua did not wait to be reviewed. She escaped the inner sanctum's holding facility on the 3rd day, 3 days of careful observation, of memorizing the guard schedule, of identifying the one gap in the monitoring that her Saintess authority level still gave her access to, of using techniques from the Forbidden Archive research she had been conducting for 2 months and had not, until 3 days ago, had a reason to apply. She crossed the Accord's inner fortification boundary at the 4th hour of the 3rd night. She took the documents. She ran. Crimson Sparrow found her 7 hours later, moving southeast through the pilgrim routes she'd traveled with Wei Hao, going in the opposite direction from the Accord's main pursuit teams because she knew the pursuit team deployment patterns. She knew the deployment patterns because she had spent 7 years working within the institution that designed them, 7 years of observing the Accord's operational methodology in the field, learning how it thought, learning where the gaps were. She reached the Demon Ward boundary 41 hours after her escape. She was wounded, not seriously, but enough that the sustained movement at night through terrain she was partially unfamiliar with had cost her, and she was carrying a collection of documents that she had prioritized with clinical precision, evaluating exactly what evidence would be most useful and taking only that. She had left behind everything that was not essential. She had understood, going in, that she might only get one chance to run, and she had prepared accordingly. Wei Liang read the documents before he went to see her. They were better than he'd expected. The specific documents she'd prioritized, not the general administrative records that he'd already reconstructed from archive work, but the optimization review records, the specific soul seal mechanisms adjustment history, and, most valuably, an internal communication between Bai Qiong and the High Saintess Meng Rulin from 6 months ago that discussed Wei Liang by name and identified Wei Hao as a controlled variable for application at strategic necessity. A controlled variable. His brother. For application at strategic necessity. He held this document for a long stretch of silence, letting the cold precision of the phrase settle in, then turning it from a feeling into evidence. The document was dated 6 months ago. 6 months ago, Bai Qiong had already identified Wei Hao as a strategic tool. The designation of Wei Hao as Chosen One had been, from the beginning, a calculated move in a war against Wei Liang. Not divine selection, not the heaven's will, but celestial marshal Bai Qiong's operational planning. That was the document that would break the Accord's divine authority narrative in the court's formal findings. He set it down and went to the secure quarters. She was awake. She had been awake for 2 hours, taking inventory of her surroundings with the sharp attention of someone who has arrived at a destination and is assessing whether it is what they expected. It was not what she'd expected. He had calibrated the secure quarters for exactly that. Not bare holding space, not luxury, but a room that communicated something specific about the values of whoever had set it up. I read your materials, he said. Before I woke up, she said. Yes. He held her gaze. The Bai Qiong communication. A controlled variable for application at strategic necessity. How long have they been planning to use Wei Hao as leverage? Since the designation, she said. Bai Qiong doesn't improvise. The tablet that named Wei Hao was placed with Wei Liang's behavioral analysis in hand. They knew choosing his brother would create a specific kind of pressure. Her voice was steady and without effect. She was giving him operational intelligence, and she was giving it with the accuracy of 7 years of close observation. I didn't know this until I read the communication. I was assigned to Wei Hao's conditioning because I was available and had the right certification. I thought it was administrative assignment. It wasn't. It wasn't. She held his gaze. They placed me with Wei Hao because I had the certification, yes, but also because my certification profile indicated high empathy index and strong procedural ethics. They expected my empathy to become an asset to Wei Hao's conditioning. They expected my procedural ethics to keep me compliant. He studied her. It did the opposite. Yes. A pause. The procedural ethics made the clause citation possible. The empathy made it necessary. Her attention stayed direct. You should know. Bai Qiang will know within 3 days that I'm gone. She'll know I came here. She'll assume I brought the documents. She'll be right. She'll accelerate Wei Hao's timeline. Not dramatically. The documentation I saw suggests she'll want him at stage 5 before she uses him as leverage, because stage 5 is where the soul seal's self-sustaining threshold becomes credible. She'll push him to stage 5 as fast as she can move him without visible external reinforcement. Shen Lihua's precision didn't waver. You have 3 months before stage 5. Maybe 4 if Wei Hao's natural resistance remains high. 3 to 4 months. His original timeline, confirmed from the inside by someone who knew Bai Qiang's operational patterns better than anyone he'd spoken to. He had been building toward this. All right, he said. You'll work with Mao Guang on the optimization review records. The internal communication goes to the court investigation immediately. It documents intent, which the current evidence base doesn't have. He stood. Rest. You've been running for 2 days. She was already picking up the documentation folder. I'll rest after the communication is filed. He almost smiled. Mao Guang's office is the second building east. She was already moving, because that was who she was, and the 3 months ahead were going to demand exactly this from everyone in the empire. People who grabbed the work before they'd rested, because the work wouldn't wait. He went to find Yu Zhan. She received the news of Shen Lihua's arrival the way she received most difficult information. Precisely, without drama, already calculating what it meant for the configuration of forces in the days ahead. She's in with Mao Guang now, he said. I know. Old Kong told me the moment she crossed the ward boundary. Yu Zhan's fingers moved through the deployment map as she spoke, not stopping, not letting the conversation interrupt the work. She came through the southern pilgrim routes. Smart. The Accord's pursuit teams use the main roads. They rely on speed over route knowledge. A beat. She's been inside the system long enough to know exactly where the gaps are. Yes. That's useful. She looked up from the map then, and what was in her expression was not hostility. It was assessment, the same quality of attention she brought to a new tactical variable when she hadn't yet determined whether it was a vulnerability or a resource. She'll need to establish standing here. Not social standing. Operational standing, where her judgment is trusted, what her role is, who she reports to on which matters. Her eyes were direct. Ambiguity will cost you. Agreed. I'll establish it clearly within the week. He held her gaze. She works with Mao Guang on the evidence compilation. She reports directly to me on Accord operational intelligence. On everything else, she's under your security framework. You should absorb this. That's a workable structure. It's only workable if both of you make it so. I'm aware. Something shifted in her expression, not softened, but acknowledged, the way she acknowledged difficult truths that she'd already made peace with. She did something significant. I can respect what she did without requiring weeks of trust building. The trust building can happen while we work. She returned her attention to the map. She'll have to earn full operational standing in the field. That's not arbitrary. That's just how it works. But she doesn't have to earn it before she's useful. The two women would need to find their working relationship. It would not be simple. He was counting on both of them being the kind of people who did difficult things because the work required it, and everything he'd seen of both of them said they were. But what Bai Qiang had just lost in Shen Lihua's defection was not merely a functionary. She had lost someone who understood the empire's architecture from the inside, and that loss would drive her next move faster than his original timeline had assumed. 3 months might be generous. He adjusted the timeline in his head and found a number he liked less. Chapter 37. The message arrived from Wei Hao on the 37th day after Shen Lihua first came to the demon capital. Not from Shen Lihua. That story had already been told. The message came through Mao Guang's secondary contact network, the relay that operated outside both the Demon Empire's official channels and the Accord's monitoring infrastructure. A cultivation practitioner in civilian Accord robes, carrying a sealed letter addressed to Wei Liang in a handwriting he recognized the moment the courier set it down. The message was from his brother. It was brief, 7 sentences in the private language they developed as children, the small marks and phrasings that were there specifically, that no conditioning architecture had produced and no Accord training had replaced. The language that had surfaced in the third letter Wei Hao had sent after the designation refusal, the private register beneath the institutional vocabulary that the Accord had spent a year trying to write over. He read it 3 times. The message said, I know what the ceremony was. Shen Lihua told me before they took her. Not everything. She didn't have time, but enough. I asked questions. The answers were what you told me they would be. I'm asking if I can come to you. Not because I believe everything you've built is right. Because I need to see it for myself before I decide. I don't understand what you built, but I'm still asking. He sat with this for a stretch of time that he allowed to be what it was, not processing it as strategy, not cataloging it as intelligence, just letting it be what it actually was. His brother's voice, in the private language of their childhood, choosing to reach toward him rather than away. The fact that the language was intact, that a year of accord conditioning had not been able to dissolve the private register they'd built together over 15 years, told him something important about what the soul seal had and had not been able to reach. His brother was still there. He wrote back through the same relay, in the same private language, in 7 sentences that were the most careful thing he had written since the treaty addendum succession clause analysis. Yes. Come alone. The Shrine Road, the collapsed arch, 2 weeks from now. I will be there. Everything I've built is here and visible. You can see it and decide. Whatever you decide, I will respect it. I will still be your brother. He gave the message to the relay contact and watched the courier leave before he allowed himself to think about what the next 2 weeks required. The conversation with Wei Hao was the most important conversation he had ever planned for. He had spent 8 months building the thing he was going to show his brother, and he had built it knowing that when the moment came, everything he built would either stand or not stand on its own, that he could not argue Wei Hao into the right conclusion, could only give him the information and the space to reach it himself. That was the entire point. That was the thing the Accord had never done for any of its chosen ones. He went to find Old Kong. The anchor of refusal, he said. Is the tolerance testing complete? Yesterday, Old Kong said, without raising his attention from the workbench where he was doing something precise with a small hammer and a piece of refined demon iron. It's sitting in the carrying case on the secondary bench. The inscription work held through 32 tolerance tests. It will hold through the application. I'm going in 4 weeks. Old Kong put down the hammer. He turned to examine Wei Liang with the attention of a craftsman evaluating whether the person about to use his work understands what the work requires. The mechanism requires his consent. I've said this before. I know. Not his consent in principle. His consent in the moment, sustained through the full 3-stage reversal sequence. If he wavers, not falters, wavers, during the 2nd stage, the cascade effect damages the surrounding meridian structure. He held Wei Liang's gaze. If he wavers during the 3rd stage, the damage is to the spiritual core. That kind of damage doesn't heal. I know, Old Kong. Do you know it the way you know logistical timelines? Or do you know it the way you know what it would mean? Wei Liang held the blacksmith's gaze. Both, he said. I know it both ways. Old Kong studied him for a long moment. Then he turned back to the workbench. The anchor is on the secondary bench, he said. Don't lose it. He took the anchor from the bench and weighed it in his hands. The best work Old Kong had done in 60 years, heavy and precise, made for exactly one purpose. He would carry it to the Shrine Road arch in 2 weeks. He would offer it to his brother. And his brother would need to choose to hold on to his willingness through 3 stages of something that would feel like losing part of himself, knowing that what he was losing was something the Accord had installed against his knowledge and in the service of his death. The conversation would need to be honest. Not persuasive, honest. Wei Hao had spent a year being managed and shaped and offered the compelling narrative. What Wei Liang could give him that the Accord never had was simply the truth, delivered without performance, and space to reach his own conclusions. Because if Wei Hao's choice wasn't genuinely his, then the anchor's reversal sequence wouldn't hold. He spent the 2 weeks preparing in the only way that mattered, by continuing to build what his brother was going to see. He had the Trade Guild expand the Artisan Cooperative's documentation so that Wei Hao could read the full history of how it had started and what it had become. He had Mao Guang prepare a clear, non-advocacy summary of the treaty legal case, just the facts, the evidence, the current status, something his brother could read and form his own conclusions from rather than having Wei Liang's interpretation overlaid on top. He had Yu Zhen compile the fallen host's merit advancement records for the past 3 months, including the cases where the system had not worked as intended and what had been done to correct them. He wanted Wei Hao to see not just the best version of what was here, but the accurate version. The system had flaws. The Codex's implementation had gaps. The Overlord's support was provisional and could shift. The Neutral Kingdom's engagement was not the same as Alliance. All of this was true, and he intended his brother to know it, because what he was asking Wei Hao to decide was not whether this was perfect, but whether it was better, and whether it was worth the cost of the choice. He also spent 40 minutes each evening for the 2 weeks doing nothing, sitting at the window, letting the building period rest. He had not done this in 8 months and had not noticed until Yuzhen mentioned, 2 days before he left, that he looked better. I've been sleeping, he said. You've been sleeping for 8 months, she said. I've been sleeping more than 4 hours, he corrected. She almost smiled. Don't make a habit of it. We have a war to fight. He left for the Shrine Road Arch at dawn on the 14th day, carrying the anchor of refusal in its carrying case and the memory of everything he had built in the place where anxiety about whether it was enough used to live. It was not enough. It would never be enough. It was what he had, and it was real, and he was going to show it to his brother and let his brother decide, because his brother's decision was the only thing he had never been able to build in advance, and now the moment had finally come. Everything he'd constructed over the past 5 months would mean nothing if Wei Hao looked at it and chose the Accord's version of himself instead. Chapter 38. Wei Hao came to the Shrine Road Arch at dawn, alone and without his escort. He had been moving for 3 days, alone, which meant he had told the escort something that gave him 3 days of unmonitored time, either a convincing lie or a partial truth that allowed them to believe he was doing something sanctioned. Crimson Sparrow had confirmed. No escort, solo departure, northern route. He was 16 now. The tablet had named him at 15. 1 year of training and conditioning and trials and ceremony, and the Soul Seal's integration progressing through its first 3 stages. He was taller than Wei Liang remembered from before the designation. He wore his own clothes beneath the Accord's outer travel robe, civilian clothes, the specific civilian clothes of a person asserting that they exist beneath the institutional presentation. Wei Liang was waiting at the arch. They stood 15 meters apart and regarded each other. "You're shorter than I thought," Wei Hao said, finally. "You're taller," Wei Liang said. His brother held the distance for a long moment. "You burned the tablet." "Yes. I've been told that was an act of unprecedented blasphemy that fractured the divine harmony and invited destruction upon yourself and everyone connected to you." "That's one characterization. What's yours?" "I read the terms and declined the contract." Wei Liang met his brother's eyes. "The terms included my death being used as fuel for the institution that designed me to die. I declined." Wei Hao absorbed this and built a demon empire, and built a legal framework for a political entity that already existed, so that it had institutional standing in the international structure rather than just existing as something the Accord called a target. He watched his brother. "Would you like to see it?" A pause. "That's why I came." "Then come." He walked. His brother walked beside him toward the demon capital, and for the first 20 minutes neither of them spoke, and the silence between them was the same silence that had existed since childhood. The silence of 2 people who trusted each other with the quiet and didn't need to fill it. It was the same silence they had sat in when their father was sick and there was nothing useful to say, and the same silence they had kept in the storage room when the Accord's census officers came through their village and they waited to see whose name would be written down. Some silences are built over years. This one had been built over a lifetime. "Shun Lihua," Wei Hao said eventually. "She's with you." "Yes." She stopped the ceremony. She invoked a procedural clause in the investiture documentation about fully informed consent. Wei Liang kept his pace steady. "The clause exists. She applied it correctly." "I know she applied it correctly." Wei Hao's voice was careful, the voice of a person who has been processing something for a long time and is choosing how to say it. "What I didn't know until she told me, what she told me in the 3 minutes before Bai Qiong came, was what the ceremony was actually doing, what the seal actually is." He stared at the road ahead. "I thought it was empowerment." "It is empowerment. The empowerment is real. The mechanism that powers it is the problem." "My death," Wei Hao said. "Eventually. Your death generating fate energy to sustain the cycle for the next chosen one." "Yes." Wei Liang met his brother's eyes briefly. "The empowerment is real. What they didn't tell you is what the empowerment costs and who pays the cost." His brother walked beside him in silence for a while. "You didn't come for me earlier," Wei Hao said. "I had to build something here first. Something that would still be standing when I came back with you." He kept his eyes on the road ahead. "I went into the trial site while you were running the labyrinth session. I freed the soul anchors. I didn't approach you. I felt something," Wei Hao said quietly. "During the trial. Something that wasn't the trial. I thought it was the Accord's formation work having an irregular moment. It was me." Another silence. "You could have spoken to me. Not without accelerating your timeline. The Accord would have known I was there and pushed the investiture faster." He turned briefly toward his brother. "I chose the slower approach. I built what I needed to build. And now I'm here." Wei Hao studied the demon capital ahead of them. The walls, the banners, the smoke of the trade guild's activity visible in the commercial district. The Fallen Host training grounds where soldiers in mixed formations were running morning exercises. "Is it what you told me in the letter?" he said. "Is it still asking?" "Come and see," Wei Liang said. "That's the only answer that matters." Wei Hao came and saw. He spent 2 days in the demon capital, meeting Mao Guang, who gave him the archive research with academic precision and without persuasion, sitting in on the Overlord's weekly briefing, where Shun Gan described the Codex's implementation progress without acknowledging that the visit was unusual, eating dinner with Yuzhan, who answered every question he asked with the directness of someone who had no particular stake in what he concluded. Watching the fallen hosts training, where the merit systems results were visible in the integration of soldiers who had no historical reason to work together but were doing it anyway. On the evening of the second day, he came to Wei Liang's office. "I'm not going back," he said. "Not to the Accord. Not to the investiture. Not to being someone else's instrument." He met his brother's eyes. "When I'm going back is undecided. I might stay here. I might do something else. I don't know yet. But I'm not going back to that." "The anchor of refusal," Wei Liang said. "Old Kong made it for exactly this. It will break the seal's anchor at stages 1 through 3, which is where you are, without damaging the surrounding meridian structure. The technique requires your full cooperation through a 3-stage reversal sequence." He held his brother's gaze. "It will hurt. The seal has been integrated for a year. Breaking it means undoing a year of integration. The hurt is finite. It ends when the reversal completes, but it's real." Wei Hao studied the anchor on the desk. "And after, you're free. The fate energy that was being accumulated for the seal's sustained cycle disperses. The Accord loses the investment. You lose the divine empowerment that the seal was providing. Your cultivation continues at your natural rate, without the soul seal's acceleration." He met his brother's eyes. "You keep yourself." Wei Hao turned this over. "Yes," he said. "I want it." The procedure took 4 hours. It was not easy. The soul seal's 3rd-stage anchor had integrated deeper than the 1st-stage estimate had suggested. The Accord had applied reinforcement that pushed it toward the 4th-stage's threshold without completing the 4th-stage's binding. Breaking it at that depth required Wei Hao to hold his willingness steady through the 2nd-stage reversal when the disconnection pressure peaked. And the peak pressure was the specific kind of pain that made people want to stop. Not the pain of damage, but the pain of losing something that felt like part of themselves. He held through the 2nd stage, gripping the chair's armrests until the wood creaked. And he held through the 3rd stage when the final anchor's disconnection created a resonance implosion in his spiritual core that lasted 40 seconds and then was done. The soul seal's residual energy dispersed into the local chi environment, not with the quiet of the soul anchor points he'd freed in the labyrinth, but with the force of a year of accumulated divine investment releasing at once. The room's cultivation atmosphere shifted. Crimson Sparrow, on the windowsill, made a sound Wei Liang had never heard her make before. Wei Hao sat in the chair and breathed. "The Accord knows now," Wei Liang said, after a moment. "I know." His brother's voice was unsteady. The physical aftermath of the reversal sequence, not weakness. "They'll come." They were going to come regardless. The blockade is already being positioned. He met Wei Hao's eyes. "What changes is that now they come without the leverage they were counting on." Wei Hao nodded slowly. He studied his hands. The soul seal's golden light was gone from them. The invested divine energy dispersed. His chi circulation was his own again, natural rhythm, no external architecture shaping it. "I don't understand everything you've built," he said. "You've had 2 days," Wei Liang said. "It took me 8 months to build it. It'll take more than 2 days to understand." "I'm still asking." "I know," Wei Liang said. "That's why I sent for you." Outside, on the horizon to the west, a distant light appeared, golden, structured, the unmistakable signature of a celestial Accord war fleet's divine formation lights activating as they crossed the boundary of demon-controlled territory and began their approach. The blockade had become a war fleet. Bai Qiong had not waited. She had moved, and whatever Wei Liang had built, it was about to face the first real test of whether it could hold. His brother was behind him. The fleet was ahead. There was no version of the next hour that didn't cost something. Chapter 39. They held the first war council at the 2nd hour of the night. Yuzhan had been in the operations center since the fleet's lights appeared on the horizon, running position assessments with the systematic focus of a general who had been expecting this moment and had been preparing for it for 8 months. The fallen host command structure was assembled within 40 minutes of the alert. 44,000 soldiers. The merit-based command tree Wei Liang had spent 3 months building from principles up, operating as a unit. Wei Hao sat against the operations center's east wall and watched, not speaking. He was still in the physical aftermath of the reversal sequence. Cultivation chi restoration took time, and the soul seal's disconnection had temporarily reduced his active cultivation capacity. He would recover in 2 to 3 days. Until then, he was an observer. Wei Liang stood at the center of the operations room and studied the position assessment. The fleet was a war fleet in formation, not the assassination instrument of the Heavenly Phantom, not the suppression tool of the standard Accord military response, but the full-scale expression of celestial military power that the Accord deployed when it had decided that intermediate measures had been exhausted. 32 vessels. The divine formation architecture visible even at this distance. By Qiong at the flagship, based on the formation's command signature that the Warden's compass had confirmed. And at the flagship's prow, a golden broadcast forming in the sky. Wei Hao's voice, synthesized through the Soul Seal's remnant broadcast architecture. The Accord using the residual signature of the disconnected seal to send a message that would appear to come from Wei Hao. They hadn't known the seal was severed. They had prepared this broadcast in advance, expecting the Soul Seal to still be active, expecting its resonance to carry the message with the weight of the Chosen One's authority. Wei Liang, by order of the heavens, return to your destined role or face elimination. He stood in the operations room and heard the broadcast and felt, briefly, the specific anger of watching an institution use his brother's voice to deliver an ultimatum to him. Then he set the anger aside and thought. The broadcast is using Wei Hao's residual seal signature, he said to Yu Zhen. They don't know the seal has been severed. They sent the broadcast expecting it to carry more weight because it appeared to come from the Chosen One. He turned toward his brother. I need you visible. Wei Hao, who had been watching the room's activity with sharp attention despite his exhaustion, rose to his feet. Where? The tower, where I neutralized the heavenly phantom. He moved to Yu Zhen. 2 divisions to the eastern defensive perimeter. 1 division to the supply route protection. The rest in reserve. Bai Qiong will probe before she commits the full fleet. She doesn't know what we've built. Yu Zhen was already moving, her commands flowing through the command structure with the precision of 3 months of deliberate preparation paying off. Wei Liang had built the structure so that it could move without him at the center of it. This was the first real test of that. He went to the tower. His brother walked with him, still unsteady but steady enough. The particular determination of someone who has just lost something that felt like part of themselves and is discovering that what remains is still enough to stand on. At the tower's top, the demon capital spread below them. The walls, the trade guild's lights, the fallen host positioning already shifting as Yu Zhen's commands moved through the command structure. The fleet's lights on the western horizon. The Accord's broadcast still forming in the sky. The witness circle's observation field capturing everything. They used your voice, Wei Liang said. I heard it. His brother's gaze was fixed on the fleet, calculating. Even exhausted, still calculating. What do you need me to do? Stand here and be visible. The witness circle will capture your presence. When the broadcast is authenticated, the timeline will show that the person whose voice the Accord used was standing here, under the Demon Empire's protection, at the same time the broadcast was playing. He kept his eyes on the fleet. That's your first piece of evidence. That the Accord used your voice without your consent, while you were free. Wei Hao considered the fleet for a beat. Then he turned to Wei Liang. You planned this. I planned for multiple possibilities. This is one of them. The other possibilities? Less clean. This one is better. He met his brother's eyes. Stand here. Be visible. Let them see you. Wei Hao stood. Wei Liang turned to the fleet, to the flagship where Bai Qiong stood with the patient precision of a strategist who had been planning for this moment for months, and raised his chi circulation to full capacity. The broadcast was still forming. The ultimatum was still delivering its message through his brother's borrowed voice. He walked to the tower's edge and activated the fallen resonance to its current capacity. Meridian forging, 17,500 fate energy units accumulated. The system's output significantly greater than it had been at the Heavenly Phantom's deflection. And he broadcast back, not through divine channels, through the witness circle's active observation architecture, through the institutional infrastructure that the court had established specifically to make the Demon Empire's actions visible to the international legal community. He said, clearly and without performance, the Chosen One you claim to be sending this message has been standing beside me for the past 4 hours. He is free. He is here by his own choice. The message you've sent using his voice was sent without his knowledge or consent. He paused. Come and try to take him back. Everything that follows will be on record. Below, in the demon capital, the fallen host's positioning was complete. 44,000 soldiers in the defensive architecture that Yu Zhen had been building for 8 months. The trade guild's activity had ceased, the civilian population moving into shelter positions prepared 3 months ago. The Codex's rights provisions live in the court's public record. The witness circle active. Everything Wei Liang had built, visible and present and functional. The fleet held position. Bai Qiong was assessing, reading the visual, processing the broadcast, calculating what it meant that Wei Hao was standing on the demon capital's tower in civilian clothes with his soul seal's golden light absent from his hands. Processing the fact that the leverage was gone. processing the fact that the broadcast had already been captured by the witness circle, and that using Wei Hao's voice without his consent, while the former Chosen One stood free in the demon capital, was going into the court's investigation record. The Fallen Hero system, Chosen One cycle actively refused for the second generation. The Heaven's designated instrument has defected to the defector. Fate energy, plus 1,800 units. Current total, 21,800. The path of the fallen widens. He read the notification. He looked at his brother, who was standing at the tower's edge and watching the fleet with the expression of someone who is learning, in real time, what the thing he chose actually means. The Empire, Wei Hao said, not looking away from the fleet. Is it what you told me in the letter? What did I say in the letter? That I should come and see. He turned to Wei Liang. I saw. And I'm still asking questions. His gaze returned to the fleet. But the questions are different ones now. Below, the Empire waited. Above, the broadcast had played itself out. And to the west, Bai Qiong held her fleet in position and calculated, and Wei Liang waited to see what her next calculation would cost them both. His brother was standing beside him, asking different questions now. That was not nothing. That was, in fact, everything he'd been working toward. And whether it was enough depended entirely on what Bai Qiong decided to do next with the hours she'd been given to think. And she was already thinking. Chapter 40. Bai Qiong did not attack. She held the fleet in position for 6 hours, long enough to make the political statement that the position itself made, long enough to run the intelligence assessment on what the demon capital's defensive architecture actually was, long enough to confirm that the broadcast authentication was going to be exactly what Wei Liang had told her it would be. Then she sent a communication through the court's secure filing channel. Formal, documented, within the witness circle's capture range. The communication was addressed to Wei Liang and contained a single substantive statement. The Heaven's patience with this process has a limit. When it reaches that limit, what follows will not be a military campaign. It will be something else entirely. He had received this message before, word for word, after the Heavenly Phantom attempt. She was using the same language deliberately, telling him she was recalibrating and would come back, but that the recalibration required time, and the time was his to use. He wrote back, through the same channel, I understand. I am using the time. He sent it. Then he went to find the Overlord. Shingon was in the administrative office, not panicking, not issuing emergency orders, not retreating into the fortress's inner chambers. Simply present, reviewing documents, available for whoever needed to reach him. This was either evidence of the man's extreme confidence or his extreme calm. Wei Liang had concluded it was both, which was why the Demon Empire had survived 40 years of this particular ruler. The man had made peace with the weight of his position a long time ago, and that peace made him steady in ways that panic-prone rulers were not. She held and retreated. Wei Liang said, I know. The position report came in 20 minutes ago. The Overlord set down his documents. What does it mean? She's read what we've built and recalculated. The fleet is a political statement, presence without assault, a demonstration of capability rather than a use of it. She wanted to make the point that she could be here in force if she chose to. He settled into the chair across from the Overlord. The calculation that stopped her was the witness circle. An assault on the demon capital at this level of international visibility, with the court investigation already open, would generate evidence that makes everything else harder. And she'll recalibrate. She'll build a different approach. Something that doesn't trigger the court's mandatory jurisdiction. He considered the maps spread across the Overlord's desk, the blockade line, the neutral kingdoms, the Empire's territories. That means internal disruption rather than external assault. Subversion. Political pressure on the neutral kingdoms. Possibly an attempt to challenge the Codex's legal standing through the court rather than militarily. She's patient. She'll find the angle that costs her least. Shingon folded his hands. And Wei Hao. She'll try to recapture him eventually. The investment in his soul seal was a significant resource commitment. Losing him as a chosen one is not just a leverage loss. It's an economic loss in the Accord's terms. The fate energy that was invested in 3 stages of his integration has dispersed. That's years of institutional resource allocation gone. His gaze was direct. She'll come for him. Not immediately. Not while the witness circle is capturing everything. But eventually. Can we protect him? He's deciding where he wants to be, Wei Liang said. If he stays in the Empire, yes. The fallen host's protection is real, and the legal framework means any attempt to extract him is documented and challengeable. If he leaves, he turned briefly to the window. That's his choice to make. Shingon was quiet for a moment. You freed him and then gave him the choice of leaving. He was never mine to keep. He held the Overlord's eyes. I went to give him the information he needed to choose for himself. What he does with the choice is his. Most people would not have done this. Most people, having brought their brother back at significant cost, would have ensured he stayed. I know. Wei Liang turned back to the window, where the fleet's distant lights were moving now, not an attack vector, a withdrawal vector, by Qiong's ships pulling back to the blockade position. But if I keep him here against his own judgment, I'm doing what the Accord did, just with different terms. He held the Overlord's gaze. That is not what I'm building. Shingon studied him with the full attention of someone who had spent 40 years making decisions that determined whether people lived or died, and who recognized the quality of another's clarity when he saw it. The blockade continues, he said. Yes, and they'll press harder on the neutral kingdoms diplomatically. We need to get ahead of that. I want to send communication to the Harrow Kingdom and the Stone Gate Confederation's lead members tonight, before Bai Qiong's diplomatic network reaches them. Draft the communication. I'll review it tonight. You want to draft it? He walked through the demon capital's corridors where the emergency sheltering protocol was being wound down, where the fallen host units were returning to their standard deployment positions, where the trade guild's activity was resuming with the slightly heightened energy of people who had just watched something happen and were still processing what it meant. He passed the training ground, where Wei Hao was standing with Yu Zhan, listening to something she was saying, his brother's face wearing the expression of someone genuinely engaged, asking questions with his full attention. The same attention he'd brought to harvest conditions valleys and misaligned children's qi circulation and everything else he encountered. Yu Zhan's tone was what it was when she was giving someone useful information, direct and without decoration, treating him as an adult capable of handling what she was saying. He did not interrupt. He went to the operations center and drafted the diplomatic communication and sent it. Then he stood at the position map for a long stretch. The fleet's blockade position to the west, the court's investigation active, the witness circle capturing everything, the empire standing and functional and visible, and let himself feel, for a moment, the specific satisfaction of something standing that had been built to stand. The satisfaction was real. He let it be real. Then he went back to work. The blockade was a war, and Bai Qiong did not stop between battles. She recalibrated and built something new, always aimed at the specific vulnerabilities her last attempt had identified. Tonight she had learned several things. That the demon capital's defensive architecture was more sophisticated than she'd modeled, that the witness circle was active and capturing everything in real time, that the court's formal investigation could not be shut down by fleet presence alone. She had learned where the walls were, which meant she was already mapping the spaces between them. He spread new documents across the position map, the neutral kingdom diplomatic files, the trade guild contacts, the internal empire logistics chains that Shun Lihua's documents had now partially cross-referenced with Accord intelligence. The gaps were real. The west entrance to the Emerald Shelf territories was under-monitored. The Stone Gate Confederation's two most eastern member states had trade relationships with Accord-aligned provinces that he hadn't fully mapped. Shen Lihua's defection had given him the Accord's internal methodology, but it had also given Bai Qiong a reason to change that methodology before he could exploit it. He needed to move faster than her recalibration. He had a brother who was asking questions, a defector who knew the enemy's architecture from the inside, and an empire that was holding, for now. The question of how long for now lasted was about to be answered at speed, and the answer needed to be built before Bai Qiong finished designing what came next. He picked up the diplomatic draft and started writing. Because the answer wasn't going to build itself, and dawn was 3 hours away, and 3 hours was enough time to close at least one of the gaps she'd found tonight. Whether it was the right gap was the question he'd have to live with until she moved again. Chapter 41. The War Council assembled before the sun crested the eastern ridge. 7 senior officers arranged around a table wide enough to hold maps of 4 kingdoms simultaneously. Wei Liang stood at the center where maps overlapped. The Demon Empire's northern territories edged against the Accord's fleet positions in red ink, the contested borderlands marked in the amber of unresolved judgment. Yu Zhan was to his left, her posture the controlled stillness of a general who had already run 3 scenarios in her head before entering the room. Shen Lihua stood at his right, her documents organized in a layered stack that told its own story about how she processed information, primary sources on top, precedent below, procedural guide at the bottom. Mao Guang occupied a corner with his archive cases. Old Kong had been invited and had declined without explanation, which was consistent. The old craftsman came to the councils where metal was relevant and stayed away from the ones where law was. The overlord Shingon sat at the table's far end and said nothing during the initial briefing. He was a patient presence, old enough to have seen 17 different tactical philosophies prove themselves inadequate against the heavens' resources. Wei Liang let the weight of the situation fill the room before he spoke. We cannot win this war by fighting it the way they expect us to fight it. He moved a marked stone across the map. The Accord's fleet carries 400 divine-ranked practitioners, supported by 14 celestial artillery formations. In open engagement, we lose everything in under a month, which means the war we're actually fighting is not the one they're offering us. He met the table's attention without performance. The war we're fighting is a war of legitimacy. Commander Rung Hua, a veteran border officer who wore his doubt openly as a professional habit, studied the map with the look of someone reviewing arithmetic. Legitimacy doesn't hold a defensive line. No, but it determines what the Accord can do without triggering consequences they can't afford. Wei Liang set down the stone. If we're a rebel faction, the Accord suppresses us under military provision. If we're a recognized sovereign power, different procedures apply, and different procedures create windows of time and action they cannot shut. He turned to Yu Zhen. Tell them about the Amber Corridor. Yu Zhen unrolled the secondary map. The Accord's blockade fleet runs on a supply cycle. The Amber Corridor is their primary resupply route, 3 relay points, all within reach of our fast strike units. If we cut those points in the right sequence, the fleet's operational capacity degrades by roughly 40% over 3 weeks. Not enough to break them, but enough to change what they prioritize. That buys us 3 weeks, Rung Hua said. What do we do with 3 weeks? Wei Liang moved to the third element. We file a formal challenge to the Accord's treaty violations through the Outer Realm Arbitration Court. He paused to let that land. An institution they've spent 800 years treating as a historical footnote. Several officers exchanged glances. The junior lieutenant, near the window, audibly stopped breathing for a moment. The arbitration court, Shen Gan said from his end of the table. Not a question. Shen Lihua. Wei Liang turned to her. She set aside the primary document stack and spoke with the clarity of a person who had prepared for exactly this reaction. The Outer Realm Arbitration Court requires 3 elements to convene: a properly formatted filing, a minimum of 3 independent arbiters, and a matter that falls within its jurisdictional charter. The Accord has never formally abolished the court. Abolishing it would require unanimous agreement from all 14 founding signatories, including 3 demon-aligned kingdoms that were never consulted and would refuse. She let the implication settle. The Accord didn't kill the court. They stopped regarding it as relevant. That's an institutional error, not a legal fact. You know the filing procedure, Wei Liang said. I wrote my initial Saintess training thesis on it, purely as a historical exercise at the time. A pause. I've since reconsidered the framing. Old Kang's voice drifted through the door crack. The craftsman had apparently positioned himself in the corridor rather than the room. 900 years of precedent, aimed at the institution that ignored it. That's either genius or optimism. Possibly both. The distinction matters for whether we survive, Wei Liang said to the door. He faced the table. Each of these 3 elements has independent value. The diplomatic recognition matters whether or not the court convenes. The court filing matters whether or not the Accord respects it, because the record exists either way, and records are not nothing. The supply disruption matters whether or not the diplomacy succeeds on schedule. We are building on multiple foundations, any one of which can hold weight while the others develop. Rung Hua drummed 2 fingers on the table. The Accord's fleet doesn't need a legal proceeding to decide when to fire. No. But it needs a political context to deploy divine artillery against a sovereign power without triggering responses from the 7 neutral kingdoms currently watching this war decide what precedent it sets for them. Wei Liang held his gaze without aggression. The Accord has unlimited force. What they're short on is unlimited consequences. Every constraint we add to their action space is a weapon we don't need to forge. The Overlord rose. His standing was the Council's close, deliberate, formal. The movement of a man who had governed long enough to understand how ceremony carries authority. My objection, Shen Gan said, is that this is the most layered strategic plan I have encountered in 40 years of ruling this empire. He surveyed the assembled officers. My endorsement is that I cannot locate the error in it. He moved toward the door. You have 1 hour before each element requires a dedicated team. Use it to ask your questions. After that, there is only execution. The council fractured into its working components. Yu Zhen was already calculating departure windows as she walked, her route planning visible in the particular way her gaze moved, sequencing terrain rather than faces. Mao Guang gathered his archive cases with the careful economy of someone who treated documents like living things that could be bruised by careless handling. Shen Lihua was composing the filing's procedural header in her mind, her lips moving slightly. Wei Liang stayed at the map after the others left. He ran the calculation he had started running at the beginning of this war. What specific actions in the next 24 hours would move the probability of the Empire's survival in the correct direction? Not what felt like momentum, Not what appeared decisive. What actually changed the odds? He identified 4 items and moved toward the first. Yuzhen came back for the secondary deployment map she'd left on the table. She found him making notes in the margin of the regional geography sheet. She's going to be indispensable, Yuzhen said. Not with warmth or its absence. With the precision she brought to assessing all resources. I know. She's running on conviction right now. Conviction is real. I'm not dismissing it. But it depletes under sustained operational pressure faster than experience does. She claimed the map without ceremony. Watch the signs. You read strategic indicators well. Personal indicators less so. He absorbed this without defensiveness. I'll keep it in mind. Good. She paused at the door. I'm taking 400 cavalry and leaving within the hour. The first amber corridor cut point needs to be hit before the fleet rotates to secondary supply positions. Runghua will hold the eastern border but needs the authority structure clarified. He won't act independently without it. I'll handle it before midday. She left. He turned back to the map, added 2 annotations, and started on the second item. The second item was a supply assessment report from the eastern granaries, dry and numerical, which he processed in 20 minutes. The third was a diplomatic inquiry from a minor border township requesting clarification on whether the merit appointment decree applied to civilian administrative positions, a question he answered in writing, carefully, because the answer would be cited as precedent. The fourth was a threat assessment from Crimson Sparrow's network. The Accord's fleet had shifted 2 formation positions overnight, suggesting a preparation for a revised engagement approach rather than the frontal deployment they had been threatening. He noted the shift, compared it against 3 previous pattern analyses in Yuzhen's operational files, and sent a revised positioning recommendation to Runghua's command with the authority notation she had specified. By the time he set down the last item, the sun had moved enough to tell him 3 hours had passed. He allowed himself to notice this without distress. 3 hours of precise work against a specific list of problems was 3 hours of the war being addressed rather than simply endured. He picked up the standing brief draft and read it from the beginning, not to edit it, but to understand it the way a neutral arbiter would. If this document was the first thing the court's panel read, what would they think? What would they doubt? He marked 5 passages where the argument was correct, but the framing would raise a question he hadn't preemptively answered. Those 5 passages would need revision before the filing reached its final form. He set them aside for the next session with Shun Lihua and started preparing his questions. The Accord had not anticipated 3-pronged opposition. They had spent 800 years dealing with military resistance, the kind that required military solutions. They had no institutional vocabulary for an opponent who fought on legal, diplomatic, and supply chain fronts simultaneously, because no one had tried it. Or if they had, they hadn't survived long enough for the precedent to be documented. Wei Liang's advantage was not power. It was a version of this war the Accord had never prepared for, and they were going to make mistakes because of it, specific mistakes driven by institutional habit, and those mistakes would cost them in ways they could not currently predict. He set down the last annotated passage and permitted himself something close to confidence, which he immediately qualified. Confidence about the framework, not about the outcome. The framework was as strong as he could make it. The outcome remained uncertain. Somewhere beyond the demon borderlands, Bai Qiong was adjusting her position markers, and whatever move she made next would test whether the framework held, or reveal the gaps he hadn't yet found. Chapter 42. 3 days into the supply chain operation, Wei Liang's cultivation system delivered a notification he read during the 3rd hour of a late-night drafting session. Empire building in opposition to divine order. Continuous accumulation threshold reached. Fate energy absorbed. Plus 2,400 units. Demon marrow rank threshold cleared. Demon marrow achieved. New technique unlocked. Empire's refusal. A field projection that converts incoming divine sanctions into visible testimony of divine overreach. Within a 50-meter radius, any divine punishment issued against Wei Liang becomes preserved evidence. The strike is captured as a recorded emanation that can be witnessed, transcribed, and certified by any observer or active observational mechanism present. The heavens' instruments of punishment become his instruments of argument. He sat back and let the rank shift settle through him. Demon marrow was denser than spirit core had been. Where spirit core felt like water disciplined into channels, demon marrow felt like water absorbed into stone, slower to move, harder to displace, integrated with the structures it inhabited. He had been building an empire for 7 months, and the system had apparently been tracking not just his combat achievements, but the weight of everything he had constructed. The merit ladder, the parallel trade guild, the diplomatic outreach, the arbitration filing taking shape in the next room. All of it had accumulated. The Empire's refusal technique occupied his attention more than the rank itself. The fallen hero system had always been elegantly reversed, growing precisely on what the heavens deployed against it, converting divine rejection into cultivation fuel. But every previous technique had worked on him alone. Empire's refusal was different in category. It didn't transform attacks into personal resources. It transformed acts of punishment into institutional testimony, evidence that could be captured, distributed, and submitted to exactly the court that was currently reviewing his filing. If Bai Qiong deployed a divine sanction against him within the witness circle's observation radius, the sanction would not just fail to harm him. It would create a certified record of an unprovoked divine strike against an active litigant in the court's proceedings. Every time the heavens tried to silence him through their sanction channels, they would generate the documentation that sustained the case against those channels. He set the system notification aside and returned to the third section of the filing. Shen Lihua had marked 7 passages requiring treaty citations, each with a precise note about which accord precedent applied and why its formal citation structure mattered. He had been working through the second when the system notification arrived. He completed the passage, a synthesis of 3 separate treaty provisions establishing the Demon Empire's legal standing to petition the court, and moved to the third. The work was slow on purpose. Each citation had to be exact not merely in substance, but in form. Deviation from the court's procedural citation requirements would give accord scholars grounds to challenge admissibility on technical grounds alone, sidestepping the substantive arguments entirely. He had spent 2 days being schooled in this by Shen Lihua before she would let him near the actual drafting. "You understand what needs to be argued," she had told him on the first afternoon, without apology in her tone. "I understand the procedural container that argument must survive inside. Both of us need to understand both layers, or the filing fails on one axis while succeeding on the other." She arrived at the 3rd hour of the night without announcement, carrying a sheaf of newly discovered documents and resuming the drafting conversation exactly where they had broken it 6 hours earlier. There was something efficient about working with someone who didn't need preamble. "I found the foundational precedent," she said, spreading the documents across the workspace. The Accord's own ruling from the year 847. A full Accord panel, unanimous decision, arguing that mortal realm political entities retain judicial standing before the outer realm court regardless of divine recognition status. They made this argument to defeat a rival faction's challenge to one of their own military campaigns. She indicated the key paragraph. "Their brief is arguing exactly what our brief needs to argue. Their precedent supports exactly what our filing needs to prove." Wei Liang read the passage twice. "They argued enthusiastically for the position that gives us standing to challenge them. The Accord's institutional memory for its legal victories is thorough." She permitted herself a small, controlled expression of satisfaction, not warm, but genuine. Its memory for what those victories establish as precedent available to others is considerably less thorough. She aligned the documents. "Shall I draft the standing brief? I've been constructing it since I found this." "How long?" "For hours if you contribute to the framing structure. I understand the procedural requirements. You understand how the argument reads to a non-legal audience. The brief needs to work on both registers." They worked through the remaining pre-dawn hours. At some point a courier arrived with Yu Zhan's operational update. 2 of the 3 amber corridor cut points secured, the 3rd pending weather timing. He processed it and sent an acknowledgement without interrupting Shen Lihua's current line of argument. At another point, Crimson Sparrow landed on the window ledge with a scroll from Mao Guang about treaty archive access. He read it, set it in the follow-up pile, and returned to the citation they were cross-referencing. The standing brief was tighter than either of them would have produced working separately. Both of them understood that without needing to say it. The silence after they finished the final section was comfortable in the way that shared competence sometimes produces between people who have no reason to waste words on acknowledgement. "Get 4 hours of sleep," Wei Liang said. "The secondary claims section needs your full concentration and it won't wait." She gathered the documents with deliberate precision. "The same advice applies to you. I have 2 items that need handling before I can sleep." She left without further argument, which he recognized as respect rather than dismissal. He turned to the first of the 2 items, a courier report from the Amber Corridor that confirmed Yu Zhan had secured the 3rd cut point ahead of the projected schedule. The timing had been difficult: a weather window, a route adjustment, a skirmish with an Accord patrol that had been in the wrong place for the Accord's purposes and the right place for the Demon Empire's purposes. 3 demon soldiers wounded, none killed. He read the casualty report with the attention he brought to all casualty reports. Names first, then circumstances, then the question of whether the circumstances could have been different. In this case, the answer was probably not. The patrol had moved to an unexpected position, and the engagement had been unavoidable at the speed Yuzhen needed to move. He added the wounded to the support priority list and moved to the second item. The second item was a message from Mao Guang, sent before the scholar went to sleep at midnight, flagging a potential complication in the arbitration filing's jurisdictional section. A specific phrase in the second paragraph had a technical reading that could be used to argue against the Demon Empire's standing, not a fatal objection, but a preemptive gap that the Accord's legal scholars would identify if they were competent, which they were. He read Mao Guang's annotation, thought through the revision, and wrote 3 possible replacement phrasings with notes on the trade-offs between them. He left the 3 options on the drafting table with a notation that the decision required Shun Lihua's procedural judgment. She would understand which reading survived the court's formal review process, and he would understand which reading communicated most effectively to a non-legal audience. They needed both. He worked until the sky started to lighten in the east. When he finally stopped, the standing brief was in its revised draft form, and the Amber Corridor confirmation had been logged with the full operational assessment. He permitted himself 3 hours of rest before the next briefing window opened, not because 3 hours was adequate, but because 3 hours was what the schedule provided, and he had learned early in this campaign that fatigue was a resource deficit exactly like any other kind, and that ignoring it compounded the problem rather than solving it. He lay down with the intention of sleeping and found that his mind was reviewing the 5 flagged passages from the standing brief, and then he was asleep. And when the internal signal woke him 3 hours later, he could not have said at what point the review had stopped and sleep had begun. The rank advancement's density settled into his meridians with the permanence of structure rather than the brightness of breakthrough. Demon Marrow was the beginning of something he could feel, but not yet fully articulate. A relationship with the Empire he was building that had moved from tactical investment to something more integrated. The system seemed to be telling him, becoming part of what he was defending. He thought of the Empire's refusal technique again. The heavens' weapons become his arguments. Whatever Bai Qiong deployed against him inside the witness circle's range would arrive as evidence. Testimony she had generated against herself in an active court proceeding. She would have to choose between using her institutional authority and preserving it. That was not a comfortable choice to force on someone who had held that authority for 400 years. He hoped, without certainty, that she would not understand this in time. But Bai Qiong was not someone who misunderstood her operational context, and the convening date was now 20 days out. Chapter 43. The filing was dispatched through 7 independent courier channels simultaneously on the morning of the 4th day after the council. This was Mao Guang's design. 7 separate neutral territory archive points, each receiving an identical certified copy within a 2-hour window of each other. The redundancy meant that even if the Accord intercepted 3 of the couriers, an optimistic estimate of their reach, 4 copies would reach their destinations. 4 copies in 4 independent archives meant the filing's existence could not be suppressed after the fact. It would be on the historical record regardless of what happened in the next 3 weeks. Wei Liang watched the last courier depart from the demon capital's eastern gate and permitted himself a precise, contained acknowledgement of the moment. The filing was not a victory. It was a constraint placed on the space in which defeat could occur. Mao Guang joined him at the gate. The scholar carried a leather-bound case that held, among other things, documentation of 47 displaced communities along the Demon Empire's eastern borderlands, people who had been relocated, converted, or absorbed by Accord expansion over the preceding 3 decades without legal recourse. The documentation was not part of the filing. It was part of the longer argument that the filing was meant to initiate. The courier tracking will confirm receipt within 5 to 8 days, Mao Guang said. 4 of the archive points have demon-allied administrators who will certify the filing's arrival on the institutional record. The other 3 are neutral territory archives with treaty-protected independence. The Accord cannot compel them to suppress or delay without violating the neutrality agreements they've maintained for 200 years. And if they violate those agreements? Then we have evidence of a second set of treaty violations. Mao Guang adjusted the case strap. The filing structure creates multiple categories of winning. If they ignore it, we proceed normally. If they challenge it procedurally, we gain documentation of their procedural challenges. If they interfere with the archives, we gain documentation of interference. Every response they make to it generates information about how they operate under institutional pressure. Wei Liang had discussed this dynamic with Shun Lihua during the 3rd night of drafting. She had said something similar. The goal isn't necessarily to win the case, though we intend to. The goal is to make the institutional record show what actually happened. Courts can be influenced. Records exist in perpetuity. He walked with Mao Guang back toward the administrative complex. The morning air carried the particular quality of late autumn demon territory, dry and sharp, with traces of iron from the forge district and something older underneath that Wei Liang had learned to associate with deep meridian flows in the earth. The Demon Empire's capital had been built above one of the continent's largest natural qi reservoirs, which was part of why the Overlord's ancestors had chosen the location 12 generations ago. He had read the geological surveys in his first week here, trying to understand the physical infrastructure of the thing he was defending. Understanding what you were defending was not the same as being willing to defend it, but it was a precondition of doing so effectively. Tell me about the 47 communities, Wei Liang said. Mao Guang opened the case without breaking stride and extracted the primary document. The earliest displaced community dates to 61 years ago, a river valley settlement in what is now the Accord's Eastern Administrative District. The official record lists the displacement as a voluntary relocation for spiritual harmonization purposes. The survivors I interviewed used different language. He turned to a marked page. The most recent case was 3 years ago. A border village in the demon-human mixed territory, reclassified as an Accord-administered zone during an 18-month land survey that mysteriously concluded 2 weeks before the Accord's fleet's current deployment to this region. That's not coincidental. The survey records confirm the reclassification was tied to a strategic assessment of defensive positions against the Demon Empire. Mao Guang closed the case. I haven't included this documentation in the primary filing. It's better positioned as supplemental evidence for the preliminary hearing, presented after the court has acknowledged our standing. If we submit it now, the Accord will characterize it as propaganda rather than evidence. When should we introduce it? When we have a panel convened and the Accord is on record denying the treaty violations we've cited. Contradiction between their denial and the community documentation will be more devastating in that context than in the initial filing. The scholar allowed a pause. Shen Lihua agrees on the sequencing. We discussed it this morning. Wei Liang noted the coordination without comment. The collaboration between his two most analytically rigorous advisors had been working itself out organically, and he had deliberately chosen not to manage it. They were both too precise to benefit from imposed structure they hadn't designed themselves. He had made the mistake, once, early in his time with the Demon Empire's forces, of trying to coordinate Mao Guang's research agenda and Yu Zhan's intelligence priorities into a single unified information system. Both had expressed polite and thorough objections that reduced, when parsed, to the same fundamental point. Integration designed by someone outside a process produces structures that optimize for the designer's understanding of the process rather than the process itself. He had dissolved the unified system and let them develop their own coordination. The result had been substantially more effective than what he had designed. The administrative complex came into view. Crimson Sparrow was perched on the roof of the western tower, watching the courier road's horizon with the particular alert stillness of a creature that processed threat assessment through instinct rather than deliberation. Wei Liang raised a hand in acknowledgement. The Phoenix Crow's eyes tracked to him briefly, then returned to the horizon. The bird had been with him since the first month of the Demon Empire campaign, a bound demon beast that the Overlord had initially provided as a communication courier and that had, through some combination of proximity and the fallen hero system's specific resonance, developed a degree of autonomous loyalty that exceeded its original programming. Mao Guang had explained this as a natural consequence of sustained contact with a cultivator whose system was built on rejected destiny. Systems designed to serve specific functions occasionally developed independent motivations when the function they were serving became complex enough. Crimson Sparrow had decided, apparently, that keeping Wei Liang informed of threats to his immediate vicinity was a function worth performing on its own initiative rather than on instruction. Wei Liang found this reasonable. He was glad of the company. Yu Zhan's status on the second cut point, he asked. Confirmed secured at dawn. The third point is timing dependent. The terrain window opens in approximately 36 hours. She says to tell you the cavalry performance exceeded projections, and she wants to discuss expanding the merit advancement criteria when she returns. Tell her she can have both discussions at once. Efficiency. He took the next briefing document from the desk officer waiting at the complex entrance and started reading it before he was fully through the door. The day had 17 separate action items, and 3 of them were time-sensitive within the next 4 hours. He began with the most time-sensitive, working methodically through each one with the same quality of attention, and did not stop until all 17 were resolved. By the end, the day's light had shifted toward the long amber of late afternoon, and the filing had moved one step closer to the court's consideration. It was enough. It had to be. He completed all 17 action items before the evening meal, which was late but not absent. He had learned, during the third week of the campaign, that skipping meals was the kind of resource conservation that compounded into judgment deficits within 36 hours, and judgment deficits were not recoverable through effort alone. He ate with Mao Guang's research assistant, who was young and nervous and had excellent questions about the arbitration filing's procedural timeline, and he answered the questions directly, because the research assistant was going to be managing archive correspondence in 24 hours and needed to understand the timeline he was managing within. After the meal, he reviewed the day's completed items and identified 3 consequences that needed follow-up actions tomorrow. He wrote those down. The Accord's fleet had not moved. The supply disruption's effects were within projected parameters. The filing's courier confirmations were arriving on schedule. The filing was moving. Tomorrow, it would move further. The day after that, it would move further still, until the preliminary panel convened, or until the Accord found a way to stop it, and he intended to ensure that the second possibility cost them more than they were prepared to pay, because the filing was moving, and the Accord had 17 days to find a way to stop what they'd spent 800 years assuming was already stopped. Chapter 44. Old Kong presented the refuse gauntlets on a gray morning 4 days before Yu Zhan's scheduled return. He laid them on the workbench in the forge's main chamber with the particular care he brought to weapons he had put genuine thought into. Not reverent, not theatrical, but deliberate. They were full-handed gauntlets rather than bracers. The metal a dark alloy Wei Liang didn't recognize, the inner surface lined with meridian channels that had been carved rather than cast, each groove precise as calligraphy. Along the outer forearms, in the Demon Empire's formal script, ran 4 characters that meant roughly, the hand that refuses. Fallen resonance channels through your palm strike surface more efficiently than through your wrist bracers, Old Kong said. The contact area is larger, which means higher conversion yield per strike. You can process incoming divine energy faster than you were before, and the conversion output is roughly 30% higher than the old design. He indicated the meridian channels. These are carved from memory. I made a version of this gauntlet for a previous employer. Wei Liang pulled on the left gauntlet and worked his fingers through the range of motion. The weight was balanced differently than he'd expected. The mass was distributed toward the knuckles rather than the wrist, which would require adjustment in his stance, but would improve his reach geometry in tight spaces. Who was the previous employer? The Demon Sovereign. 9 centuries ago, Old Kong sat on his working stool and folded his arms with the unhurried posture of a man who had told this story before and knew exactly which parts mattered. His name was Kiru Venerable. He was defying the heavens about 200 years before you were born. He also refused the Chosen One designation. There were 3 designated candidates that cycle, and all 3 refused. The Accord responded by destroying the candidates' family lines instead of finding new candidates. A pause. Kiru Ven made it to what we'd now call heaven-defiant rank. He was building an empire that the Accord found genuinely threatening. Wei Liang tested the right gauntlet. What happened? He died alone. Old Kong said it without embellishment. Not in battle. Not to the Accord's weapons. He burned through his inner circle over the course of 12 years, decided he could trust fewer and fewer people as the war extended, made himself the sole decision-maker on everything that mattered, and ended up in a fortress with a perfect strategic position and no one left who understood what he was building. He examined the gauntlet on Wei Liang's right hand with the clinical attention of a craftsman checking his work. The Accord didn't destroy him. He contracted into himself until there was nothing left to defend. Wei Liang activated the fallen resonance channel through the gauntlet and felt the conversion pathway engage, smoother than the bracers had been, more efficient, the energy flow less like forcing water through pipes and more like guiding it downhill. You're telling me this now for a reason. I'm telling you this because you have an inner circle. You have Yu Zhan, who would die for the Empire and finds it difficult to tell you when you're wrong. You have Shen Lihua, who finds it easy to tell you when you're wrong and is still working out whether that makes you trust her more or less. You have Mao Guang, who sees everything clearly and communicates a third of what he sees because he's waiting to see whether you can be trusted with the rest. He stood and picked up his tools. I'm telling you this because Kiru Ven assumed. He assumed he knew what his people needed and stopped asking. He assumed their silence was agreement and stopped creating space for disagreement. He assumed his mission was so obviously correct that motivation didn't require maintenance. And you're suggesting I don't assume. I'm suggesting that a man who built a merit ladder to fight an assumption-based caste system should apply the same skepticism to his own assumptions about the people directly around him. Old Kong moved to the secondary forge and began banking the coals. The gauntlets will serve you well. So will that piece of advice, if you keep it. Wei Liang examined the gauntlets on both hands, the dark metal, the carved channels, the 4-character inscription. The weight was already settling into his sense of his own reach, his body cataloging the adjustment as automatic. He thought about Kiru Vin in his fortress 9 centuries ago, understanding every strategic factor and missing the one that ended him. The weapons have a name, Old Kong said over his shoulder. Refuse gauntlets, Wei Liang said, for the hand that refuses. That's what the inscription says. A pause with the quality of approval withheld just long enough to be meaningful. Come back when you need them adjusted. Metal changes with use when it's the right kind of metal. Wei Liang left the forge and walked back toward the administrative complex in the early light, turning over the morning's lesson alongside the morning's equipment, both items issued without ceremony, both carrying more weight than their surface suggested. He tested the gauntlets again as he walked, not a combat drill, just range of motion, feeling how the weight distributed across his hands when he moved at the pace of ordinary walking rather than engagement speed. The refuse gauntlets were going to require 3 days of adjustment before they felt like his rather than like borrowed equipment. He allocated those 3 days in his head and identified the 2 hours per day he could spend on the adjustment without removing time from anything the campaign required. He thought about Kiru Vin in the fortress, not with horror, but with the specific attention that a warning deserved. What would he have believed? In his fortress, in the 12th year of declining his inner circle, he would have believed he was making sensible security decisions. He would have believed that the people around him didn't understand what was at stake. He would have believed, and this was the version Wei Liang found most plausible and most frightening, that he was protecting his mission by not distracting himself with the concerns of people who couldn't fully grasp its scope. The logic was internally coherent. The logic had produced a dead emperor and a collapsed empire. He reached the administrative complex's side entrance and took the route that passed through the merit assessment chamber, a room that had been a trophy hall under the previous administrative arrangement and had been repurposed by a simple edict that removed the trophies and replaced them with the first round of advancement assessment results, displayed on a public board in a format any soldier in the Empire could read. 67 registrations from the first announcement. The number had grown. When he passed through the chamber now, there were documentation clerks processing registrations and a review board schedule posted near the door. He paused to read the schedule. 3 board sessions this week, 7 next week. The reviewers' names listed alongside their qualifications and the specific criteria they would be applying. It was legible. Anyone who wanted to understand the process could understand it. Kiru Vin had not built legible processes. He had built personal authority and assumed that the people around him understood its basis. The merit system was, among other things, an exercise in making the basis of authority visible and therefore disputable. You could argue with a written criterion. You could cite it, challenge it, request its revision through formal channels. You could not do any of that with the unspoken assumptions of a sovereign who had convinced himself that his judgment was self-evidently correct. He made a note to ask Mao Guang whether there were similar systems in the historical record, not the Demon Empire's history, but the broader continental history, and what had happened to the polities that had built them. Data was data. He wanted the full picture, including the cases where legibility hadn't been sufficient. He ran the gauntlet calibration through a second practice sequence after returning to the complex, this time at combat pace rather than assessment pace. The difference was not just speed, but the specific way the body committed to motion, which was different from how it planned motion. The fallen resonance channels engaged with more resistance at combat pace, which Old Kong had predicted. He spent 40 minutes working through the adjustment protocol and confirmed that the 3-day adaptation estimate was accurate, possibly conservative. Afterward, he found Yuzhen's message on his desk, a supply route adjustment proposal that had arrived during the forge session and needed a decision before midnight. He read it, approved it with one modification, and sent the modification back. The route adjustment was correct. The modification addressed a secondary consequence Yuzhen's proposal hadn't fully accounted for, not an error on her part, a difference in information access. He sent the complete context along with the modification, because she would need it to brief Ronghua. The merit system document was still in progress. The arbitration filing was still advancing. Old Kang's warning about Kiru Vin was still sitting in the back of his mind, where useful warnings tended to settle rather than dissipate. He made one note about it before going to sleep. Check in with Mao Guang tomorrow about what specific conversations Kiru Vin had stopped having, and with whom. The error had a shape. Understanding the shape was the first step toward not repeating it, and the question he couldn't yet answer was whether he had already started making it, without knowing. Chapter 45. The Iron Shore Confederation's delegation arrived 17 days after the arbitration filing's dispatch, having traveled in sufficient secrecy that even the Accord's network of border informants had recorded their departure without identifying their destination. Wei Liang met them in the Overlord's formal reception chamber, a space that Shungan had offered without being asked, which was itself a statement about how the overlord's assessment of his co-regent had evolved over the preceding months. The chamber was large enough to suggest institutional stability, furnished with the particular aesthetic of a power that had existed for 12 generations and intended to continue, and deliberately free of the martial decorations that other war rooms in the Empire favored. Wei Liang had requested this specifically. Weapons on display communicated one kind of message, and this negotiation required a different kind. The Confederation's lead representative was a woman named Paro Su, a treaty commissioner who had been negotiating border agreements for 20 years and carried herself with the precise, careful bearing of a negotiator who had learned to distrust enthusiasm. She arrived with 2 advisors and a document case that had been triple-sealed for transport. Your communication was specific about what you were not offering, she opened, before pleasantries, which I found more useful than communications that lead with promises. Wei Liang had written the outreach personally. He had identified, before writing a single word, 3 things the Iron Shore Confederation actually needed and 3 things they only thought they wanted, and had structured the offer around the former. The Demon Empire is not asking for military support, he confirmed. We are offering formal recognition of mutual sovereignty and trade rights in exchange for a border security arrangement that benefits both parties. The arrangement is legally structured so that neutrality, your confederation's most valuable political asset, is not compromised. Paro Su opened her document case. The Accord has already sent us an ultimatum. I know. He had received Crimson Sparrow's report on the ultimatum 4 days before the delegation arrived. How did your council respond to it? A measured pause, with appropriate diplomatic language indicating that we would consider all factors. Her expression did not shift, but something in her tone indicated that appropriate diplomatic language was a category she found professionally useful and personally tiresome. I have a counterproposal for your council to consider. He set the document on the table between them. 3 pages, the margins clear, the language precise without being ornate. The core is simple. We recognize each other as sovereign entities. We establish trade rights that move goods currently blocked by the Accord's blockade. And we provide border security guarantees that do not require you to take a position on our conflict with the Celestial Accord. You give us recognition. We give you access and security. Neither of us requires the other to share our enemy. Paro Su read the document without expression. Her advisors read their copies. The room was quiet long enough for Wei Liang to hear Crimson Sparrow shift weight on the window ledge outside. The Border Security Clause, she said finally. Clause 7, Equivalent Guarantee, has 3 possible readings depending on how one interprets the word equivalent in cross-cultural treaty context. Intentionally, he had drafted it with Shun Lihua over 2 evenings specifically to hold 3 valid readings, any one of which was acceptable to the Demon Empire. Which reading does your council prefer? She looked at him with the attention of someone recalibrating an assessment. The 3rd reading. The one that keeps our militia under Confederation authority in all circumstances. That is also our preference, he said. Shall I note that in the margin or produce a clarifying addendum? Shingon, observing from the room's secondary position near the window, murmured something that Wei Liang caught as, he negotiates like a merchant and wins like a general. The overlord's tone suggested he was uncertain whether this was a complaint. The negotiation concluded by midday. The treaty was signed with both parties' seals and 3 witness signatures, including the overlord's. The Iron Shore Confederation's recognition of the Demon Empire's sovereignty was the first of its kind from a mortal-aligned neutral kingdom. The Accord's response arrived in a written ultimatum to the Confederation within 18 hours, demanding they rescind the recognition under threat of trade embargo. The Confederation published the ultimatum publicly the following morning, with a formal statement that their treaty obligations precluded compliance. The Accord had given Wei Liang a coalition by threatening the people he'd just made allies. He had known this was likely. The Accord's institutional response to defection was uniform and had been for centuries. Apply pressure to the defecting party's neighbors to demonstrate that proximity to the Demon Empire carried costs. The logic was sound in contexts where the neighbors had no alternative framework for understanding the costs. The problem the Accord had not adequately modeled was what happened when the Demon Empire provided a competing framework, specifically, when the Demon Empire's documented track record of defending its treaty partners was already in the public record before the pressure campaign began. The Iron Shore Confederation's publication of the ultimatum was not something Wei Liang had arranged. He had not suggested it, not anticipated it explicitly, not prepared for it as a specific outcome. He had built the conditions in which the Confederation found it in their interest to act, and they had acted in the way that served their interest. That was better than something he had engineered, because it was something that could not be attributed to his agenda. The Confederation had made an independent decision in front of the neutral kingdom's watching eyes. He sent a message to Paro Su that evening. Formal, brief, expressing the Demon Empire's appreciation for the Confederation's transparency and noting that the Border Security Clause's implementation timeline could be adjusted if the Accord's pressure campaign created complications for the Confederation's domestic political situation. Her response arrived 2 days later. Our domestic political situation has been considerably simplified by the Accord's decision to make their ultimatum public. We will not be requiring timeline adjustments. He appreciated her economy of language. He noted the response in the diplomatic record and added the Confederation to the category of allies who required minimal maintenance. Some relationships worked on the basis of shared interest clearly perceived on both sides and required only that you not do something to damage them. Those were, in practice, the most reliable kind. 3 more kingdoms sent preliminary inquiries within the week. The Iron Shore Confederation had demonstrated something that was more persuasive than any argument the Demon Empire could have made on its own behalf, that the Accord reacted to recognition of the Demon Empire by applying punitive pressure to the recognizing party. The neutral kingdom's information networks were good enough to compare notes. The pattern was now visible. He spent the afternoon managing the diplomatic follow-up that the treaty's signing generated. 3 separate neutral kingdom observers had been watching the negotiation through their own information networks, and all 3 sent preliminary inquiries within 6 hours of the treaty's public documentation. He handled 2 of the inquiries personally and delegated the third to Xin Lihua with specific framing guidance. The Confederation's ambassador, Paro Su, had accepted the invitation to observe a merit assessment session before departing the demon capital. She had watched for 2 hours with her characteristic precise attention and had then requested copies of the assessment criteria and the review board's procedural documentation. He had provided both. "What are you assessing?" she had asked, not about the soldiers, about him. Whether a system that replaces assumed hierarchy with documented performance produces better outcomes, he had answered. For whom? For everyone in the system, eventually. For the weakest elements of it most quickly. He had considered how to complete the thought honestly. And for the institution's long-term survival, which requires the weakest elements to have a stake in its continuation. She had absorbed this in silence. He had not pressed for a response. She had boarded her convoy 2 hours later with the documentation under her arm and the expression of someone who was not yet decided but was taking the information seriously, which was, given where she had started the day, a distance traveled that he had not predicted and could not have forced. The neutral kingdoms were watching. The pattern was becoming visible to anyone who looked. Now the question was whether looking would be enough, or whether the Accord would move to prevent the watching before it reached the critical threshold. Chapter 46. The mine shaft collapsed on the 42nd second of the engagement, which was approximately 40 seconds longer than Wei Liang had expected Wei Hao to maintain the pursuit. He had drawn his brother into the abandoned tungsten mine on purpose. The terrain was familiar to demon scouts and unknown to Accord strike teams, which gave him the navigational advantage even against a practitioner who was, undeniably, operating at a level that made the engagement significantly more dangerous than his intelligence reports had prepared him for. Wei Hao at Spirit Core rank with a divine Soul Seal amplification factor was faster than anything Wei Liang had fought outside of Bai Qiong's advance guard. He moved with the particular efficiency of someone who had been trained by the Accord's best combat instructors, and then had every technique amplified by the celestial bond running through his meridians. He was also visibly holding back, which was the only reason Wei Liang was still alive. The first exchange had been informative. Wei Hao's opening strike had carried enough power to collapse the mine's main support column if it had connected, but it had angled slightly wide in a way that suggested the angle was chosen rather than missed. Wei Liang had processed this in approximately half a second and adjusted his defensive orientation accordingly. His brother was not fighting him. His brother was fighting the problem of him, trying to corner and capture without the particular velocity that would have ended this in the first 10 seconds. Wei Liang was not holding back, which meant his tactical approach was entirely about terrain and timing rather than matching his brother's power output. He could not win a direct exchange. He had known this before the engagement began, which was why the engagement had begun in a location where direct exchanges were geometrically difficult. He took the support collapse as his exit signal and moved through the secondary shaft before the dust from the primary settled. The debris gave him 14 seconds of cover. He used 11 of them to reach the shaft's eastern exit, and 2 more to seal the entrance mechanism behind him with a fallen resonance pulse that jammed the mechanism without damaging the structural integrity of the surrounding rock. The final second he used to listen. Wei Hao did not pursue through the secondary shaft. Wei Liang sat in the gray light of the exit tunnel and ran through the engagement's implications. His brother was faster and stronger than projected. His brother was also, for reasons that remained unclear, choosing not to apply that speed and strength with the efficiency he was capable of. The soul seal amplification should be making Wei Hao more brutal, not less. Divine conditioning of that type typically suppressed hesitation as a combat liability. That it hadn't suppressed the hesitation was information. He walked back toward the Demon Empire's operational position, brushing tungsten dust from the refused gauntlets, and acknowledged the thought he'd been avoiding since the engagement began. This was going to be the hardest fight of his life, and not because of his brother's power level. Because his brother was still in there, underneath the conditioning and the fabricated certainty, and fighting someone who was still in there required a different kind of exactness than fighting someone who had been entirely consumed. The refuse gauntlet's carved channels caught the last of the mind dust and released it. He flexed both hands and kept walking. He ran the engagement back through his mind, frame by frame, with the cold analytical quality that had served him in every fight he'd survived by thinking faster than the other person expected him to. The first exchange, Wei Hao's strike had been angled wide. Deliberate. The question was whether deliberate meant holding back or testing range, measuring what Wei Liang's defensive response was before committing to the second exchange. He couldn't determine which from the angle alone. The second exchange had provided more information. Wei Hao had chosen a grapple approach over a strike approach, which was slower but left more room to stop short of terminal force. That was not the choice of a fully conditioned soldier. That was the choice of a person running their own calculation alongside the conditioning. The soul seal amplification was real, and it was significant. At full deployment, Wei Hao's output would exceed Wei Liang's current capacity to absorb or redirect by approximately 40%. That gap would close when Wei Liang's cultivation advanced. The demon marrow threshold was behind him, the next rank ahead. But it was the present constraint, and present constraints required present responses rather than future projections. He reached the operational position and submitted his engagement report to the intelligence rotation before doing anything else. The tactical data in it would be useful to Yu Zhan's planning regardless of what the engagement implied about Wei Hao's internal state. Ring Hua met him at the position's entrance. Do we adjust defensive positioning? No change to positioning. Adjust alert status to sustain monitoring. They know where the perimeter is now, but the engagement wasn't an attempt to breach it. He paused. The strike team was designed for capture, not elimination. Plan for the next attempt to be the same approach with better preparation. Reng Hua absorbed this without comment. He was a man who found straightforward information more useful than qualified information, and Wei Liang had learned to give it to him unqualified and let him ask the follow-up questions if he needed them. He did not ask follow-up questions. He went to revise the alert status. Wei Liang went to his desk and started writing the next message to send through Crimson Sparrow. Not to Wei Hao, not yet, but to Mao Guang, asking for the full documentation on the Soul Seal's known behavioral modification effects. He needed to understand what he was dealing with before the next encounter. And he needed to understand it precisely, not approximately, because approximately was what had nearly gotten him captured in an abandoned tungsten mine with his arm at a bad angle and his brother's hand 3 inches from his collar. He reached the operational position and sat with the engagement's implications for longer than the briefing required. The specific texture of fighting his brother had revealed things that intelligence reports could not have captured. The way Wei Hao moved when he was choosing, not just executing, was different from the way he moved when the conditioning was fully engaged. The difference was subtle. It was real. The Soul Seal's behavioral modification was less complete than the Accord's reputation for Soul Seal conditioning suggested. Either Wei Hao's cultivation level had produced some natural resistance to the Seal's cognitive suppression. Possible. Mao Guang had noted that cultivation above a certain threshold produced interference effects, or the Accord's conditioning had not been applied at full intensity, which would imply they were managing Wei Hao's development carefully rather than simply overriding him. The second possibility was more interesting and more dangerous. An Accord that was carefully cultivating Wei Hao's resistance to external influence, while simultaneously shaping his beliefs, was an Accord that was building something precise. A chosen one who could function at high levels without degrading into a simple weapon. That was a different problem than a fully conditioned soldier. A soldier who was being managed retained the capacity for independent assessment, which meant the management could fail. Wei Liang ran through the timing. The witness circle was being placed. The filing was advancing. His brother had held back in the mine shaft. 3 things moving in the same direction, none of them conclusive, all of them indicating that the next encounter needed to be different from this one. Not military, but direct, if the conditions could be created. He needed the conditions. He started planning them the moment he submitted the engagement report, and the first condition was time, which the witness circle was about to buy, if Old Kong could finish the anchor before Wei Hao's orders changed. Chapter 47. Yu Zhan's proposal came at the morning briefing 3 days after her return from the Amber Corridor operation. She had presented it without preamble, as she presented everything. Merit-based selection for all command positions at battalion level and above. Performance assessed on defined criteria, evaluated by a review board with representation from multiple caste tiers. Implemented across all divisions within 60 days. The senior officers had divided along predictable lines. The legacy position officers, those whose postings derived from family rank rather than demonstrated capability, had objected with varying degrees of diplomatic packaging. A commander named Dong Hai, whose family had held Legion command positions for 6 generations, had objected without diplomatic packaging at all. The Demon Army has functioned on its established hierarchy for 400 years, Dong Hai said. This proposal treats 400 years of institutional structure as an error to be corrected by a human system holder who has been in this empire for less than one. The 400-year institutional structure lost the last 3 border engagements against the Accord's forces, Yu Zhan said. One of those losses was yours. She held a stare. If you have a technical objection to the selection criteria, I want to hear it. If your objection is to the principle that performance should determine position, you're welcome to demonstrate your position's value by challenging me. The room registered this as what it was. Dong Hai was a large man with the cultivated presence of someone accustomed to spaces deferring to him. He was also experienced enough to recognize when he was being offered an exit that required acknowledging he wouldn't take the alternative. A formal challenge, he said. The demon law allows it. I'm not asking you to do anything the Empire's own traditions don't permit. He challenged her. The courtyard combat lasted 4 exchanges. Yu Zhan ended it in the 4th, not with decisive violence, but with a positioning adjustment that placed Dong Hai in a situation where the only available moves were retreat or escalation. And escalating would have moved the engagement from formal challenge territory into attempted assault. He chose retreat. The observation was more than tactical. He chose the pragmatic option when the cost of the alternative became concrete. Wei Liang watched from the observation gallery without intervening. The crowd that had gathered, soldiers from 7 different divisions, drawn by the particular noise that preceded institutional conflict, had gone quiet in the 4th exchange and stayed quiet after. He issued the formal merit system decree that afternoon. The decree cited the demonstration as evidence that existing hierarchy did not automatically produce the best leadership, and established that advancement would henceforth depend on documented performance in defined categories: tactical efficacy, unit retention, supply management, and interdivisional cooperation. Family standing was listed as a historical notation, not an operational qualification. 67 soldiers, nearly all from the mid-tier and lower-tier positions who had been overlooked by the legacy system, registered for the first advancement assessments within the next 24 hours. The upper caste resistance did not dissolve. It reorganized. Wei Liang noted the reorganization through Mao Guang's network and made a deliberate decision not to preempt it. An opposition that operated openly provided information. An opposition that had been suppressed before it organized provided nothing except the knowledge that it was suppressed, which was considerably less useful. He filed the upper caste leadership list under Known Factors and returned to the Arbitration Filing's Secondary Claims section. The Secondary Claims section was Xun Lihua's domain by preference and competence. She had been building it in parallel with the standing brief, drawing on the full documentation Mao Guang's team had assembled and organizing it into the formal structure the court's procedural charter required. Wei Liang's contribution to this section was largely review and strategic framing. She knew what the claims needed to say to survive procedural challenge. He understood which claims, if proven, would shift the operational context of the war most significantly. The 2 requirements were different and both necessary. He spent the afternoon reading and annotating. She had drafted 11 claims in total, each supported by treaty citations and documentary evidence, ranging from the relatively contained, specific violations of border territory provisions in the founding accord to the substantive, the Soul Seal mechanism's use on designated Chosen One candidates without those candidates' informed consent, documented across 4 previous cycles with evidence drawn from Xun Lihua's stolen archive materials and Mao Guang's historical research. The Soul Seal claim was the most significant. It was also the one most likely to generate procedural objection, because the accord would argue that divine institutions were not subject to the same consent requirements as mortal institutions, and the court's founder members had included both divine and mortal signatories, which created a jurisdictional complexity that Xun Lihua had flagged with 3 separate annotations. He wrote a response to each annotation, drawing on the War Council arguments and his own understanding of the legal logic Xianxia had been developing. His responses were not perfect. They would need her review to identify the procedural gaps, but they added the strategic framing that was missing from the analytical approach alone. He left the annotated draft on her desk with a note. Asterisk, the soul seal claim is the one that matters most. Make it bulletproof. Asterisk. Her response arrived 2 hours later, slipped under his door. Asterisk, it already is. Your annotation on the consent standard is correct, but needs the 847 precedent citation we found last week. I've added it. Stop worrying about my section and concentrate on yours. Asterisk, he permitted himself a brief expression that was not quite a smile and returned to his section. The merit tournament's first session produced 23 advancement recommendations, 14 of which were from lower caste candidates who had never previously held positions above their birth tier. The review board processed the documentation in 3 days. Wei Liang signed the advancement orders himself, not as ceremony, but because his signature on each order made it an official act of the empire's administration rather than a subcommittee's procedural output. Dong Hai's faction had submitted 3 counter-challenges to specific advancement decisions, all citing procedural grounds. Xianxia reviewed the counter-challenges the day they arrived. 2 are procedurally invalid on their face, she told him. The third raises a legitimate question about the boundary between the merit criteria's tactical efficacy standard and initiative in unsanctioned engagements. The question deserves a formal response that clarifies the criteria's application, which means we write the clarification and distribute it publicly before responding to the specific counter-challenge. That way the response to the challenge is consistent with an already published standard rather than appearing to be a one-time ruling in the challenger's specific case. He found this reasoning impeccable. Draft the clarification. Already drafted. She slid it across the desk. 2 paragraphs. Clear enough for a line soldier to read. Specific enough to survive procedural objection. He read it, signed it, and had it distributed through the Merit System's public posting channel by afternoon. The counter-challenge response followed 3 hours later, referencing the published clarification. By evening, the advanced candidates' orders were final, the procedural record was clean, and Dong Hai's faction had 2 additional pieces of public documentation explaining why their objections had failed. Mao Guang's assessment arrived the next morning. Asterisk, they're running out of procedural angles. The next move will be more direct. Watch for it. Asterisk, he filed the message and started watching. The merit tournament's public record was growing. 67 initial registrations had become 93 in the first week, and the advancement results were being discussed in the barracks in a way that the previous appointment system had never generated discussion. Not celebration, exactly. Something more useful. The specific engagement that came from understanding how a system worked and being able to see yourself within it. He kept watching. Whatever came next from the upper caste faction, it would meet a different institution than the one it expected, one with 93 registered candidates, a public merit record, and a documented response to every procedural objection they had attempted so far. Chapter 48, the Outer Realm Arbitration Court's acknowledgement arrived 11 days after the filing's dispatch. A formal document bearing 3 arbiters' certification seals, delivered through a neutral archive intermediary, confirming that the filing had been received, logged, and assigned a preliminary review number. 811 years since a filing had reached the court. 11 days since they had sent theirs. Wei Liang read the acknowledgement twice and passed it to Xianxia, who read it with the particular attention of a practitioner who had spent 7 years inside an institution that treated this document as historical artifact. The seals are genuine, she said. All 3 certifying arbiters are independent of the Accord's current administrative structure. The assignment number indicates the filing is in the active review queue, not the historical archive. Which means the court is treating this as a live proceeding. Not ceremonially, procedurally. She set the document down. The Accord will receive notification within 48 hours. Their legal response window opens when that notification is delivered. And the assassination attempt. She didn't flinch at the directness. If the Accord attempts to remove me before the preliminary hearing, the filing survives. I've distributed certified copies of my testimony to all 7 archive points. My removal would create a vacancy in the witness record that the court would note, but it wouldn't invalidate the filing. She paused. It would, however, generate a significant amount of documentation about the Accord's response to legally protected witnesses in an active proceeding. Wei Liang had already positioned 3 defensive rotations around the complex's primary exits. He had done this before the acknowledgement arrived. on the principle that preparing for a threat before it materialized was more efficient than responding to it after. The assassin will be managed, he said. I want you focused on the legal response strategy. I've been working on it since we submitted the filing. She indicated the stack of documents at her right hand. The most likely Accord challenge vector is jurisdictional. They'll argue the court's authority doesn't extend to a dispute involving a party that lacks divine recognition. The standing brief we drafted addresses this preemptively, but they may attempt a parallel jurisdictional filing to the court's administrative body rather than its judicial body. Can they do that? The court's procedural charter from the original signing allows it. We filed an anticipatory objection to that approach along with our secondary claims documentation, which means they'll need to overcome our objection before the parallel filing can proceed. She allowed a small, precise expression. It's a delaying tactic on our part, not a winning move. But it buys time for the preliminary panel to convene, and once the panel is convened, the parallel filing approach becomes substantially less effective. He processed this. When does the preliminary panel convene? The charter requires convening within 30 days of acknowledgement. Based on the arbiter's current case loads, which Mao Guang has been researching, we expect the panel within 23 days. Wei Liang sent a courier to Mao Guang's office with a request for the full arbiter research documentation and turned to the next item on the afternoon's list. He had 11 copies of the assassination contingency plan in 11 different locations. He reviewed the first one to confirm the details were current and moved on. That evening, Crimson Sparrow came back with a scroll. The message inside was written in handwriting Wei Liang recognized immediately. The careful, formal script of someone trained by the Accord, with 2 character choices that matched his brother's personal shorthand from before the prophecy. It said, I know about the filing. I don't understand what you're trying to do. I want to understand. I'm not ready to come to you, but I'm not ready to stop thinking about it. No signature. No return route. He folded the message and kept it. He sat with it for a long time, not rereading it, just holding the physical object, which was evidence in the same way that the arbitration filing was evidence, the kind of evidence that existed on the record regardless of whether the recipient was ready to act on it. Wei Hao had found a channel that circumvented the Accord's communication monitoring. He had used that channel to reach out rather than to threaten, to ask rather than to demand. The conditioning was working on the surface of his behavior, the apostate language, the formal military posture, the 30-day timeline. But underneath the surface, his brother was still asking questions. Questions were the beginning. Questions were what had started everything for Wei Liang, for years ago, when he had stood in front of the Accord's prophecy tribunal and asked, for the first time in his life, whether what was being asked of him was legitimate rather than simply authorized. He drafted a response, discarded it, drafted 3 more, discarded those. The problem was that the wrong kind of reply would close the channel rather than open it. Too much information would overwhelm. Too little would seem dismissive. Too personal would feel like emotional leverage. Too formal would feel like a legal brief from an enemy. He settled, eventually, on a single paragraph, a description of the Merit Assessment Board's most recent session and what it had produced. 3 soldiers from lower caste families who had been promoted to leadership positions based on documented performance in the Confederation defense. Soldiers whose names would not have appeared on any list under the previous system. He described the promotion ceremony in specific detail. The names, the actions that had earned the promotions, what each soldier had said when asked about their experience. No argument. No appeal to their shared history. Just a record of what was happening in the empire his brother had been told was chaos. He sent it through Crimson Sparrow on the eastern route, keeping to the welfare correspondence channel that Xianxia had identified as unmonitored. Whether it reached Wei Hao was a question the next few days would answer. He set the question aside and returned to the assassination contingency plans, which required review before the preliminary hearing window opened. Because whatever else happened, the Accord's intention to remove Xianxia from the proceeding was not a theoretical risk. He reviewed the 11 assassination contingency plans in the order he had written them, checking each against the current operational context. 3 needed revision. The Accord's deployment patterns had shifted in ways that made the original plan's assumptions incorrect. He made the revisions, tested each revised plan against 3 scenarios, and confirmed that all 11 remained viable. The specific risk to Xianxia was real, and he did not reduce it by assessment. The Accord's pattern in previous legal proceedings was documented. Witnesses who could not testify didn't testify, and the mechanism for ensuring they couldn't testify was not always visible until after the fact. He had positioned 3 defensive rotations and distributed her full testimony across 7 independent archive points. He had also ensured that the preliminary panel had received formal notification that an assassination attempt would be considered an implicit admission of the Accord's guilt on the substantive charges, not a legally binding declaration, but one that the arbiter's procedural record would note. Xianxia was aware of all of this. She had, in fact, helped design the testimony distribution protocol and had added 2 archive points that he hadn't identified. She was not someone who needed to be protected from the knowledge of her own situation. The assassination attempt will be managed, he had told her. I know, she had answered, with the tone of a person who had managed considerably more difficult situations and found the reassurance unnecessary but not unwelcome. I'm more concerned about the procedural response to their non-answer on the fraud notification. That window closes in 6 hours. He had turned to the procedural response. The assassination contingency was real and already handled. The fraud notification response was immediate and required both of them. And the panel's convening was now 19 days away, counting down precisely and without the ability to be paused by anything either side preferred. But the assassin's route to Xianxia had not yet been identified, and until it was, the counting down was only half the problem. Chapter 49 Mao Guang's presentation on the architect happened in the scholar's office, surrounded by 12 open document cases and 3 separate notation systems that covered every flat surface that wasn't already occupied by a document case. Wei Liang had arrived to find Mao Guang in the particular state of focused animation that indicated he had been working for approximately 18 hours without meaningful rest and had reached a conclusion that required an audience to test its weight against. The Chosen One cycle is not operated by the heavens, Mao Guang said, before Wei Liang had fully entered the room. The Celestial Accord coordinates its implementation. The divine administration sanctions it. But neither of them designed it, and neither of them can stop it without the originating entity's cooperation. Wei Liang positioned himself near the secondary notation board, which had the clearest legible content. Show me. Mao Guang began with the oldest documents, fragmented celestial records from 3,000 years ago, predating the current Accord administration's formation. He pointed to specific passages, references to a system architecture that the founding Accord members had inherited from a predecessor order, references to the cycle's mandate authority in language that treated it as a fixed constraint rather than a policy choice, references to attempts by early Accord leadership to modify cycle parameters that had been rejected by what the documents called the originating logic. The originating logic, Wei Liang said. The entity I've been calling the architect. Not a person, not a divine being in the conventional sense. Mao Guang moved to the 3rd document case. A meta-divine construct, a system designed before the current cosmic administration existed, intended to manage the distribution of exceptional human potential in cycles. The Chosen One designation is not a title the heavens confer. It's a function the architect performs on a schedule that predates the Accord's founding charter by approximately 800 years. Wei Liang considered this, which means the Accord is not the origin point. They're the implementation layer. They are the institutional mechanism through which the architect's cycle is administered. They believe themselves to be in control of the cycle. They issue the designations, they manage the candidates, they direct the chosen heroes. But the cycle's underlying parameters are not theirs to set. Mao Guang pointed to a particular passage. This document, a private correspondence between 2 of the Accord's founding members, describes their decision to accept stewardship of the originating system as an alternative to attempting to override architecture we do not fully understand. They chose administration over examination. So the entity we're actually fighting is not Bai Qiong, not Meng Ruolin, not the Accord's full institutional weight. Those are the proximate antagonists. The architect is the systemic cause. Mao Guang closed 3 document cases simultaneously with the efficiency of long practice. I want to be clear that the architect is not malicious in the way that Bai Qiong or Meng Ruolin are malicious. It is a system. It runs the cycle because that is what it was built to do, without judgment about the humans the cycle affects. That does not make it less dangerous. A mechanism that consumes human lives without malice is not more merciful than one that consumes them with it. Wei Liang stood with this for a moment. How do you stop a system? You would need to either reach its core logic and alter the parameters, or produce a sufficient accumulation of contradicting outcomes that the system must either adapt or declare itself broken. Mao Guang's expression carried the precision of an analyst who had followed a line of reasoning to its uncomfortable conclusion. Your fallen hero system is the only mechanism I've identified that is specifically designed to operate against the cycle's logic, which is either a coincidence of extraordinary magnitude or evidence that someone, at some point in the past 3,000 years, anticipated this moment. Wei Liang thought of Kiru Vin, 9 centuries ago, building an empire that terrified the Accord, and dying alone in a fortress because he had stopped asking questions of the people around him. He thought of the notification the fallen hero system had delivered when he achieved Demon Marrow rank. Empire's refusal. The heavens' weapons become his arguments. Add this to the ongoing strategic assessment, he said. Keep researching. I need to know whether the architect can be reasoned with before I need to reason with it. And if it cannot, then we determine what it would take to produce enough contradicting outcomes that it must adapt. Your research on the previous cycle disruptions. Was there a pattern in what produced the most significant contradictions? Mao Guang pulled one of the document cases back open. The two most significant disruptions in the historical record both involved simultaneous challenges on multiple fronts: legal, military, and what I'd call ideological. Not argument, but demonstration, showing that the cycle's logic failed in specific and documented ways when applied to specific and documented people. He extracted a narrow scroll. The disruption 900 years ago, Kiru Vin's campaign, failed because it was primarily military. The legal and ideological components were present but underdeveloped, and when the military component failed, nothing remained to sustain the challenge. We're not making that mistake. No. You have a filing in a real court, documentation in neutral archives, treaty recognition from 2 kingdoms with more pending, and an institutional record that will exist independent of what happens to any of us personally. Mao Guang returned the scroll to the case with care. That's the structural difference. The disruption that preceded Kiru Vin's, 3,200 years ago, which is why almost no one knows about it, had more of those elements. It failed for a different reason. The scholar who attempted it understood the system, but didn't understand that the system could reach its opponents directly. They weren't prepared for direct contact. Wei Liang absorbed this. The architect reached directly. The disruption ended when the challenger lost access to their own cultivation system, apparently from the inside. Mao Guang met his gaze. I don't know how to prevent this. I'm still researching, but I'm telling you because it's information you should have. Keep researching. He moved toward the door. Either way, we finish the legal case against the Accord first. The proximate antagonists need to be handled before the systemic cause becomes the primary focus. Mao Guang nodded and reached for the next document case before Wei Liang had fully left the room. In the corridor, Wei Liang incorporated the new variable into his calculation, direct access to the challenger's cultivation system, and identified 3 preparatory steps that might address it, all of which required the fallen hero system's specific properties. He would need to test those properties deliberately rather than waiting to discover them in a crisis. He added it to the list and kept moving. He added the direct access variable to the strategic assessment and considered its implications alongside the other elements of the war. The architect could, according to Mao Guang's research, interfere with a cultivator's system directly, not through the Accord's institutional mechanisms, but through its own ancient authority over the cycle's designated participants. Wei Liang was not a designated participant. He was a designated participant who had refused the designation, which was a different category. Whether the different category made him more or less vulnerable to direct access was something Mao Guang's research had not yet determined. He thought of the fallen hero system's specific properties. It fed on rejected destiny. The more the cycle tried to reclaim him, the stronger the refusal made him. If the architect attempted direct interference with the system, attempting to override it or redirect it, the system would presumably respond the same way it responded to every attempt by divine authority to manage his cultivation. It would convert the interference to cultivation fuel. The question was whether the system's conversion mechanism would work on an entity that predated its own design parameters. There was no way to know this without testing it. He was not in a position to test it deliberately. He filed the question under known unknowns requiring active monitoring and noted 3 specific behavioral indicators that would signal the architect's direct interference before it became a crisis. Changes in the system's notification patterns, unexpected cultivation energy fluctuations, and what Mao Guang called the override signature that the historical records described preceding the previous cycle disruption's collapse. He hoped the preliminary panel would convene before any of those 3 indicators appeared. The legal case first, the systemic problem second. In that order, if the order held. But Mao Guang's final words stayed with him. I don't know how to prevent this, neither did Wei Liang. Not yet. Chapter 50 Shun Lihua's formal defection ceremony was small by design. She had requested this herself. Wei Liang had offered her the full ceremonial apparatus the Demon Empire used for significant political acts, witness assembly, public declaration, the overlord's formal acknowledgement, and she had declined all of it except the last. If this is a public performance, she had told him, it reads as theater. If it's a legal document witnessed by 3 people, it reads as a decision. Yu Zhen and Old Kong were the witnesses. Shingon was present in his formal capacity, but also sat to one side with the unhurried posture of an elder who understood when an event needed authority rather than participation. Shen Lihua read her own statement aloud, which was the Demon Empire's ceremonial requirement for formal oaths. She had drafted it in the precise, formal language she brought to legal documents, and it said what it meant without embellishment. She was renouncing her commission and standing within the Celestial Accord, pledging to conduct her duties as a legal officer in the service of the Demon Empire's institutional integrity, and accepting the position of Imperial Arbiter with the specific mandate of maintaining the Empire's legal apparatus according to documented precedent and the principles of due process. She signed the document. Yu Zhen and Old Kong signed as witnesses. Shingon affixed his seal. Wei Liang appointed her Imperial Arbiter formally, with the decree document that Mao Guang had prepared. The decree cited her legal expertise, her direct knowledge of Accord institutional procedure, and her documented history of acting according to principle in circumstances where principle created professional risk. It was the first appointment of a human to a formal government position in the Demon Empire. The upper caste faction will object, she said, when the ceremony had concluded and the overlord had excused himself with the efficient grace of a man with 17 other items to address. They've already filed 3 separate objections, Wei Liang said. All 3 are procedurally invalid under the merit appointment decree. Mao Guang is drafting the formal responses. She moved to the window. The demon capital's courtyard was quiet in the late afternoon, the training grounds empty, the administrative corridors visible in the long shadows, the particular stillness that large institutions reached in the hour before the evening shift change. I expected them to feel like the enemy when I got here, she said. Not to him specifically, more to the observation. The Accord taught me to expect a certain kind of chaos in demon territory, certain specific fears. And instead it looks like a government that's trying to become something better than it was and hasn't finished yet. She turned from the window, which is more frightening in some ways. Enemies who are simply wrong are easier to maintain certainty about than institutions that are actively becoming something different from what they were. What are you afraid of? He asked. A real question, not a rhetorical one. She considered it with the seriousness she brought to legal analysis. That we build something that works well enough to survive, but not well enough to be worth surviving. That the shape of what we're building is correct and the substance isn't. She paused. That I trade one set of certainties for another set and call the exchange growth. He understood the fear because he shared a version of it. The things you're afraid of are the correct things to be afraid of, he said. If you weren't afraid of them, you wouldn't catch them when they started happening. She was quiet for a moment with the particular quality of someone processing an answer they hadn't expected to be useful. What are you afraid of? That I become Kiru Ven, he said. Old Kong told me about him this morning. Her expression shifted. I'll read the account. Ask Mao Guang. He has 3 different scholarly sources and 2 primary documents. He'll be delighted someone wants the full version. She smiled. A small, real thing, not the controlled professional expression she used in formal contexts. I'll do that. She gathered her appointment documents. Get some sleep, Wei Liang. You've been running on the same rate of rest as when we were drafting the filing, and the filing's submitted now. He watched her leave and turned back to the evening's operational list. She was right about the rest and wrong about the timing. There were 4 items that required resolution before the sleep window opened. He started on the first of the 4. The first was a logistics coordination issue. The Parallel Trade Guild supply route had developed a gap in its eastern segment, created by the Accord's temporary occupation of a relay point. He reviewed the alternatives Mao Guang's network had identified and approved the northern reroute with a note about the 2-week delay it would impose on the granary resupply. The delay was manageable. The alternative, attempting to hold the relay point, was not, given the current deployment priorities. The second was a Merit Review Board request for clarification on the advancement criteria's application to specialist roles. The Demon Empire's formation masters and celestial technique practitioners existed in a category the initial criteria hadn't fully accounted for. He drafted a supplemental provision and marked it for Shen Lihua's procedural review before it became official policy. The third was a diplomatic note from a minor neutral kingdom trade representative who was visiting the demon capital on commercial business and had requested a brief audience to ask about the arbitration proceedings' potential impact on regional trade agreements. He wrote a response scheduling 30 minutes during the next morning's open session and asked Mao Guang to prepare a brief summary of the filing's trade-related provisions. The fourth was Crimson Sparrow's latest intelligence digest. He read it carefully. The advance force positioned at the Demon Borderlands had received new orders. a holding instruction rather than a withdrawal or advance instruction, which indicated that Wei Hao's command structure was waiting for information before acting. This was consistent with his brother's communication through the welfare channel. Waiting for information was what people did when they were reconsidering their framework rather than operating from within it. He filed the intelligence digest, set aside 3 items that required Xun Lihua's input in the morning, and permitted himself to sleep. Tomorrow would have its own list, and the day after that, and the day after that. But the filing was on the court's record, the circle's anchor stones were placed, the recognition treaty was signed, and his brother was, somewhere beyond the demon borderlands boundary, thinking rather than acting. These were facts. Facts that had not existed 3 months ago. He held them as he fell asleep, not with comfort, but with the precise satisfaction of work that had been done, and was real, and would remain real regardless of what came next. He reviewed the workload distribution before going to sleep. Xun Lihua was managing the incoming diplomatic correspondence, the arbitration filings procedural maintenance, the fraud notifications secondary filings, and the merit system's procedural clarification requests simultaneously. The combined load was at the edge of what was sustainable, not the edge of what she could do, but the edge of what could be done at the quality level the work required. He identified 2 items in the diplomatic correspondence category that did not require her specific expertise and could be handled by her administrative assistants with standard protocols. He drafted the redistribution note and left it on her desk. She would object in the morning. He was prepared for this. He had written the note in a way that identified the specific quality rationale for the redistribution rather than simply asserting that she should take on less. If the argument was sound, she would accept it because she was someone who accepted sound arguments regardless of whether they were convenient. If the argument had a flaw, she would find it, and he would revise the distribution. He thought of what she had told him. You're better at knowing when to stop and let someone else be better at the part they're better at. He was better at it than he had been a year ago. He was not as good at it as the situation required. Both things were true simultaneously. The gap between them was what he was working on, alongside every other project the campaign required. Building an empire, dismantling a prophecy, waiting for his brother to be ready, and hoping the preliminary panel convened before any of the variables he was monitoring resolved in the wrong direction. He permitted himself exactly 3 minutes of honest uncertainty before putting it aside and going to sleep. The work was real. The progress was real. Whatever came next would meet him with the preparation he had built, and the preparation was as solid as he could make it, for now, which was all that now ever was. Chapter 51 The Upper Caste Conspiracy's first formal move came 8 days after Xun Lihua's appointment. A senior officer named Dong Lao, not Dong Hai's family, different lineage with overlapping interests, filed a right of refutation under ancient demon custom, a formal legal challenge to a leader's authority, settled by single combat at the challenger's choice of terms. The filing was procedurally valid, executed without error, and had the backing of 6 upper caste noble houses whose documentation Mao Guang had been tracking for 3 weeks. Wei Liang accepted the challenge in writing within the hour. Dong Lao's challenge terms specified traditional weapons, no cultivation technique above the base meridian expression level, which meant the fallen hero system's unlocked techniques were excluded. This was deliberate. The upper caste faction's legal research had identified that Wei Liang's cultivated advantages derived from his system's specific properties, and that removing those advantages would shift the engagement significantly in Dong Lao's favor. Dong Lao was a bone-tempering practitioner who had trained in demon combat forms for 40 years. Without system techniques, the gap was considerably smaller. Wei Liang accepted those terms, too. The audience that assembled in the formal combat courtyard 3 hours later was larger than official channels had been used to summon it, which meant the upper caste network had wanted witnesses. He noted this and assessed its implications. They wanted this to be public. Either they expected to win, or they expected the viewing of a near victory to serve their purposes regardless of outcome. Dong Lao was a precise fighter. His 40 years of training had produced a technical vocabulary in demon combat forms that translated efficiently to the formal bout's constraints. He held his ground rather than pursuing, let Wei Liang set pace, and waited for the openings that aggressive forward motion created. It was experienced and not unreasonable. Wei Liang had been fighting since before he left the Accord's training system. He had fought Accord champions, demon border guards, celestial advanced scouts, and the controlled edge of his own brother's restraint. He had cultivated through 7 rank thresholds on principles rather than guided advancement tracks. He understood, without arrogance, that his baseline combat capability without system techniques was still the product of a life that had been continuously shaped by necessity. He did not use system techniques. He didn't need to. The bout lasted 6 minutes and 14 seconds. Dong Lao was technically excellent and tactically rigid. He had optimized for a specific set of conditions and read any deviation from those conditions as his opponent's error rather than his own limitation. Wei Liang created 5 deviations in sequence and read Dong Lao's response to each. In the 6th minute, he closed to a position where Dong Lao's next available move was retreat or overextension. Dong Lao chose the overextension, which ended the bout. The courtyard was quiet. Not uncertain quiet. The specific silence of an audience that had gathered expecting one narrative and received a different one. The upper caste faction had built their legal move on the premise that Wei Liang's capability was entirely system-derived, and that stripping the system would expose a human with no legitimate claim to authority over demon affairs. The premise had been tested and found incorrect. Wei Liang helped Dong Lao stand without ceremony. The merit appointment decree includes a formal channel for disputing specific advancement decisions, he said. If your objection is to Arbiter Shun's specific qualifications rather than to the principle of merit-based appointment, that channel exists. I'd recommend using it. The formal record of your objection and the documented response will serve both parties better than this did. He walked back toward the administrative complex. Behind him, he heard the crowd beginning to disperse. He did not look back to assess the upper caste faction's expressions. He had provided the information the engagement was meant to provide. His legitimacy did not rest on his system alone, and the assessment of how that information landed was Mao Guang's department. He did stop at the Merit Assessment Board chamber on his way through the complex. The board schedule was still on the wall. He read the names of the reviewers again, the criteria posted beside it, the names of the candidates who had registered in the past week, 17 new registrations since yesterday, which was more than the previous week's total. The upper caste faction had expected the right of refutation to demonstrate his vulnerability. Instead, it had demonstrated the opposite. The harder question was whether the demonstration would produce genuine acceptance or merely suppressed resentment. Whether the people who had backed Dong Lao's challenge would revise their assessment of the merit system or simply wait for a different angle. He did not know. He could not know from a single engagement. He would watch the merit assessment results for the next 3 cycles and see whether the upper caste candidates who registered were genuinely competing or performing compliance to maintain standing while working to undermine the system through other channels. Both things could be happening simultaneously in different parts of the same faction. Factions were not monolithic. His own experience of the Accord had demonstrated that with enough clarity to last a lifetime. What he could do was ensure the system remained legible and the criteria remained consistent. An incoherent system was a gift to the people who wanted to discredit it. It gave them legitimate targets. A coherent system, applied consistently, forced opposition to declare itself rather than hiding inside procedural complexity. He had chosen coherence on purpose, and he intended to maintain it. He went to his desk and drafted the supplemental provision for specialist roles that the morning's review board request had required. Shenlihua would review it tomorrow. The provision would become policy by the end of the week. The merit system's coverage would expand, and with it, the pool of people who had a documented stake in its continuation. Mao Guang's assessment of the right of refutation arrived 2 hours later, slipped under the door. The crowd's response was broadly positive, including several upper caste observers whose expressions I would characterize as reassessment rather than hostility. Dong Lao's immediate associates left quickly. I'll have full intelligence on the faction's next steps within 48 hours. Their response to this outcome will tell us more about their actual capabilities than their initial challenge did. He read it, added it to the intelligence file, and went to sleep. The right of refutation was over. The next move was the Accords, and the Accord would make it when the Accord was ready, and he could not control when that was, only what he was prepared for when it came. 2 days after the right of refutation, the Merit Assessment Board's 3rd session produced a result that had not been predicted. A high caste candidate, from a family that had opposed the merit system through formal channels, submitted the highest assessment scores in the session's history. The candidate had trained rigorously, exceeded every criterion, and was now formally in line for an advancement that the legacy system would have given them as a birthright. Wei Liang reviewed the assessment with Shenlihua. Is there a problem? No. The criteria were applied correctly. The candidate's performance is documented and verified. She set the assessment record down. I'm noting it because the upper caste faction is going to use this as evidence that the merit system favors the upper caste. They'll argue that the high caste candidate's resources and training time produce the advantage, not the candidate's inherent merit, and that this proves the criteria are structurally biased toward the wealthy. Is the argument correct? A pause. Partially. Resources and training time do produce advantages. The criteria are not structurally biased. They measure the outcomes of those advantages, not their origin. She was quiet for a moment. The right response is to acknowledge the partial truth and counter with the systemic change, the criterion improvements and access programs that address the resource disparity over time, not to defend the current system as perfect. He noted this. Can you draft the acknowledgement? Already outlined. She returned to her desk. The faction will still use the argument. But if we acknowledge it publicly before they raise it, we control the framing, and we signal that the system is designed to improve, which is different from claiming it's already finished. It was, he thought, a more sophisticated institutional response than the Accord had ever attempted with its own critics. He approved the draft that afternoon. The upper caste faction's anticipated argument arrived 3 days later, phrased almost exactly as Shun Lihua had predicted, and met a public response that had been waiting for it, already on the record. Chapter 52. The intelligence arrived through Crimson Sparrow's network 14 days after the right of refutation. The message came from a neutral territory contact who had access to Accord internal communications. Not a spy Wei Liang had placed, but a scholar who had a complicated relationship with the Accord's institutional practices and had, over the course of several months, quietly expanded that complication into a regular correspondence with Mao Guang. The content was a digest of Wei Hao's official communications with the Accord's command structure over the preceding 3 weeks. 2 changes stood out. The first, Wei Hao had stopped using the term rebel faction to describe the Demon Empire and switched to the more specific apostate territory, which carried a different legal weight in Accord jurisprudence. It implied active spiritual transgression rather than mere political opposition. The language shift had been noted and approved by Bai Qiong's communication staff. The second, in 3 separate documents, Wei Hao had referred to Wei Liang as the apostate. Not the apostate's leader. Not the human rebel. The apostate, a personal designation, formal, the kind of distancing language that required effort to adopt. Wei Liang read the digest twice and passed it to Mao Guang. The conditioning is working, he said. Or he's performing compliance for the communication record. Mao Guang read through the relevant sections with his usual careful attention. Accord internal communications are reviewed by 3 separate layers of supervisory staff. A chosen one candidate who expresses ambiguity in internal communications would be flagged for additional conditioning sessions. The language choices in these documents may reflect what he knows will satisfy the review rather than what he actually believes. Can you tell the difference? Not definitively from documents alone. A pause. There is one phrase in the 3rd communication. He describes the Demon Empire's merit system as a crude imitation of genuine cultivation hierarchy. The framing is dismissive, but the fact that he knows enough about the merit system to describe it specifically suggests he's been paying attention to what it actually is. Mao Guang set the digest aside. Someone who had accepted the Accord's characterization of the Empire as a chaos territory would not describe the merit system in structural terms. They would describe it in moral terms. Wei Liang absorbed this. The apostate language stings regardless. Yes. Mao Guang said it without qualifying it away. It's designed to. He thought of the message Crimson Sparrow had carried, the handwriting that he'd recognized, the character choices that matched his brother's personal shorthand. Asterisk, I don't understand what you're trying to do. I want to understand. Asterisk, he composed a response that night, in plain language rather than cipher. A 3-paragraph account of the merit system's design philosophy, the reasoning behind the arbitration filing, and what he hoped the Empire would look like in 10 years. No appeal to their shared history. No argument about who had been right. Just the content of what he was building, stated as accurately as he could state it. He read it over twice after finishing. It sounded, he thought, like a person who was trying to convince rather than a person who was reporting. He revised the 2nd paragraph, removing the section that explained why the merit system was better than the caste system and replacing it with a description of what had happened at the promotion ceremony. The 3 names, the specific actions, what each soldier had said. Facts rather than arguments. Facts were more persuasive than arguments when the audience was deciding whether to trust the speaker, because arguments required accepting the speaker's framework and facts only required verification. He sent it with Shun Lihua's name on the routing. She had an old welfare correspondence channel from her time in the Accord's Spiritual Services Division that the Accord was unlikely to have flagged as a security risk. His name on the routing would ensure the message was flagged and intercepted before it arrived. Her name might let it pass. He did not know whether the message would reach Wei Hao. There were too many variables between the welfare channel and his brother's hands. Monitoring rotations, routing decisions, the Accord's level of attention to non-military correspondence from a former member of their Spiritual Services Division. He had estimated the probability at somewhere between 30 and 60%, which was the honest range and was not very precise, and had decided that the expected value of sending it outweighed the cost of the attempt. He sent it and turned to the next item on his list, which was less uncertain in its nature and more immediately actionable, and which required his full attention before the morning briefing. The next item was the Accord's communication about the preliminary hearing, or rather, the Accord's formal non-response to the court's preliminary notification, which had been delivered to their administrative offices 12 days ago. The non-response was itself a response. Mao Guang had explained the procedural implications. An Accord that did not respond formally was an Accord that was either preparing a comprehensive response or was attempting to challenge the notification's validity before engaging on the merits. Either approach had tactical implications for the filing's timeline that Xin Lihua needed to know about before the morning. He drafted the briefing note and left it on her desk. The welfare channel message was Crimson Sparrow's problem now. Everything else remained his. Crimson Sparrow returned 3 days later from the welfare channel route. The bird landed on the secondary desk's edge, not the window ledge, a distinction Wei Liang had learned to read as indicating the message was time-sensitive rather than routine. He took the scroll without ceremony. Wei Hao's handwriting, in the careful script he'd been trained in, with the personal shorthand visible in 2 places. Asterisk, I showed your message to no one. The 3 soldiers' names, I looked them up in the Accord's intelligence files. The files say they're demon collaborators. Your account and the files cannot both be correct. I don't know how to determine which one is true. I'm going to try to find out. Asterisk, he sat with this for a long moment. His brother was running an independent investigation, not asking the Accord, not asking Wei Liang, trying to find a source that was not under either party's control. That was the behavior of someone who understood they were being given information from interested parties and was attempting to triangulate. It was exactly what Wei Liang would have done. He wrote back that night, through the welfare channel, names of 3 neutral territory scholars who had documented the Confederation defense independently, with archive locations for their reports. No argument, no appeal, just the sources, stated plainly, so Wei Hao could check them himself. He sealed the scroll and handed it to Crimson Sparrow. The bird regarded him for a moment with the specific amber intelligence of a creature that had been watching this family situation develop for months and had formed its own views about it. Then it took the scroll and left through the window into the dark. Wei Liang turned back to the evening's operational items. His brother was moving, slowly, carefully, with the natural suspicion of someone who had been lied to by parties on both sides. That was the right pace. That was the honest pace. Forced faster, it broke. At its own speed, it might hold. And if it held, that seal breaker would be waiting when Wei Hao arrived at the moment of choosing. But Bai Qiong was already moving, somewhere above the borderlands, and she was not going to wait for his brother to be ready. Bai Qiong had 400 years of patience behind her, and she used it precisely. The question was whether Wei Hao's path to the moment of choice would be long enough to outrun hers. And that was a race Wei Liang could not run for his brother, only make possible. He set the operational items in order and started on the first one, because the only answer to the question of timing was to shorten the timeline on every other variable within reach. Chapter 53 The Accord's siege of the Iron Shore Confederation began on the 31st day after the recognition treaty signing, arriving ahead of Wei Liang's projected timeline by approximately 4 days. Yu Zhen had the Iron Veil Legion moving within 90 minutes of the intelligence confirmation. She had pre-positioned elements at 3 staging points along the corridor toward the Confederation's southern boundary, which meant the transit time was substantially reduced from what a non-pre-stage deployment would have required. Wei Liang had authorized the pre-positioning 3 weeks earlier, on the understanding that the siege was coming even if the timing was uncertain. The siege force was substantial, 6,000 Accord-aligned troops with divine practitioner support, deployed against a Confederation militia of roughly 1,500. The Accord had calculated that the Confederation would capitulate before the Demon Empire could respond. The calculation had not accounted for the Demon Empire's prepositioned forces. The Iron Veil Legion met the Accord's vanguard at the Confederation's southern gate. The engagement lasted 3 days. Wei Liang commanded the counteroffensive from the center position, which gave him full visibility on all 4 engagement sectors and the ability to redirect force allocation as the battle's dynamics shifted. Yu Zhen held the southern gate, the critical choke point, the position the Accord's numerical advantage would press hardest and longest. He watched her command with the attention he'd been developing since they first worked together. She was tactical at a level that made his own tactical thinking feel like broad strokes planning, capable of reading a developing situation and adjusting in increments so small they were invisible until their cumulative effect was undeniable. She held the southern gate for 2 days and 15 hours. On the 3rd day, the Accord's supply line pressure, disrupted by the Amber Corridor cuts Yu Zhen had executed 3 weeks earlier, degraded their operational tempo enough that the siege force's momentum broke. The Accord withdrew to a defensive perimeter. By nightfall of the third day, the withdrawal had extended to a full retreat. The demon casualties were heavy. 47 dead, 112 wounded, 11 missing. Wei Liang read every name. The Confederation's population had watched demon soldiers die defending their southern gate. That was not an abstraction. It was something that had happened in front of them, documented in the specific detail that only direct witness creates. The Accord's established narrative about demonic brutality and chaos did not accommodate demon soldiers holding a defensive line to protect human civilians. Narratives that could not accommodate contradicting facts were vulnerable to those facts in a way that no argument about their internal logic could replicate. He wrote to Mao Guang that evening, "Prepare the battle documentation. Full account, including our casualties. The Confederation's public record of this engagement is more valuable than the tactical victory itself." Mao Guang's response came back before midnight. "Already compiling. I've been in contact with 3 Confederation scholars who were present. Their accounts will go into our parallel archive within 48 hours. The Accord's version will take at least a week to reach the neutral kingdom's information networks. We'll have ours there first." He looked at the casualty list again. 47 names. He would not reduce them to strategy. He held them as what they were for a full minute before he moved to the next item. He wrote each name in the official record himself, in his own hand, with the date and the circumstance as briefly as he could state it. This was not Accord practice. It was not standard Demon Empire practice, either. It was a practice he had started when the first of his soldiers died in the 3rd week of the campaign, when he had looked at the casualty report and realized that a name on a report was not the same as a name acknowledged by a person who understood what the loss cost. He did not eulogize. He simply wrote the names. The Confederation's public record would show demon soldiers defending their gate. The record would not show the names of those soldiers. Those were his to keep. But the public record would show what they had done, and that was a different kind of testimony, the kind that lived in the neutral kingdom's information networks and in the Confederation's own institutional memory and could not be recalled once it existed. He thought about what Mao Guang had said, narrative architecture. The Accord had spent 800 years building a narrative that the Demon Empire was a region of chaos and savagery, dangerous to mortal populations, requiring divine supervision and occasional intervention. That narrative was an institutional asset. It produced the political support that funded the fleet and the divine practitioners and the 30-day military timelines. It was not false in every detail. The Demon Empire had historical periods of genuine instability, just as every empire did, but it was systematically misleading about the present. The battle documentation was a counter-installation in the narrative infrastructure, not a counterclaim, which could be debated, a counter-record, which existed in the same factual category as the claim it contradicted. Both documents could not be true simultaneously. The neutral kingdom's information networks would hold both, and anyone who read both would be required to make an assessment. Wei Liang had spent enough time with Shun Lihua to understand that the assessment's conclusion was not predetermined. People with strong prior commitments could hold contradicting evidence and still maintain their prior position. The goal was not to produce immediate conversion. It was to make the prior position require more active maintenance, more selective reading, more dismissal of specific sources, more careful avoidance of specific questions. That maintenance was a cost, and costs accumulated, and eventually institutions paid those costs in ways they had not chosen. He finished writing the last name and set down the pen. The battle documentation would be in Mao Guang's hands by morning. The casualty record would remain in his own desk, where he could add to it as the war continued. Because the war would continue, and there would be more names, and he intended to write each one for as long as he was the person responsible for the decisions that produced them. The documentation reached the neutral kingdoms ahead of the Accord's statement by 4 days, and the effect was measurable. 3 kingdoms issued formal inquiries within the week. One sent a private diplomatic note expressing what read as sympathy without the commitment that sympathy required to be actionable. One sent a historian to request interviews with survivors of the Iron Shore defense, not an official inquiry, a scholarly request, which was a way of engaging without official exposure. Wei Liang authorized all 3 scholars access and made sure they had comfortable working conditions and access to primary sources. The Accord's version of the battle arrived through their standard channels and described the Demon Empire as an aggressor force exploiting the Confederation's internal divisions. It named 4 Confederation officials as Accord-aligned parties whose testimony supported the Accord's characterization. Two of those four officials were names Wei Liang recognized from Paro Su's description of the anti-treaty faction within the Confederation's council. He noted this. The accord had sources inside the Confederation. The sources had provided testimony that would be directly contradicted by the Confederation's own public documentation of the engagement. That contradiction would be visible to anyone who read both accounts, including the Confederation's own population, who had watched the battle from inside the southern gate. The accord is betting that their institutional authority outweighs the contradicting evidence, Mao Guang observed. They've won that bet for 800 years, Wei Liang said. Yes. The question is whether the conditions that made the bet winnable still hold. Mao Guang organized his documentation into the Parallel Archives incoming tray. The Confederation recognizing us changed the conditions somewhat. The arbitration filing changed them more. If the preliminary panel convenes and issues even a preliminary ruling, not a final decision, just a procedural acknowledgement that the filing has merit, the bet's odds shift considerably. He paused. They know this. They're trying to move fast enough that the military outcome is settled before the legal outcome can influence it. Then we make the legal outcome move faster than their military timeline. He turned to the next item. Get the documentary evidence of the accord's timeline pressure into the court's administrative record. I want the panel to understand what's being attempted, and I want that documentation in their hands before the accord's legal team can characterize the military timeline as routine operational scheduling. He sent the instruction and turned to the next report from Crimson Sparrow's network, a position update on by Cheong's deployment that had changed overnight in ways the previous day's assessment had not predicted. Not an advance, a repositioning. The distinction mattered, and he wasn't sure yet which way it cut. Chapter 54 The Confederation Engagements documentation reached the Neutral Kingdom scholar networks before the Accord's official statement was drafted. Mao Guang had prepared for this specifically. The Parallel Archive network he had been building for 3 months had established relationships with independent scholars, neutral territory scribes, and the Merchant Guild information channels that moved news through the continent's trading networks faster than any institutional messenger service. The battle account reached 6 separate Neutral Kingdom capitals within 4 days. The Accord's formal statement, prepared through their standard communication channels, arrived in those same capitals on the 5th and 6th days. The sequencing mattered. When a neutral audience encounters a narrative that has already established itself in their understanding of an event, contradicting information faces a substantially higher burden than confirming information does. The Accord's statement, that the Confederation had been engaged because of treaty violations and that the demon forces were opportunistic aggressors, encountered a readership that had already reviewed a documented account of demon soldiers defending a Confederation gate against siege forces. The contradiction was visible. 3 more neutral kingdoms sent diplomatic inquiries to the demon empire within the week. Not requests to join the coalition, inquiries, requests for documentation, preliminary contact of the kind that preceded formal dialogue. Shen Lihua managed the incoming correspondence with a system she had designed in her 2nd week as Imperial Arbiter. A 3-tier categorization of diplomatic contacts based on the stage of the relationship, the specific nature of the inquiry, and the resources required for an appropriate response. She had hired 2 administrative assistants from the merit promotion pool, former low-caste clerks whose organizational capability had been entirely invisible under the previous appointment system, and trained them in the system's operation. The inquiry from the Frost Basin Compact is different from the others, she told Wei Liang at the afternoon briefing. The others are general inquiries about the Empire's legal standing and treaty commitment record. The Frost Basin Compact is asking specifically about the arbitration court proceeding. They want to know whether the filing includes provisions that would affect existing mutual aid agreements between Compact members and Accord-affiliated kingdoms. Which means they're not asking whether to support us. They're asking whether supporting us would damage their existing relationships. That's a more advanced question than the others are asking. They're already modeling the next step. She set the inquiry document on his desk. I recommend a direct response to their legal counsel rather than their diplomatic office. The question is procedural. Answering it procedurally shows we understand the level they're operating at. He read the inquiry. Draft the response. I'll review it this afternoon. Already drafted. She added 2 more documents to his desk. Also the response to the Scholars' Assembly inquiry about the merit appointment precedent and the response to the Iron Shore Confederation's request for a follow-up consultation on the Border Security Clause's implementation timeline. He looked at the 3 documents and then at her. You drafted 3 responses I hadn't asked for yet. You would have asked for them. I have the drafting window. You have the strategic context for revision. Division of labor. She held his attention for a moment with the particular directness she used when she was making a point about process as well as content. You're better at knowing when to stop and let someone else be better at the part they're better at. He thought of the merit system, of what it had taken to implement it, of the 47 names on the casualty list. I'm learning, he said. Yes. She moved toward the door. That's the part one wasn't entirely certain about when I arrived. I'm certain about it now. He reviewed all 3 drafted responses that afternoon, made minor revisions to 2 of them, framing adjustments, not substantive changes, and approved the 3rd without revision. The 3 responses went out through separate courier channels before evening. The Frost Basin Compact's legal counsel received theirs first, because Xianxia had prepositioned a courier for precisely that purpose, having judged the Compact's inquiry as the most time-sensitive based on timing factors she had not fully explained, but which had turned out to be correct. By the end of the week, the Frost Basin Compact had confirmed they intended to remain neutral in the military conflict, but would formally recognize the Demon Empire's standing in the arbitration proceeding. It was a limited recognition, a procedural acknowledgement rather than a political one, but Xianxia had explained why it mattered. A neutral party recognizing procedural standing before the preliminary panel convened was equivalent to a vote of institutional confidence, visible to the panel's arbiters when they reviewed the filing's context. This is 3 things at once, Wei Liang said, reading the compact's confirmation. Most things worth doing are. She did not look up from the document she was annotating. The recognition builds the coalition. The coalition adds pressure to the preliminary panel. The preliminary panel is the mechanism by which the accord is forced to respond formally. She turned a page. None of it works without the others, which is why I drafted the response before you asked for it. The window for that particular chain of effects closes in 72 hours, and we couldn't afford to wait for the scheduling cycle. He noted her reasoning and filed it in the category of things Yuzhen had been right about. The person who anticipated needs before they were stated was indispensable. The challenge was ensuring she didn't burn through her capacity, maintaining that level of anticipation. He made a note to review her current workload and identify what could be redistributed without losing the quality of what she was specifically producing. She would object to the redistribution. He intended to do it anyway, because Yuzhen had told him to watch for the signs, and the signs were there in the slight tightness at the corners of her eyes when she arrived at morning briefings, and the way she was annotating more quickly than she had been 2 weeks ago, faster, but with marginally less precision. Not a visible decline. A leading indicator. The narrative architecture's effects were cumulative and not fully visible in any single event. Mao Guang tracked them through the Neutral Kingdom Information Network with the patient attention of a scholar who understood that institutional change moved at the speed of documentation rather than the speed of events. 3 weeks after the Iron Shore defense, the pattern in the information network was Demon forces had defended a human civilian population against an Accord siege. The Accord had characterized the defenders as aggressors. Neutral observers had checked both accounts and found specific contradictions. The specific contradictions were now circulating in scholarly and diplomatic correspondence networks with increasing frequency. No kingdom had changed its formal position. The formal positions didn't change quickly. They required institutional consensus, procedural steps, the alignment of domestic political factors that were outside either side's control. But the informal networks, the scholar correspondence, the merchant guild news channels, the diplomatic back channels through which the real assessments were communicated before formal positions were declared, showed a different pattern. The question being asked in those networks had changed from who is right to how did the Accord's account diverge so completely from the observable evidence. That was not yet a verdict. It was the beginning of a framework in which the Accord's 800-year institutional authority could not simply override the factual record, because the factual record was now distributed across enough independent archives that suppression was not feasible, and the people who read those archives were connecting the specific contradictions to the broader pattern that the arbitration filing documented. Xianxia had told him, in the first week of their collaboration, the goal isn't necessarily to win the case in one session. The goal is to make the record show what actually happened. The record was beginning to show it. Slowly, cumulatively, in the specific way that institutional reality shifted, not with a dramatic moment, but with the weight of accumulated evidence, documented and distributed, and impossible to unsee once seen. The panel was scheduled to convene in 11 days, and Meng Ruolin's 30-day military timeline had 19 days remaining, which meant the 2 deadlines were not going to arrive in the order Wei Liang needed them to. Chapter 55 High Saintess Meng Ruolin addressed the full assembly of Accord factions in the Accord's central sanctum on the 43rd day after the arbitration filing's acknowledgement. Wei Liang received the transcript through Crimson Sparrow's network within 6 hours of the address's conclusion. He read it at his desk with the particular attention he brought to documents that told him something specific about his enemy's reasoning. Meng Rulin was, by every account he had assembled, an entity of considerable sophistication. She was not old in the way that simply men experienced. She was old in the way that meant she had watched civilizations rise and decline and had made peace with the permanence of her own judgments by outlasting every argument against them. Her address to the Accord was elegant, precise, and constructed with the layered logic of someone who understood that the audience was composed of different factions with different interests that all needed to be convinced of different things simultaneously. She described the arbitration filing as a procedural curiosity without legal merit, generated by a faction that lacks standing before any institution of consequence. She cited 3 precedents for this characterization, 2 genuine precedents that somewhat supported her position and one that Wei Liang immediately identified as non-existent. He flagged this and continued reading. She announced Wei Hao's formal rank advancement to bone tempering under divine cultivation acceleration, a significant investment of Accord resources that indicated they were treating the military campaign seriously despite the legal proceedings. She announced his new mission. The demon capital was to be taken within 30 days. The 30-day timeline was aggressive. Wei Liang ran the calculation. The Accord was attempting to force a military conclusion before the arbitration court's preliminary panel convened, which was scheduled for approximately 23 days from the acknowledgement date. If the capital fell within 30 days, the legal proceeding became moot. There would be no demon empire to advocate for its own case. He sent for Shen Lihua and Mao Guang simultaneously. The non-existent precedent, he said, when they were assembled. He indicated the relevant section of the transcript. Cite it formally. I want to know whether this is an error or a fabrication. Shen Lihua read the passage. Her expression shifted in a way that was visible only in the change of quality around her eyes. Not surprise, but something colder. The Thornwell Accord of the Year of the Iron Dragon. I was required to memorize the full Accord Treaty Library as part of my third-year Saintis training. There is no Thornwell Accord. There is no Year of the Iron Dragon in the Accord's standard calendar. She set down the transcript. This is not an error. Errors in Meng Rulin's formal communications do not exist. This is a fabrication filed before the Outer Realm Court's administrative record in an attempt to establish false precedent. Fraud on the court, Wei Liang said. In its most fundamental form. Her voice had the specific, controlled quality of someone managing a significant reaction through professional discipline. Meng Rulin is 800 years old. She has never, to my knowledge, made a legal error. This is deliberate. She looked at him. Can we use this? If the court examines the citation before it expires from the record, yes. He turned to Mao Guang. How fast can we get documentation to the court's clerk of record? Through the neutral archive intermediary, 6 to 8 hours. Through direct courier to the nearest arbiter's physical location, potentially less. Mao Guang was already writing. I'll draft the fraud notification. It needs to go through multiple channels simultaneously to prevent suppression. Wei Liang thought of the 30-day military timeline, of the 23 days before the panel convened, of Meng Rulin's address to the Accord's assembled factions, ancient and deliberate, and certain of her own permanence. She made a mistake, he said. No. Shen Lihua's voice was quiet but exact. She thought she was untouchable enough that it didn't matter. That's different from a mistake. He looked at her. What's the difference? A mistake can be corrected. Being untouchable is a belief that has to be disproven. She reached for her writing materials. Let's disprove it. She drafted the fraud notification in 40 minutes. He reviewed it and found one framing adjustment that would make the identification of the fraudulent citation clearer to a non-specialist reader. The filing had to work for the court's arbiters, who were specialists, but the Accord's response to the fraud notification would happen in a broader context that included the neutral kingdom's information networks. She accepted the revision and incorporated it. The 2-hour response window is the sharp edge, she said. If they produce the document, which they cannot, because it doesn't exist, we've been wrong and the claim fails. If they don't respond within 2 hours, the fraud on record mechanism activates automatically. If they respond with a denial, we have their denial on the institutional record, and the burden of proof shifts to them to explain why a unanimous Accord panel cited a non-existent treaty for 800 years. They won't try to fabricate the document. The citation has a specific format, archive location, date of inscription, certifying arbiter's seal number. To fabricate it convincingly, they would need access to an archive that records treaties from 847, a period-accurate inscription format. and a certifying arbiter who was active at that time and whose seal number they could forge. She set down the pen. It's possible. It would take considerably longer than 2 hours, and the forgery would be detectable by a competent archivist, which is exactly what the court's clerk of record is. She paused. Meng Ruolin knows this. She filed the citation because she assumed the court would not look closely enough to notice. 800 years of the court being functionally dormant produces that kind of assumption. She miscalculated. She assumed the court was still dormant. Her voice had the particular quality of someone who had served an institution for 7 years and had specific feelings about that institution's willingness to suppress inconvenient findings. It is not dormant. It has been waiting for exactly this kind of filing. She gathered the final documents. Go send the notifications. I'll have the fraud claim ready for the secondary channel in 30 minutes. He moved. The notifications went out. The secondary channel confirmed receipt 20 minutes later. The 2-hour window began. He used the 2 hours reviewing the preliminary panel's projected composition and confirming that the 3 assigned arbiters had no documented relationships with the court administrative officials. They didn't. Shen Lihua had checked this, and Mao Guang had checked it again through separate research. The panel was as clean as an 800-year dormant institution's roster could be. When the 2 hours expired, the fraud on record mechanism activated without drama. A formal notation in the court's administrative log, a notification to the assigned arbiters, and a copy to every neutral archive that had received the original filing. The notation was 6 lines long and contained the phrase material misrepresentation in formal pleading, a category of institutional finding that the court's founding charter described as carrying the gravest procedural consequence available to this body. The Accord had spent 800 years treating the court as a historical footnote. The court had just put their chief institutional officer on formal notice for fraud in its active proceeding, and everyone who had received the original filing now had the notation, too. Wei Liang had Mao Guang prepare a complete summary of Meng Ruolin's address and distribute it through the parallel archive network within 24 hours of its delivery. Not with commentary, just the transcript, certified and distributed, with a formal notation that the Demon Empire was submitting it as documentation of the Accord's official position for the court's preliminary panel's contextual review. The summary noted, in an appendix, that Citation 7 in Meng Ruolin's address, the Thornwell Accord of the Year of the Iron Dragon, was unverifiable in any documented treaty archive and should be treated as unconfirmed pending source documentation from the Accord. The appendix used the court's formal uncertainty notation, which was a specific procedural signal to arbiters reviewing the document. This element of the Accord's argument may not be supported by the evidence they have claimed supports it. It was a precise, measured step. The full fraud claim would come separately and urgently. The appendix in the distribution summary was the first indication, in the neutral archive's public record, that something in Meng Ruolin's address was worth examining closely. He sent a separate message to Shen Lihua. Look at Citation 7 in Meng Ruolin's address. I think it's what I think it is. Her response came back in 4 minutes. It is. I'm already preparing the fraud notification. The 2-hour response window needs to open as soon as we're ready to trigger it. We need to be ready. He was ready. She was ready. Mao Guang was ready. The courier routes were confirmed. The archive channels were clear. Meng Ruolin had addressed the full assembly of the Accord, her most powerful institution, with her most authoritative voice, and had committed a documented fraud in the process. The 30-day military timeline was still running, but Meng Ruolin had handed them a weapon, and Wei Liang intended to use it before the deadline arrived, because weapons left unused were resources wasted, and he had no resources to waste. Chapter 56 The fraud on court notification went out through 6 separate channels within 3 hours of the discovery. Wei Liang and Shen Lihua worked through the filing's technical requirements simultaneously, she drafting the formal legal notification in the court's procedural language, while he drafted the parallel communications to the neutral archive intermediaries who would ensure the notification's existence could not be suppressed after the fact. The work moved faster than the arbitration filing had, not because it was simpler, but because they had been working together long enough that the collaboration required less explanation and more direct execution. The notification identified the non-existent Thornwell Accord citation specifically, cross-referenced it against 6 independent treaty archives that confirmed the citation's absence from any documented source, and categorized it as a fraud on the court's administrative record under the court's own procedural charter, a category that triggered a mandatory 2-hour response window during which the cited party was required to either produce the source document or acknowledge the citation's error. The Accord could not produce a non-existent document. They were filing their own response materials when Mao Guang appeared at the door with a secondary document. The fraud notification's receipt confirmation from the court's clerk of record arrived in 3 hours and 40 minutes rather than the projected 6 to 8. The clerk's office has 3 staff members on duty at this hour, he said. I don't know which of them processed it. I intend to send a formal acknowledgement of thanks to all 3. Wei Liang noted the particular satisfaction in Mao Guang's tone. The quality of a scholar who had found exactly the document he needed in exactly the location he had predicted it would be. The Accord's response window closes at dawn, Shen Lihua said without looking up from the secondary filing. If they don't produce the source document by then, the court's fraud-on-record mechanism activates. That mechanism has never been invoked before. The charter describes the procedure, but no historical case exists where it was needed. Which means the court's arbiters will be improvising their response to a procedural category that exists in the charter, but not in precedent. She did look up then, briefly. Shen Lihua's law of institutional surprises. An institution that has never handled a specific situation will default to the literal text of its founding charter, because that is the only authority it has in the absence of precedent. The charter text for fraud on record is quite specific and quite devastating for the party that committed the fraud. The night grew later. Mao Guang stayed to review the notification's technical accuracy. Crimson Sparrow dozed on the window ledge with one eye remaining periodically open. The administrative complex was quiet around them. The sort of specific quiet that large buildings reach in the small hours of the morning, when the people who work in them have left, and the people who cannot stop working carry the building's purposes forward in their absence. At some point, the 3rd hour, possibly the 4th, Wei Liang looked up from the document he was annotating and found Shen Lihua watching him with an expression he had not seen before. Not the controlled professional expression. Not the small, precise satisfaction. Something that had more layers to it than either of those. He set down the document. What? She considered her answer with the deliberateness she brought to saying things she had already decided to say. When I was in the Accord's service, I was certain about the structure of the world. Not happy about it. I'm not sure I was ever happy about it. But certain. She set down her own materials. You don't seem certain about anything, and yet you seem to operate from a more stable foundation than anyone I've known who was certain. He thought about how to answer this honestly. I'm certain that the wrong things were happening and that something different had to happen instead. The specific shape of the something different is an ongoing project. Yes. A pause. That's more honest than most people manage. He crossed the table and kissed her forehead. Not planned, not theater, just the most direct response to an honest moment that was available. She went still. Then she exhaled, a short sound that had amusement in it without losing the other layers. What is that? She asked. Not with objection. With the tone of someone cataloging an unexpected variable. I don't have a formal name for it. He returned to his seat. I don't tend to name things until I understand them. Consistent with established practice, she said, and reached for her materials again. But the small, controlled expression had softened into something different. Neither of them named that either. The secondary filing took another 40 minutes, and when it was done correctly, and that was sufficient for the night. He stayed awake until the 2-hour window closed. Not from anxiety. He had done what could be done, and the rest was the court's mechanism operating as designed. But he found, in those 2 hours, that he was not able to put the work down entirely. He made notes on the preliminary panel's composition, reviewing each arbiter's documented history for any indication of accord alignment that Mao Guang's research might have missed. He found nothing new. He reviewed the secondary claims section for the 3rd time and identified one citation that could be made more precise. Not wrong, just capable of being more specific. He noted it for the morning. At some point he became aware that he was managing the waiting by producing work, which was a habit the campaign had built into him and which had significant value, but also a specific failure mode. Doing as avoidance was the same resource depletion mechanism as doing as progress, just aimed at a different function. He set down the secondary claims annotation and acknowledged the honest reality. He was waiting for the fraud mechanism to activate and wanted the waiting to be over. The mechanism activated 17 minutes before the window closed. The court's clerk of record timestamp was clear. The Accord had not produced a source document for the Thornwell Accord citation. The fraud on record mechanism was active. The formal notation was in the administrative log, distributed to the assigned arbiters, copied to every archive that had received the original filing. He read the notification twice, confirmed the timestamp, and sent a brief note to Shen Lihua. Asterisk it activated. Clean and on the record. Asterisk. Her response arrived within seconds, which meant she had been waiting too. Asterisk I know. I have the confirmation here. The arbiters will see it before they convene. Meng Ruolin filed fraudulently before the court that's about to rule on our case. And now that fraud is in the court's own institutional record. He sat with that for a moment. Then he set the notification aside and went to sleep. Because the window had closed, the record was made, and the preliminary panel was now 10 days away, but the notification had gone to the arbiters, and to the neutral archives, and to every party that had received the original filing, and Meng Ruolin would know before morning what had been done to her public record. An 800-year-old institution that had never been challenged on fraud would now have to decide how to respond to being charged with fraud in its own active proceeding. The response would tell him something about Meng Ruolin that her public address had carefully concealed, how she behaved when the framework she operated within failed to protect her in the way she had always expected it to. He filed the question for the morning and let sleep take him, because the morning was not yet here, and the morning's answer would require him to be present when it arrived. And because Xianxia's message was still in his hand, and the specific words Meng Ruolin filed fraudulently had not stopped being extraordinary just because the legal mechanism had processed them cleanly. Chapter 57. The witness circle's installation required 4 nights of careful work and Xianxia's access to records that most scholars believed were purely theoretical. The witness circle was an ancient demon practice, 3,000 years old, predating the current accord's founding by nearly as many centuries, that placed anchor stones at specific geometric points around a territory, creating a field within which any combat was simultaneously and automatically recorded by the Outer Realm Court's observational mechanism. Not reviewed, not flagged for review, directly and continuously recorded in real time as legal evidence in any active proceeding. The mechanism had been designed, Mao Guang explained, in an era when demon territories faced constant military incursion from divine factions that would then deny the incursions had occurred. The circle made denial operationally impossible. Any attack within its boundaries generated its own documentation. The anchor stones required placement at 7 specific points in a geometric configuration that had to maintain precise alignment with the court's observational grid, a grid that shifted slightly with the lunar calendar, which meant the placement windows were narrow and the timing had to be calibrated to within an hour. Xianxia handled the calibration with the mathematical precision of her legal training applied to an unfamiliar but structurally similar problem. She worked with Mao Guang on the first night and alone on the subsequent 3, moving through the demon capital's outer perimeter in the pre-dawn hours when Accord surveillance networks were most likely to be running reduced operations. On the morning of the 5th day, she reported completion. The circle was active. Wei Hao's advance force reached the demon borderland's outer boundary the following afternoon. Wei Liang was at the border observation post when the advance force's formation appeared on the horizon. 2,000 Accord-trained soldiers with a celestial formation unit at the rear, moving in the tight column that indicated a forced march insertion rather than a siege deployment. Wei Hao was not visible at the column's front, which indicated he was either in the column's center for protection or had separated to approach through a different route. The advance force crossed the nominal boundary and stopped. Not because of the Demon Empire's defensive positions. Those had been arrayed 3 kilometers further in, the standard demonstration of non-aggressive territorial defense that created distance between the first contact line and anything that could be characterized as an offensive posture. They stopped because the Accord's Celestial Formation Unit had detected the Witness Circle's activation signature in the territory ahead. The Formation Unit's commander, a senior celestial practitioner whose rank insignia Wei Liang could read at this distance, visibly conferred with the officers around her for approximately 10 minutes. Then the advance force held position. Any attack within the Witness Circle's boundaries was now court testimony in real time. An unprovoked military incursion against a party in active legal proceedings, conducted under real-time court observation, was not a military operation. It was a confession. Wei Liang watched the advance force hold position from the observation post and thought of Meng Ruolin's 30-day timeline. The timeline assumed the circle didn't exist. The timeline was now 30 days of the Accord calculating how to advance without committing a self-documented war crime in an active court proceeding. He sent a courier to Xianxia. The circle is working. Well done. Her response came back in the courier's hand. I know. I checked the monitoring record before you sent the message. He permitted himself a brief expression of amusement and turned back to the advance force's position. They would find a way forward eventually. Every legal constraint created time rather than permanent barrier. But time was the resource he needed most, and time was what they now had. The advance force held position for 3 days before the first formal communication arrived through the neutral protocol channel. The formation commander, The celestial practitioner, whose rank insignia Wei Liang had read from the observation post, requested clarification on the witness circle's operational parameters, not an attempt to find a way around it. A request for technical information. Wei Liang had Shun Lihua respond through the same neutral protocol channel, providing the circle's operational parameters in precise technical detail. The response was approximately 400 words long, covered every aspect of the circle's function that a celestial formation specialist would want to understand, and made no mention of what the Accord should do about it. The response treated the question as a technical inquiry and answered it as a technical inquiry. The formation commander's acknowledgement arrived the next morning, a single formal notation confirming receipt of the information. Mao Guang, reading the notation, said, "She's competent and she's working with what she has. The advance forces orders require them to reach the capital. But the circle's existence has created a situation in which following those orders means committing documented acts against a party in an active proceeding. She's trying to understand whether there's a version of her orders that is compatible with not doing that. Is there? Not without the circle being deactivated, which we won't do." He set the notation aside. She knows this. She's documenting that she sought clarification before proceeding. Whatever Wei Hao decides, she wants the record to show that she asked the question. Wei Liang considered the formation commander's position. She was a professional doing her job under constraints she had not created, in a situation that had become considerably more complicated than her orders anticipated. He had no quarrel with her specifically. If the Accord's advance force eventually proceeded, the quarrel would be with the institutional decision to proceed, not with the practitioners executing it. "Keep the neutral channel open," he said. "If she sends another inquiry, respond in the same way. Technically accurate, complete, and without demands." He paused. "And note in the record that we've been cooperating with information requests from the advance force. When the preliminary panel reviews the circle's activation context, that cooperation will be part of what they see." Mao Guang added the notation with the small, precise satisfaction of someone cataloging an asset that would pay forward at a later date. Wei Liang turned back to the observation post's horizon, where the advance force had held position for 3 days and was, somewhere in its command structure, working through the implications of what the witness circle meant for the orders they had been given, and whether the person who had given those orders had fully understood what they were asking. The 3 days after the witness circle's activation had the specific quality of a pause in which both sides were recalculating. Wei Liang used the time for the work that the wartime pace had deferred, the structural elements of the empire's administration that required sustained attention rather than crisis response. He reviewed the Demon Empire Codex's draft provisions with Shun Lihua. The codex was, in its current form, an 18-section document covering governance structure, rights protections, judicial process, and the principles on which each section was based. It was incomplete. Sections 7 through 12 were placeholders, and it was politically contested, with 3 noble houses having filed formal objections to sections 2 and 4. But it was real, and it was growing, and each section that was finalized added a layer of institutional substance to the empire that existed independent of Wei Liang's personal authority. "The Accord's constitution is largely unwritten," Shun Lihua observed, reviewing the Codex's 4th section. "Precedent and convention, accumulated over 800 years, interpreted by whoever holds institutional authority at the moment of dispute. It is very difficult to challenge an unwritten constitution. There is always a plausible interpretation that supports whatever the powerful party prefers. Which is why you're writing ours. Which is why we're writing ours." She corrected him without looking up. "The Codex is not my document. It's the Empire's. That distinction matters for how it will be understood in 50 years, when neither of us is directly maintaining it." He absorbed this. She was thinking past the present. Not just the war, not just the campaign, but the institutional structure that would outlast both. He thought of Kiru Vin's fortress and the empire that had contracted around a single person's authority until there was nothing left to defend. The Codex was the structural opposite of that, a constitution that distributed authority into documented principles rather than concentrating it in a person. The advance force held position beyond the witness circle's boundary. Every hour it held was another hour the Codex's development advanced. He returned to Section 5 and began his review, and did not look up when Crimson Sparrow landed on the window ledge with a message that had traveled faster than the courier schedules allowed, which meant someone had paid very well for the speed, and that was not a good sign. Chapter 58. Old Kong finished the anchor of refusal 11 days into the witness circle standoff. He presented it in the forge's main chamber with the same unhurried care he had given the refuse gauntlets, set on the workbench without ceremony. examined by its maker with the detached assessment of a craftsman reviewing his own work for flaws he might have missed. The anchor was not a weapon in any conventional sense. It was a tool, roughly 2 feet long, weighted toward the head, constructed of an alloy that Mao Guang had confirmed was the same material used in the Accord's own divine contract inscription mechanisms. Not stolen or copied. The material was a natural formation found in the Demon Empire's deep geological layers, mined by Old Kong from a seam he had located through 9 centuries of practicing his craft in this territory. The mechanism is simple in principle, Old Kong said. Divine soul seals are contracts inscribed directly into a person's meridian structure with celestial authority behind them. The Accord maintains them as binding through continuous resonance. The seal requires ongoing alignment with the Accord's central authority channel to remain active. Disrupt the resonance, and the seal becomes an inert inscription rather than a living contract. And the anchor disrupts the resonance. The anchor severs the resonance point between the seal and the Accord's central channel. But it cannot do this unilaterally. Old Kong picked up the tool and showed him the mechanism at its head, a specific configuration of resonance channels that Wei Liang recognized, in its general structure, from the fallen hero system's own conversion pathways. The seal's resonance is partially maintained by the host's own cultivation energy. The Accord designed it this way deliberately. It makes removal significantly more difficult because the host's own system is participating in keeping the seal active. To sever the resonance fully, the host has to actively withdraw their cultivation energy from the seal's maintenance cycle. Wei Liang understood the implication. The host has to cooperate. The host has to participate in their own liberation. Yes. Old Kong set the anchor down. You cannot free someone from this without their active choice to be freed. They have to want it, and they have to do something specific to make their wanting matter. He met Wei Liang's gaze with the directness of a man who understood what he was building and why it was complicated. Your brother is conditioning resistant. The note in Crimson Sparrow's intelligence last week suggests he's been asking questions that the Accord's handling staff finds inconvenient. But asking questions and choosing to withdraw his cultivation from the seal are different categories of action. He said he wasn't ready, Wei Liang said. I remember. Old Kong stood and moved back to the secondary forge. The anchor will keep. Make sure you're carrying it when the conversation happens. He paused at the secondary forge's controls. Crimson Sparrow brought a message this morning. I left it on your secondary desk. I didn't read it, but the bird was agitated in a specific way that suggests you'd want to see it before the afternoon briefing. Wei Liang walked to the secondary desk. The scroll was sealed with a wax mark he recognized as the Accord's Spiritual Welfare Division, a welfare channel used for prisoner family contacts and spiritual counseling correspondence. Not a military communication. Not a high-security route. The message inside was written in Wei Hao's careful, trained script, with 2 character choices in the 3rd paragraph that matched his brother's personal shorthand from 15 years ago. Asterisk, I received your message. The merit system makes more sense than the Accord told me it would. I still don't know who's right. I don't think it's as simple as who's right. I'm not ready, but I'm closer than I was. Asterisk, he folded the message and placed it next to the anchor. The 2 objects sat beside each other on the secondary desk. The tool that could sever a soul leash and the evidence that the person wearing that leash was moving toward the moment when he could choose to have it removed. He did not rush toward the moment. He had learned, slowly and through the kind of evidence that accumulated rather than arrived, that forcing the pace of someone else's readiness destroyed the thing you were waiting for. He returned to the afternoon briefing and let the moment develop at its own speed. The anchor of refusal sat on the workbench beside the secondary desk. He passed it twice during the afternoon's work. Once when retrieving a treaty document from the archive shelf, and once when setting down the refuse gauntlets after a brief cultivation practice session. Each time, he was aware of it in the way you were aware of a prepared solution waiting for a problem to become specific. Old Kong had asked, when presenting it, whether Wei Liang understood the mechanism's limitation. He had understood it immediately. The Soul Seal's host had to participate. You could not remove something from someone who was still choosing to maintain it, even at cost to themselves. The choice had to be the host's, and it had to be active, not just passive. Wei Hao would not only have to stop resisting removal, he would have to actively withdraw his cultivation energy from the seal's maintenance cycle, which required understanding what the seal was and deciding to no longer sustain it. This was, Wei Liang recognized, exactly the same thing the fallen hero system had required of him at the beginning. Not just refusing the prophecy in the abstract, but actively refusing each specific manifestation of it, in sequence, over time. The refusal had to be repeated and specific before it accumulated into something the system could work with. His brother was on a parallel path. The path ran through the Accord's conditioning and the fabricated certainty and the designation that had been placed on him without his knowledge or consent, and the path ran toward the moment when Wei Hao understood enough to choose to walk out of it. Wei Liang had been 17 when he burned the prophecy scroll. Wei Hao was 23 now, older than Wei Liang had been, with a soul seal that made the path considerably longer. But longer was not the same as impassable. Closer was the right direction. He set down the afternoon's final document and went to find food, which he had not had since morning, because maintaining the campaign required maintaining the person conducting it, and he had not been as consistent about that as the situation warranted. He returned to the secondary desk after the conversation with the formation commander's protocol inquiry and pulled out the documentation he had been assembling on the Soul Seal's behavioral modification effects. Mao Guang had provided 3 scholarly sources and 2 primary documents, all pointing toward the same conclusion. The Soul Seal's conditioning worked most effectively on people who had been isolated from contradicting information for extended periods. It suppressed independent assessment by restricting the information the host received, not by overriding the host's capacity for assessment. Wei Hao had been receiving the Demon Empire's information through the welfare channel for weeks. He had been receiving documentary evidence from neutral scholars. He had been watching events that contradicted the Accord's characterization of those events. The Soul Seal's isolation mechanism had been compromised. This was not the same as the seal being removable. The conditioning could be breached by contradicting information without the seal itself being affected. The seal was a separate mechanism, embedded in meridians, requiring the anchor to sever. But a Wei Hao whose conditioning had been breached was a Wei Hao who could assess independently, who could understand what the anchor was and what it required and what choosing to accept it meant. He updated the tactical assessment with this analysis and shared it with Mao Guang for verification. Mao Guang's response came back within the hour, consistent with the documentation. The conditioning breach doesn't automatically lead to seal removal willingness. People often maintain beliefs that their informational basis has collapsed out of habit or sunk cost. But it opens the possibility of the conversation. And the conversation is what you need before you can attempt the removal. He needed the conversation. He had been preparing for the conversation since the mine shaft engagement. The question was when, and whether Wei Hao was going to make the choice to initiate it before Bai Qiong made the choice to remove the possibility entirely. And Crimson Sparrow's latest position report had Bai Qiong closer to the demon borderlands than she had been in 3 weeks, moving faster than the Advanced Forces' current holding pattern required. Chapter 59. The Advanced Forces Celestial Formation Commander requested a meeting under neutral protocol on the 18th day of the Witness Circle standoff. She was a practitioner named Lan Wei. No relation to Wei Liang's family. The character was different, who had spent 40 years in celestial formation work and had the professional bearing of someone accustomed to achieving results through technical precision rather than personal authority. She arrived at the designated meeting point with 2 aides and no weapons manifest, which was the correct protocol for a neutral meeting within Witness Circle territory. Wei Liang came with Shun Lihua. He had not brought weapons manifest either. Within the circle's range, weapons were documentation. Lan Wei opened without preamble. The Advanced Forces operational mandate requires reaching the demon capital. The Witness Circle's legal mechanism creates a situation in which advancing requires engaging in an active legal proceeding in real time, which Commander Wei Hao has identified as a significant procedural complication. It is, Wei Liang said. The formation commander has asked me to determine whether there is a legal pathway through the circle's territory that does not trigger the court's observation mechanism. He considered the question's actual content. Lan Wei was not asking on her own behalf. She was asking on Wei Hao's behalf. His brother had identified the circle as a complication and sent a professional to explore the pathway around it, which meant his brother had been thinking about the situation rather than simply receiving orders to advance. There is no pathway through territory that is within the circle's geometric range that does not trigger observation, Shun Lihua said. Her voice had the measured tone she used when stating facts that were not comfortable for the audience. The circle's observational field is continuous and uniform. It does not have gaps, corridors, or protocol exceptions for military formations operating under divine mandate. Lan Wei absorbed this without visible reaction. Is there a process by which the circle's coverage could be adjusted? The circle can only be deactivated by the party that established it, with a formal declaration to the court's observational mechanism that the territory is no longer under coverage. Shun Lihua held Lan Wei's attention. The Demon Empire does not intend to deactivate it while an active legal proceeding is ongoing. A pause. I will relay this to Commander Wei Hao. Tell him, Wei Liang said, that the legal proceeding is proceeding. and that the advance force is welcome to hold its position for the remaining time the proceeding requires, or to withdraw to a non-contested territory boundary. Those are the options that exist. Lan Wei studied him with the attention of someone who was accustomed to assessing tactical situations and had encountered one that was not structured as a tactical situation. You're not going to offer him anything. The circle is what I'm offering. It protects both sides from actions they can't take back. She gathered her aides. 12 hours, she said. Not a threat, an estimate. Commander Wei Hao will make a decision within 12 hours. She was accurate. Wei Hao's message arrived 11 hours and 40 minutes later. The advance force was withdrawing to the neutral boundary zone. He was requesting direct communication with Wei Liang, not under military protocol, under the welfare correspondence channel, which was personal and unmonitored by Accord communication staff. He was not ready, but he was buying time to become ready, and buying time with deliberate action was different in kind from waiting for the moment to happen to him. Wei Liang read the message twice, sent an acknowledgement through the same channel, and told Crimson Sparrow to keep the welfare route clear and clean. The seal-breaking tool sat on the secondary desk. He looked at it before he went to bed that night and thought about what his brother had written. Asterisk, I'm not ready. But I'm closer than I was. Asterisk, closer was enough for now. Closer was the right direction. He reviewed the neutral channel communications from the advance force and compared them against the welfare channel correspondence from Wei Hao. The two were consistent in their pattern. A professional requesting technical clarification to document that she had sought it, and a person working through an internal reckoning about what the technical clarity meant for his position. Both threads were moving toward the same point, not a resolution, but a convergence. The advance force would run out of holding options eventually. Wei Hao would reach the edge of his uncertainty eventually. The question was whether those two eventualities would arrive in the right order, with enough space between them for the conversation that needed to happen before any action could be taken. He sent one more message through the welfare channel. Not an appeal, not an argument, just a description of the witness circle's mechanism and why it had been placed, not as a weapon against the advance force, but as a protection for both sides. A record that could not be denied or revised after the fact. An operational context in which neither side could commit acts that were visible to the court and invisible to everyone else. The circle protected Wei Hao from orders that would put him on the court's record as the agent of an unprovoked assault against a litigant in active proceedings. Orders he might have been given, might have been expected to follow, without fully understanding the institutional consequences. He sealed the message and gave it to Crimson Sparrow. The bird left immediately, banking toward the neutral boundary zone's horizon with the purposeful directness of a creature that knew where it was going. The preliminary panel was 9 days away. Wei Hao's advance force was buying time at the neutral boundary. The anchor of refusal was on the secondary desk. All three of those facts were moving in the same direction, slowly, carefully, with the patience that the situation required and that he was teaching himself to maintain without mistaking it for passivity. Something was going to break open, soon. He could feel it in the way the threads were converging. He could not predict exactly how. That was the one variable that required his brother's independent choice, and independent choices were not predictable by definition. But closer was still the right direction, and somewhere above the borderlands, Bai Qiong was descending, and she had not sent a message first. He processed Crimson Sparrow's position update for 30 seconds. The altitude, the bearing, the speed that indicated an arrival rather than a survey. Then he moved to the observation post's primary platform. The refuse gauntlets were on his hands before he was conscious of having put them on. The Empire's refusal field was ready. The witness circle was active. He had confirmed its monitoring status that morning, a routine check he had been performing daily since its installation. Everything that happened in the next hour would be on the court's real-time record. He ran through the variables in the 10 minutes it took him to reach the platform. Bai Qiong had seen the fraud notification on Meng Rulin's citation. She had seen the advance forces holding position. She had seen 9 days of Mao Guang's documentation reaching the neutral archives before the Accord's responses could address it. She had come without protocol, which meant she had come with intent, not negotiation, not the formal procedures that had governed every previous engagement within the circle's range. She was here to act. The only question was what acting meant when the act itself became testimony. He reached the platform and looked up at the sky, where the Celestial Marshal's manifestation field was already detectable, a resonance that the refuse gauntlets read before his eyes confirmed the source. He took one breath of the demon borderland's dry autumn air, the iron and stone and deep meridian currents of a territory that had existed for 12 generations and intended to continue, and held his ground. Chapter 60 Bai Qiong arrived on the 21st day of the standoff, without announcement, without a diplomatic flag. and with the particular quality of presence that indicated she was not here to negotiate. Wei Liang was at the border observation post when she descended from the upper atmosphere. The Celestial Marshal's manifestation field preceded her by approximately 3 seconds, a resonance that the refuse gauntlets registered before his eyes processed her arrival. She was larger in person than any description of her had conveyed. Not physically large, but large in the way that power occupies space that a body alone does not. She had been in her current position for 400 years. That tenure was visible in the specific quality of her stillness. The stillness of someone for whom patience was not a discipline but a fact. She did not land at a distance. She descended to 40 meters from the observation post's primary platform and spoke at the volume that carried without amplification. Wei Liang. Not a greeting. An identification. Marshal Bai. He stepped to the platform's edge. The refuse gauntlets were active. The witness circle was active. The Empire's refusal field was ready. The arbitration proceeding is a delay tactic. The filing will be dismissed when the preliminary panel reviews the documentation. Her voice carried the particular certainty of a person who had watched institutions do what she expected them to do for 4 centuries. The Confederation operation has temporarily confused neutral kingdom sentiment, but sentiment does not change institutional fact. The Demon Empire is in a legal occupation of sovereign territories claimed under the Accord's administrative charter from the year of the Jade Mountain, which predates your empire's current charter by 60 years. The year of the Jade Mountain administrative charter was issued without the consent of the territories it claimed, Wei Liang said. That consent requirement is in the Accord's own founding document, Section 12, Clause 3. Her expression carried something that might have been acknowledgement of a prepared argument. The Accord's internal charter is not subject to Outer Realm Court jurisdiction. The Accord's founding document is a treaty between 14 signatories. Treaties are subject to the Court's jurisdiction by the Court's founding charter, which predates the Accord's founding document by 200 years. Xianxia had spent 3 weeks preparing every argument in this sequence and predicting every counterargument. Wei Liang delivered them with the precision of someone who had reviewed the material not because he enjoyed legal procedure, but because legal procedure was the field on which this particular battle was being fought. Bai Qiong's expression shifted. She had expected legal arguments. She had not expected this specific precision. The preliminary panel has not yet convened. Until it does, the filing has no enforcement mechanism. The filing has a documentation mechanism. The distinction matters. He held her gaze across 40 meters of charged air. Everything that happens within the witness circle's range between now and the panel's convening is on the court's record. She looked at the territory around her, taking in, for the first time since her arrival, the geometric configuration of anchor stones at the field's perimeter. Her expression became something Wei Liang recognized from Shun Lihua's description of Meng Rulan's address. The quality of a very powerful person encountering something that their power does not simply resolve. She raised her right hand. The Celestial Marshal's authority channeled through her palm, a divine sanction of the full institutional weight the Accord had invested in that office for 400 years. Not a punitive strike in the combat sense, but a formal divine censure, the kind that carried the specific legal weight of the Accord's supreme authority. Wei Liang activated Empire's refusal. The sanction hit the field and became light. Not destructive light, testimony light. The specific recorded emanation of a divine act against a party in an active legal proceeding, captured at full resolution by the witness circle's observational mechanism and transmitted directly to the court's real-time record. 6 seconds of Bai Qiong's full institutional authority, deployed against a party who had a pending filing before the institution that authority claimed to represent. 6 seconds. Then the sanction's energy was exhausted and the field held only its recorded signature. Bai Qiong stood in the aftermath of what she had done. Her expression showed something Wei Liang had not expected to see on the face of a 400-year veteran of celestial authority. Calculation replaced by uncertainty. She had acted from institutional reflex, and institutional reflex had created institutional evidence. She withdrew, not in defeat. She was too precise a professional for drama, but in the particular retreat of someone who needed to reassess the framework they were operating within before their next action. Wei Liang stood in the observation post's clear air after her departure, his left arm carrying a burn from the sanction's edge that had bypassed the gauntlet's conversion range. Not severe. The field had absorbed the central mass of the strike, but a specific, real cost that he registered without complaint. The witness circle had done exactly what it was designed to do. The court's record now held 6 seconds of the Accord's most senior marshal deploying full institutional authority against a party in an active proceeding, within the proceeding's own observation range. Wei Hao had watched the exchange from the neutral boundary zone. Crimson Sparrow reported this 2 minutes after Bai Qiong's withdrawal. The Phoenix Crow had maintained altitude over the advance force's position and had a direct sight line to the boundary zone's observation post. Wei Hao had not moved when the sanction deployed. He had stood at the boundary and watched his own organization's most senior marshal use full institutional authority against his brother in the middle of a legal proceeding. Whatever that had done to his internal certainties, it had done it in front of witnesses. The anchor of refusal sat on the secondary desk inside the observation post. Wei Liang's left arm ached with a clean, specific pain that told him the burn was not severe and would heal within a week. He looked at the horizon where Bai Qiong had withdrawn, then at the neutral boundary zone where his brother was standing, and then he walked inside and started drafting the report on what the witness circle had just recorded, because the document would matter more than the moment, and the document would outlast his arm's ache and Bai Qiong's certainty and every 30-day timeline the Accord had drawn on its maps. He wrote until the report was finished. Then he wrote the message to send through the welfare channel. Asterisk, I saw what you saw. I'm still here. Come when you're ready. The anchor will keep. Asterisk, he sent it with Crimson Sparrow and did not wait at the window for a reply. He had learned by now that some things required time rather than attention, and attending to things that required time was a way of making them take longer. He turned to the next day's operational list and began moving through it, item by item, in the specific and patient way of someone who understood that the war was still being won, and that the winning required showing up for each part of it in sequence, without mistaking the urgency of the moment for the urgency of the whole. The medical officer confirmed the arm injury at spirit core level, surface tissue burn, some meridian stress from the gauntlet's conversion field pushing beyond its calibrated range at the strike's edge. Not severe. 5 days of recovery with standard cultivation assistance. He scheduled the sessions and did not reduce his operational tempo during them, which the medical officer noted with the expression of someone accustomed to noting things that would not change behavior. He drafted the full incident report that evening. The exchange's sequence, Bai Qiong's choice to deploy full institutional authority within the circle's range, the Empire's refusal field's response, the 6-second testimony generation, and Bai Qiong's withdrawal. He included the technical specifications of the witness circle's observational confirmation, the timestamp, the archive signature, the certification from the court's real-time monitoring system that the record was active and unmodified. He sent the report to the preliminary panel's administrative office through the neutral archive channel. Not as argument, as documentation of what had occurred within the proceedings' active coverage period. Shen Lihua read the draft before it went out. The language in the 4th paragraph, she said. You're describing Bai Qiong's action as a deployment of institutional authority. That's accurate. But for the panel's reading, a formal divine censure issued against the filing party while within the active observational range of the witness circle is more precise and carries more procedural weight. He changed the language. The report went out with her revision. The preliminary panel was 8 days away. His arm would recover in 5. Bai Qiong was somewhere above the demon borderlands, reassessing a framework that had just been tested and found to contain constraints she had not previously mapped. Wei Hao was at the neutral boundary, thinking, 8 days, 5 for the arm. The arc was not finished, but today's work was done, and the record held what had happened, and tomorrow would bring its own reckoning with the same precision and the same patience and the same refusal to stop building, regardless of what the heavens tried next, and the heavens, his arm reminded him, had not finished trying. Chapter 61. The preliminary ruling arrived on a Tuesday. Wei Liang was in the middle of reviewing supply manifests for the eastern border posts when Mao Guang set the document on the desk with the particular care of a scholar handling something unprecedented. The scholar said nothing. He stepped back and let Wei Liang read. The Outer Realm Arbitration Court, in its preliminary determination pursuant to Procedural Filing 7, Jean, Refusal, 847, hereby issues the following advisory. The Celestial Accord and its affiliated military forces are directed to observe a cessation of offensive operations against the Demon Realm and its coalition territories pending the court's full hearing of the above-referenced matter. This directive does not constitute a final ruling on the merits, but reflects the court's determination that sufficient procedural basis exists to warrant protective pause. Violations of this advisory may be subject to remedial action at the full hearing. It was 312 words. Wei Liang read it twice. They issued it, he said. They issued it, Mao Guang confirmed, settling into his chair with the deliberate movements of someone who had been up since before dawn. The Accord received their copy this morning through the neutral archive channel. Our field observers confirmed the transmission, and they ignored it. The Accord's response was to push a fresh company of heavenly punishers to the northern garrison point. Yes. Mao Guang folded his hands. The ruling's practical military effect is approximately nothing. Its legal effect is significant. Wei Liang set the document down. The burn on his left arm had healed to a faint discoloration. 5 days of cultivation-assisted recovery, as the medical officer had predicted. The arm worked fine. He flexed his fingers once and considered what 312 words from a neutral court, ignored publicly by the most powerful divine institution on the continent, actually meant in terms of what came next. The 7 neutral kingdoms, he said. Yes. Mao Guang's expression carried something that was not quite satisfaction, more like a scholar watching a theorem prove itself through experiment. All 7 cited the ruling in their formal diplomatic correspondence this morning. 2 of them have requested a direct channel to our Foreign Affairs Office. The 3rd and 4th sent representatives. The 5th and 6th indicated they would attend the coalition's next summit if invited. He paused. The 7th sent a case of their regional wine and a note that said, "We are watching with interest." That's a diplomatic commitment expressed in beverage form. It is. I've placed the wine in the archive's climate-controlled section. It seemed appropriate. Mao Guang unfolded his hands and picked up his tea. The practical effect of 7 neutral kingdoms formally acknowledging the court's ruling, and by extension, our standing to bring the filing, is that the Demon Empire ceases to be a regional faction engaged in territorial conflict. We become a continental power in a legal proceeding that 7 recognized neutral states consider legitimate. Wei Liang looked at the document again. 312 words. The Accord's troops had moved north immediately upon receiving it, which meant the Accord had understood the document's political implications and chosen to demonstrate contempt for them rather than acknowledge them. That was a decision. Decisions had consequences, and those consequences were now in the court's real-time record alongside the incident 6 seconds had created at the witness circle. Shengan, Wei Liang said, waiting in the audience chamber. He's been there since before I arrived. Whatever he has to say, he's been composing it for at least an hour. Wei Liang folded the ruling and placed it in the document sleeve on his desk's left side, the one designated for materials with ongoing strategic significance. He stood, straightened his collar, and walked to the audience chamber. Demon Overlord Shengan stood at the chamber's center, not pacing, standing in the particular stillness of a very old, very powerful being who had learned to contain his energy rather than spend it on minor agitations. He was 700 years old and looked, to a careless observer, like a man in his vigorous middle age. To a careful observer, he looked like something that had decided to wear that appearance and could stop deciding at any moment. Co-regent, Shengan said. He said it the way a 700-year-old demon overlord said something he had committed to saying regardless of whether it felt natural in his mouth. Overlord. Wei Liang stopped at a respectful distance and waited. Shengan studied him for a long moment. The court issued the ruling. It did. The Accord ignored it. They did. 7 kingdoms have formally acknowledged our standing. Shengan's expression carried something that was neither approval nor disapproval, but the specific assessment of someone running calculations. I have been informed by my advisors, by the 2 remaining advisors who did not side with the upper caste conspiracy that attempted to poison my general, that formalizing your role as co-regent at this particular political moment is either a masterstroke or a catastrophe, and they cannot determine which. What do you think? Wei Liang asked. Shengan did not speak immediately. I think that a human being who convinced 7 neutral kingdoms to cite a legal filing he drafted in 3 weeks, while simultaneously recovering from a divine sanction burn, is either the most dangerous person on this continent or the most useful one. He paused. I have reached the age where I understand that the 2 categories are not mutually exclusive. The co-regency announcement, Wei Liang said. You want to make it public. The neutrals need to see a unified governance structure. Right now they see an empire at war. To join a coalition, they need to see something worth joining. Shengan's eyes held the particular calculation of someone who had been managing political optics for longer than Wei Liang had been alive. You should know, half my noble court will object on principle. A quarter will object because they believe it signals weakness. The remaining quarter will support it because they've been reading the manifests and they understand what the coalition's trade relationships represent. And you? I am formalizing what already exists. Shengan's voice carried the specific dryness of a very old being acknowledging a reality that had outpaced his preferences. You have been running the Empire's political strategy since before the witness circle. My name on the announcement changes the document's official status. The actual situation remains what it has been. He straightened slightly. I would prefer you not make me regret this. I'll do what I've been doing, Wei Liang said. Build something that works. That, Shengan said. is precisely what concerns the upper caste. He turned toward the door. The announcement goes out tomorrow. Prepare remarks for the court assembly. Something that doesn't get anyone else assassinated. He left. Wei Liang stood in the audience chamber briefly, then returned to his desk, to the supply manifests, and to the next item on the operational list. Because the co-regency announcement was tomorrow's problem, and today still had 7 hours of work in it, and the border posts still needed their supplies counted and confirmed before anyone could make decisions about repositioning the eastern garrison. He worked through the manifests. Mao Guang brought more tea. Outside the capital's windows, the morning moved into afternoon, and the continent's political map shifted, quietly, in the language of diplomatic correspondence and cited rulings in bottles of wine and climate-controlled archives, into something it had not been the day before. The announcement went out the next morning. By afternoon, the Demon Noble Court was arguing. By evening, all 7 neutral kingdoms had sent formal congratulations through the coalition channel. And somewhere above the demon borderlands, Bai Qiong read the announcement with the expression of someone who understood that the territory of this war had just expanded in a direction she had not prepared for, and that the preparation required was different from anything she had done before. Wei Hao read the announcement at the neutral boundary zone. Crimson Sparrow reported he'd stood very still for a long time afterward, then returned to his post without speaking to anyone. Wei Liang filed the report and moved to the next item. Some things required time, and the anchor of refusal was patient enough to wait. The Demon Empire was now a continental power. The Accord's contempt for 312 words had made it so. Chapter 62 The Fallen Hero System's notification arrived at the precise moment Wei Liang was finishing his remarks for the court assembly. Not the dramatic intervention he might have expected, but a quiet pulse at the edge of his awareness, the way a river changes current rather than flooding its banks. Asterisk milestone achieved, sole sovereign rank. Reward, sovereign's edict. You may issue binding declarations carrying equal weight to divine decrees within the mortal realm. First available issuance, pending your instruction. Asterisk Wei Liang set down his pen. The assembly hall outside the document room was already filling. He could hear the specific murmur of a demon noble court doing what demon noble courts did when faced with arrangements they hadn't approved, conducting low-voiced assessments of the political situation that each participant would later characterize as forward-thinking support. He checked the cultivation indicator. Sole Sovereign, the 7th rank of a 12-rank system, achieved through the specific energy of rejected destiny, compounding over months of refusing what the heavens had decided he was supposed to be. He could feel it in the way Qi moved through him now. Not faster, exactly, but more precisely, like water finding its level rather than being pushed uphill against pressure. The Sovereign's edict sat at the edge of his awareness like a tool he hadn't picked up yet. He needed to think before he picked it up. He walked into the assembly hall. 300 demon nobles stood in their formal positions, ranks arranged by title, age, and the specific precedence system that demon noble courts had spent 400 years refining into something that required a separate reference document to navigate. Shingon sat at the chamber's head. Old Kong stood against the back wall with his arms crossed, because he had been invited as an honored craftsman and had not been told there was an assigned position for honored craftsmen. So he had taken the one that gave him the best exit route. Wei Liang stood at the podium. The Demon Empire, he said, has a problem that predates this war by several centuries. That problem is not the Celestial Accord. The Accord is a symptom. The actual problem is that no document has ever established what this empire is, what it owes to its residents, what it can demand from them, and on what basis it makes those demands. He paused. Without a written foundation, power is only what the strongest person says it is on any given day. That has worked, in various ways, for this empire's history. It is not sufficient for what we're building now. The hall was quiet in the particular way of an audience that had not expected the speech to go in this direction and was recalibrating. I am issuing the Demon Empire Codex, Wei Liang said. A written constitution establishing rights for all residents of this empire, regardless of species, rank, or origin. It is not a suggestion. Under the authority granted by the Sovereign's edict, it carries binding weight equivalent to divine decree in the mortal realm. The hall erupted. Not violently. This was a demon noble court, and demon nobles had spent 400 years learning to express outrage through precise formal channels rather than immediate physical confrontation. But the volume increased significantly, and at least 6 nobles were speaking simultaneously in the registers that meant they considered this a direct challenge to their position. Wei Liang let them speak for approximately 40 seconds. Then he said, at normal volume, Article 1 of the Codex establishes that all residents of the Demon Empire have the right to physical safety, defined as freedom from torture, forced labor, and extrajudicial execution. Note that I said extrajudicial, not judicial. This empire retains the right to enforce its laws. It does not retain the right to kill people because someone with sufficient rank decided they should die. The hall got quieter. Not silent, quieter. The specific quiet of people who had just understood that the document being issued affected them, personally, in ways that might be both limiting and protective. Article 2 establishes education rights. Article 3 establishes property rights that cannot be revoked without due process. Article 4 establishes the right to petition the government. Article 5 establishes that these rights apply to humans, demons, half-bloods, and any other recognized species resident within the empire's borders. Wei Liang looked at the assembled nobles. Article 6 establishes that any noble, official, or military officer who violates the rights of a resident under their authority is subject to prosecution under the Codex rather than only under personal noble discretion. That last one was the one that mattered to them. He could see it in the way the room's energy shifted from outrage to calculation. Article 6 meant the Codex wasn't just a document about residents. It was a document about what nobles could and couldn't do to residents. That was different from anything the Demon Empire had ever operated under. Questions, Wei Liang said, can be directed to the Legal Affairs Office, which is being established today. Mao Guang will serve as its first director. His background in ancient law and loopholes in heavenly contracts makes him, I think, appropriately qualified. Mao Guang, standing at the side of the hall, bowed slightly. He had the expression of someone who had read a draft of the Codex at 2 in the morning and spent the remaining hours before dawn making sure every article was airtight against the specific challenges a demon noble court would bring. Shingon had said nothing through the entire speech. Wei Liang glanced at him now. The overlord's face carried the specific expression he wore when events had moved past the point where his approval or disapproval was the operative variable and into the territory where his job was to respond effectively to what had already happened. The overlord endorses the Codex, Shingon said, into the hall's complex quiet. Questions about implementation should go to the Legal Affairs Office. Questions about the spirit of the document should consider that we are at war with an institution that claims divine authority to decide who deserves protection and who doesn't. This document is our answer to that claim. It was, Wei Liang thought, better than he would have written it himself. He made a note to tell Shingon that later, in a context where the overlord could deny having said anything he was pleased with. The Codex went into effect at sunset. By midnight, the first petition had been filed, a half-blood resident of the capital's eastern quarter requesting confirmation that Article 1 applied to them specifically, given that their previous legal status had been resident of uncertain category. The Legal Affairs Office confirmed, in writing, that it did. The Accord's informants filed a report on the Codex within 48 hours. Bai Qiong read it with the expression of someone who had been told the enemy was using a weapon she hadn't anticipated, and who needed to determine whether the weapon was powerful or merely loud, and who was beginning to suspect, despite every preference to the contrary, that it might be both. Old Kong appeared at the document room door the next morning with a pot of tea he'd made himself and the expression of someone who had something to say and was going to say it regardless of whether it was solicited. The nobles are not happy, he announced, settling into the chair across from Wei Liang's desk with the authority of one who had been operating in demon society for 900 years and could not be removed from rooms by anyone short of Shingon personally. I know, Wei Liang said. Old Kong set his tea down. The Ferris House remnants are furious. 2 of the crystalline houses are consulting with each other in ways that mean they're planning something. The Slate Hall's senior elder told me at the forge yesterday that the Codex is an insult to 400 years of demon tradition. Old Kong poured 2 cups of tea with the efficiency from one who had spent making tea in demanding circumstances for the majority of those 400 years. I told him tradition is just how things happen to be done before anyone figured out how to do them better. What did he say? He said he'd have me thrown out of the forge hall. Old Kong handed over a cup. I pointed out that I built the forge hall. Then he said he'd have me thrown out of the forge hall I built. I said he was welcome to try. He picked up his own cup. He did not try? We are currently at a détente. Wei Liang looked at the old blacksmith. 900 years of living in demon society had given him a particular quality. Not wisdom, exactly, but the specific confidence of anyone who had outlasted every political arrangement that had tried to arrange him and had concluded that the arrangements were the problem. The Article 6 consultations at the Legal Affairs Office, Wei Liang said. You've been talking to the office staff? I've been talking to everyone. I'm 900 years old. Talking to people is how I stay current. Old Kong drank his tea. Here is what I know from the consultations. Most of the noble houses are not angry about the rights provisions. They're angry about the enforcement provision. Article 6. They understand that the first 5 articles protect their residents, and some of them, the ones who've been thinking about it, understand that protected residents don't revolt, which means Article 1 through 5 actually stabilizes their hold on their territories. But Article 6 removes their ability to punish residents without accountability. That's the one. They've been using that ability for 400 years. Removing it feels like losing power, even if it just means they can't do things they shouldn't have been doing anyway. He refilled his cup. I told them, you lose the power to do wrong. You keep the power to do right. The ones who can't tell the difference between those two things have the specific problem of people who don't know why they're powerful. Wei Liang looked at the blacksmith. That's a useful formulation. I've been at forges for 900 years. The metaphor writes itself. Old Kong stood, because he had arrived with his opinion and had delivered it, and had no use for extended sitting in document rooms. The noble houses will fall in line eventually. Not because they're convinced, because the codex is working, and things that work attract people who want to be associated with what works. He picked up his teapot. Your article about due process for noble prosecution, I'd add a timeline provision. Make the proceedings time-bound so nobles can't be held in legal limbo indefinitely. It protects the residents, and it gives the nobles a defined endpoint, which makes the process less threatening to them. He left without waiting for a response, which was how Old Kong operated. Deliver the thought, trust the recipient to use it, move to the next thing. Wei Liang wrote down the timeline provision note and sent it to Mao Guang at the Legal Affairs Office before the morning's first briefing. The Codex's second petition came in that afternoon. A demon farmer requesting confirmation that Article 3's property protections applied to land he had been cultivating for 30 years that a local noble had attempted to claim as abandoned territory. The legal office reviewed the documentation and issued a ruling in the farmer's favor within 2 days. The noble appealed. The appeal was reviewed. The original ruling was upheld. It was, Wei Liang thought later, the most important thing that happened in the Codex's first week. Not the speech, not the ruling's legal standing, not the political analysis of Article 6. A farmer kept his land. That was what the Codex was for, at its foundation, and the foundation had held on the first real test. Chapter 63 Grand Marshal Su Tian arrived at the neutral boundary with 200,000 soldiers arranged in 7 national formations and a specific bearing in someone who had earned their rank through decades of genuine military excellence rather than divine appointment. Wei Liang read the field report at the morning briefing. He set up at the boundary's northern section. Yuzhen said, pointing to the map with the precise efficiency she applied to everything tactical. Her recovery from the poisoning was complete. She moved through the briefing room with the same controlled energy she had before, though Wei Liang had noticed, in the 3 weeks since the incident, that she stood a half-step closer to the exits than she used to. He had not mentioned this. It seemed like the kind of thing she was aware of and managing on her own terms. 200,000 is a significant force. 7-nation composition means 7 different supply lines, 7 different command traditions, 7 different ideas about what constitutes a strategic objective, which makes them slower than a unified force, Shen Lihua said from across the table. She had her own map overlay, annotated in her precise handwriting with political notes alongside the military ones, but also harder to defeat decisively. You can't break the formation at one point and collapse the whole. You have to convince each national contingent that staying is no longer in their interest. That's a political problem more than a military one, Wei Liang said. Yes, which is why, Shen Lihua said, meeting his eyes. I think Su Tian sent the message he sent. The message had arrived the previous evening through a back channel that shouldn't have been accessible from the Holy Alliance's command structure, which meant Su Tian had either a very sophisticated intelligence operation or a very specific contact who wanted communication to happen in ways that didn't appear in official records. Asterisk, I don't hate you. I think you're dangerous. I would like to discuss what that means for the people caught between us. Su Tian, Grand Marshal, Holy Alliance asterisk. Wei Liang had read it 3 times. He had asked Mao Guang to verify the source. Mao Guang had confirmed it. The message was genuine. The routing was intentionally obscured, and Su Tian had taken the risk of sending it in full knowledge that Wei Liang might publish it, which would be politically damaging for the alliance. He's a pragmatist, Mao Guang said from his corner of the briefing room, surrounded by reference documents. His military record shows 18 campaigns, 4 of which involved negotiated solutions rather than decisive engagement. He ends wars when he can. He wins them when he can't. The distinction appears to be based on careful cost analysis rather than ideology. He's also, Yuzhen said, commanding 200,000 soldiers on the border. Pragmatist or not, that's the threat. The threat and the opening are the same thing, Writing back is the right move, Wei Liang said. Yu Zhan's expression registered her opinion of this. Through the same channel? Through a channel he can verify is genuine. Mao Guang, can you construct a routing that confirms my identity without going through official lines? Already drafted, Mao Guang said. I started working on it when you read the message the first time. Your face does a specific thing when you've decided to pursue an angle. Yu Zhan looked at Mao Guang. What thing? He focuses slightly to the left of whoever he's talking to, reading the situation rather than the person. Wei Liang was aware that this was an accurate description of something he did and had not been told about before. He filed this information for later consideration. The message, he said. Asterisk, you're right. I think you're dangerous too. That's the point. Dangerous to what? And on whose behalf? That's the question worth discussing. I'm willing to meet on neutral ground, outside command channels, without escort. Name a location and time. Wei Liang, co-regent, Demon Empire asterisk he sent it. Crimson Sparrow carried it through the designated routing and returned within 3 hours with a confirmation. Su Tian would respond within a day. The day passed with its regular operational demands. Wei Liang reviewed the eastern border evacuation protocols that had been updated following the divine artillery intelligence. He met with Shun Lihua about the education program's first implementation phase. Demon children in the capital's district schools would begin receiving joint human and demon history curricula within the month. He signed 17 legal petitions that had accumulated in the petition office's first week of operation, all of them carefully reviewed by Mao Guang and ready for his signature. Su Tian's response arrived the following morning. Asterisk the collapsed shrine at the midpoint of the 3 banners. 3 days. No escort. I will come alone. If you bring soldiers, I will know, and the conversation will be the last thing we attempt before the killing resumes in earnest. Su Tian asterisk Wei Liang showed the message to Yu Zhan. He's asking you to walk into a meeting with the commander of 200,000 enemy soldiers, alone, at a location he chose, she said. Yes. And you're going? Yes. Yu Zhan studied the map for a moment. The midpoint of the 3 banners was legitimately neutral. It sat at the intersection of 3 historical boundary lines that no current power controlled, which was why it still had a shrine there when everything around it had been destroyed by a succession of previous wars. I want Crimson Sparrow overhead, she said. Altitude high enough that Su Tian doesn't see them, but low enough to reach you in 2 minutes. Agreed. And I want a word signal, something you'd work into natural conversation if the situation changes. Mao Guang suggested the archive has it. Yu Zhan looked at him. That's the most suspicious phrase anyone has ever proposed as a natural word signal. It's also a phrase I say fairly often in normal conversation. That was his reasoning. She didn't argue with this, which meant she had decided to accept the logic despite finding it unsatisfying. 3 days, she said. I'm running extended border patrols until you're back. I know, Wei Liang said. You always do. Something shifted in her expression, not softening, exactly, but a brief lowering of the controlled efficiency she maintained in briefing rooms. She turned back to the map, and Wei Liang understood that the conversation had reached its natural conclusion for both of them. 3 days. 1 meeting with a pragmatist commander who had decided that figuring out what Wei Liang wanted was worth the risk of asking directly. The continent's political map was shifting, and the shifts were happening faster than anyone's plans had accounted for, which meant the question wasn't whether the situation would change, but whether Wei Liang could keep building the things that needed to be built while it did. The 3 days passed in the usual sequence of operational demands. Shen Lihua reviewed the new legal body's first week of petitions and prepared a summary for Mao Guang on which categories of cases were arriving most frequently, a detail that would shape the office's staffing priorities. Yu Zhan ran the eastern border patrols with the systematic thoroughness that had become the Iron Veil Legion's operational signature, logging every contact and every position change with the kind of documentation that turned months of field work into a reliable tactical picture. Wei Liang met with the 7 neutral kingdom representatives separately, in private sessions that lasted approximately an hour each. The meetings were not about the war. They were about what each kingdom needed to formalize their coalition relationship, which was a different question. The Third Kingdom's representative, a young diplomatic attaché who was operating under instructions from an ambassador who hadn't wanted to make the trip personally, spent 40 minutes explaining why her kingdom's participation required a specific trade arrangement regarding the mountain passes in the Empire's western territories. Wei Liang listened to all 40 minutes and asked 3 questions that revealed he had a detailed understanding of the mountain pass trade economy that the attaché had not expected. The trade arrangement was drafted and initialed before the session ended. You'd read the regional trade reports before that meeting, Shun Lihua said afterward. 3 weeks ago. In preparation for this conversation, In preparation for the possibility of this conversation, he looked at the initial document. The meeting with Su Tian happened because I was willing to have it. The trade arrangement happened because I understood what they needed before they walked in. Most political outcomes are determined by the preparation done before the decisive moment. Shenlihua looked at him with the expression she sometimes wore when she was deciding whether to say something she had been thinking. You know, she said. The Accord's intelligence reports describe you as unpredictably strategic. What they mean is that your strategic thinking doesn't follow the patterns they've mapped. They expect either military operations or political maneuvering. They don't model the combination of both, happening simultaneously, conducted by the same person. Bai Qiong does, Wei Liang said. Yes, which is why she's the one who's genuinely concerned, and the rest of the Accord's command structure thinks they can manage you through standard containment procedures. She gathered her document. The Su Tian meeting. What are you hoping to achieve? A pragmatist assessment of whether this war is worth continuing. Not his assessment of us, his assessment of the Accord. He looked at the meeting's scheduled time on the operational calendar. If Su Tian is uncertain, the alliance's fracture is already present. The meeting either accelerates or reveals it. Either outcome is useful, and if the meeting goes wrong, then I find out that Su Tian is less of a pragmatist than I assessed, and I revise my model of the alliance's leadership. He looked at her. That's useful too. Wrong information is better than no information if you learn it's wrong before you act on it. She nodded. It was the kind of thing she agreed with and had already been assuming about the meeting, which was why she had spent the previous 2 days building contingency frameworks rather than trying to talk him out of going. Chapter 64. The poisoning had been a sophisticated operation. Yu Zhan, reviewing the forensic analysis that Mao Guang had completed over 10 days, read it with the expression of someone cataloging a professional assault rather than processing a personal violation, which Wei Liang understood was both a coping mechanism and a genuine analytical preference, and which he respected without comment. Upper caste demon noble house, she said. Specifically the Mengvale branch of House Ferris. Second oldest noble house in the Demon Empire, predating Shengon's current dynasty by 200 years. She set the document down. They had access to a kitchen staff member in the lower palace, bribed, not coerced. The poison formula was demon-specific, which means it was designed to be fast-acting against demon physiology while being untraceable to common military sources. They weren't trying to hide that a noble house did it, Wei Liang said. They were trying to hide which one. Yes, Mao Guang traced the formula through the upper caste apothecary guild's records. There are only 4 houses in the empire with access to that specific compound's ingredients through legitimate channels. Cross-referencing their political positions against the Codex vote. She indicated the second page. House Ferris voted against the Codex 3 times in procedural preview sessions, introduced 2 amendments designed to gut Article 6 specifically, and sent a private message to Shungan's advisory council arguing that Article 6 represented inappropriate constraints on traditional noble authority. Wei Liang read the document. They targeted you specifically. They targeted the person commanding the Iron Veil Legion. I'm the person commanding the Iron Veil Legion. She said this precisely, without drama. If I die, the Legion's command structure reverts to the senior battalion commanders, 3 of whom come from upper caste demon families. The conspiracy wasn't just trying to remove me. It was trying to replace me with people who would be more sympathetic to their interests. How are you? Wei Liang asked. Yuzhen looked at him. It was the directness of the question that caught her off guard. Not because he hadn't asked things like that before, but because he had asked it in a briefing room, in the middle of an operational review, which was not the territory where the question usually lived. I'm functional, she said. The poison left some residual meridian stress in the left side of my cultivation network. The medical officer says it will resolve within 2 months with regular treatment. My combat capability is at 93%. She paused. I'm also furious, but that's not a relevant operational variable. It is if it affects your decisions. It won't. I know. That's why I'm telling you it's allowed to be relevant. He looked at her steadily. You nearly died. The fury is appropriate. She held his gaze for a moment. The briefing room was empty except for them. He had cleared it deliberately before starting this part of the conversation. Outside, the capital went about its morning with the specific energy of a city that had been told it had a constitution now and was still figuring out what that meant in practice. I love you with the directness of someone who might not get another chance, Yuzhen said. I've been trying to find the right context for saying that for about 6 weeks. I have concluded that there is no right context, so I'm saying it now. Wei Liang went quiet. Then he reached across the table and held her hand, not a gesture he made easily, in briefing rooms or otherwise. Her hand was warmer than usual. The residual meridian stress ran hot. Don't die, he said. I'm not good at replacing irreplaceable things. She looked at him. Then she looked at their hands on the briefing table, in the middle of the documents and the operational review and the political calculus of a continent at war. That's the closest you can manage, isn't it? Yes. All right, she said. She didn't withdraw her hand immediately. Then I won't die. And you should know, the next time someone tries this, I will be significantly less patient about finding out who it was before acting. The Codex has a due process provision. The Codex has a due process provision for residents of the Empire, she said. People who tried to murder me test the outer limits of my commitment to that framework. I'll take that under advisement. She withdrew her hand. The briefing returned to its operational character. They reviewed the remaining documents with the same efficiency as before, and Wei Liang understood that the conversation had been exactly as long as it needed to be, and that both of them would carry it forward without making it more than what it was, which was already, he thought, quite enough. The arrests came 4 days later.